Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 2584 to Chapter 2668. Ling Xiao took care of the three most troublesome archers in a few breaths. The enemy's original formation was completely disrupted. Whether it was the Eagle Army or the War Eagle Army, they were all shocked by this scene. They knew that Ling Xiao was not weak, but they never expected Ling Xiao to be so powerful. Was he really not a disciple of the royal capital's Arcana Academy? Was he just a nobody from the Eight Immortals County? The one who felt this the most was Lai Huang. He originally wanted to help Ling Xiao after killing his opponents. In his heart, Ling Xiao was inferior to him and would be in danger. But now, he was unable to take down his opponents, and Ling Xiao had already killed 3 of them in the blink of an eye. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. No wonder His Highness thinks so highly of this person and let him lead the War Eagle Army. Now I understand. I am ashamed. Lai Huang smiled bitterly in his heart. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well. He thought that because his cultivation was higher than others, he was stronger than others. But he had forgotten that there were some people in this world who could kill opponents above their cultivation level. Just as he was thinking, another scream came from the other side. Ling Xiao did not stop attacking just because he killed 3 archers. On the battlefield, he displayed the qualities of a soldier. That was to not relax as long as the battle did not stop. Kill Shen Ming, destroy Yin Yang, destroy Ghost King, kill Ghost Dragon. After 4 consecutive moves by Ling Xiao, the spearmen and short-ranged soldiers were all killed because the archers were no longer holding them back. In the end, only one person with a huge shield was left of the 10 people. This guy's defense was very strong, so he was able to block several of Ling Xiao's attacks. I'll show you something ruthless. Ling Xiao sneered. Lightning began to jump all over his body. He formed a seal with his hands, and a ball of lightning was blasted out by him. Violent thunder technique. This secret technique did not care if your defense was strong or not. The terrifying lightning struck the huge shield and penetrated it, hitting the last Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of hell. The giant shield in his hand fell to the ground, and even the eagle was charred black by the electricity. The man and the eagle died on the spot. Lai Huang, you have to hurry up. As a centurion, don't fall behind me. After killing these 10 First Revolution Yin-Yang realm martial artists at the peak of the 8th level of hell, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into the terrifying purple lightning thunder bull. The terrifying beasts crashed into the crowd. It was a pity that the Eagle Legion was originally quite strong and disciplined. When fighting with the War Eagle Legion, they were able to gain the upper hand. However, with the addition of the giant beast Ling Xiao, the situation of the battle was immediately reversed. Every time the terrifying beasts collided, more than a dozen people would be killed or injured. The flying eagle was so frightened that it lost control and flew everywhere. You guys deal with those guys on the ground. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Leave the ones in the sky to me. The people on the ground, seeing that the situation was unfavorable, were actually preparing to flee. However, Ling Xiao would not give them the chance. This was a group of beasts that would not even spare the weak, women, and children. Not to mention that this was a battlefield. Even if he encountered them on a normal day, he would not feel guilty killing them. Other than Lai Huang, the rest of the War Eagle Legion charged towards the ground. Together with the War Eagle's suppression from the sky, they began to massacre the people on the ground. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was wreaking havoc in the sky. Without using martial techniques, just the terrifying beast soul transformation was enough to terrify the enemy. However, the Eagle Legion was also quite strong. Facing a powerful enemy, they did not retreat at all. Therefore, Ling Xiao gave them the treatment they deserved. At the very least, these people's corpses were left intact. However, their corpses were charred by the lightning. At this moment, Lai Huang finally destroyed his opponent with the help of the 2 battle songs. However, there was nothing for him to be happy about. Speaking of which, if not for Ling Xiao's battle songs, he might not have been this guy's match. It would have been a fierce battle. But now, although the battle lasted a little longer, it was a crushing victory. A complete victory. Not only did he respect Ling Xiao, but he also feared him. Looking at the charred corpses on the ground, he felt his heart tremble a little. Lai Huang was a centurion who had experienced many battles. However, he felt that compared to Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent, it was like comparing a grain of light to the sun. The difference was too great. What shocked him even more was that the little demoness, who could easily defeat him, did not even make a move. What kind of monster was Ling Xiao? Clean up the battlefield. Ling Xiao's voice rang out again. The fierce enemies who had come had basically turned into corpses. Only the Eagle Legion's deputy general and centurion had not died because they had gone to the volcano. Lai Huang, I'll leave the village to you. I believe you have experience in handling this. I'll be back soon. Although Ling Xiao had obtained the lava chalcedony, he was actually very interested in the three-headed lava hound. His black wolf general beast soul was no longer of a high grade and needed a more powerful beast soul to replace it. The three-headed lava hound was not bad. It was just right for him. If he could turn this guy into his beast soul, his combat strength would increase again. Especially after the three-headed lava hound beast soul transformation, the power of the lava battle constitution would definitely increase. Just like how the purple lightning thunder bull beast soul could increase the power of the lightning battle constitution. I'll go with you. Yu Fenghua suddenly said. No, you stay here. I'll be at ease with the little demoness protecting you. Ling Xiao shook his head and rejected her directly. No, if you die, I'll owe you a favor. So I'll go with you. Oh yes, you're very strong and your temper is to my liking. However, you're still not as strong as me. Yu Fenghua shook her head and rejected Ling Xiao's good intentions. She could feel the care and concern this man had for her. Although she didn't know why, she knew it was sincere. Since the moment she was born, no one had treated her this well except for her parents. Almost everyone had other motives. But this man was different. So she didn't want this man to die. She had a strong feeling that if this man died, she would regret it. All right. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He knew the Moon Lady's temper too well. She was as stubborn as he was. Once a decision was made, it was impossible to change it. Since that was the case, there was no need to force her. Let's go. Ling Xiao headed towards the volcano. Just as he rose into the air, there was a sudden roar from the volcano. Two human figures and a huge beast figure shot out of the volcano at the same time. Hee, looks like those two guys didn't get the lava chalcedony and provoked the three-headed lava hound instead. Maybe we don't have to fight today. Ling Xiao smiled. This was a good opportunity to reap the benefits of a third party. Fenghua, don't expose yourself later. Let them fight. We'll wait for an opportunity to reap the benefits. Yu Fenghua wanted to say, why should I listen to you? But when the words were about to come out of his mouth, they changed into a single word, even she did not know what was wrong with her. Why did she have an innate sense of identity with this man and was willing to listen to him, seeing Ling Xiao, the little demoness, and Yu Fenghua leave? One of the War Eagle Army sergeants couldn't help but ask, Centurion, could this person be the genius young master of some large family? How can he be so powerful? Nonsense, don't you know that he is Ling Xiao? The young man who walked step by step from Yuhua town and defeated the three sect leaders of the Eight Immortals County with his own hands and finally became the Eight Immortals County's lord? Lai Huang's view of Ling Xiao had completely changed. Previously, he thought that the rumors outside had overestimated Ling Xiao, but now he understood that it was not overestimating, but underestimating, seriously underestimating. Didn't they say that his lord position was given to him by Jihyun of Silla? The sergeant asked curiously. You don't believe me when I say you are stupid. Jihyun of Silla is called buying people's hearts. Do you think someone who is favored by him will be bad? Lai Huang laughed. I understand now. The sergeant was enlightened. Alright, you guys clean up the battlefield. I will go help. Those two guys from the Eagle Army are at the middle stage of the 9th level of hell after all. There is also that terrifying three-headed lava hound. Maybe I can help. Lai Huang waved his hand and headed in the direction of the volcano. In the hidden forest, Ling Xiao, the little devil girl, and Yu Fenghua were hiding quietly. They were waiting for the right time to attack. As the saying goes, the manta stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They were the oriole. The three-headed lava hound was roaring crazily and fighting with two people from the Eagle Army. The two people were not willing to fight with this guy at first, but they were chased by it when they wanted to escape. They could not escape at all. They had no choice but to turn back and fight. Otherwise, if they left their backs to the giant beast, they would not be far from death. The three-headed lava hound's body was huge, and each of its attacks was extremely powerful. Just a simple hit was enough to make people tremble in fear. However, the deputy general and centurion of the Eagle Troop were not to be trifled with either. They were actually able to meet force with force in the face of such a colossus. It was just a slight loss. Suddenly, the centurion took out a talisman. In an instant, the terrifying water vapor between heaven and earth condensed together, forming a water ball that was even larger than the three-headed lava hound. The water ball smashed onto the three-headed lava hound. This time, the demonic beast was seriously injured. Two of the three heads of the three-headed lava hound had been destroyed, and many parts of its body had cracked open. Lava was flowing out of its body, and it was in an extremely miserable state. Ha ha ha, a demonic beast will always be a demonic beast. How can you be compared to us cultivators? Since I can't obtain the lava chalcedony, killing you and bringing you back is the same. The centurion revealed a ferocious expression. The deputy general beside him also had a proud look on his face. It was as if the three-headed lava hound was already in their hands. However, Xianxia, who was not far away, frowned. This was because he could vaguely sense that the lava in the volcano seemed to be flowing into the three-headed lava hound's body in large amounts. The severed heads of the three-headed lava hound were rapidly growing back. This was nothing. He could clearly feel a terrifying energy gathering in the monster's mouth. Oh no, this bastard is going to release a large-scale attack. I have to stop it. Originally, Xianxia had planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits from the battle. However, he could no longer sit by and do nothing. Once this monster released a terrifying skill, the entire valley would probably become a world of lava. When that happened, the Eagle Troop would be in trouble. After all, they were comrades who had fought together. Xianxia did not want to see that happen. Moreover, these Eagle Troop soldiers did not hesitate to become enemies with the royal family for the Ling family. Just this spirit alone was worthy of his respect. How could he let them die without knowing the reason behind it? Thinking of this, he suddenly dashed out. In midair, he transformed into the purple lightning bull and released his lava battle body at the same time. He charged towards the three-headed lava hound. He wanted to interrupt the three-headed lava hound's secret technique. However, Xianxia's sudden appearance shocked the centurion and deputy general of the Eagle Troop. What kind of monster is that? Who cares what kind of monster it is? If it wants to steal our prey, we'll kill it together. The centurion did not know that this huge purple lightning bull was Xianxia's transformation. He thought that it was a monster that came out of the forest to steal the three-headed lava hound's corpse. He immediately jumped up and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia could not be bothered with him and focused on the three-headed lava hound. Even if he was attacked by the centurion, he would not die. However, once the three-headed lava hound released its skill, it would be the end of the valley. He could not allow that to happen. Die, evil creature! The centurion roared. His most powerful attack had already condensed on the spear in his hand, and he viciously stabbed at the purple lightning bull. There was a ruthless look in his eyes. Xianxia definitely could not free himself to deal with the centurion at this time. Although he had the little demoness, he had ordered her to protect Yu Fenghua with her life. Therefore, the little demoness would definitely not choose to attack the centurion. However, to Xianxia's surprise, the centurion's body suddenly flew out. Vaguely, Xianxia seemed to see a flash of moonlight. Could it be her? There were not many people in the world who could use moonlight as a weapon, except for the Moon Lady. However, at this critical moment, he could not think too much. The terrifying purple lightning bull's body slammed into the three-headed lava hound's stomach. The three-headed lava hound's power that was condensing was instantly scattered, and its entire body fell into the volcano. At this time, Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, Yu Fenghua also breathed a sigh of relief. What a daredevil! She actually revealed a rare smile. In the past, when she was in the Palace of Eternal Life, she had a nickname, Cold Moon Ruthless. There were two meanings. One was that she had a rare celestial martial soul, the moon martial soul. The other was that she was cold and emotionless, and did not smile much. Anyway, other than her parents, no one had seen her smile again. But now, she was actually smiling again, which surprised even herself. The situation at this time was a little strange. The three-headed lava hound was seriously injured. The centurion of the Eagle Army was seriously injured. Only the deputy general and Ling Xiao were unharmed, but they were somewhat exhausted. Of course, the little demoness hiding in the dark, Yu Fenghua, and Lai Huang, who had just arrived, were also fine. However, they did not participate in the battle for the time being. Lai Huang, help me keep an eye on the three-headed lava hound. If it does anything strange, tell me immediately. I will kill the deputy general first. Ling Xiao sensed Lai Huang's arrival, but Lai Huang was definitely not the three-headed lava hound's opponent, so he could only help keep an eye on it. Arrogant man, don't take everything on yourself. You're no match for them alone. Yu Fenghua walked out from the shadows. The little devil girl followed closely behind. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, "The little devil girl and I will deal with the three-headed lava hound. We can at least stall it for you. Leave that heavily injured centurion to our centurion, Lai Huang. You just need to focus on dealing with that deputy general." Ling Xiao was about to speak when Yu Fenghua added, "Don't refuse. You don't have the right to refuse." After speaking, she pounced on the three-headed lava hound. Little devil girl, protect her well. Ling Xiao also knew that Yu Fenghua's method was the best. It was much better than the strategy he had come up with previously. He had ignored this strategy because he did not want Yu Fenghua to be in danger. But now, there was no other way. He could only hope that the little devil girl could protect Yu Fenghua well. Lai Huang, do as she says. No problem. After assigning the battle tasks, Ling Xiao returned to his purple lightning ox form and looked at the deputy of the Eagle Army. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my Eagle Army's business? The deputy of the Eagle Army frowned. Most people in this country did not dare to offend him, let alone the 14th prince's man. In terms of cultivation alone, he was much stronger than this young man. Did this kid have a death wish? I'm interfering with your Eagle Army's business. I've killed all your underlings. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao sneered. The 8 male and female immortal swords appeared in his hands. Lava was boiling all over his body. It was quite shocking. The reason why he chose the top-level lava battle body was because they were at the mouth of a volcano. The power of the lava battle body would be stronger. Of course, nothing was set in stone. He would still adapt to the next battle. After all, he had never been an old-fashioned person. Nonsense. You think you can kill so many of my Eagle Army's men? The lieutenant general didn't believe Ling Xiao's words at all. Are you an idiot? If we didn't destroy your people, why would Lai Huang and I have the time to come and cause trouble for you? Ling Xiao sneered, it's up to you to believe it or not. When you go to hell, you can ask your comrades what happened. Do you really have to kill them? The deputy general's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Indeed. Ling Xiao nodded. Then go to hell. The deputy general suddenly launched an attack. His weapon was a saber. It seemed to be an immortal-grade spirit weapon. Compared to Ling Xiao's 8 immortal swords, it was one level lower. Therefore, in terms of weapons, Ling Xiao had the advantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to face this guy one-on-one. The other party's movement technique was terrifying as well. From the looks of it, it was a top-tier Jade-grade movement technique. As for Ling Xiao's 1,000-mile wolf, only the last 2 moves were top-tier Jade-grade movement techniques. The first 7 moves were actually just a top-grade high-tier Jade-grade movement technique. Even so, Ling Xiao had already mastered these 7 moves to perfection. In terms of movement techniques, he was not inferior to his opponent at all. In terms of speed and flexibility, he was even better. Perhaps, this was the so-called talent. Seeing this, the lieutenant general couldn't help but be surprised. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be able to master a top-tier Jade-grade movement technique to such a level. With such talent, are you a genius disciple of the Arcana Academy? A frog in a well. Is the Arcana Academy the only one in the world? Ling Xiao was worried about Yufeng Hua, so he didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. As he spoke, he intensified his attacks. Since his movement technique was better than his opponent's, he would use it to fight. After all, in terms of pure strength, his opponent was much stronger than him. Bang! After many probing and dodging, the two finally clashed. Then they separated quickly. That's a divine-grade spiritual weapon. Which family are you from? Ling Xiao wasn't at a disadvantage in this clash, because he used his fighting techniques to the extreme. He used his advantage to attack his opponent's weakness. So the lieutenant general was the one at a disadvantage. However, what the lieutenant general saw was not the marvelous skills of his martial arts, but the difference in the weapon. Greed appeared in his eyes. Although I don't use a long sword, if I give this weapon to the 14th prince as a gift, he will definitely like it. I'm afraid he won't be so lucky. Ling Xiao spoke fast, and his attacks were even faster. He stabbed with both swords at the same time, in different directions, with different moves. This was another advantage he had over his opponent. Double wielding, cut Xianming, break yin and yang. You have this kind of ability? The lieutenant general was stunned for a moment. He quickly retreated and used his martial arts to defend himself. He was stronger than Ling Xiao in terms of strength, so he underestimated his opponent at the beginning. But at this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent at all. He had already treated Ling Xiao as an opponent on the same level as him. Scorching Sun Saber. The lieutenant general roared. As he retreated, he raised his saber high and slashed down fiercely. There seemed to be a red sun flashing on the saber. The light was dazzling, and the temperature instantly exploded. The martial arts technique used by this guy was also a top-tier jade-grade martial arts technique, and it was a good one. It was more powerful than Ling Zhao's cut Xianming and breaking yang. So in an instant, the scorching sun saber defeated the two attacks. However, the power of the combination of the two attacks also collapsed the saber chi of the scorching sun saber. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Oh no! The lieutenant general seemed to have realized that his opponent had used a less powerful and less energy-consuming move to exchange for his big one. Although his cultivation was much higher than Ling Zhao's, the scorching sun saber was his strongest martial arts technique. Now that it was offset by Ling Zhao's two small moves, he was at a disadvantage. I don't believe you can block it. The lieutenant general flew into a rage out of humiliation. He attacked Ling Xiao with the scorching sun saber again, but he only used the power of the profound achievement in the previous attack. This time, he used the power of the great fulfillment. Do you think you're the only one who knows martial arts techniques of this level? Ling Xiao sneered. He stabbed with both swords again. Dual wield, King of Annihilation, Ghost Dragon Slaying. He used two moves at the same time again. King of Annihilation was a top-tier jade-grade martial arts technique, which was of the same level as the scorching sun saber. It was perfect to weaken the power of the scorching sun saber. As for the ghost-slaying dragon, it was a martial skill of a higher grade than the sun battle saber. Since it was launched later, the deputy general had no way to react. The terrifying attack directly hit his body and sent him flying into the dense forest. Ling Xiao did not spare him and flew into the dense forest. He absolutely couldn't let anyone live. Otherwise, today's battle might be leaked out. The deputy general naturally didn't die in the forest. After all, he was stronger than Ling Xiao. Although he had been hit directly, he had only suffered minor injuries. However, the deputy general didn't want to continue fighting. He had started to fear his opponent. He had also started to doubt himself. He wanted to leave just like that and report the situation here to the 14th prince. However, how could Ling Xiao give him such an opportunity? There was no one else in the forest. There was only the deputy general and Ling Xiao, who had chased after him. Ling Xiao released his tyrannical sky martial soul without restraint. Terrifying power poured out of the pitch-black universe and fused into the two swords. It's been a long time since I used all my strength to deal with someone. It's an honor that you're dead, tyrannical sky, ghost war emperor. The vast universe was pitch black. Suddenly, a huge figure walked out of the universe. It was a strange, gigantic monster. Its entire body exuded sharp sword intent and killing intent. It pounced on the deputy general like a comet. Faced with this despairing attack, the deputy general frantically used all sorts of abilities to block and evade it. Unfortunately, it was useless. The huge ghost war emperor finally landed on the ground. A large part of the dense forest had been cut off. The deputy general had been buried by the violent sword chi along with the dense forest. After killing the deputy general of the Eagle Troop, Ling Xiao put away his tyrannical sky marshal soul and heaved a sigh of relief. The combination of a divine-grade spirit weapon and the tyrant marshal soul made him use almost all the means at his disposal except for the butterfly lady and Yuan venerates. Only then had he finally killed the deputy general. This process had been really tough. Even so, he had still gained a lot. He had finally broken through 20% of his energy at the peak of the 8th level of hell. Next, he just needed to condense another 80% of his energy to break through to the 9th level of hell. Only by reaching that level of cultivation would he be considered an ordinary genius martialist in the royal capital. Ling Xiao didn't have time to enjoy the joy of this victory. After killing the deputy general, he immediately returned in the direction of the volcano because he was worried about Yu Fenghua. However, when he arrived there, he found that Yu Fenghua was still standing on top of a huge boulder without a speck of dust. As for the corpse of the three-headed lava hound, it was lying on the ground. It was unknown when the battle had ended. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. It seemed like the Moon Lady was stronger than him both before and after reincarnating. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. The Moon Lady was born in the Eternal Palace. With the best resources in the Black Tortoise continent, the most powerful martial arts, and his own foundation, it would be strange if he was not as strong as him. It seems like my worries were unnecessary. Ling Xiao chuckled and shook his head. He wasn't jealous of Yu Fenghua at all. Instead, he felt a strong sense of security. As long as Yu Fenghua was stronger than him, he would not have to worry. Young hero Ling, come and help me. Suddenly, a loud cry for help came from Lai Huang's side. Damn, you can't even defeat a heavily injured centurion? Ling Xiao frowned and was a little dissatisfied. However, when he turned his head, he discovered that the centurion of the Eagle Army had a similar talisman as the deputy general. It was a powerful talisman. It was just that the effects were different. This talisman had summoned a huge lava monster that was attacking Lai Huang. However, the centurion was nowhere to be seen. Oh no, that guy escaped. Ling Xiao immediately released his soul power to capture the centurion's whereabouts. That guy shouldn't have escaped too far. If he chased, he would definitely be able to catch up. As for Lai Huang being forced back, he didn't care at all. Although the lava monster was strong, it could only last for 5 minutes. Lai Huang could still hold on, so he didn't need to worry. Found him. Ling Xiao finally caught a whiff of the centurion's aura. However, his expression immediately turned ugly. This was because he discovered that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were heading up the mountain. The two girls must have come up the mountain to search for Ling Xiao because he had left. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the 7th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. This cultivation level could be considered invincible in the 8 Immortal City. However, in front of the centurion of the Eagle Army, it was not worth mentioning. Although the centurion was heavily injured, his cultivation level was much higher. He could probably kill Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death within 10 moves. Ling Xiao thought of this and transformed into a wolf-shaped lightning bolt as he sped in that direction. Although Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were not his true love, they had been through life and death situations with him. He definitely couldn't allow these two women to be hurt. Originally, he wanted the corpse of the three-headed lava hound. However, in order to save people, he couldn't even care about that. At this moment, he only wanted to kill the centurion as soon as possible. Faster, faster, Ling Xiao actually discovered the centurion's corpse on the ground. There was no one around. He couldn't help but be shocked. Too heavily injured? So he died? Big brother Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, 2 crisp sounds could be heard from the forest. Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were actually there, unharmed. Both of them had broken through at the same time. Lin Ruoxian was already at the middle stage of the 8th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Moon Death was at the early stage of the 8th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel that a lot of the power of the General of Nine Snakes and General of Ling Yu's sealed within their bodies had been released. Ling Xiao had helped them seal this power in their bodies. This way, it wouldn't continue to leak out. Ordinary warriors didn't have this ability. If they suddenly received a large amount of power, they would explode. They would either explode to death, release the power, or store it in some container. However, Ling Xiao could turn this power into his own potential and store it in his cells. He could also help others do this, but unfortunately, it wasn't as perfect as him. He could store 100% of it, but he would lose at least half of it to help others. However, even so, it could still be used for Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death for a long time. At the very least, this kind of accumulated power would exist before they reached the 18th level of Hell. Therefore, the cultivation of these two girls would increase very quickly. There was another person who had this advantage, and that was Ling Yin. He had the complete inheritance of the 8 Immortals Patriarch in his body. It was also sealed with Ling Zhao's help. Now that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death had broken through, and it was a major breakthrough, there was only one possibility. It was because they had killed the Centurion of the Eagle Army. Did you kill him? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Yes, this person attacked us crazily and was extremely powerful. However, we didn't make the same mistake as when we dealt with him last time. We calmly used our Dharma treasures to kill the heavily injured him. Lin Ruoxian explained. Hehe, looks like you've grown. The stronger Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were, the more help they would be to Ling Xiao. Naturally, he would be happy. Let's go, I'll bring you to meet a friend. Ling Xiao brought Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death to the volcano. Yu Fenghua was still there. The little devil girl was also there. Lai Huang was lying on the ground, panting heavily. The huge lava monster was already gone. What a beautiful woman. The moment they saw Yu Fenghua, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death let out the same exclamation. They were considered stunning beauties, but compared to Yu Fenghua, they were not on the same level. This made the two girls feel helpless, but more than that, they were amazed. The person I want to introduce to you is Yu Fenghua, my new friend. Ling Xiao smiled and introduced Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, then said, Fenghua, these two are my good friends, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. You really know how to make friends. Your luck with women is not bad. Yu Fenghua did not know why, but when she saw Ling Zhao's good relationship with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, she actually felt jealous. Therefore, she blurted out such words. When she said it, she was stunned. She did not understand why she was like this. She could clearly maintain her indifference and absolute calmness in front of others. Why did she lose her composure after seeing this guy called Ling Xiao? Fenghua, listen to me. They are really just my friends. It's not like what you think. Ling Xiao had just found his true love. He really did not want Moon Death to misunderstand. You don't have to explain to me. We just met by chance. Yu Fenghua said lightly. After saying that, she actually put on the bamboo hat again. There was a black gauze on the bamboo hat, which covered her beautiful face. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly, but he didn't explain anything. He believed that his feelings for the Moon Lady were real. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, he had met too many beautiful women. However, the one who was truly in love with him was this woman. In this life, it would never change. Fearing that the more he explained, the more confused he became, the more he targeted the corpse of the three-headed lava hound. He took out the three-headed lava hound's crystal core and gave it to her. This avatar of his had the ability to devour all heat energy. Either light or heat would do. Therefore, this three-headed lava hound's demonic beast core was definitely beneficial to her. As for Ling Xiao himself, he kept the three-headed lava hound's corpse into the mountain river world. Yu Fenghua didn't say anything about it, so it was hard to tell what she was thinking. After she devoured the three-headed lava hound's demonic beast core, she began to cultivate at the mouth of the volcano. After Ling Xiao obtained the three-headed lava hound's corpse, he sat down cross-legged and began to use the special effect of the Sky Tyrant martial soul to transform it into a beast soul. Sister Moon Lady, whether you know me or not, I, Ling Xiao, will protect you with all my heart. Forever, therefore, I must become stronger. With that in mind, Ling Xiao had already entered a frenzied state of cultivation. In front of everyone, he ate the mid-grade spirit stones and yin and yang pills like they were fried beans. Lai Huang, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. My goodness, where did this young hero Ling come from? Isn't he an ordinary person? How could he have such an extravagant cultivation method? Those spiritual stones are as if they cost nothing, those pills are even eaten in large quantities. Yu Fenghua was also surprised. Ordinary martial artists would never dare to do such a thing. Although the medium spiritual stones and pills were good things, there was a limit to how much a person's body could withstand. If they were too hasty, the result would be very troublesome. If things went wrong, he might even lose his life. They would directly explode from the terrifying energy. However, Ling Xiao's body was as deep as the universe. It was vast and boundless. No matter what entered his body, it seemed to be able to transform and refine it. After about 10 minutes, the three-headed lava hound's corpse had completely disappeared. A large amount of energy, stimulated by the spiritual stones and pills, surged into Ling Xiao's inner hell. This caused Ling Xiao's strength to soar from 20% to 70%. This wasn't the end. At this time, the three-headed lava hound had just been transformed into a beast soul. A portion of its strength was still stored in its soul. Ling Xiao activated the deity dog position and took out the Black Wolf General's beast soul. He merged it into his body and turned it into his own energy. Unfortunately, it was like a drop in the ocean. It couldn't cause any waves. After that, he placed the newly transformed three-headed lava hound's beast soul into the deity dog position. At that moment, the energy contained in the three-headed lava hound's beast soul exploded again. The last 30% of the energy was also filled. The door to the 9th level of hell appeared above Ling Xiao's head. It was completely open. He had broken through again, and this breakthrough gave him more confidence to protect Yu Fenghua. However, for this breakthrough, he had used up close to 10,000 medium spiritual stones. He had also used up more than 100 yin-yang pills. Ordinary people couldn't afford to be so extravagant. Even if he was a disciple of a large family, he wouldn't be able to use this kind of resource as freely as Ling Xiao. With a huge increase in his cultivation, his strength naturally soared as well. If he were to meet the Deputy General now, he would be killed in a second. There was no need to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He had broken through, and so did his external incarnation. After completely devouring the three-headed lava hound's beast core, Yu Fenghua's cultivation had jumped from the middle stage of the 9th level of hell to the late stage and reached the peak stage. The little devil girl's aura also became stronger. Are you leaving? Yu Fenghua couldn't help but ask when she saw Ling Xiao open his eyes. Yes, I'm going to the Chen Kingdom's capital to join the Arcana Academy and cultivate at a higher level. Ling Xiao nodded and said, what about you? Do you want to come with me? He knew that Yu Fenghua didn't have any other friends here, but he still had to ask. Of course. You're my only friend in the Chen Kingdom. I'll go with you, lest you get killed. Yu Fenghua said lightly. Although her voice was cold, Ling Xiao was very happy to hear her concern. It seemed like even though the Moon Lady had reincarnated, she still had feelings for Ling Xiao in her subconscious. This kind of love went deep into her bones and soul. Then I'll have to trouble heroine Fenghua. Ling Xiao smiled and then stood up and said, in 2 more days, the 7th prince will probably enter the 8 immortal city. We'll set off then. Then I'll go deal with the corpses and organize the defense. Lai Huang felt like he was a huge third wheel here. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, he hurriedly said. Then I'll have to trouble Centurion Lai Huang. Ling Xiao nodded and then said to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, you two can cultivate here. This place is suitable for cultivation. You two can come as well. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and said. Okay. The two nodded, then sat down and closed their eyes. Fenghua, I'll have to trouble you to wait for 2 more days. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fenghua and said. It doesn't matter. Yu Fenghua said coldly and then sat down. He couldn't see her face clearly and didn't know what she was thinking. However, Ling Xiao was already very satisfied that the person he loved was by his side. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao used these 2 days to consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, he started to cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard and the higher-level Lightning Shield. Perhaps it was because his hard work paid off, or perhaps it was because his cultivation had broken through. The Lightning Shield allowed him to cultivate to the proficient level. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard had also reached the small success level. He could finally have a Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. These 2 days didn't go to waste. Although there were a few waves of people who came, their strength wasn't very high. The War Eagle army easily dealt with them. After bidding farewell to the War Eagle army, Ling Xiao took Yufenghua, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and embarked on the journey to the Qin Kingdom's capital. That place was like a big river, and they were only small carps. They couldn't cause any waves in the big river. Carps couldn't compare to the big river. If they didn't jump through the Dragon's Gate, there wouldn't be any real change. This was what Ling Xiao was pursuing. On the way, Ling Xiao transformed into the black-striped flying tiger and carried the beauties. They arrived at the Qin Kingdom's capital at dawn the next day. The capital city was named Thunder City. This was because the Qin Kingdom's royal family basically all had lightning martial spirits. Although there were many variants, they were all related to lightning. This was also the key reason why the 13th prince wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Emperor. Lightning City occupied a large area. Looking at the area, it was at least 10 times larger than the 8 Immortal City. It was extremely vast. No matter how large the black-striped flying tiger was, it was nothing more than a mosquito in front of the enormous Thunder capital. Riding a demonic beast was nothing much to martial artists. However, Ling Xiao did not want to be too conspicuous. When he was about 1,000 meters away from Lei Du, he transformed back into his original form. He was traveling on foot with a few beauties. With their speed, it would only take them a few minutes to cover this distance. Let's stick to the original plan and use Jihyun of Silla's name to gain a foothold in the royal city. Ling Xiao had gotten acquainted with the 7th prince, Qin Kangming, and decided to support him to become the king of the Qin kingdom. But now was not the time to reveal it. After all, Qin Kangming's foundation was too shallow. Not only would he not be of any help to him in the capital, he would even be detrimental to him. But Jihyun of Silla was different. After entering the royal city, there were 2 people that one could not afford to offend. One was Jihyun of Silla, and the other was the flying eagle killing god, 14th Prince Qin Xianxia. Even the king of the Qin kingdom was not as dangerous as these 2. Therefore, if one became a subordinate of Jihyun of Silla, one would at least be safer. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Lei Du. Although Lei Du had 4 city gates, each gate only had one main road. However, after a few hundred meters, there would be many branching roads, like tributaries flowing into a large river. Every branching road was filled with people. It made people feel more lively than they had ever felt before. This Black Tortoise continent is indeed more powerful than the previous 3 continents. Just the small Qin kingdom is already more lively than the most prosperous cities of the previous 3 continents. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart as he arrived at the city gate with the others. Since Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death all had the admission certificate of the Arcana Academy, the guards at the city gate were very polite to them. And since Yufenghua was with them, it was naturally easy for them to pass through. Originally, ordinary people were not allowed to enter the city with their faces covered. Yufenghua could be considered to have enjoyed special treatment. As soon as they stepped into the imperial city, a group of people appeared in front of them. "Sir, are you Lord Ling Xiao and his group?" The leader of the group cupped his hands and asked. "That's right." "You are?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "Oh, we are the soldiers of Jihyun of Silla's residence." Jihyun of Silla was worried that young hero and the others would not be familiar with the situation, so he specially ordered us to welcome you. The leader of the group said very politely. "So that's how it is. Jihyun of Silla is really well informed. He actually knew that I would arrive in the royal city today. Well, it just so happens that I am not familiar with the royal city. Lead the way." Ling Xiao glanced at the leader and smiled. "This way, please." The leader and Ling Xiao's group walked in the middle. The rest of the group opened up a path in front, while the rest protected them from behind. They were quite cautious. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's attention was completely focused on the majestic Thunder City. In the center of Thunder City was an inner city. A wide and tall gate stood tall, blocking everyone from entering. That was where the royal palace was located, the inner city. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter easily. Outside the inner city was the responsibility of the City Defense Battalion, which was Gu Mingyu's father, Gu Tianba. He was the commander of the City Defense Battalion and a first-grade marquis. He had a high position and authority. The inner city was under the responsibility of the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army had more than 50,000 soldiers, and they were all carefully selected. Each of them was very powerful. They were only responsible for protecting the royal authority and not the commoners. From time to time, there would be soldiers of the City Defense Battalion patrolling the outer city. When they saw Ling Xiao's group, they actually stopped and made way. This made Ling Xiao somewhat surprised. Jihyun of Silla was really powerful in Thunder City. Even the City Defense Battalion had to make way when they saw his people. This could be said to be monstrous power. There were many people on the road, all kinds of people. Ling Xiao was one of the most inconspicuous among these people. Therefore, no one would notice him. This young man who walked lightly on the streets of Thunder City with his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something, would actually become the person who would change the world of Qin country. His existence would change the direction of the wheel of history. The future of Qin country would also change because of him. I'm suddenly a little hungry. Why don't we eat something before leaving? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the guard captain and said. That's not very good, young hero Ling. We're just following orders. It wouldn't be good if something went wrong. The guard captain frowned and said. It's fine. We won't go too far. Isn't there a restaurant? Looking at the size, it's pretty high-end. You guys just wait outside. What can happen? Ling Xiao smiled and walked toward the restaurant. The other three girls followed closely behind. The guard captain seemed a little angry and helpless. He could only order his subordinates to surround the restaurant and then personally accompany Ling Xiao to the restaurant. The restaurant was very big, but there were also many guests. Therefore, it wasn't easy to find a seat. However, Ling Xiao's group was lucky. They happened to find a clean table, ordered a few dishes, and waited. The captain of the guards stood at the side like a wooden pillar. I say, can you stand a little further away? You're making me lose my appetite. In any case, I'm your prince's guest. You don't have to look at me like I'm a prisoner, right? It's my duty. Please forgive me. The guard captain still refused to leave. Ling Xiao's face suddenly darkened. I told you to get out, so get out. Don't be so long-winded. You really think I don't know that you're not Jihyun of Silla's man, but the 14th prince's? Ah. The guard captain obviously didn't expect Ling Xiao to see through his identity. But even if he was seen through, he still had to pretend. Young hero, you must be joking. We've all followed Prince Jihyun of Silla for many years. How could we be the 14th prince's men? Ling Xiao sneered. As far as I know, Gu Tianba and Marquis Yixiang of the city defense camp are both the 14th prince's men. How could his man be so polite to Jihyun of Silla's men? But I'm afraid you can't be sure based on this. This is the royal city. It's normal to be polite to Prince Jihyun of Silla's men. The guard captain was still stubbornly pretending. Then what's with this waist tag? Ling Xiao suddenly flashed a waist tag. On it were the words Prince of War. The 14th prince was the Prince of War. This was his title. Ah! The guard captain exclaimed again. He was shocked. That waist tag was in my storage ring. How could it be? At this time, he had nothing to pretend anymore. Ling Xiao had already found out. There was no point in pretending. Who told you that you can't steal things from the storage ring? Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly threw the waist tag at the guard captain. The guard captain hurriedly took out his weapon to block, but was directly blasted out of the restaurant. Go back and tell your 14th prince that he'd better not play this trick on me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning him. Get out. His "get lost" was extremely loud and clear, like a clap of thunder. Unrelated people didn't feel anything when they heard it. It was just that it was loud. However, when the 14th prince and the others heard this, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. They were so scared that they fled in panic. Who would have thought that the dignified 14th prince would play such lowly tricks? I thought that he was a 9-star prince and a flying eagle killing god. Who would have thought that he would be so despicable and shameless? Lin Ruoxian obviously didn't realize that the guard captain was faking it. He couldn't help but curse in his shock. This restaurant was not a place where one could hide their voices. This scene was naturally seen by others. "Miss, be careful with your words. If you dare to talk about the 14th prince behind his back again, you might lose your life." A voice rang out. A girl walked down from the attic. She was about 16 or 17 years old. Her appearance was not bad, and her strength was not bad either. She looked at Lin Ruoxian coldly, her eyes filled with jealousy and viciousness. "We are guests of Her Highness Jihyun of Silla. The 14th prince dares to treat us like this. Can't I even say a word?" Moon Death could not help but ask. "That's right, you can't." A cold glint flashed in the girl's eyes, and a murderous aura rose on her face. "Other than the king, whoever doesn't listen to the 14th prince's words will die. You are the example." At this point, she suddenly waved her hand, and a black snake all flew through the air. It whistled through the air and shot directly towards Moon Death's forehead. She clearly wanted to take Moon Death's life. Her methods were extremely vicious. Her actions also showed that she was in the same boat as the 14th prince. She didn't even put Jihyun of Silla in her eyes. When Ling Xiao was sizing up this girl, he could feel her dense murderous aura, so he had been very careful. Seeing her trembling wrist and wanting to kill without saying a word, he couldn't help but be filled with boundless murderous intent. He had seen such a vicious person before, and that person's ending was death. He coldly raised his hand, and the chopsticks in his hand accurately caught the snake awl. The snake awl was not big, only the size of an adult's pinky, but it flickered with a green glow. It was obviously smeared with poison. With such a strong poison, even a small scratch would cause great harm to one's skin. "Miss, your thoughts are a bit too vicious." They were just speaking the truth. Even if they offended the 14th prince, it's pardonable. There's no need to kill them, right? Ling Zhao's voice was cold and murderous. He was really angry. He had just arrived at the imperial city, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. But who would have thought that the 14th prince would send someone to pick him up as soon as he entered the city? His motive was obvious. In the storage ring of the guard captain, there was not only a waste token, but also a secret order: lure Ling Xiao and the others to a secret place. If they refused to submit, kill them. Just based on this, Ling Xiao was not done with the 14th prince. He had seen through the other party's scheme, but only chased them away. He didn't kill them because he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, he had just arrived and felt that he should keep a low profile. But with such a vicious and crazy woman suddenly popping out, he really couldn't hold back his anger. "Haven't you heard that trouble comes from a loose tongue? Although I don't know where you country bumpkins came from, in the imperial city, even if the 14th prince insulted your mother, you have to accept it without the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Moreover, they dared to insult the 14th prince, so they must pay the price in blood." At this point, the girl looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "I'll teach you today that there are rules in the imperial city. If you can't control your mouth, you'll die. Lowly people like you can pollute the imperial city with even the air you breathe, not to mention slandering His Highness the Prince. You deserve 10,000 deaths." As she spoke, she circulated internal energy in her hands and pinched the 2 snake awls in her hands. She clearly looked at Ling Xiao. "My snake awls aren't something a lowly country bumpkin like you has the right to touch." Ling Xiao's gaze grew colder and colder. He knew that the girl in front of him was definitely not simple. According to common sense, he shouldn't provoke her. But he also knew that he, Ling Xiao, would never pretend to be a coward. When it was time to make a move, even if the other party was the Heavenly Emperor, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. "You keep saying that others are lowly, then what do you think you are? Are you the 14th prince's dog, or perhaps she was a bed attendant that he kept for himself? You have a beautiful face, But the things you do and the words you say are like snakes and scorpions. You're really disgusting. Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see the other party's furious expression, and continued to speak unhurriedly. You're courting death. The girl was finally angry. The number of snake alls in her hands increased to 10, and they all shot at Ling Xiao. A cold murderous aura spread in the restaurant, scaring the onlookers away. Even if they were just watching the show, they had to protect their lives. Otherwise, it would be tragic if they lost their lives while watching the show. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the incoming snake alls. I'm courting death? You're just at the middle stage of the 8th level of hell. I really don't know who gave you the courage to be so arrogant. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. As he spoke, he casually raised his hand, and the snake all between his chopsticks suddenly flew out. He didn't even bother to use a martial technique to deal with such trash. The other party's snake all was enough. The snake all suddenly released a powerful force in the air, completely blocking the girl's 10 snake alls. And shattering them. Then, the snake all continued to fly out with unstoppable momentum. In that instant, the young girl was so scared that her face lost all color. At this moment, the captain of the guards who had been blasted out of the restaurant by Ling Xiao actually dashed over from the stairs. He waved his saber in an attempt to block the snake all. You overestimate yourself. I'll spare your dog life, but you still won't leave. Don't blame me for what happens next. Ling Xiao sneered. The guard captain was not weak either, even stronger than the girl. He had reached the late stage of the 8th level of hell in Yinyang realm. But so what? Ling Xiao, who had made a huge breakthrough in the mysterious valley, looked at this person as if he were looking at a clown. Young miss, don't be afraid. I'm coming. He confidently rushed out just to block Ling Xiao's snake all. However, the snake all shattered the saber in his hand and stabbed into his body. The poison was instantly released. He fell to the ground in fright, trembling and convulsing. The girl hurriedly gave the guard captain the antidote, but unfortunately, the guard captain still died. How could a poison that had been modified by Ling Xiao be so easily cured? But the guard captain's death was not in vain. At this moment, dozens of young experts had already entered the restaurant. These people were about 17 or 18 years old, but they were all powerful. They were all at the 8th level of hell in Yinyang realm. If they were in the 8 Immortals County, they would be much stronger than the 3 sect masters. The imperial capital, where geniuses gathered, was indeed worthy of its reputation. These people surrounded the girl. They were clearly the girl's escorts or guards. The girl hid in the crowd, her expression ferocious. You dare to attack me? Do you know who I am? She roared angrily like a tigress whose food had been snatched away. I don't care who you are. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, and a terrifying killing intent spread throughout the restaurant. This powerful killing intent caused the expressions of many onlookers to change greatly. They thought that Ling Xiao was just making things up when he said that he was Ji Hyun of Scylla's guest. But now, they believed the young man's words. His strength was truly terrifying. I don't care who you are, ugly woman. If you can attack me, I can attack you. Although that woman's words sounded ridiculous, she could attack others, hurt others, and humiliate others. Others couldn't resist or fight back. This didn't seem to make sense. However, Ling Xiao, who had experienced a lot, understood that this was not funny at all. In fact, it was very reasonable. In the capital city, there was a group of people like this. They held high positions and had illustrious backgrounds. They could often kill, torture, and humiliate others. They could break the law at will, but they would not be punished. Because this was the law of the profound world, the law of the jungle. They might not be strong, but their relatives and their families were strong enough, unless you had the ability to overturn all of this. Otherwise, even if they bullied you, you would have to endure it. But Ling Xiao was a person who didn't believe in heresy. He couldn't be attacked and humiliated by others and still endure it. He was the heavenly emperor of the heavenly empire, a person who aspired to unify the profound world. He couldn't admit defeat in front of a vicious and ugly woman. Those people who were protecting the young girl looked at Ling Xiao very fiercely, as if Ling Xiao had committed an unforgivable crime. But at the same time, they were very cautious. Because Ling Zhao's attack just now had already displayed part of his strength, coupled with that powerful killing intent, they couldn't help but be careful. In the capital city, no one dares to call me ugly. Now, kneel in front of me, lick my shoes clean, and then swear allegiance to the 14th prince. I can give you a chance to become my slave, and let you accompany me by my side. The fear on the young girl's face gradually faded, perhaps because there were too many people. Her arrogant expression once again appeared on her cheeks. She must teach this arrogant youth a lesson. In the capital city, she had never been offended like this. This was the first time. The arrogance of a frog at the bottom of a well, that's because you haven't seen the real sky. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully, then lifted his foot and walked towards the young girl, coldly saying, I will also give you a chance. Kneel down, slap yourself, 10 slaps to the face, then you can get lost. I won't kill you, consider it giving face to the 14th prince, but don't go too far this afternoon. A contemptuous smile hung on his face. He believed that in this world, strength was always respected. Even if this young girl's position was very respected, without strength, she still dared to find trouble with him, a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant and seeking death. What did you say? The young girl didn't seem to hear Ling Zhao's words clearly, her body was violently trembling. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this, never. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more words. Using his hand as a sword, he pointed at the young girl, and a terrifying sword aura instantly soared into the sky. Even the roof of the restaurant couldn't block it. In the shadow martial arts, the weakest move, sword chiming mountain, was used by him. This was only a high-tier jade grade martial art, although it was the best of the high-tier jade grade martial arts. But it was still ridiculed by the flower protectors. You dare to show off a high-tier jade grade martial art? What a joke. A total of 8 flower protectors, in order to fight for the credit of defeating Ling Xiao, actually channeled their internal energy and attacked Ling Xiao together. Ling Zhao's face hung a disdainful smile. Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and Yu Fenghua didn't have any intention of helping. The onlookers in the restaurant were all surprised. What an arrogant youth, the other party insulted him, and he will fight back, never compromise, never admit defeat. Arrogant? I think he's stupid, daring to attack without knowing who the other party is. He's courting death. That's not necessarily true. Do you know where this youth came from? What if he's really a guest of Her Highness Jihyun of Silla? Jihyun of Silla isn't any worse than the war prince. But this youth's martial arts skills are too weak, he must be from a small place. While the crowd was discussing, Ling Xiao had already met the 8 flower protectors. Get out of my way. Suddenly, sword radiance gushed out. Yin Mountain appeared. The peak of Yin Mountain was like a terrifying sword aura, piercing through the defense of the 8 flower protectors. It was powerful and invincible. Boom! 8 figures flew out at the same time, landing on the street outside the restaurant. The 8 of them were injured by the sword aura, covered in blood, and obviously unable to continue fighting. Everyone discussed animatedly, their hearts filled with shock. It seemed that this young man was only 16 or 17 years old. How could he have such terrifying strength, such a tyrannical cultivation? He fought against 8 people alone and easily won. This young man, even in the capital, could be called a genius. The young girl's gaze instantly froze. Her arrogant expression became extremely awkward. Watching her 8 flower protectors being sent flying with one move, her heart was already surging with monstrous waves. No. Don't come over. She was terrified. She no longer had the arrogance from before, especially when she saw Ling Xiao walking towards her step by step. The fear in her heart instantly rose to the extreme. Usually, she used her family's power to flaunt her prowess in the capital, wantonly humiliating foreign martial artists. Those people had never dared to resist her. So she became more and more arrogant. But today, she had hit a nail. A nail that made her incomparably regretful. Kneel. Ling Zhao's voice suddenly sounded. The young girl subconsciously knelt on the ground with both knees. She didn't want to do so, but that terrifying pressure seemed to have a terrifying magic that forced her to kneel. There was an uproar in the surroundings. Many people knew the identity of this young girl. Seeing that Ling Xiao dared to make the young girl kneel, they were all shocked. You asked me to kneel for you, lick your shoes clean, and be your slave. But now, you're kneeling in front of me without even the courage to stand up. What are you? Ling Xiao didn't like to cause trouble. But he was absolutely not afraid of trouble. Because his strength wasn't strong enough, he hoped to keep a low profile. But if there were people who didn't want him to keep a low profile, then he would keep a high profile for them. He was afraid that if he kept a high profile, they wouldn't be able to control themselves. Moreover, facing this kind of vicious and ugly woman who wanted a yard after taking an inch. Your weakness would only make her more rampant. If you took a step back, she would take 10 steps forward. If Ling Xiao really had to kneel today, then he would be crippled. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. This couldn't be allowed to happen. Moreover, kneeling to obtain the other party's forgiveness, that was obviously impossible. The final result would be kneeling, being humiliated, and possibly dying without a complete corpse. It wasn't as if there were no such examples. Ling Xiao had seen many. So, could he admit defeat? Would he be able to do as he was told? If he couldn't do it, then he had to resist, even if the road ahead was filled with unknown dangers. Ling Xiao never thought of himself as a good person. He didn't think that he was a pushover either. He didn't think that he was a soft-hearted person. Since he had already come this far, he might as well be even more arrogant. You can't hit me. My status is incomparably noble. If you hit me, you're dead. The young lady's body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, other than using her identity to threaten the other party, she couldn't find any other way to solve this problem. Honorable? I really can't tell. Ling Xiao said in disdain, you should understand that the profound world is a world where strength is respected. A person's status is earned by their own ability. Perhaps your family is very powerful, but in front of me, you are a complete piece of trash. A fox borrowing the tiger's might to intimidate others. Useless mud can't support a wall. Don't worry, I said before that I won't kill you, but these 10 slaps, I must do it. He continued to walk forward without the slightest hesitation in his eyes. Whatever he said he would do it. You're crazy. You lunatic. You dare to hit me? I will definitely let you die without a burial ground. Since I was born, in this world, no one has dared to slap me, even my father didn't hit me. The young lady roared loudly. She wanted to turn around and run away, but the pressure Ling Xiao gave her was too terrifying, to the extent that her body couldn't move at all. Then I will feel very honored. The feeling of slapping your face must be very good. A mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Stop. Stop your dirty and lowly actions. I swear, if you touch me, those 3 women with you will all be sent to the brothel and be trampled upon by countless men. The young lady let out a vicious curse. This made Ling Xiao's sneer become even more sinister. Other than deepening Ling Xiao's determination to hit her, it really didn't have any effect. There are some things that you have to pay the price for doing. There are some things that can never be said out loud. Otherwise, don't be surprised if you appear in the brothel of the royal city one day. Because I've remembered everything you've said. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to just slap the other party and get it over with, but the other party's vicious curse made him want to take revenge. His friends, his women, no one was allowed to humiliate them, never. Don't. The young lady was almost in despair. No matter how she threatened Ling Xiao's palm was already brandishing. A strong wind was blowing on his palm. With this slap, not only would she lose all her face, but her face would also be deformed. She could feel the terror of the slap. Have mercy. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the stairs. It was a woman. And Ling Xiao knew this woman. It was none other than Hong Min, who had followed Ji Hyun of Silla in the 8 Immortals County. At this moment, Hong Min's red dress was fluttering in the wind. She was like a goddess who had emerged from a raging fire. Her beauty and nobility actually caused countless people in the restaurant to cheer. This kind of beauty, if it were any other man, with just a few words, they would have already fallen under her skirt. TSK, even Ji Hyun of Silla's top strategist is here. I'm afraid she won't be able to see today's slap. That's right. Although Ji Hyun of Silla and the warring prince are at loggerheads in the imperial court, they like to rope in each other's people. If Hong Min can save the young lady, it will be a great favor. That's right. Moreover, the young lady's identity is indeed not ordinary. Since Hong Minor is here, if she doesn't help, it will cause a lot of trouble. What a pity. Everyone felt that regardless of whether Ling Xiao was Ji-hyun of Silla's man or not, since Hong Minor was here, this matter should be over. Ling Xiao looked at Hong Minor calmly. He had seen this woman once, but today, he realized that she was even more charming than before. And she exuded a noble aura from head to toe. That kind of nobility made people afraid to get close to her. However, there was no change in his eyes. Hong Minor's beauty was out of this world, but compared to the Moon Lady, she was still a far cry. Why would Ling Xiao care about her? Moreover, Hong Minor liked to play tricks. Back in the Eight Immortals County, when Enpa came to deal with him, it was probably this woman's doing. Therefore, not only did he not like this woman, but he also hated her. It was just that he did not show it. Miss Minor is pleading with her? Hong Minor felt helpless. She knew Ling Xiao's temper. He was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. She did not want to offend Ling Xiao because of this girl. However, after weighing the pros and cons, this girl's family was much more valuable to Ji-hyun of Silla than Ling Xiao. Therefore, she had no choice but to offend Ling Xiao today. That's right. You can't touch this woman. Hong Minor nodded. Her tone was firm and unyielding. It was as though Ling Xiao had to do as Hong Minor said. This tone made Ling Xiao uncomfortable. Even Chen Kanglin of Ji-hyun of Silla doesn't dare to talk to me like this. You're just her strategist. I respect you, but I'm not afraid of you. I hate it when people order me around. I hope there won't be a next time. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and firm. Upon hearing this, Hong Minor frowned. Did Ling Xiao really think he was someone important? Ji-hyun of Silla treated you well because she wanted to use you. Now, your value is obviously not comparable to that girl's family. Why should she give you face? She sneered in her heart and said, I don't dare to say that I'm ordering you around, but it's not that far off. After all, you're a grand lord trained by Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla. It's not too much to ask you to let someone go, right? Did you know that she attacked us with the snake awl? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. Hong Minor nodded. Did you know that she wanted me to kneel down and become her slave? Yes. Then did you know that she wanted to send my friend to the brothel? Yes. Very good. So you knew everything. That's good, you knew, but you still came to plead for her. It seems like you think that I'm easier to bully than she is, right? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now that things had come to this, he could not admit defeat. If he bowed down in front of Hong Minor, such things would happen more often in the future. Therefore, he had to display his strength and willpower. Only in this way could he stand tall in front of Ji-hyun of Silla. You're right. In the balance of power, you're not as important as her, much less her family. Hong Minor did not deny it. You should know your place. Don't cause trouble for Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla. Am I weightless? Today, I'll add some weight to you. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his hand to slap the young girl's face. Humans are not animals, there was no need to compromise on anything. It seems like you haven't figured out my character. When the loud slap was heard, Ling Xiao looked at Hong Minor coldly. He was giving Hong Minor a choice. They were his enemies. Or continue to be his partner for the sake of mutual benefits. He wanted to tell Hong Minor that he was not an insignificant chess piece that could be discarded at any time. Humans have to pay for what they've done. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's slap landed on her face again. He slapped her 10 times. Every slap was loud and clear. When the slaps landed on the young girl's face, Hong Minor's expression turned ugly. Inside the restaurant, there was a deathly silence. Who was that young girl? She was the 14th prince's cousin, noble consort Jiu Hua's maternal family. Although she was not a member of the royal family, she was a member of the royal family and had a close relationship with the 14th prince. The young man really did slap her. This slap was not only aimed at the young girl's face. It was aimed at the 14th prince's face, noble consort Jiu Hua's face, Hong Minor's face, and Ji-hyun of Silla's face. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a crazy person. The young girl's face was completely disfigured. However, she was not concerned about her face. She was concerned about her own face. She was a member of the royal family, noble consort Jiu Hua's maternal family. Many people wanted to curry favor with her. Who would dare to hit her? However, this young man did not hesitate to slap her 10 times today. Until now, she still could not believe that this was the truth. Her somewhat frightened and dazed eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Ling Xiao, you shouldn't have hit her. If you hit her, Ji Hyun of Silla won't be able to protect you, not to mention the 14th prince. Noble consort Jiu Hua's title is second only to the queen. Now, she's deeply favored by the king. If she were to say something to you, you wouldn't be able to survive in the imperial city. Hong Miner's voice was somewhat frightening and cold. Although she still had a noble air about her, one could feel that she was burning with rage. Ling Xiao had offended her. He did not give her any face at all. This was something she could not accept no matter what. So what? Ling Xiao looked at Hong Miner and said, so you're saying that I should kneel before her, lick her shoes, and become her slave? What a joke. Ling Xiao's voice was arrogant and unruly, cold and awe-inspiring. This was an innate pride that was integrated into one's soul. A proud soul would not allow others to humiliate him. You might not like to hear this, but this is the imperial city, not the 8 Immortals County. Here, you're nothing. Even if she really wants you to kneel and lick her shoes, you should listen. Only then will you have a chance to live. You should know that in the imperial city, there are many men who want to lick her shoes but don't have the chance. Haha. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh coldly. What are you laughing at? Hong Miner asked with a frown. I'm laughing at you. Didn't you find out when you investigated me? When I first set foot in the 8 Immortals County, someone warned me as well. But I didn't listen. What happened in the end? Those people were all trampled under my feet and became my stepping stones to improve myself. To put it bluntly, the imperial city is just a slightly bigger 8 Immortals County. The Qin country is not as strong as the volcano country. Moreover, there are at least tens of thousands of countries like it in the western region. What a joke. Do you think this is a scary place? I'd like to see what I can do after I hit her. Lunatic. Hong Miner was silent for a moment before she said, to think that Her Highness Ji Hyun of Silla and I had high hopes for you and let you become the suzerain of the 8 Immortals County. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. That's funny. What difference does it make whether Ji Hyun of Silla gives me the position of suzerain of the 8 Immortals County? That place is already my territory. If you don't believe me, you can ask your spies and see if they are regretting being locked in a steel cage. Ling Xiao stared at Hong Miner and said, I didn't mention this before because I wanted to cooperate with Ji Hyun of Silla. But what you did today made me very unhappy. Let's postpone the cooperation. Because you'll be responsible for the consequences of today's incident. If Ji Hyun of Silla still wants to cooperate with me, she'll have to pay a better price. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. You're still in the mood to talk about cooperation with me? Do you know that even if Ji Hyun of Silla and I don't pursue the matter, you're dead meat after hitting her? Dead meat? Haha, Hong Miner, I think you've misunderstood the crux of the matter. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, perhaps in your eyes, my value is incomparable to this woman's family. In front of her, I'm like an ant, not worth mentioning. I can even be humiliated and tortured at will. I can't fight back or resist. Even if she kills me, I'll have to thank her with a smile. I'm sorry, but I'm not that lowly. Even if I don't do anything, I'll still be humiliated and even killed. I'll slap her, but I'll be happy in return. The worst outcome is still being tortured to death. Then, may I ask, how should I choose, Hong Miner, my great strategist? But have you ever thought that if you don't fight back, you'll be the only one to die? Once you fight back, all your family and friends will die. Can you afford to pay such a price? Hong Miner asked. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's face suddenly turned ferocious. He looked at the girl coldly and said, in other words, I can only choose to die, or my whole family will die with me, right? That's right. Now you know how powerful I am, don't you? The girl seemed to have realized that she had a powerful backer. Although her face was deformed from the slap, her courage returned. She actually mustered the courage to yell at Ling Xiao again. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. Listen up, little girl. No matter which family you're from, I can guarantee that before you hurt my family, I'll let you taste the feeling of having your family destroyed. Especially you, no matter what your family wants to do to my friends, once I find out about it, I can guarantee that you'll disappear from this world. I can guarantee that no matter what price I'll have to pay, at least before the price falls on me, I'll let her pay the price first. His vicious words caused everyone's hearts to tremble violently. What a terrifying young man. It turned out that before he made his move, he was already prepared to fight to the death. Although the girl's family was powerful, there were many people in her family who were not as powerful as this young man. There were even ordinary people. If this young man really became ruthless, not to mention that this young girl would die, her family would most likely suffer heavy casualties. For such a large family, it was not worth it at all. Exchanging thousands of lives for a few ants was really not worth it. A threat, this was a clear threat, even the royal family wouldn't want to offend such a lunatic. He was like a poisonous snake. If you couldn't kill him immediately, then what awaited you would be endless revenge. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Hong Min'er frowned. She began to wonder if it was worth it to offend Ling Xiao for this girl. This Ling Xiao was really too calm. He was so calm that it seemed like everything was under his control. How could this be? Could it be that this guy still had some tricks up his sleeve? Come to think of it, when she was investigating Ling Xiao's identity, there were still many suspicious points that she had yet to investigate. You dare threaten me? You dare threaten my family? The girl clearly understood what Ling Xiao meant. She rubbed her pale face and asked in disbelief. Looks like you're not so stupid that you can't be saved. That's right, I'm threatening you. So what? Ling Xiao looked at the girl coldly. In his opinion, it was a miracle that this girl could live to this age. For such a stupid and arrogant person, no matter how strong her background was, she would meet her match sooner or later. Even if she didn't meet Ling Xiao, she might meet someone else. In the world of martial arts, there was no lack of lunatics. Not to mention that this girl was just a relative of the royal family. Even if she was from a legitimate royal family, she would still have enemies like the heavenly demon cult. Those people would even dare to attack a prince, let alone an idiotic girl. Perhaps you're so arrogant now because you don't know how powerful this child's family is. If you do, I'm afraid you'll have to kneel and beg for mercy. Hong Min'er felt indignant. Perhaps it was because she was used to controlling others. Suddenly meeting someone who didn't follow her routine made her feel a little out of control. She wanted to see Ling Xiao ask her for help. Kneel in front of her and beg for help. This way, her master, Jihyun of Silla, would be able to control Ling Xiao better. Haha, I really don't know what kind of top expert can scare me into kneeling and begging for mercy in the small Chen kingdom. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Hong Min'er looked into Ling Xiao's eyes and said, her father is a martial artist at the peak of the Yin Yang realm's 9th level of hell. As for her cousin, the 14th prince, his strength is even more unfathomable. No one knows his true cultivation, but everyone knows that he can easily kill a martial artist at the peak of the Yin Yang realm's 9th level of hell. Hong Min'er hoped to see fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. The girl also hoped to see Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy in a panic. That way, she could return the 10 slaps to this guy. However, it was a pity. Whether it was Hong Min'er or the girl, they didn't see a trace of fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. Instead, they heard Ling Xiao's disdainful sneer. That's it? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, I thought it was some great expert. I wonder if you'll faint if I tell you my master's identity and strength. Your master? Hong Min'er frowned. She almost forgot that there was a rumor in the 8 Immortals city that Ling Xiao had a powerful master who could easily destroy the entire 8 Immortals mountain. However, she didn't find this person during the investigation, so she didn't take it to heart. Now that Ling Xiao mentioned it, her frown deepened. That's right. This guy has always been very casual. He never gives in to others. It seems that he's not reckless. He's confident. Hong Min'er started to worry that she might have ruined Jihyun of Silla's plan. Today, she was only here to pick up Ling Xiao under Jihyun of Silla's order. However, she acted on her own initiative and helped the girl. If something really went wrong, she couldn't explain it to Jihyun of Silla. What kind of master can a country bumpkin like you have? The girl asked disdainfully. My master is from the golden heavenly nation. With her cultivation, it's easy for her to destroy the small Chen nation. Otherwise, how could a country bumpkin like me have such a good cultivation? How could I have such a great talent? Those were all given to me by my master. Ling Xiao's words explained his abnormal talent and cultivation. It didn't matter if others believed it or not. It was just an excuse. Nonsense. How could the golden heavenly nation have anything to do with a lowly guy like you? It seems that you know something about the golden heavenly nation. Ling Xiao smiled and said, as a member of the royal family, you don't know how to concentrate on cultivation. You only know how to bully others and cause trouble everywhere. People like you will not only bring great danger to yourself. You may even destroy the entire royal family of the Qin kingdom. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. It's not like there haven't been such examples before. The girl's face suddenly became very ugly. Although she didn't know if Ling Xiao's words were true. But because of arrogance, offending a strong enemy and ultimately leading to the destruction of the entire family did happen. And it happened in the Qin kingdom, so she was very clear about it. You're just trying to scare people. Do you really think that a few specious words are enough to scare off the heroes of the capital city? Another person appeared on the stairs. He was about 40 years old, with a tall and sturdy figure. There was an explosive aura erupting from his body. On his left and right, there were two men following. The aura of these two men was actually comparable to Ling Xiao. And this man in his 40s was naturally much stronger than Ling Xiao. Uncle Gu. Seeing this middle-aged man, the vicious girl seemed to have seen her savior. She ran over and cried, "Uncle, you have to uphold justice for me." "Good girl, don't worry. As the commander of the city defense camp, this old man is responsible for this kind of thing." Gu Tianba gently patted the girl's hand, then looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Boy, are you ready to die?" "Die? Sorry, I haven't lived long enough." Ling Xiao looked at Gu Tianba indifferently. He suddenly remembered that he had killed Gu Mingyu before. If Gu Tianba knew that his precious son was killed by Ling Xiao, what kind of expression would he have? Would he still have the mood to stand up for someone like this? This old man doesn't care if you've lived long enough. Today, you committed a crime in this old man's territory. If this old man doesn't kill you, I won't be able to answer to my old friend. But don't worry, this old man won't bully you. Let my two subordinates come down and spar with you. Gu Tianba smiled faintly. Marquis Gu still has the mood to meddle in other people's business? Why didn't he investigate whether his precious son had died outside? When I was on my way to Thunder City, I heard that a group of Arcana Academy's disciples had died in the mountains and were discovered by hunters. TSK, they died so miserably. One of them was even wearing the waist token of a first-grade military marquis. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the smile on Gu Tianba's face disappeared. Gu Tianba's face suddenly became very ugly. In an instant, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao and reached out to grab Ling Xiao. He only had one son. If he died, it would be the end of his family line. The main reason was that she had provoked an enemy 2 years ago. As a result, her private part was destroyed, and she could no longer have children. If Gu Mingyu really died, then he would be in a miserable state. However, Ling Xiao was like a slippery loach. In an instant, his figure turned into several wolf shadows, dodging Gu Tianba's attack and grabbing the girl instead. The girl was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed in fear. "I told you before that if your people touch me, I will kill you first. You didn't believe me before, but now you should believe me, right?" Ling Xiao said coldly. "Let her go, or I will kill you." Gu Tianba was very protective of the girl, but now, because he was eager to know the news of his son's death, he directly rushed over and tried to force Ling Xiao to let go of the girl. Boom! This time, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, Gu Tianba was blocked by a middle-aged man who had just arrived at the restaurant. "Gu Tianba, are you crazy? My daughter is in his hands, do you want her to die?" The man who came was the girl's father. It seemed that his strength was not inferior to Gu Tianba. Experts were gradually showing up one by one. "Father, save me!" The girl shouted loudly. "Let go of my daughter and I will spare your life." The voice of the middle-aged man who had just arrived was filled with anger. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Ling Xiao like a mountain, wanting to crush Ling Xiao directly. However, he miscalculated. Only the defeated Ling Xiao and the unintimidated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently and said, "You know that your daughter is in my hands, but you still don't speak properly. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill her? How dare you? Do you know where this place is? Under the feet of the emperor, how can you act recklessly?" Gu Tianba became even angrier. The terrifying pressure made the entire restaurant begin to shake violently as if there was the possibility of it collapsing at any time. The crowd in the restaurant who were watching the show, except for a few who were relatively stronger, almost all of them retreated outside to watch the show. Ling Xiao could feel that the pressure on his body was getting heavier and heavier. However, his back was still very straight. He looked at the middle-aged man coldly and said indifferently, "I told you to be more polite when you talk to me." A sword aura emerged from his fingertip and left a bloody mark on the girl's neck. The middle-aged man was shocked, but he was immediately filled with rage. Suddenly, he pounced on Lin Ruoxian and the others. "Sigh, Ling Xiao, I told you that you shouldn't have done that." Hung Min'er sighed and said, "Now, do you still dare to repeat what you said before? Even if you kill that child, your 3 friends will have their blood splattered on the spot." She enjoyed the thrill of controlling others. She liked to see other people panicking. She hoped that others would beg her. Only then would she be able to satisfy her boundless vanity. However, Ling Xiao's face did not have the expression she expected. Or fear, or regret, or panic. Ling Xiao's face was filled with absolute coldness and ruthlessness. His hand gently slid across the girl's neck. A big head fell to the ground, making a bang sound. The sound instantly silenced the entire restaurant. The reason why the girl's father dared to attack Lin Ruoxian and the others was that he was sure that Ling Xiao would not dare to kill his daughter. Because if he killed his daughter, Ling Xiao would have no hostages. But he never expected that Ling Xiao would actually attack. Ah! The girl's father exploded with endless anger and roared. He originally wanted to take Ling Xiao's friends as hostages. But now, he did not intend to do that. His action turned into an attack. He wanted to kill the 3 women. At the same time, Gu Tianba also attacked. He charged toward Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had lost the protection of the hostages, he no longer had any scruples. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A gust of terrifying cold air suddenly swept up in the restaurant. It was as if the moonlight had turned into frost when it shone on the ground. Then, Gu Tianba and the girl's father were both thrown out of the restaurant. "How dare you bully the man I like?" It was Yu Fenghua who spoke. "No one is allowed to hurt my man. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Yu Fenghua's voice came from behind the veil under the bamboo hat. It was extremely cold. In an instant, the entire restaurant seemed to have turned into night. Only the bright moon was emitting cold light. At this moment, everyone felt fear and coldness from the bottom of their hearts. Even Hong Min'er was frowning. She was no longer as calm and composed as before. She did not understand. How could Ling Xiao be protected by such a woman? Such terrifying strength. What is her cultivation level? Hong Min'er thought to herself. 10 levels of hell in 1 revolution? 11 levels of hell? Or even stronger? If she was at the 10 levels of hell in 1 revolution, she would definitely be considered an expert in the royal city. If she was at the 11 levels of hell, she would probably be one of the top experts in the royal city. What if she was even stronger? Hong Min'er did not dare to think about it. The others also felt that this woman was unfathomable. Although they could not see her face clearly, her body was emitting bright moonlight. She was like a beautiful fairy from the moon palace. People could not help but imagine the peerless beauty behind the veil. Some women were like this. Even if they did not use their beauty, they could conquer men with their aura alone. They could also conquer women. Everyone was shocked by this. Of course, no matter how strong her aura was, she was only slightly more noble than a vase. Whether a woman could be recognized by the mystic world depended on her strength. This woman only used 1 move to send Marquis Gu Tianba and the vicious girl's father flying. How could she be weak with such strength? Even Ling Xiao was surprised. Previously in the valley, he saw the corpse of the three-headed lava hound and knew that Yu Fenghua was not weak. This was also the reason why he did not intervene when he saw the vicious girl's father attacking Yu Fenghua. However, he was very surprised that Yu Fenghua was so strong. Although her aura was still far from the Moon Lady's aura, she was indeed very strong. There was no doubt about it. I didn't expect that I would have to rely on Sister Yuanu's protection in the past, and now, I would have to rely on her reincarnation, Yu Fenghua, to protect me. Looks like I really have to work harder. Otherwise, how can I protect my woman? Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Yu Fenghua's strength made him even calmer. He believed that with his strength and Yu Fenghua's cooperation, they would be able to make a name for themselves even in the royal capital. Why aren't you getting lost? Are you waiting to die? Gu Tianba and the vicious girl's father had already stood up and returned to the restaurant. Young lady, do you know that by doing this, you have committed a great crime? Gu Tianba frowned. Scram. Yu Fenghua gently flicked her sleeves, and Gu Tianba was once again blasted away. This time, he was blasted even further, flying hundreds of meters away. He fell into a residential building and never came back. And you, take her corpse and scram. Yu Fenghua looked at the vicious girl's father and said coldly, don't think about revenge. I'm already being merciful by not exterminating your entire family because of her. Thank you. The vicious girl's father no longer had any thoughts of revenge. Instead, he was filled with fear. When he saw the girl's corpse, he even felt lucky. His foolish daughter had died, but he had seen how terrifying his enemy was. Even if he was beaten to death in the future, he would never offend such a terrifying existence again. Unless he had a stronger power or backing. So what if he was a relative, in front of a powerful martial artist? Authority was not worth mentioning. What are you still doing here? Scram. Yu Fenghua looked at Hong Min'er and said coldly. I was ordered by Jihyun of Silla to pick up Ling Xiao. How can I leave without picking him up? Hong Min'er shook her head. She did not look good and was no longer as calm as before. This was because she knew that she was no match for the woman in front of her. She was unhappy that the other party asked her to scram, but she did not dare to be angry. Nonsense. Is this how you welcome Jihyun of Silla's guest? I don't care what kind of person your Royal Highness is. What kind of sincerity is this if you don't come personally to pick up my man? I'll give you 3 breaths time to scram as far as you can. Although Yu Fenghua was the reincarnation of the Moon Lady, her temper was even more domineering than the Moon Lady. She was comparable to Ling Xiao. Miss, although your cultivation is powerful, the capital city is not a place where you can do whatever you want. Jihyun of Silla is not someone Ling Xiao can compare to. Why should the Royal Highness come personally to pick him up? One more breath. Yu Fenghua did not respond to Hong Min'er's words. Her cold voice was heard again. Hong Min'er wanted to say something. Yu Fenghua had already attacked. It seemed like a casual slap, but it caused the expressions of everyone in the restaurant to change. Boom. The terrifying wind from the slap uprooted the restaurant and caused it to collapse instantly. Dust and smoke filled the air. Hong Min'er was sent flying by the slap. She no longer had the gentleness she had before. Damn, this woman is so ferocious, so powerful. Yeah, she sent Jihyun of Silla's top strategist flying with a slap. What kind of power does she have? No wonder that young man is so confident and dares to kill in the capital city. He has a strong background. Could that woman be his master? Didn't you hear what he said? He has a master from the Golden Heavenly Nation. Even the 9 Supremes are afraid of the Golden Heavenly Nation, let alone our little Chen nation. Damn, this young man really has a strong background. I'm afraid he's going to cause a huge commotion in Thunder City. The person who said this was probably just saying it casually. He would never have thought that what he said would become the truth. Boss, I'm very sorry for destroying your restaurant. How about this, I'll compensate you with double the price. Ling Xiao looked at the restaurant owner who was trembling in the ruins and couldn't help but feel apologetic. Although he wasn't the one who destroyed the building, Yu Fenghua was his woman after all. Naturally, he should be responsible. No, you don't have to compensate me, you don't have to compensate me. The restaurant owner's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he was shocked by Yufanhua's terrifying power. Although the restaurant owner had a backer, it couldn't be compared to Ji Hyun of Silla. She even dared to beat up Ji Hyun of Silla's men, let alone him. If he wants compensation, just take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yufanghua said fiercely. Okay. I'll take it. This restaurant is worth 1,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Just give me 1,000,000. I don't dare to ask for double. The restaurant owner hurriedly said. Ling Xiao took out a storage ring and handed it to the restaurant owner. Take it. There are 2,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones inside. You don't have to return the storage ring. I'm sorry about today. Let's go. Let's walk around the streets. Ling Xiao threw the storage ring to the restaurant owner. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Although he hadn't eaten, this place was already in ruins. He couldn't stay here any longer. Moreover, he didn't like being surrounded by so many people. The three girls followed him to the streets. They found a stall with good food and sat down. Only then did they have time to eat. For martial artists of their level, eating was basically a pure enjoyment. Little sister Fanghua, your strength is too strong. After eating, the four of them sat down and chatted. Lin Ruoxian said with a bitter smile. She thought Ling Xiao was already a monster. However, Yu Fanghua, who was about the same age as Ling Xiao, was even more abnormal. She really didn't know how this woman cultivated. Moon Death sighed. She originally had some expectations for Ling Xiao. She hoped that one day, she could serve Ling Xiao with Lin Ruoxian. But they didn't expect that even before Chen Guo left, they would encounter a monster like Yu Fanghua, who made them completely lose their competitiveness. Her beauty, temperament, and strength were all first class. How could they compete? Looking at big brother Ling Zhao's expression, he must be very fond of this Fanghua. You're so strong, but you were thrown to a small place like the Chen nation to fend for yourself. How scary is the Eternal Palace? Thinking about how he was going to the Eternal Palace to seek justice for his father Ling Xiao felt that his body was filled with energy and hot blood. The stronger the opponent, the more his fighting spirit was aroused. It's not really thrown. Although I was indeed isolated in the Eternal Palace has always had a rule. The most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation will be thrown far away to hide their identities and fend for themselves. Whoever can walk back to the Eternal Palace with their own strength can directly become a core disciple of the Eternal Palace. Yu Fanghua explained, this is also a kind of experience for me. So that's how it is. The Eternal Life Palace is indeed the #1 force in the Black Tortoise continent. This kind of training method is simply unheard of. Ling Xiao said with some surprise. Then, with a powerful bodyguard like me accompanying you, you won't feel bored, right? Yu Fanghua suddenly asked. Why would I feel bored? Don't you think that following us will affect your training? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course, he wanted Yu Fanghua to follow him, but he didn't want Yu Fanghua to lose the opportunity to gain experience. Even if he reincarnated, he still hoped that Yu Fanghua could become stronger. It won't, because I know that as long as I stay by your side, something interesting will happen. I like this feeling. Yu Fenghua's voice suddenly became slightly agitated. He could tell that this woman was serious. Ling Xiao was a daring person. Sometimes, he would do things that would make people dumbfounded. Following him was indeed very exciting. Ling Xiao was about to say something when he suddenly saw a luxurious black tortoise carriage appear on the street. A person came down from the carriage. If it wasn't Chen Kanglin of Ji Hyun of Silla, who else could it be? Chen Kanglin was walking in front with Hong Min'er following behind. At this moment, Hong Min'er was tied up with ropes and looked very miserable. Ling Xiao frowned and thought that Chen Kanglin was really a formidable person. In order to befriend him, or more accurately, to befriend Yu Fanghua, he didn't hesitate to play the trick of injuring himself to gain the sympathy of Hong Min'er. That Hong Min'er was still injured. Ayaya, little brother Ling Xiao, it's really this king's fault for not being considerate enough and causing you to suffer. Min'er, why aren't you apologizing to brother Ling Xiao? I ordered you to welcome him, but you turned against them. This makes me very unhappy. Jihyun of Silla was very friendly to Ling Xiao, but he was very aggressive to Hong Min'er. It's Min'er who failed to recognize you and offended you, young hero Ling. Please forgive me. Hong Min'er lowered her noble head and apologized to the country bumpkin that she looked down on. Your Highness, why are you looking for me today? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Of course, he wouldn't be moved to tears because of Jihyun of Silla's act. After all, he was a person who had experienced a lot and was no longer a 3-year-old child. Brother, don't be angry. Come with me to Jihyun of Silla's residence. I've already prepared food and wine and generous gifts. You can't refuse me. Jihyun of Silla laughed. Kill her and I'll go with you. Ling Xiao said all of a sudden. Jihyun of Silla frowned. He didn't seem to understand Ling Xiao's meaning, but he also seemed to be in disbelief of Ling Xiao's words. Is it strange? I'll go with you if you kill Hong Min'er. Ling Xiao said calmly. Hong Min'er became very angry when she heard what Ling Tianyi said. She was just cooperating with Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan to put on a show. She was already very uncomfortable when she was asked to apologize to Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao wanted her to die. How could she tolerate this? Haha, it seems that your Highness Jihyun of Silla is only this bold. Forget it, you can go back to your residence and I'll go back to my Arcana Academy. We'll have nothing to do with each other from now on. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile when he saw Jihyun of Silla's hesitation. Wait a minute. Chen Kanglan of Jihyun of Silla suddenly attacked Hong Min'er's forehead. This attack was very powerful and could definitely kill Hong Min'er. Hong Min'er didn't resist. It was obvious that she trusted Jihyun of Silla so much. At that moment, she was stunned. She couldn't believe that your Highness Jihyun of Silla, whom she admired and trusted, would do this to her. Was he really going to kill her? Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Your Highness took it seriously. Just when Chen Kanglan's attack was about to touch Hong Min'er's forehead, Ling Xiao stopped Jihyun of Silla and said with a smile, Miss Hong Min'er is your Highness strategist. What did Ling Xiao do to deserve your Highness favor? You even killed your strategist to avenge Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao will definitely remember this kindness in his heart. Ling Xiao felt that his words were disgusting. It was not what he wanted to say. If Jihyun of Silla really wanted to kill Hong Min'er, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Jihyun of Silla was just putting on an act. Therefore, when he tried to stop him, Jihyun of Silla immediately stopped him. Jihyun of Silla was really cunning. However, no matter how cunning the wolf was, it was still tricked by Ling Xiao. Although Jihyun of Silla didn't attack Hong Min'er, it left an indelible crack in her heart. Ling Xiao believed that this crack wouldn't affect their relationship. However, it might not be the case as time passed. Brother, what are you talking about? Since we're brothers, I'll do my best to help you. Can we go to my residence now? Jihyun of Silla had cursed Ling Xiao hundreds of times in his heart. However, he didn't say it out loud and acted appropriately. Of course. Let's get on the carriage. After getting on the carriage, Ling Xiao smiled and said, I remember that your Highness was attacked by the Dragon Cult's assassins on the way to Thunder City. I wonder what the situation was like at that time. Fortunately, younger brother lured away an expert from the Dragon Cult, which allowed this king and Min'er to join hands and kill a few of them before returning to Thunder City. It's a pity that 13th brother was snatched away by them. When Jihyun of Silla mentioned the 13th prince, there wasn't the slightest bit of pity on her face. On the contrary, she seemed to be very happy. This dragon cult really dares to make an enemy out of the royal family? At this moment, Ling Xiao was treating this Jihyun of Silla as his own encyclopedia. In any case, since they were in a cooperative relationship, the other party would definitely answer his questions. After all, it wasn't a secret. The dragon cult, that's the biggest cult in our Qin country, as well as our most terrifying enemy. It was originally created by an expert from the volcano country, but it developed and expanded, spreading throughout the Qin country like a prairie fire. Their cult members spread throughout the Qin country, and what they do is to dissolve the Qin country's authority. Chen Kanglan sighed and continued, in order to eliminate the dragon cult, the royal family has launched several large-scale operations. However, this dragon cult is like a weed that grows again with a spring breeze. Although their overall strength isn't comparable to the Qin country's royal family or the Arcana Academy, their individual talents are extremely high. Therefore, even after so many years, no one is able to do anything to the other. Ling Xiao pondered inwardly. He had seen more than one person from the dragon cult. There were those with temperament, such as Sire Shui. However, there were also those with sinister intentions, such as Lin Quan. Therefore, no one knew what kind of sect it was. However, one thing was for sure, this sect was definitely an enemy of the Qin country's royal family. It was an extension of the volcano country's regime. Younger brother, the people from the dragon cult are no different from ordinary people, so you have to be careful. Last time, you killed a disciple of the dragon cult, even though they weren't that strong. But since you've done that, the dragon cult might target you. Jihyun of Silla reminded. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I understand. Ling Xiao would not easily side with anyone. Be it the Qin Kingdom's royal family or the dragon cult. These were all problems that he had to solve. He wanted to bring the state of Qin into the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. If he couldn't control these powers, then he could only destroy them. Not long after, the black tortoise carriage arrived at Jihyun of Silla's residence. The size of the prince's mansion wasn't considered large and looked rather plain. However, the overall construction was clearly specially designed and contained the profoundness of formations. If there was someone who didn't know what was good for him and wanted to make a move on this mansion, he was afraid that he would be in big trouble. On the gate of Jihyun of Silla's residence, there were 2 ferocious cobra carvings. Ordinary people would think that these were carvings, but Ling Xiao, who was well versed in formations, knew. These ferocious cobras were the demonic beasts that guarded the prince's mansion. They were the most loyal and most terrifying guards. If a cultivator below the 10th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm in the First Revolution barged into the prince's mansion without prior notice, they would be instantly devoured by these venomous cobras. At the gate of the prince's mansion, the passers-by saw Jihyun of Silla personally holding Ling Xiao's hand and walking into the mansion. They couldn't help but exclaim. Who is that young man? Jihyun of Silla is so close to him. You don't know, right? I know that young man crippled the 14th prince's cousin in the outer city. She's that vicious woman who flaunts her prowess all day, bullying foreign cultivators as she pleases, and treating their heads as toys. Is he very strong? Of course, but the woman by his side is even stronger. I heard that she's his master, someone from the Golden Heavenly Nation. The crowd discussed fervently. Clearly, they were very interested in this mysterious young man, Ling Xiao. At the same time, they were also in awe of him. Hearing these people's discussion, Jihyun of Silla revealed an imperceptible smile. His idea was actually very simple. He wanted to deliberately show his friendliness to Ling Xiao. He wanted to let everyone in the royal city know that Ling Xiao was his man. In this way, Yu Fenghua would naturally become his man. With such a powerful ally, those who wanted to be his enemy would naturally have to carefully consider the gains and losses. Without a doubt, this would make his forces even stronger. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the prince's mansion, he felt that there was something mysterious under the prince's mansion. Jihyun of Silla, good job. There seems to be a giant beast or a powerful cultivator trapped under the prince's mansion. Because of the layers of formations, Ling Xiao couldn't see clearly with his Tai Chi eye. But what he could be sure of was that there was a strong power of light and heat under the prince's mansion. The aura that was constantly released could greatly increase the cultivation speed of the cultivators in the prince's mansion. I don't know what good stuff it is. If it's really something related to heat, I can let the little demoness devour it. My external incarnation should continue to grow stronger. He smiled secretly and naturally wouldn't say anything. Now that the situation was unclear, he naturally wouldn't do that. What he was most concerned about now was the situation in the extreme royal secret realm. The reason why he wanted to join the Arcana Academy was because of the extreme royal secret realm. So after entering the prince's mansion and sitting down, Ling Xiao directly asked, Your Highness, can I report to the Arcana Academy today? Will I be able to enter the extreme royal secret realm soon? He noticed that when he mentioned the extreme royal secret realm, Yu Fenghua's body seemed to tremble slightly. It wasn't a tremble of fear, but a tremble of excitement. Could it be that Yu Fenghua also wanted to enter the extreme royal secret realm? Ling Xiao planned to ask later. If Yu Fenghua really needed something from the extreme royal secret realm, he would help her get it no matter what. That was his woman, a woman who had protected him many times. It was only right for him to do something for her. Even if it was a risk, it was absolutely worth it. You don't have to report to the Arcana Academy. As for the quota for the Academy, I will arrange it for you. What you need to do now is to prepare to enter the Extreme Royal Secret Realm. Chen Kanglan said, the Extreme Royal Secret Realm opens once a month for half a month. 2 days later, it will be the beginning of the month. According to the rules of the Extreme Royal Secret Realm, those who enter must be a disciple of the Arcana Academy. At the same time, they must be recommended by the prince or the king. This time, there will be 6 people from the Jihyun of Scylla's mansion entering the Extreme Royal Secret Realm. Including you, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death, there will be exactly 9 people. On the 14th prince's side, there will probably be around 10 people entering. The other princes will at most recommend 1 or 2 people, which is basically negligible. I only have one request, and that is that after entering the Extreme Royal Secret Realm, you must kill as many Yuanling as possible and obtain their origin spirit crystals. That is something that can greatly increase your cultivation. However, the Yuanling are too strong. For the time being, you can follow them and gain experience. Just don't drag them down. From Chen Kanglan's words, Ling Xiao grasped the crux of the problem. From Chen Kanglan's words, Ling Xiao also learned that Yuanling had an origin spirit crystal in her body that could improve her cultivation. However, this was not very attractive to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao preferred the cultivation environment of the Imperial Mystery Realm and the treasures of heaven and earth. That was the key to him wanting to enter. Where are the others? Ling Xiao asked. I have already sent people to gather them. They are all geniuses, so each of them has their own personalities. Although your talent is not bad, your cultivation is not strong enough. So when you see them, you should try to keep a low profile. Chen Kanglan of Jihyun of Scylla did not know Ling Xiao's current cultivation, so he thought that Ling Xiao was still a warrior in the middle stage of the 8th level of Hell and Transformation 1. In fact, Ling Xiao had already broken through to the 9th level of Hell and Transformation 1. At this moment, 6 people walked in from outside. Ling Xiao looked back. Among the 6 people, 2 were women and 4 were men. They were all around 20 years old. Although they were older than Ling Xiao, they were still very young. All 6 of them were wearing the Mystic Land Academy's uniform with the Mystic Land Academy's insignia. Haha, speaking of them, they are here. Those 6 are my most capable disciples of the Arcana Academy. Every single one of them has been tempered through countless battles, so they are definitely not trash with no combat experience. Jihyun of Scylla seemed to think highly of these 6 people and was very satisfied. Ling Xiao understood in his heart that these 6 people were indeed extraordinary. Every one of their cultivations was stronger than his. Especially the guy who was completely blind. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. Greetings, Your Highness. The 6 people all knelt on one knee and bowed to Jihyun of Scylla. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao could not help but be surprised by Jihyun of Scylla's ability. One had to know that these 6 people were all experts. If they did not have some ability, they would definitely not be able to obey Jihyun of Scylla. Get up. Let me introduce you. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death. These 3 people will enter the Imperial Mystery Realm with you. Jihyun of Scylla Chen Kanglan raised his hand and said. The blind person was obviously the leader of the 6 people. Hearing Chen Kanglan's words, he suddenly raised his hand, and 3 forces shot out towards Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death. Don't dodge. The blind man said at the same time as he shot out the chi. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to see that these 3 forces were not attacks, so he did not dodge. Since he did not dodge, the other 2 did not dodge. Too weak. A moment later, the forces circled around Ling Xiao and the other 2's bodies before returning to the blind person's body. 2 of them are at the middle stage of the First Revolution 8 levels of Hell, and 1 is at the early stage of the First Revolution 8 levels of Hell. They are not qualified at all. They will only be a burden in the Imperial Mystery Realm. However, their aptitude is not bad. It is rare for their cultivation to reach such a level at such a young age. Most of the cultivators from the county cities are only at the first revolution 6 levels of hell. They are all called geniuses. Ha ha ha, Avidinia, you have hit the nail on the head. If these 3 people are carefully nurtured, they will definitely become our best helpers. You have to protect them well in the Imperial Mystery Realm. Jihyun of Silla Chen Kanglin laughed. Of course. Avidinia nodded and said, but Your Highness, there is no free lunch in this world. We will have to waste time and energy to protect them. We should at least get some benefits, right? Don't worry about this. As long as this king can do it, I will definitely give it to you. Chen Kanglin nodded and said. Your Highness can naturally do it. In fact, it is just a small matter. Wu Ming chuckled and said, this subordinate's 2 brothers have already reached the age where they should get married. However, because they have always been at Your Highness's beck and call, they have no time. I wonder if Your Highness can bestow Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death to them. Even as concubines, they will not be wronged. Perhaps because he was blind, Avidinia did not notice the gloomy expression on Ling Zhao's face when he said this. However, even if he saw it, he probably would not care. Ling Zhao's strength was like an ant in his eyes. How could he care? This, Chen Kanglin did not expect Avidinia to make such a request. However, it was also true. These 6 people often went out on missions. 2 of them were women and 2 of them were like a pair of mandarin ducks. However, there were 2 of them who came out alone. Now that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death appeared, and whether it is in terms of beauty or talent, they are very good. Naturally, Avidinia took a fancy to them and wanted to bestow marriage to his 2 brothers who came out alone. However, Chen Kanglin understood Ling Zhao's temper very well. He could not help but feel a little troubled. Thus, he could only use a negotiating tone and asked, Ling Zhao, Avidinia's 2 brothers, No Agreements and Wu Yan, are first-class men. It is not wrong to let Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death marry them. What do you think? Ling Zhao looked at Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death faintly and said, Are you willing? Not willing. The 2 girls answered in unison. What kind of joke is this? If he wants to marry them, even if they don't agree, they would still be quite happy. After all, women dress up for the one who loves them. However, the problem is that Avidinia said very clearly that he wants to find concubines. This clearly shows that he looks down on the 2 of them. It's just that he doesn't have any women at the moment, so he used them to make up the numbers. These 2 girls have been with Ling Zhao for a long time. They are also people with tempers. How can they not be angry? Did you hear that? The 2 of them don't agree. Ling Zhao coldly looked at Avidinia and the others and said. Their rejection of these 2 marriages clearly made the 6 of them lose face. Especially from Avidinia's point of view. Ling Zhao, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's lives are in their hands. After entering the Imperial Secret Realm, they will need to rely on their protection. Yet, they dared to reject their request. This is simply audacious. They don't know what's good for them. Her Highness Jihyun of Silla, isn't she indulging these people a little too much? Avidinia's voice suddenly became cold and sinister. No Agreements and Wu Yan's expression became even more gloomy. Before they submitted to Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin, they were notorious villains. Very few people dared to provoke them. Those who dared to provoke them now have the grass on their graves a meter tall. If it wasn't for the fact that this is Jihyun of Silla's residence, they would have already taught these 3 disobedient guys a lesson. Ling Zhao. I asked them to become the concubines of my 2 good brothers. That is giving them face, giving them glory. In the capital, there are so many girls who want to become the women of my 2 good brothers, but they can't do it. How dare you refuse? I will ask you one last time. Do you agree or not? Avidinia's voice was sinister and terrifying. It looked like he was going to attack at the slightest disagreement. Jihyun of Silla, is this how you manage your dogs? Ling Zhao looked at Chen Kanglin coldly and said word by word. I gave you face and agreed to come to the residence and help you complete the Imperial Secret Realm mission. Ling Zhao wasn't afraid of offending Chen Kanglin since he had already decided to be forceful. If he were to back down now, he would be looked down upon and the situation would become even more difficult. That's why Ling Xiao dared to question Ji Hyun of Silla and also dared to call the 6 people Ji Hyun of Silla's dogs. Dogs? In that instant, Avidinia and the others clearly exploded. Ling Xiao actually dared to call them dogs. Although this might be the truth, they would never admit it. Also, this kid dared to speak to Her Highness Ji Hyun of Silla in such a manner. This is simply too much. Ling Xiao, if you don't agree then don't agree, why do you have to make it sound so unpleasant? Chen Kanglin was starting to get a bit upset. He suddenly realized that this Ling Xiao is really hard to control. For this guy, he made his subordinates bitterly disappointed. Is it really worth it? Are my words unpleasant to your ears? Why doesn't Your Highness think that their words are even more unpleasant? Does Your Highness think that my 2 friends can be humiliated as they please? Ling Xiao coldly looked at Ji Hyun of Silla. Although he really wanted to borrow Ji Hyun of Silla's power to enter the Imperial secret domain, this didn't mean that he would use his friend's dignity to exchange for it. Forget it. Chen Kanglin glanced at Yu Fenghua and forcefully suppressed his anger. He wants Yu Fenghua so he can't make a move against Ling Xiao right now. But after entering the Imperial secret domain, he can destroy Ling Xiao. Wouldn't that mean that Yu Fenghua is already in his bag? He, Chen Kanglin, doesn't believe that a mere Ling Xiao can be more charming than him. Avidinia, no agreements. Wu Yan, you 3 listen up. If you like women, this king will find them for you. They won't be any worse than them. If Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death aren't willing, then don't pursue them. This is a temporary forbearance. Chen Kanglin told himself that he can't fall out with Ling Xiao just yet because Yu Fenghua isn't someone to be messed with. Your Highness, we can give up on the women but this kid must apologize to us. No agreements loudly said. This was a man with a wild temper. Avidinia and Wu Yan's already endured but he couldn't. You can apologize but there is a condition. Ling Xiao looked at no agreements and said. He knows that if he doesn't show a little bit of his strength, these guys would think that he's to be bullied. Moreover, the other party had humiliated Lin Ruoxian and Yu Shang. If he didn't vent his anger on someone, he wouldn't feel at ease. What condition? No agreements. If I down to you us to down, I tess down. Said CTE of A's it when these words were spoken, the 6 people were suddenly stunned for a moment, but soon after, they burst into loud laughter. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to propose such a condition. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? A martial artist at the middle stage of the 8th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm was courting death by challenging a martial artist at the middle stage of the 9th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. Is it really that funny? Ling Xiao asked. Ha ha ha, isn't it funny? Fine, if you want to get beaten up then just say it. I've misunderstood you. It seems like you sincerely want to apologize. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you, I won't beat you up like a pig's head. Wu Yu laughed so hard that he almost felt his stomach hurt. He had never thought that he would encounter such a ridiculous challenge today. A brat who overestimated himself, it's time for him to vent his anger. No agreements, be careful. He's His Highness's guest, don't beat him up too hard. Avidinia didn't know where Ling Xiao's confidence came from when he proposed to fight with no agreements. But he was sure that Ling Xiao was no match for no agreements. He believed that his ability to detect his opponent's cultivation wouldn't be wrong. That move of his had a 100% success rate as long as his opponent's cultivation was lower than his. If his opponent's cultivation was higher than his, the success rate would be lower. But Ling Xiao's cultivation was obviously not as high as his. So he was sure that Ling Xiao wasn't hiding his strength and was at the middle stage of Yin Yang Stage 8 middle stage of Hell. Maybe he's relying on some Dharma treasure. Avidinia sneered in his heart. This ignorant frog at the bottom of the well really thought he was invincible in the 8 Immortals County and could do whatever he wanted in the Imperial City? Ridiculous. The 6 of them were all geniuses from the Arcana Academy. The so-called geniuses were usually able to challenge people of a higher level. The 6 of them had all defeated martial artists whose cultivation was one minor realm higher than theirs. So if Ling Xiao thought that they were only as strong as they seemed, he would be too stupid. Challenging them wasn't just a joke, it was extremely stupid. Big brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't let this stupid donkey, oh no, brother Ling Xiao get hurt too badly. But fists and legs have no eyes. I can't stop when it's time. Try to be merciful. No agreement said with a smile. In fact, he wasn't interested in fighting. If his opponent was too weak, he could just take care of them casually. There was no need to use too much strength. The six of them all thought that Ling Xiao was overestimating himself and was ridiculous. But Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin, and Hong Min'er frowned. They knew Ling Xiao's character too well. He was definitely not an idiot, and he wouldn't make such a reckless request for a fight for no reason. That's right, with Yu Fenghua around, how could Ling Xiao lose? If no agreements dared to harm Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua would definitely take action. After thinking for a long time, Chen Kanglin and Hong Min'er could only come to this conclusion. They definitely didn't think that Ling Xiao's strength had reached the level where he could defeat no agreements. It was too unbelievable. Can we start now, kid? No agreements rubbed his fists and was ready to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. He was getting impatient. Don't worry. Since it's a fight, how can there be no prize? If I lose, I can kneel down and apologize to you guys. What if you lose? You can't not offer anything, right? Ling Xiao said faintly. No agreement sneered and said, no problem. Just tell me what you need: spiritual stones, spiritual pills, magical weapons, martial skills. I can give you anything as long as I can get it. In fact, no agreements didn't care about what Ling Xiao wanted because he never thought that he would lose. The rest of them were the same. Of course, Ling Xiao was interested in what they were talking about. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in those things. He was interested in something else. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'm afraid that only Her Highness Jihyun of Silla can fulfill this bet. From what I know, there's a famous saber called Golden Crow Saber under the imperial residence. Although it's not a magical weapon, it's made from the rare godly iron produced after the Golden Crow fell. Can your highness use it as a wager? It was Yu Fenghua who told Ling Xiao about the Golden Crow Saber. At first, he thought that there was something under the imperial residence, but he wasn't sure what it was. Yu Fenghua told Ling Xiao about the treasure under the mansion. It was one of the remnant souls of the Nine Serenities Yellow Spring Golden Crow. The Golden Crow Saber was used to suppress the remnant souls. Ling Xiao did not directly mention the remnant soul of the Nine Serenities Yellow Spring Golden Crow because he knew that it was not easy to obtain. Therefore, he chose the Golden Crow Saber as the second best option. The Golden Crow Saber and the remnant soul of the Nine Serenities Yellow Spring Golden Crow had been together day and night, absorbing its energy. If the little demoness could devour it, it would greatly improve her cultivation. After all, Ling Xiao's external incarnation could not cultivate on its own for the time being. It could only improve its cultivation through devouring. Therefore, the Golden Crow Saber was necessary at this stage. For Jihyun of Silla, the Golden Crow Saber could be replaced with something else. Therefore, it was not something that could not be given up. How dare you? How can the prince's things be used as a wager? You think too highly of yourself. No agreement said angrily. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would be so greedy as to set his eyes on Jihyun of Silla's Golden Crow Saber. He had only heard that His Highness Jihyun of Silla had such a treasured saber, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. That's right. You'd better change your wager. This Golden Crow Saber is absolutely impossible. Avidinia said coldly, you can choose anything else you want. Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla was very shocked. Apart from him, only the people who designed and built the mansion knew about the treasure under the mansion. But those people, except for the array master, were all killed. He killed them to silence them. How could there be a third person who knew about it? How did Ling Xiao know? Your Highness? Ling Xiao saw Chen Kanglin's shocked expression and could not help but feel amused. He had already guessed Chen Kanglin's thoughts. He felt that Yu Fenghua was stronger than him, so he had already changed his partner to Yu Fenghua. He was prepared to kill him in the extreme royal secret realm and cut off the connection between him and Yu Fenghua. Since that was the case, Chen Kanglin would still endure even if he made a more excessive request. Although the Golden Crow Saber was precious, it was not something that could not be exchanged. Therefore, Ling believed that Chen Kanglin would make a choice. I can use the Golden Crow Saber as a wager, but I have a condition. Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla pondered for a long time. Your Highness, please say it. said Kanglan of Silla. Bystanders are absolutely not allowed to interfere in this battle. The two of you shall fight. If bystanders interfere, then whichever side that interferes will be considered to have lost. What do you think? Chen Kanglan's only worry was that Yu Fenghua would help Ling Xiao. No agreements would definitely lose. But if Yu Fenghua did not help, the situation would naturally be different. Of course, this is a one-on-one battle. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He had long expected Chen Kanglan's condition. But Chen Kanglan probably did not understand that this condition was exactly what he needed. He did not need Yu Fenghua's help at all, but he was worried that someone would help no agreements. In this case, there was no need to worry. I will not let others help. No agreements also nodded. I agree to your highness condition. He seemed to be a little touched because His Highness Ji Hyun of Silla was actually willing to use the Golden Crow saber as a wager to bet that he would win. What a great deal of trust. If he lost, it would not only be a disgrace to him, but also a waste of Ji Hyun of Silla's trust. Okay, since both of you agree, the bet is set. This place is too small, let's go outside. Although my residence is not big, at least there is a martial arts field. Ji Hyun of Silla stood up and smiled. Then, everyone left the main hall and went to the martial arts field. Ling Xiao and no agreement stood in the arena that was more than 100 square meters. The rules of this battle are very simple. You are not allowed to kill, but accidental injuries are inevitable, so it is acceptable to injure the other party. If either party is knocked unconscious, admits defeat, or is knocked out of the arena, this battle is over. Do you understand? Chen Kanglan asked loudly. Yes. Ling Xiao and no agreements replied. No agreements, remember, His Highness has used his beloved Golden Crow saber as a wager. If you lose, don't blame me for being rude. Avidinia reminded no agreements, don't underestimate him. If it was any other wager, he would not be so cautious. If he underestimated his opponent, then so be it. Even if he lost, he would not lose much. But since the wager was made by Ji Hyun of Silla, he could not be careless. Brother, don't worry. Don't you know my strength? Although it is not as good as you, it is more than enough to deal with this kid. No agreements said confidently. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, I wanted to go easy on you, but for the sake of His Highness' treasure, you will be beaten. Ling Xiao sneered and said, it is useless to talk. Let's fight. His opponent was stronger than the deputy general he met in the valley. Although they were both at the middle stage of the 9th floor of hell, no agreements was indeed a genius. Ling Xiao admitted this. Whether it was combat ability or talent, he was stronger than the deputy general. But don't forget, Ling Xiao was already able to kill the deputy general before he broke through to the 9th floor of hell. Although he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul in the end. But now, Ling Xiao's cultivation was dozens of times stronger than before. This Wuyu was simply delivering himself to his doorstep to help him practice his moves. Brother Ling Xiao, let that guy know that the martial artists of the 8 Immortal City are not to be trifled with. Moon Death shouted. Even now, she was still very angry. Naturally, she hoped that Ling Xiao could avenge her. No agreements. His Highness has ordered that there is no need to go easy on him. As long as he is not dead, it doesn't matter even if you severely injure him. At this moment, no agreements heard his elder brother Avidinia's voice in his mind. He knew that his elder brother Avidinia was transmitting his voice to him. Originally, he was still thinking about how to fight. Now that he heard Avidinia's words, he suddenly felt more confident. Although he said that he was severely injured, it should not matter even if he killed him. No agreements wanted to kill Ling Xiao. He did not want Ling Xiao to take away Ji Hyun of Silla's favor for the 6 of them. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, Ji Hyun of Silla would naturally value the 6 of them more. Thinking of this, he revealed a sinister smile and released a dense murderous aura. Can we begin? No agreements asked coldly. Of course, any time. To be honest, Ling Xiao did not take no agreements seriously at all. Although this guy was indeed very strong, he was not a threat to him at all. Of course, he would not underestimate him. Because he knew the consequences of underestimating his opponent. He instantly entered the beast soul transformation state of the three-headed lava hound. The Cerberus beast soul naturally has a special skill, Scorching Hell. After releasing the skill, the caster can create an environment similar to Scorching Hell. In this environment, other than fire-type internal force, the effects of other attributes will be greatly reduced. Also, the constant eruption of lava will be a great threat to the enemy. The duration of the skill is the limit of the warrior's internal force and soul power. No matter if it's internal force or soul power, once consumed to a certain extent, the warrior will not be able to maintain this Scorching Hell. After one use, there will still be a cooldown time of half an hour. Because it's a new beast soul, Xianxia wants to test its power in this battle. He also wants to try this Scorching Hell. No wonder, you're a beast warrior, no wonder you're so arrogant. Looking at Xiao's transformation, No Agreement sneered. Too bad, you're not the only beast warrior in this world, I'm one too. Seeing Xiao's transformation, No Agreements became more confident that he can win. He guessed that Xiao's biggest trump card is the beast warrior transformation. However, not only does he have the beast warrior transformation, his cultivation is also much stronger than Xiao's. Terrifying scales grew out of No Agreements' body. His eyes suddenly turned into the strange eyes of a cobra. The tongue in his mouth is like a snake's tongue. This is the special blood that flows in the warriors of No Agreements' family. It comes from the blood of the Cobra King. It can let the warriors of their family awaken beast warriors. No Agreements, Avidinia, and Wu Yan are the best of the younger generation. No Agreements had a slight increase in strength due to the beast soul transformation, but not by much. However, the terrifying aura contained in his body was several times stronger than before. In particular, all the bones in his body were now as flexible as a snake, making it easier for him to attack. It's such a waste to use the three-headed lava hound beast soul on you. I'll tell you right now that a trash with a weak cultivation base will not be able to unleash its full potential even if you have a powerful beast soul. Looking at Xiao's beast soul transformation, No Agreement sneered. You're now a three-headed lava hound. Don't turn into a dead dog later. Hearing this, many of the onlooking warriors in the mansion burst into laughter. In their opinion, there was no suspense at all in this battle. Although Xiao had a beast soul that was not inferior to No Agreements', his cultivation was too low and he could not exert the power of this beast soul. On the contrary, he might even be dragged down. Naturally, there were also people who would not laugh at Xiao. Yu Fenghua and the other two girls would not laugh at him. Hong Man'er and Jihyun of Silla didn't know how to do it either. This was because both Jihyun of Silla and Hong Man'er knew that Xiao was not easy to deal with. Jihyun of Silla did not want No Agreements to underestimate his opponent, so he reminded him, No Agreements, I've told you before that you should never underestimate your opponent no matter what. Have you forgotten? Of course, he did not want No Agreements to lose. Although the Golden Crow saber was not something that he could not give away, it would be very troublesome for him to give it away. It was too difficult to find another similar item. He could only find something that was slightly inferior as a replacement. Therefore, Jihyun of Silla did not want to create trouble for himself if he could avoid it. I understand. No Agreement stopped laughing, but he did not take it seriously. Alright, let the battle begin. Jihyun of Silla waved his hand down and the battle began. Xiao did not plan to take the initiative to attack because it was not easy to find a good opponent. He wanted to make use of No Agreements to test his skills. He would defeat him after he was done with him. However, No Agreements was getting impatient when he did not attack. When he heard Jihyun of Silla's order to attack, his figure suddenly flashed and he dashed out. He was as fast as a ghost and his body was extremely flexible. He looked like a snake as he dashed forward. A strong wind blew in the arena. Kid, it's time to lose. This is the royal city. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. No Agreements wanted to end the battle quickly. It would be best if he could end the battle in 1 or 2 moves. This way, he could show his strength and Xiao's incompetence. In the process of the surprise attack, 2 sharp daggers appeared in Wu Yu's hands. The daggers danced and turned into a terrifying snake shadow, releasing a sharp sword aura. It almost enveloped his entire body inside. It turned him into a sharp blade, stabbing at Xiao's vital points. Good. Ling Xiao temporarily raised his cultivation to the peak of the 8th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Since he wanted to train, he could not let himself be too strong. Once he released all his cultivation and reached the early stage of the 9th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. If that was the case, Wu Yu would most likely be defeated very quickly. He would not have the chance to test his skills. Let's test the power of the three-headed lava hound transformation first. He did not use Scorching Hell. Ling Xiao took half a step back with his right foot and leaned forward. 3 huge heads appeared behind him. The heads were completely made of lava, just a little smaller, just like the three-headed lava hound's head. Boom! The 3 heads collided with no agreement's attack. Ling Xiao felt a frightening impact, and his body involuntarily retreated more than 10 steps. In the end, he had to stab his hands into the ground to stop himself. An opponent at the middle stage of the 9th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm is really strong, and a beast warrior at that. But no agreements could not chase after him. Because he also retreated 4 or 5 steps with a shocked expression. Brat, I told you to go easy on him, but you didn't have to do this. How are you going to fight him? Wu Yan couldn't help but curse. He thought that no agreements went easy on him, otherwise, no agreements would have a huge advantage over Ling Xiao in terms of cultivation. He could definitely heavily injure Ling Xiao in one move. Not only was he unhappy, the other people in the Wangfu who were watching the show were also very unhappy. Although Ling Xiao retreated further than Wu Yu, he clearly didn't suffer any injuries. And no agreements' cultivation is so much higher than Ling Xiao's, but he was still pushed back and unable to continue attacking. Isn't this too unbelievable? Big bro, you're mistaken. No agreements suddenly looked at Avidinia and said. He's not at the middle stage of the 8th level of Hell, he's at the peak. Impossible. Wu Ming didn't believe that his probing secret technique would fail. It had to be known that this secret technique had never failed when probing martial artists with weaker cultivations than himself. Hee, if you're blind then just stay blind, don't try to detect other people's cultivation. Unfortunately, you're wrong. Ling Xiao sneered, and the aura of the 8th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm erupted from his body. This time, even without detection, it was clear. I'm wrong? I'm actually wrong. Avidinia's mood became abnormally bad, and his entire being seemed off. He felt as if he had gone mad. That was to be expected. A person who had never made a mistake suddenly made a mistake. It was definitely not a good blow. Alright, stop looking at that lunatic. Hurry up and attack. End this battle as soon as possible. I still have other things to do. Ling Xiao looked at No Agreements contemptuously and said. You dare to hurt my big brother. I'll kill you. No Agreements' previous attack was too casual. He did not even use any martial arts techniques. Therefore, in his opinion, if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, it would still be a very simple matter. Ling Xiao actually caused his big brother to be on the verge of collapse. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Therefore, he had to use all his strength. As he spoke, his entire body's aura instantly erupted and completely integrated into the 2 daggers in his hands. Then, his entire body seemed to have turned into a huge cobra, and the 2 daggers were the cobra's poisonous fangs. This move will take your dog life, Snake Shadow Fury, Poisonous Fang Stab. In that instant, No Agreements' entire body pounced on Ling Xiao. The sharp daggers flashed with a cold purple light. This should be a special kind of poison. It was probably even more difficult to deal with than the green poison. The giant snake roared, bringing with it a foul wind and a rain of blood. Before it reached Ling Xiao already felt a great threat. Humph, it's time to try that stunt. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, his entire body emitted a towering rage. The rage turned into lava and completely enveloped the entire arena. 3-headed lava hound, Scorching Hell. In that instant, the entire arena turned into a scorching hell. It was a sea of fire. Whether it was the sky or the ground, there was boiling lava flowing everywhere. No Agreements could clearly feel that the power of his move had instantly decreased. This made him a little frightened. However, at this time, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. There was no way he could give up. Therefore, he continued to roar and attack Ling Xiao. Through the scorching hell, Ji-hyun of Silla and the others watched the battle nervously. This was a strange battle. Until now, Ling Xiao had yet to launch a real attack. Both attacks were launched by no agreements, but from the looks of it, it was impossible for no agreements to hurt Ling Xiao. No agreements, use fire attribute techniques. No agreements, who was pouncing towards Ling Xiao, heard a voice in his mind. It was Ji-hyun of Silla's voice. It was obvious that Ji-hyun of Silla had seen through the characteristics of the scorching hell in an instant. No agreements didn't have fire attribute internal energy, but he still had fire attribute moves. This guy was indeed a genius. He actually changed his move in midair. Purple snake, fire venom fong. Purple flames began to burn on the original attack. At this moment, no agreements also felt that the power of his move was rapidly recovering. It seemed that Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla's warning was right. This fire attribute move wouldn't be weakened in the scorching hell. However, he didn't have fire attribute internal energy. He could only use this move once or twice at most. He had to defeat Ling Xiao in 1 or 2 times. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance. Scorching hell, wall of fire, scorching hell, fire snake. The scorching hell had many defensive and attacking methods. It wasn't just about weakening. The fire snake pounced towards no agreements. The wall of fire blocked no agreements' attack. This made Wu Yu feel a strong sense of powerlessness. He actually couldn't even touch this guy Ling Xiao. Even if his opponent was at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he couldn't be so useless. Damn it. Hee, the result of the test is good. Your mission is complete. So, let's end this battle. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a cold smile, which made Wu Yu's hair stand on end. End the battle? What the hell is that guy talking about? Although no agreements can't hit him for now, how long can that wall of fire last? Wu Yan couldn't help but ask. But no one answered him. Everyone else was watching the battle intently. From the beginning, they thought it would be a one-sided battle. But now, it's full of suspense. For those who are watching the show, it couldn't be any better. I formed the first Heavenly Thunder Guard in the valley. It has half of my strength. Ignoring the buffs from my Tyrant martial spirit and equipment. The Heavenly Thunder Guard's strength should be at the peak of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm at the very least. If the Heavenly Thunder Guard suddenly attacks, what will happen to No Agreements, who is defenseless right now? Ling Xiao was very interested. The Heavenly Thunder Guard is a support-type combat ability. In a one-on-one fight, it's hard to use it to kill or defeat the opponent. But if used properly, the effect would be outstanding. Thinking about this, lightning flashed on his body. A bolt of lightning quietly left his body and condensed into a human-shaped lightning bolt nearby. This was the most basic Heavenly Thunder Guard. After all, Ling Xiao was still far from being able to use it. The human-shaped lightning hid in the lightning and was hard to spot. So even if Ji-hyun of Silla or others wanted to warn No Agreements, it was impossible. Your Highness, this Ling Xiao seems to have exceeded our expectations. You should know that a few days ago, he almost lost his life in the battle with Enpa. Now, No Agreements, who is dozens of times stronger than Enpa, is on par with him. Should we change our strategy? Although Hong Min-er didn't see the Heavenly Thunder Guard. However, she could sense that the battle was probably already over. Wu Yu had always been toyed within the palm of Ling Xiao's hand. There was simply no chance of victory. There was no hope. Change our strategy? Ji-hyun of Silla frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Kill him. Hong Min-er lowered her voice and said, "He's obviously not on our side. If we keep him alive, he'll be a disaster." No. Ji-hyun of Silla shook his head and said, "Before we know Yu Fenghua's exact strength and her relationship with Ling Xiao, we can't act rashly. Otherwise, the unlucky ones won't be him, but us." Ji-hyun of Silla also wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Such a person was not someone he could control. However, the existence of Yu Fenghua made him have no choice but to temporarily hide his thoughts. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere. Everyone saw the strange human-shaped lightning. That's the Heavenly Thunder Guard. Ji-hyun of Silla Chen Kanglin gritted his teeth. He had always wanted to get it, but Ling Xiao had snatched it away and refused to give it to him. He thought he still had a long time to get it from Ling Xiao after he came to the capital city. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to have cultivated the Heavenly Thunder Guard so quickly. Although it was just a human-shaped lightning, the Heavenly Thunder Guard was a secret technique at the second heaven of the immortal grade. Its power was terrifying. At this time, Avidinia also woke up from the chaos. Seeing this scene, he wanted to warn No Agreements, but found that the scorching hell was surrounded by a terrifying soul power. His soul power could not penetrate it. Of course, this was done by Ling Xiao. Previously, when Ji-hyun of Silla warned him, he did not have time to guard against it. However, it was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. Damn it, this guy actually has such a powerful secret technique. He is just a country bumpkin from the 8 Immortals County. How could it be? There is also the 3-headed lava hound beast soul and the 2 beautiful girls. These should not belong to that country bumpkin. They should belong to us. The 6 people were obviously greedy. However, they did not dare to do anything because this was the prince's mansion. As long as Ji-hyun of Silla did not say anything, they would definitely not dare to do anything. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Ji-hyun of Silla. At that time, they would only be in trouble. Just as they were discussing spiritedly, No Agreements had already destroyed the fire wall and fire snake of the scorching hell. He turned around and attacked Ling Xiao. In his opinion, there was nothing that could stop him now. However, at this time, a dazzling human-shaped lightning appeared in front of him and crashed into his body. All the power poured into his body. Under the roar of thunder, No Agreements was electrocuted until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. His originally proud body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The good thing about the Heavenly Thunder Guards was that they were not living creatures. Therefore, they could explode at any time and burst out with all their power. Even if No Agreement's cultivation was much stronger than the Heavenly Thunder Guards, it was useless. The power released by the explosion was too terrifying. Almost the entire prince's mansion could hear No Agreements' mournful screams. Seeing No Agreements fall on the arena, Ling Xiao immediately withdrew the scorching hell and the 3-headed lava hound beast soul transformation. Instead, he walked over and stepped on No Agreements' body. He said coldly, "I know you are not dead. The feeling of being struck by lightning should be very unpleasant, right? You cheated." No Agreements was indeed not dead. After all, his cultivation was not bad, and he was also a beast warrior. His life force was tenacious enough. Although he was seriously injured, he was still conscious. However, it was basically impossible for him to fight Ling Xiao again. Cheating? Hee, do you want me to cut off your head before you admit defeat? Ling Xiao squatted down and patted No Agreements' face a few times, revealing a mocking and sarcastic smile. This scene was clearly seen by everyone present. The 6 great experts of Ji-hyun of Silla's residence, who had been to the extreme royal secret realm countless times, were actually being stepped on by a country bumpkin from the 8 Immortals County, unable to move at all. If word got out, it would be really embarrassing. Avidinia, Wu Yan, and the others are just as furious. However, they also feel ashamed and humiliated at the same time. No Agreements didn't just lose. He also made Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla lose her precious golden crow sword. This is hard for them to accept. They looked at Qin Kanglan of Ji-hyun of Silla. Qin Kanglan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but it disappeared in an instant. He wants Ling Xiao dead. He already had this thought when Hong Minor mentioned it. Ling Xiao's talent is too terrifying. He is a guy that he can't control. If he continues to let Ling Xiao live, he might become the one being stepped on in the future. Therefore, Ling Xiao must die. Although he cares a lot about the golden crow sword, what really made him want to kill is Ling Xiao's terrifying talent and his unruly character. This kind of person is hard to tame. Or rather, it is impossible to tame him. However, Qin Kanglan also knows that even if he wants to kill, he can't touch Ling Xiao right now. Otherwise, he might end up like Hong Minor, beaten up by Yu Fenghua and sent flying. Not only would he lose face, he might lose his life as well. Therefore, he can only endure for now. The most suitable place to kill Ling Xiao is in the royal secret territory. No matter how talented Ling Xiao is, it is impossible for him to have a breakthrough in just 2 days. If that is the case, after entering the royal secret territory, Avidinia and the others can team up and kill Ling Xiao. As for that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, Chen Kanglin didn't care about them at all. Get out of here. Seeing that no agreements didn't want to admit defeat, Ling Xiao kicked him out of the ring. Wu Yan hugged no agreements and showed an angry expression. What? You don't want to admit defeat? Such a piece of trash actually wants my friend to be his concubine? He thinks too highly of himself. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Yan with disdain. Your cultivation is just a little bit higher than his. If you don't want to admit defeat, you can try again. I'm just afraid you won't be able to take out the stake I want. Ling Xiao believes. The weak and easily bullied will only be bullied and humiliated more. Only when you become strong and regain your face can others respect you, only then can you have status. If he didn't defeat no agreements today, he believes that the people in the mansion wouldn't look at him with respect. This is the reality, he has proven this reality countless times. Enough, let's end it here. Seeing Wu Yan's ugly expression, the way he wants to go up but doesn't dare, Ji Hyun of Silla felt embarrassed. He stopped the argument. Ling Xiao, you win. According to the bet, this king's golden crow sword is yours. Wait here for a moment. Only 2 people know about the secret underground passage of the mansion. One is Ji Hyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin. The other is the Formation Master. Unfortunately, the Formation Master didn't manage to break Ling Xiao's defensive formation in 8 Immortals County. Instead, he was injured by the formation and is still recovering in 8 Immortals County. So now, it can be said that in the entire capital, only Chen Kanglin knows about the secret underground passage of the mansion. So, to get the Golden Crow Sword, he has to go personally. About 10 minutes later, Ji Hyun of Silla came out. In her hand is a golden short sword encased in 1,000-year-old ice. The short sword is releasing a terrifying amount of heat, melting the 1,000-year-old ice. That's 1,000-year-old ice, it's a very rare thing. Normal heat can't melt it. But this golden crow sword can, it shows how terrifying the heat is. Even so, Ling Xiao's palm is spewing out terrifying flames, melting the 1,000-year-old ice like nothing happened. He held the golden crow sword in his hand. TSK, not bad, it's a good sword. Too bad this is a secret blade, normal fighters can't use it. Better let the little demoness eat it. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao threw the golden crow sword into the mountain river world. The little demoness is inside. Ling Xiao is warning Chen Kanglin not to make a move on him, his family and friends. Otherwise, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He actually has a divine fire. That should be the true Samadhi fire. This guy is really terrifying. Even I don't dare to touch the golden crow blade directly, but he can play with it as he pleases. The shock in Chen Kanglin's heart was not just a little bit. It was only today that he understood that some people were not born to be dragons in the pond, and could not be controlled at all. Thank you, Your Highness, for bestowing this golden crow blade. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, but if I go to the extreme royal mystic realm, Feng Hua will have nowhere to go for the time being. Can I trouble Your Highness to arrange a quiet residence for her? The reason why he made this decision was because Ji Hyun of Silla's position in the capital was not ordinary after all. This prince's mansion was protected by a formation, and experts were as numerous as the clouds. It was definitely not much worse than the palace's defenses. Letting Yu Fenghua stay here should be the safest. What's more, he knew Chen Kanglin's intentions. He wanted Yu Fenghua to cooperate with him. Since that was the case, he would not act against Yu Fenghua. In this way, Yu Fenghua would be even safer. Yu Fenghua did not have any objections when she heard Ling Zhao's arrangement. Perhaps in her opinion, this arrangement was naturally the best. Brother, don't worry. This prince will arrange for Miss Fenghua with the best treatment. I will definitely not let her come to any danger. Chen Kanglin was indeed very happy. This was exactly what he wanted. Your Highness, we will leave first. No agreements is seriously injured and needs treatment. Avidinia suddenly said. He felt that if he continued to stay here, he would most likely act against Ling Xiao. Go. This prince will invite the imperial physician over later. He will definitely treat no agreements before the extreme royal mystic realm begins. Chen Kanglan nodded. Thus, Avidinia and the others turned and left. But before they left, they looked at Ling Xiao as if they had a deep hatred. From the looks of it, these guys were definitely not going to settle down. After that, Ji Hyun of Silla sent someone to arrange accommodation for Ling Xiao and the others, and then went to deal with other matters. After all, he was a 9-star prince, so he had many things to take care of. After living in the courtyard arranged by King Jixin, Yu Fenghua, who had been wearing a bamboo hat, also took off her bamboo hat. "Why do you keep looking at me?" She looked at Ling Xiao curiously and asked. "Don't you want to ask why I let you stay in Ji Hyun of Silla's residence?" Ling Xiao asked. "There's nothing to ask. I can guess what you're thinking. In the entire royal city, Ji Hyun of Silla's residence should be the safest place. It's naturally better for me to live here." Yu Fenghua said calmly. "Alright, since you know, I won't say any more. Let me talk about the second matter. Previously, when you heard about the extreme royal mystic realm, you suddenly had a strange reaction. Can you tell me why?" Ling Xiao asked. "Actually, it's nothing. When I was thrown out of the Palace of Eternal Life, I was hit by someone's palm. Now, there's a sequela that needs a special kind of herb to cure. And it's very likely that there's such a thing in the extreme royal mystic realm. I'll help you." Without waiting for Yu Fenghua to finish, Ling Xiao said, "Then what is it? Why are you so good to me?" Yu Fenghua's eyes flashed with confusion as she asked. "I've already told you the answer. Because what I owed you in my previous life, I must repay in this life." Ling Xiao replied. "I can't be satisfied with such an answer." Yu Fenghua shook her head. "It's up to you to believe it or not, but time will reveal a person's heart. In the future, you'll know whether or not I'm really good to you. Alright, let's not argue about this. What are you looking for?" Ling Xiao didn't want to be tangled up in this matter because no matter how he explained it, it wouldn't be clear. "The extreme royal herb." Yu Fenghua replied, "However, it's very difficult to obtain this kind of extreme royal herb. It might be dangerous, so you'd better be careful." "The extreme royal herb, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely obtain it when I enter the extreme royal mystic realm this time. Just stay here obediently. If that Ji Hyun of Silla really plans to do anything to you, don't mind me, just leave. With your strength, I believe that even if there's someone in the capital who wants to stop you, it's absolutely impossible. As for the extreme royal herb, when I leave the extreme royal mystic realm, I'll naturally release the news. Just come and find me." "Idiot, how could I leave you and leave?" This was what Yu Fenghua said in her heart. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she was actually very concerned about this somewhat fussy young man. She couldn't escape by herself. She would wait here for Ling Xiao. No matter what trouble he encountered, she definitely wouldn't leave alone. This kind of feeling seemed to burst out from the depths of her soul, making her unable to control herself. "By the way, Fenghua, I'll leave the little demoness behind to protect you. She's actually my avatar. If anything happens here, you can directly tell me through her, and I'll naturally know." As Ling Xiao spoke, he released the little demoness from the mountain river world. At this time, the little demoness, who had swallowed the golden crow saber, had actually raised her cultivation to the early stage of the first cycle of hell. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao really didn't know whether to praise the golden crow saber for being outstanding or his avatar for being awesome. As expected of an avatar that was created with the devil fetus as the foundation and his own soul as the foundation, his cultivation speed could only be described as freakish. "You actually told me this girl's true identity. Aren't you afraid that I'll leak it out? In this world, people who can condense an avatar are probably very rare. I believe that other than the top powerhouses of the last 2 continents, you're the only one who can do it." Yu Fenghua said in surprise. "You won't betray me." Ling Xiao could also see that although the Moon Maiden had reincarnated, the feelings hidden in the depths of her soul were still very stubborn. This was why Yu Fenghua would say that he was her man in the restaurant. The Moon Maiden wouldn't betray him. Yu Fenghua wouldn't either. "You're more confident than me. Forget it, I won't say any more." Anyway, I feel strangely close to you. I don't know why. Yu Fenghua sighed and said, you still have to go to the extreme royal mystic realm in 2 days. It's better to use these 2 days to cultivate properly. Before entering the extreme royal mystic realm, every bit of cultivation you increase is a bit more hope. Then you should rest. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to accompany Yu Fenghua for these 2 days, he knew that it was impossible. He definitely couldn't slack off. The slightest bit of slack could lead to his tragic death. He left the room and was about to return to his room when he suddenly felt a figure flash in front of the door. Who is it? He used the wolf travels 1,000 li and chased after that person. When he reached the outside of the prince's mansion, that person suddenly stopped. Boss. Ling Xiao was about to ask when that person suddenly turned around and shouted excitedly. Ling Yan. Seeing this person in front of him, Ling Xiao was shocked. It was actually his good brother Ling Yan. When the brothers were hugging, Ling Xiao noticed some strange changes in Ling Yan's body. What's going on with you? Your cultivation has increased very quickly, but why are there traces of beastification on your body? Beastification was different from beast warriors. Beast warriors were usually humans. They would only transform when they activated their beast souls in battle. However, beastification was when a perfectly fine human would eventually turn into some kind of terrifying beast. For revenge. Ling Yan said, Boss, after I came to the capital, I was discovered and chased by the royal family. In the end, I was saved by the people of the dragon cult. The dragon cult has an ultimate technique. Other than the founder of the cult, no one else has been able to successfully cultivate it. However, after the founder cultivated this martial art, he disappeared. I obtained this ultimate technique by chance, so I started cultivating it. I didn't expect it to gradually become like this. But my cultivation has indeed increased very quickly. It's like flying. Sigh, you can actually go to this extent for revenge. Oh right, Ling Yan, on my way to the capital, I found the things your father left behind. They are all in this storage ring. Take it. Use it, you can live a better life. As for revenge, after I come out of the extreme royal secret realm, we brothers will plan it together. Ling Xiao said, you can't do it alone. But boss, I can't implicate you. This is our Ling family's matter. Ling Yan didn't take the storage ring and simply said, don't worry. Implicate? You call me boss, but now you're saying you're afraid of implicating me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Moreover, for the sake of the Ling family, I've already become like fire and water with the royal family. If you want me to help, I'll help. If you don't want me to help, I'll help. After all, we're brothers who have gone through life and death together. Ling Zhao's expression changed. Ling Yan was moved. He wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he didn't say anything. His enemy was the Qin nation's royal family. Yet, Ling Xiao actually said that he would take revenge for him. What kind of brotherly affection was this? Alright, Ling Yan, you can go back first. Remember, keep a low profile for now. Don't act rashly on your own. Wait for me to come out. Ling Xiao repeated. Alright boss, I'll listen to you. However, this Ji-Hyun of Silla is not a good thing. Aren't you afraid of danger for your woman to stay there? Ling Yan suddenly said. You know everything? Yes. Actually, after the incident at the restaurant spread, I knew it was you, boss. Ling Yan nodded. Brat, you're quite smart. Alright, after I enter the royal mystic realm, help me observe the situation here. It should be safe for the time being. Ling Xiao smiled. Yes, boss, don't worry. I'll treat sister-in-law the same way I treat you. I'll protect her with my life. What else was there to say? Ling Xiao was willing to make an enemy of the royal family for him. Naturally, he could also sacrifice his life to protect Ling Zhao's woman. With you here, I'm much more at ease. Your current cultivation is even stronger than mine. Ling Xiao patted Ling Yan heavily. Only then did the two brothers reluctantly part. When they left, Ling Yan didn't ask for the treasures. He said that he wanted Ling Xiao to distribute them. Ling Xiao thought about it and didn't refuse. Ling Yan was currently in the dragon cult. He was probably being watched at all times. If he suddenly obtained such wealth, it would be very troublesome. It was better for him to keep it first. 2 days later, the royal mystic realm opened. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death came to the main hall of the king's mansion. They were somewhat excited as they waited to enter the royal mystic realm. As for Yu Fenghua, Ling Xiao didn't inform her. He didn't want to bear the pain of parting. Although it was only half a month, Ling Xiao still felt a little reluctant to part with it. After all, he had just found the woman he loved. A moment later, Jihyun of Silla and the 6 people appeared outside the main hall. Alright, Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death. The 3 of you go with Avidinia and the others to the royal mystic realm. Jihyun of Silla didn't say much. He had already told Avidinia and the other 6 in advance. He definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao come out of the royal mystic realm alive. This was his greatest expectation. Alright. Ling Xiao nodded. He led Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death out of the king's mansion with Avidinia and the others. The royal mystic realm is naturally located in the Arcana Academy. The Arcana Academy is located outside of Lidu. Therefore, they are heading out of the city. Kid, you better behave. Don't think that you can strut around just because you defeated my little brother. No agreements. If you piss us off and meet with danger in the royal mystic realm, don't blame us for not helping you. Wu Yan warned. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and didn't mind. He just wanted to use Jihyun of Silla to step into the royal mystic realm. He didn't need the protection of these people. If these guys didn't touch him, he wouldn't do anything either. However, if these guys wanted to die, he definitely wouldn't be merciful. No Agreement seems to have recovered from his injuries. Since he's healed, he should be obedient and stop being stupid. Ling Xiao glanced at No Agreements and smiled faintly. He's obviously scolding the locust while pointing at the mulberry. He said No Agreements, but he's actually warning the other 6 people. Wu Yan wanted to flip out, but Avidinia stopped him. Don't forget His Highness' words. Don't make a move until we enter the royal mystic realm. He's a dead man anyways, why bother with a few words? His eyes told the other 5 what to do next. They left Lidu and walked about 2 to 3 li. Suddenly, the scenery in front of them changed. The sky seemed to be condensed with royal qi, forcing them to look up. At this time, Avidinia coldly said to Ling Xiao and company, listen up, we will arrive at the Arcana Academy. First, we need to pay a visit to the Arcana Academy's dean. Our Qin country's king is called Lei Di, and this Arcana Academy's dean is the king's younger brother. He's called Lei Zun. They are all top experts in Qin country. After you meet them, you need to be careful with your words and actions. It doesn't matter if you want to die, but don't drag us down with you. Ling Xiao found it funny. Lei Di, Lei Zun, just like the Holy Emperor of Heavenly Thunder, these are probably titles he gave himself. A mere Yinyang realm martial artist dares to call himself Di Zun, what a joke. If you're afraid of being dragged down, just tell Chen Kanglin not to let me stay with you guys. Do you really think I, Ling Xiao, want to stay with you 6 idiots? Ling Xiao saw that these 6 bastards were up to no good. The way they looked at him is like they're looking at a dead man. This made him very sure that Jihyun of Silla wants these 6 to attack him in the royal mystic realm. That's why his words didn't sound nice at all. Impudent, how dare you call Jihyun of Silla by his name? Do you want to die? Wu Yan scolded. Humph, Chen Kanglin and I are not subordinates, why can't I call him by his name? On the other hand, you 6 dogs are really obedient. You. Even the usually calm Avidinia was annoyed by Ling Xiao's words. But he could still tolerate it. Country bumpkin, keep being arrogant. Once you enter the Imperial Mystic Realm, it will be your death. At that time, not only will you die, but your woman will also become the prince's woman. Let's see what else you can do. Wu Ming cursed in his heart and didn't say anything else. He silently passed through the forest in front of him. The Arcana Academy was built in the middle of the forest. The Arcana Academy was very large, like a huge beast entrenched in the forest. It constantly emitted a mysterious and terrifying aura. It was rumored that the Arcana Academy had its own army, called the Mystic Realm Guards. These people were carefully selected from the Arcana Academy's disciples. The weakest among them was at the early stage of the 9th level of hell. Although there were only 30,000 of them, not as many as the Imperial Guards in the royal city. In terms of combat strength, they were no weaker than the Imperial Guards. As for the other armies, they were even weaker. Unless it was the army of the Flying Eagle Killing God or the Warhawk Divine General, they would only die if they encountered these 30,000 Mystic Realm Guards. Of course, these 30,000 Mystic Realm Guards were not the most terrifying. The most terrifying was the Thunder Seigneur, the Dean of the Arcana Academy. And the 7 elders under the Dean. These 8 people were practically the top existences in the entire Qin state. Besides the Thunder Emperor and Qin Wang, there was probably no one who could compare to them. And the Thunder Seigneur was very loyal to the Thunder Emperor. He had never thought of usurping the throne. Therefore, when the Thunder Emperor and the Thunder Seigneur worked together, the Qin state was as stable as a rock. I wonder who will enter the Imperial Mystic Realm this time, but the royal family of the Qin state values it so much. It won't be easy to get the Imperial Supreme Grass. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the academy. But in the blink of an eye, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He liked difficulties. The harder it was to obtain something, the greater the sense of accomplishment after obtaining it. Since Ji-Hyun of Silla had bribed him before, it was not difficult for Ling Xiao to enter the Arcana Academy. After entering the Arcana Academy, Avidinia and the others led him directly to the Dean's residence. If one wanted to enter the Arcana Academy, they had to get the approval of the Dean. Even Ji-Hyun of Silla could not overstep his authority. Legend had it that the cultivation of this Dean, the Thunder Supreme, had reached the late stage of the 11th level of hell. Such powerful strength was only slightly weaker than the Thunder Emperor. I don't care what cultivation you have. You'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, even if you're the Heavenly Emperor, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao snorted coldly in his heart. However, his face was still as calm as an ancient well, as if nothing could shake his conviction. On the way to the director's office, they passed by a building. Outside the building, there were close to 5,000 secret realm guardians. Moreover, the surroundings of the building were all protected by formations. Even so, there was still a surge of heavenly chi released from inside, which made people feel very strange. That should be the entrance to the Imperial Secret Realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He wanted to go in now, but he still had to go through the necessary procedures. Not long after, they were already outside the director's office. The Thunder Supreme has ordered that those who want to enter the Imperial Secret Realm must wait outside. He is resting and is not to be disturbed. Outside the director's office stood a woman wearing a sinister silver armor. She was very strong. However, she was only the personal guard of the Thunder Supreme. Of course, this waiting was not just for them. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, there were already many people here. Hee, you're so arrogant when you're strong enough. You're really putting on airs. Ling Xiao smiled. This was normal in the mystic world, so he had nothing to be disgusted with. He casually found a place to sit down and took advantage of this waiting opportunity to cultivate. Stinking brat, don't you know this is the director's office? How dare you be so disrespectful? Stand up and wait. Right at this moment, one of the Academy's disciples who was preparing to enter the Imperial Mystic Realm suddenly shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not move at all. He was still sitting there cross-legged, not even lifting his eyelids. Bastard! This person roared and directly pounced at Ling Xiao, wanting to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. However, before he reached, he was stopped by Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. This guy's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 8th level of hell. Lin Ruoxian or Moon Death could easily subdue him. The two of them worked together and easily pressed this guy to the ground, making him kneel in front of Ling Xiao. After kneeling from morning to afternoon, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes and looked at the idiot in front of him. The Thunder Seigneur didn't say anything, so what are you yelling for? He opened his eyes because he felt that a monster had awakened in the director's office. That should be the sleeping Thunder Seigneur. Alright, Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, let that ignorant guy go. He's been kneeling for a few hours, it's about time. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, stood up, and walked towards the director's office. At this moment, the door to the director's office opened. A terrifying aura was released from inside. This aura contained lightning and thunder, causing the disciples of the Mystic Realm Academy to tremble in fear. "Come in." A voice rang out, as loud as thunder. Many people did not have time to cover their ears, and blood dripped from their ears. They were obviously heavily injured. Although Xianxia was fine, he knew that the bird that pokes its head out gets shot, so he did not rush in. After the people in front of him recovered, he followed at the back and walked into the director's office. The director's office was huge. Not to mention a few dozen people, even a few hundred people could be easily accommodated. Just standing at the door of the director's office, one could feel a terrifying aura rushing towards them. Through the gaps in the crowd, Xianxia saw a huge bed. This bed was made of 1,000-year-old ice, and was extremely huge. On the bed, a huge figure was lying there, like a monster. Is this still a human? Xianxia could not help but sigh. This guy was estimated to be 4 to 5 meters tall, but that was nothing. The most important thing was that his body was shockingly fat. He was so round that one could not even see his head. Only his huge belly was exposed, blocking everyone's view. However, it was this strange monster that no one dared to laugh at. Everyone knew that this Thunder Senior was not easy to deal with. His terrifying strength made countless people in the Chen nation tremble in fear. This year's batch of new disciples is not bad. But as for how much you are worth, we will only know after entering the extreme royal mystic realm. The round Thunder Senior's voice was like a morning bell, and it sounded very oppressive. The new disciples of the Arcana Academy stay. The rest of you, go outside. The Thunder Senior said lightly. It sounded like he wanted to test the strength of the new disciples of the Arcana Academy. There were many counties in the capital of the Chen Kingdom, but only 3 people could join the Arcana Academy and become a new disciple of the Arcana Academy. And those who were recognized by the prince and the king were even less qualified to enter the royal secret realm. Therefore, there were only 64 people left in the president's office. 64 people all stood in the president's office, but they only took up a small part of it. The president's office was big enough to accommodate all of them. After all, the president, the Thunder Senior, took up too much space. If the president's office was not big enough, it might not even be able to accommodate him. Kneel. Suddenly, a voice came from the mouth of the Thunder Senior. This voice was filled with an incomparably terrifying aura. It was like a ferocious beast pouncing towards them, wanting to press everyone to the ground. Following the order of the Thunder Senior. Out of the 64 people, 60 of them actually knelt down. There were only 4 people who were still standing. Besides Xianxia, there were 3 other people. One of them was actually the ninja warrior that Xianxia had met in the Sky Dragon continent. He was surprised at first. But after thinking about it, he was relieved. Since he could reincarnate to the Black Tortoise continent. There must be geniuses among the ninjas. It was normal for them to reincarnate to the Black Tortoise continent. This ninja warrior was a woman. She was not very tall, about 1.5 meters, but her strength was not bad. Her eyes were always full of charm. She was definitely not easy to deal with. There was another person who emitted a terrifying aura that only warriors on the battlefield could release. He must have been selected from the army. The third person was a bit mysterious. His whole body was covered in black clothes, leaving only his eyes exposed. He looked mysterious and special. Ha ha ha, 4 of you can still stand. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the 4 people standing, the Thunder Senior laughed loudly. The rest of you who are kneeling don't need to be afraid. I just want to check if your identities match the information. After saying that, his smiling face suddenly turned gloomy. He suddenly opened his mouth and blew. A bolt of lightning struck 4 of the 64 people, killing them on the spot. Fortunately, most of the people matched the information. However, these 4 fellows attempted to sneak in and cause trouble. The Lightning Senior smiled faintly. Killing 4 people was nothing to him. You are Ruri Ueno? Raisin looked at the ninja woman and asked. The ninja woman's face was originally filled with seduction, but at this moment, there was only fear and awe. In front of the Lightning Senior, she knew that she was not worth mentioning. She hurriedly answered submissively, this disciple is indeed Ruri Ueno. Cultivation? The lightning senior asked. Dean, my cultivation base is at the peak of the 9th level of hell. Ruri Ueno replied. Not bad. You are only 16 years old, but you already have such a cultivation base. You are indeed a genius. Ueno Shin, your daughter is not bad. Looks like your Ueno family has a successor. The lightning senior looked at the person beside him and smiled. This Ueno Shin should be one of the 7 elders of the Arcana Academy. Although he was not as strong as the lightning senior, he was still very powerful. Anyway, with Ling Zhao's current strength, he was definitely not a match for this guy. Thank you, lightning senior, for thinking so highly of my daughter. She is indeed talented and hardworking. That is why she has such achievements. Ueno Shin hurriedly said. Good, very good. Continue to work hard. The lightning senior nodded and looked at the next person. It was the martial artist from the military. You are Gu Feng, 19 years old this year? Well, you are a bit old, but your cultivation base is not bad. Early stage of the 10th level of hell. Very good. I heard that Gu Tianba's son died, so he took you as his godson. You must be filial to your godson. Don't disappoint him. The lightning senior said. Yes, Dean. Gu Feng lowered his head and cupped his hands. At this moment, Ling Xiao frowned. He was not particularly afraid of that Ueno Liuli, but this Gu Feng was a bit troublesome. With a cultivation base of the 10th level of hell, if they met in the Imperial Secret Realm, it would be best not to be enemies with him. Well, you are called Long Yi? The lightning senior looked at the black-cloaked person beside Ling Xiao. Yes. That person indifferently replied. He did not have the reverence of Gu Feng and Ueno Liuli at all. Show your true face. This is the basic etiquette. The lightning senior coldly said. I am sorry. Since I was born, I have always covered my face. My mother said that once the black cloth is removed, I will kill and even eat people. Long Yi still said indifferently. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his emotions, as if the lightning senior was not worth mentioning in front of him. Humph, this Dean wants to see whether you will eat people or not. Remove the black cloth. The lightning senior coldly snorted. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders. Since the Dean wants to see, I will show you. He stretched out his hand. That hand was as delicate as white jade, not like the hand of a man, but more like the hand of a woman. It made people think that this man was more beautiful than a woman. However, the moment the black cloth was removed, everyone was shocked. It had to be said that this man's face was indeed perfect, but there was a flaw. That was, his mouth was too big. It was not just big, it had already split open to the base of his ears. The most terrifying thing was that the teeth in his mouth were like those of a fierce carnivore. It was very ugly. Just as Long Yi had said, the moment the black cloth was removed, his eyes suddenly became scarlet. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and bit towards a nearby cultivator. And this martial artist that was bitten was none other than Yu Shang. Moon Death was suppressed by the lightning senior's aura and was unable to make a move at this moment. That bloody mouth was about to swallow her. A sword light pierced from the side. It was sharp, and had the terrifying temperature of lava. Long Yi's big mouth bit the sword edge, but he was not injured. Instead, the owner of the sword light was forced back more than 10 steps. The one who released the sword light was naturally Ling Xiao. Because of the urgency of the situation, he did not have time to transform. This collision could be considered a loss, but in any case, he saved Moon Death. Enough, put on your black cloth. The lightning senior ordered. Long Yi instantly wrapped up the black cloth, then indifferently looking at Ling Xiao, he revealed a hint of banter. The sword is not bad, but in your hands, it is really a waste. Ling Xiao's face was somewhat gloomy. If this Long Yi had directly apologized after returning to normal, perhaps he would not be angry. However, not only did this person not have any intention to apologize, he even mocked him and even coveted the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand. This made him very unhappy. Whether it is a waste or not, it is not up to you to decide. Long Yi, you're only 13 years old, but you're already at the peak of the 9th level of hell. Your potential is truly terrifying. Do well. That immortal-grade magic treasure is nothing. The lightning seigneur smiled. Clearly, the lightning seigneur was very satisfied with Long Yi. Lord Dean, Long Yi has a presumptuous request. Can you let that kid give me that sword? Long Yi suddenly smiled. The lightning seigneur looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You were introduced by Tsang Lan, right? You're only 16 years old, but you're already at the peak of the 8th level of hell. That's not bad, but you're far from being a genius. I really don't know why that kid thinks so highly of you. However, you're also not bad for being able to stand under the pressure of this dean. How about this? Give the white jade flying dragon sword to Long Yi. Later, you can ask Tsang Lan for another one. In any case, Tsang Lan has many immortal-grade magic treasures. What if I don't agree?" Although Ling Xiao had no hope of winning against the lightning seigneur, he couldn't give the white jade flying dragon sword to Long Yi. "How dare you? You dare to disobey the orders of the lightning seigneur?" Bo Yi suddenly stood up. He was the patriarch of the Bo Yi clan, one of the 8 great clans of Thunder City. He was also one of the 7 elders of the Arcana Academy. He was also one of the strategists of the Lightning Emperor. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to look down on his royal authority. The Thunder Senior was a sovereign who stood shoulder to shoulder. In the Qin nation, he was someone who stood on equal footing with the Thunder Emperor. Offending him was the same as offending the Qin nation's royal family. Ling Xiao looked at Bo Yi. This person had completely released his aura, so Ling Xiao could see his cultivation. He was at the peak of the 10th level of hell. Ling Xiao definitely couldn't fight against such a cultivation at his current level. But so what if he couldn't fight back? Ling Xiao couldn't be a coward. At worst, he could escape now. When he was strong enough, he could come back and tear down Thunder City. He would make the person who humiliated him pay the price. Orders have to be fair. If I feel that it's unfair, I can naturally disobey. Ling Xiao said coldly. Bo Ye's murderous intent. The lightning seigneur's expression was unsightly. He really wanted to slap Ling Xiao to death and end this matter. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao was a martial artist recommended by Qin Kanglin. That nephew of his was not easy to fool. If he really killed Ling Xiao here, it would probably cause discord between uncle and nephew. It was really not worth it for such a small country bumpkin. That's enough, Wadano Shin. The lightning seigneur waved his hand, indicating for Bo Yi to sit down. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Next, this dean will test each of your combat strength. Only after reaching a certain level will you be allowed to enter the extreme royal mystic realm. Otherwise, you'll just be throwing your lives away. Ling Xiao, listen up. If your performance can be better than Long Yi's, then take it as if I didn't say anything. What do you think?" Disciple obeys. Ling Xiao knew that if he still refused, he would definitely be attacked by the Thunder Seigneur. Since it was just a competition of ability, he wasn't afraid. "Good, you have guts. The rules are simple," the Lightning Seigneur said with a smile. "I'll just sit here and defend. This dean has a secret technique that can test the power of each person's attack. There's no need to be afraid. Use your strongest attack to deal with this dean. When the time comes, I'll give you a score. The score will be low, medium, high, and top. You can start now. It doesn't matter who goes first." Ling Xiao naturally planned to start after Long Yi. That way, he could set his own attack power according to Long Yi's attack power. Otherwise, casually revealing his strength wouldn't be beneficial to him. "Ruri Ueno, you'll be the first. Lead the way for everyone." The Lightning Seigneur looked at Wadano Ruri and said. Disciple obeys. Wadano Ruri nodded. She was only 16 years old, but her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of hell. Naturally, she couldn't fall behind in this matter. She had to perform well. At the very least, she had to be second. After all, Gufang's cultivation was too strong. In this aspect, she couldn't compare. Other than Gufang, she felt that she couldn't lose to anyone. In an instant, the charming woman turned into a terrifying cold-blooded killer. A ninja blade about 3 feet long appeared in her hand. The blade was blood-red. It was actually a divine-grade spirit artifact saber. Well, even the 8 Immortal Mountain had a divine-grade spirit weapon. How could Wadano Ruri, as the beloved daughter of the Wadano clan, not have won? The terrifying blood-red saber released an astonishing murderous aura. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He had to admit that Wadano Ruri's attack was very powerful. Top-tier jade-grade martial skill, blood-red nightmare. Wadano Ruri condensed all of his aura on that terrifying blood-red long blade. Then, her figure suddenly became hazy, as if she didn't exist at all. A blood-red nightmare demon appeared in the air. This caused some of the martial artists to tremble in fear. The blood-red nightmare swallowed terrifying sword chi and killing intent as it unstoppably attacked the lightning seigneur. This should be a top-tier jade-grade martial skill. Looking at the level of mastery, it's clearly cultivated to the perfection stage. This woman is really strong. Currently, Ling Xiao's strongest defensive martial skill was only at this level. Although he had cultivated Heavenly Thunder Guard to the small completion stage, it was still an auxiliary martial skill. As for the Imperial Spirit Lightning Shield, it was a defensive martial skill, not an offensive martial skill. Genius, she was indeed a genius. Will the lightning seigneur really not move? Ling Xiao looked at the lightning seigneur. Facing such a powerful attack, what would the lightning seigneur do? Although the lightning seigneur said that he wouldn't make a move, could he really do it? In the next moment, Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed into slits. He did it, the lightning seigneur didn't make a move. He didn't even bat an eyelid. When Wadano Ruri's attack landed on the lightning seigneur, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was as if the attack had never happened. TSK, this gap is really big. Although he knew how terrifying the lightning seigneur was, Wadano Ruri, who was at the peak of the 9th level of hell, with a divine-grade spirit weapon, couldn't even hurt a hair on his head. This still surprised Ling Xiao a little. What should I do? Ling Xiao closed his eyes as images of the attack flashed in his mind. That was the Tai Chi Eye's quick analysis. Wadano Ruri, high grade. Well done. Wadano Ruri was obviously disappointed when she heard that it was only high grade. However, Gufang's next attack also only got a high grade. Ling Xiao discovered that although Gufang's cultivation was higher than Wadano Liuli's, whether it was his weapon or martial technique, he was inferior to Wadano Liuli. Thus, the power of his attack was not much stronger than Wadano Liuli's. If the high grade was divided into 9 levels, then Wadano Ruri would be high grade level 6, and Gufang would be high grade level 9. Although they were slightly stronger, the gap wasn't big. They were still in the high grade range. Wadano Liuli and Gufang took the lead. The rest of the martial artists also attacked. In any case, there was no danger, so it didn't matter. But among these people, the one with the highest score was only average. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death also got average. In the end, only Long Yi and Ling Xiao were left. Both of them seemed to want the other to attack first. This way, it would be easier to control the rhythm. They looked at each other. Long Yi suddenly said, "Forget it, I'll go first. In any case, you can't surpass me." He sneered and suddenly attacked the lightning seigneur. He held a strange black iron rod in his hand. The front part of the iron rod was sharp and released a strange black aura. It didn't look imposing, but its attack was very powerful. It even made the lightning seigneur frown. Rating, top grade 8, kid, you're not bad. Among the new disciples this dean has tested, you have the highest rating in history. Previously, you were at most top grade 7. The lightning seigneur was very happy. Having such a powerful young man as his subordinate was definitely a kind of luck. Many thanks for the dean's praise. Long Yi returned to his original place, then proudly looking at Ling Xiao, he revealed a contemptuous expression. Ling Xiao, you should give that white jade flying dragon sword to Long Yi. You're not his opponent at all. The lightning seigneur said indifferently, your test score can't be higher than his. Not to mention Long Yi, this country bumpkin can't even compare to me. Wadano Liuli ridiculed, I've heard of his deeds long ago. He actually made a scene in a restaurant just after entering Thunder City and even destroyed other people's restaurants. He simply doesn't put Thunder City's laws in his eyes. If it wasn't for Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla protecting him, this kid would have already died. Ling Xiao ignored Wadano Liuli and looked at the lightning seigneur. If you haven't tried, how do you know you can't compare? Simply ignorant. Wayno Liuli felt that she was being looked down upon and was very unhappy. Fine, since you want to lose face, then let's start. This Dean wants to see how strong your attack is. The Thunder Seigneur also looked at Ling Xiao calmly. He was a little angry in his heart. He had never seen a kid who didn't know when to back down. She had already given him a lot of face, but he was actually so tactless. However, he did not realize how unfair his actions were. He only felt that it was Ling Xiao's fault. Dean, be careful. Swords have no eyes. Theoretically speaking, even if Dean's divine skills are unparalleled, if an ordinary person finds your life gate, they can still hurt you. Ling Xiao took out the white jade flying dragon sword. He did not intend to use the 8 immortal sword. This was because the requirements for the special grade 9th grade were not high. If he could injure the lightning seigneur, then his score would naturally be higher. White jade flying dragon sword could arouse the greed of Long Yi, then male and female 8 immortal swords. Long Yi reckoned that Long Yi would be even more greedy. Therefore, it was better to be careful here. Since he didn't have to go all out, he might as well hide some of his strength. The 8 immortal swords and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit were unnecessary. He could try other things. Ha 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 ha, is he talking in his sleep? Long Yi couldn't injure lightning seigneur, and this kid actually said such words. Is he crazy? Bo Yichen let out a hearty laugh. He felt that there was something wrong with Ling Xiao's brain. He actually lowered himself to the same level as this fool. Is it very funny? Ling Xiao raised the white jade flying dragon sword indifferently. An ice-cold sword intent condensed on the sword. In an instant, he entered the purple lightning thunder bull beast soul transformation. Then, the top-level lightning battle body was released. Lightning wrapped around his body, flickering with a bright light. The white jade flying dragon sword was also flickering with lightning. Beast warrior. Top-level lightning battle body. Hee, no wonder you are a little confident. However, if you want to injure this Dean with just this, isn't it too whimsical? The Thunder Seigneur said disdainfully. Ling Xiao did not speak, just condensing his move. Each person could only make one attack. This attack was a test. Anyway, the Thunder Seigneur said that he would not make a move, so he could strengthen this attack as much as possible. In terms of offensive skills, perhaps he was about the same as Bo Yi Liuli. But in terms of support skills, Bo Yi Liuli could not catch up to him. Purple Lightning Thunder Bull Beast Soul Transformation Support, Top-Level Lightning Battle Body Support, Royal Heaven Earth Power Support, Attack Battle Song Support, Berserk Battle Song Support. A total of 10 battle songs were accumulated. This was also the limit that Ling Xiao could accumulate at the moment. Of course, the battle songs could not be used in normal attacks, and it was impossible to accumulate so many. But now that the enemy was not moving, he naturally did as he pleased. Moreover, the support skills of the battle songs could be used by any soul race, so it would not expose his identity. It's about time. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Suddenly, he stabbed out with his sword. He used a top-level Jade Grade martial skill, the strongest move of the shadow martial arts below the Jade Grade, Ghost War Emperor, thunder and lightning intertwined. The terrifying white jade flying dragon sword drove the surrounding elements, forming a terrifying elemental storm that attacked the Thunder Seigneur. The Thunder Seigneur frowned slightly, but he did not care. Although the attack was strong, it still could not hurt him, so he did not care at all. Purple Lightning Thunder Bull, Earthquake. Just when Ling Xiao was less than a meter away from the Thunder Seigneur, he suddenly activated the special skill of the Purple Lightning Thunder Bull. At that moment, the Thunder Seigneur felt slightly dizzy. Although he didn't pass out completely, it affected his ability to make a move. When he reacted, the sword was already in front of him. The Thunder Seigneur could not defend as calmly as before, and could only concentrate on blocking. However, just as his move was about to take shape, his face changed drastically. No! When he yelled out, Yi Zichen's voice rang out. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder behind him. Berserk Thunder Art. The terrifying thunder directly struck down from above his head. At this moment, the Thunder Seigneur's entire defense was focused on the person in front of him, and he did not expect that someone would attack from behind. This was a complete miscalculation. Without defense, even an ordinary person could hurt him. Not to mention Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Berserk Thunder art was actually a terrifying attack that was enhanced by many support skills. The so-called Ghost War Emperor's move was just a pretense. The Thunder Seigneur did not scream. However, his face was ashen. Because he was really hurt. Ever since he became the Dean of the Arcana Academy, there had never been a new disciple who could hurt him. This scene made everyone present dumbfounded, as if they had been struck dumb. Especially the father and daughter pair, Bo Yi Chen and Bo Yi Luli. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face, and that was called embarrassment and humiliation. Ling Xiao retreated back to his original position, and the one who attacked the Thunder Seigneur from behind was actually a humanoid lightning, the Heavenly Thunder Guard. Ling Xiao released the Berserk Thunder art through the Heavenly Thunder Guard. The power of the Heavenly Thunder Guard combined with the Berserk Thunder art was even more powerful than when Ling Xiao used it himself. Of course, the Lightning Seigneur was indeed powerful. Ling Xiao believed that if it had been any of the 7 elders, they would have been severely injured. But the Lightning Seigneur only suffered some superficial wounds. Men, kill this brat. Bo Yishen suddenly came back to his senses and bellowed. Bo Yiliuli connected seamlessly and pounced on Ling Xiao. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to injure the Lightning Seigneur, but now that he was injured, she could take the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Stop. At this moment, the Lightning Seigneur roared and sent Bo Yiliuli flying. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Good. Very good, a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of Hell, Yin Yang Realm, can actually enter this Dean. Your score is superior grade, superior grade." "Thank you, Dean." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. He had used up a chance to use Earthquake and Mountain, and also used up a chance to condense Heavenly Thunder Guard. Only then did he manage to injure the Lightning Seigneur. One must know that Earthquake and Mountain could only be used once every half an hour. The Heavenly Thunder Guard required even more time. Currently, he could only condense it once a day. However, Ling Xiao didn't know how rare it was to injure the Lightning Seigneur. The 7 elders, including Long Yi, Gu Feng, and Bo Yiliuli, looked at Ling Xiao with disbelief. Everyone thought that the one with the best performance would be Long Yi. But Ling Xiao broke their imaginations, making them feel that their imaginations were so laughable. Of course, Ling Xiao's achievement naturally offended some people. For example, Bo Yishen and Bo Yiliuli. They had originally mocked and ridiculed Ling Xiao, but now, Ling Xiao had ruthlessly slapped their faces. They naturally harbored hatred in their hearts. Of course, this hatred wasn't deep, but it was enough to make these people who were usually high and mighty feel that Ling Xiao deserved to die. The other person was Long Yi. Long Yi looked down on Ling Xiao, and directly wanted the white jade flying dragon sword of Ling Xiao. He thought that he would definitely win, but in the end, he became a joke. What this kind of person hated the most was losing face. Even though he knew that he hadn't used his full strength, resulting in the current outcome, he still couldn't believe it. But he was still very angry. There was another person who had a love-hate relationship with Ling Xiao. This person was the Lightning Seigneur. Love. That was because Ling Xiao's talent had truly shocked him. As long as such a talent was willing to serve the royal family, he would definitely become a great help to the Qin Kingdom's royal family. The hatred was because Ling Xiao had contradicted him time and time again, and had even given him a fierce slap on the face. This made him a little unhappy. However, the Lightning Seigneur was the Lightning Seigneur after all, not Bo Yishen. Being in a high position, he would naturally be more open-minded. Now that he had the intention of subduing Ling Xiao, he no longer had the intention to kill him. I was the one who made an error in judgment. Brat, you're good. However, you'll have to continue working hard in the Royal Mystic Realm. In actual combat, there won't be any enemies waiting for you to use so many support skills. The Lightning Seigneur said indifferently. Yes. At this time, the test was completely over. Naturally, the Lightning Seigneur already had an idea of who was qualified to enter the Royal Mystic Realm. Bo Yishen announced the list of those who passed the test. The Lightning Seigneur turned his head and glanced at Bo Yishen, then threw over a piece of paper. There weren't many names, only a dozen or so. It seemed that most of them had already been eliminated. Bo Yishen read, a total of 12 people passed the test. Ling Xiao, Long Yi, Bo Yi Ruri, Gu Feng, Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death. Those who heard the names were naturally very happy. Those who didn't hear their names could only sigh in their hearts. So what if they were unconvinced? The lightning seigneur was here, and the 7 elders were also here. They didn't dare to say anything disrespectful. What was interesting was that these 12 people actually belonged to 4 people. Long Yi and the other 2 were selected by Chen Wang. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were Ji Hyun of Silla's people. Bo Yi Ruri, Gu Feng, and the other 3 were 14th Prince's people. The remaining 2 were 7th Prince Chen Kangming's people. Their strength was average and unremarkable. Among the 12 people, they could only be considered average. Next, Bo Yishin briefly introduced the Royal Mystic Realm. According to him, the Royal Mystic Realm was very similar to ordinary mystic realms. The outer area was relatively safe, but the deeper you went, the more dangerous it was. The Arcana Academy divided the Royal Mystic Realm into soldier level, general level, king level, and untouchable areas. People had been to the first 3 levels, but no one had ever reached the untouchable areas. No one knew what was going on inside. Because all martial artists would die as soon as they stepped into that area. But according to the characteristics of the Royal Mystic Realm, from the outside to the inside, the level of heaven and earth treasures would get higher and higher. The degree of ferocity of the demonic beasts would also get stronger. Of course, the benefits would also increase, and the speed of cultivation would also increase. Martial artists who had just entered the Royal Mystic Realm could only stay in the soldier level area. No matter how strong you were, you had to start from the most basic area. This was the rule. Of course, if you killed the strongest demonic beast or Yuan Ling in the soldier level area, you would be able to obtain the Royal Mystic Realm. Or if you obtained the permission of the Lightning Emperor or Lightning Sage, you could enter other areas in advance. This was a special case. The soldier level area was very large, so it was divided into 8 hunting areas. The 7 elders and the most capable generals of the royal family were in charge of it. They were also known as hunting chiefs. Under normal circumstances, the various hunting areas were not allowed to infiltrate each other. This involved the rights and interests of the Thunder City's 8 great families. The benefits from the first hunting area to the 8th hunting area belonged to the royal family and the other 7 great families. No matter who entered, they had to take out 90% of the things they obtained to show respect to the bosses behind the scenes. Ling Xiao and the others were assigned to the 7th hunting area. Long Yi was assigned to the 1st hunting area. Bo Yi Liuli, Gu Feng, and the others were assigned to the 8th hunting area. Chen Kangming's people were also assigned to the 6th hunting area. You can leave now. Take your soul locking plate. That is your only proof of entering the Royal Mystic Realm. If you lose it, then you will lose the qualifications to enter the Royal Mystic Realm forever. The hunting chiefs of the 1st, 6th, 7th, and 8th hunting areas are already waiting for you outside. They will tell you in detail what to do and what to do after entering. Bo Yi Liuli looked at the Lightning Sage and said, Lord Lightning Sage, do you have any other instructions? That's all. Tell them to leave. The Lightning Sage yawned. Perhaps it was because his body was too fat, but he did not like to exercise. He always felt tired and wanted to sleep. Good. Before you leave, I will warn you one last time. You must contribute 90% of the elixirs and treasures you obtain in the Royal Mystic Realm to the 8 great families. If anyone dares to secretly hide or refuse to hand it over, then there is only one final result, death. Not only will you die, but your family and friends will also die. Many people felt fear towards Ken Boye's threat. But Ling Xiao felt even more disgusted. Your sister, I'm going in to risk my life and death, and you actually want 90% of it? How shameless. Walking out of the principal's office, Ruri Boyi suddenly walked to Ling Xiao's side. In front of everyone, she said coldly, Brat, after entering the Imperial Secret Realm, you better restrain yourself. Don't let me touch you. You dare to steal my limelight, you dare to injure Lord Lightning, you have already committed a capital offense. She is threatening Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Obviously, she doesn't take Ling Xiao seriously. It's still not certain who will die. Don't provoke me. Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of the ninjas. When he was in the Sky Dragon continent, he was often targeted by the ninjas. Later, the ninjas in the Sky Dragon continent even surrendered to the Sea Clan and disappeared from the Sky Dragon continent. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to them. But he didn't expect to come to the Black Tortoise continent and meet these guys again. He hasn't flipped out yet and the other party is actually threatening him. How can he shrink back? You're courting death. Ruri Boyi is so agitated that she wants to attack. Ling Xiao looks at her with contempt, a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Even if I give you 100 guts, you still wouldn't dare to attack me in front of your master. Since you don't dare to attack me, then put away your high and mighty face. In my eyes, you're just a dog of the royal family. You're so arrogant in front of me? With a sneer, he turned around and walked away in a grandiose manner. Ruri Boyi wants to attack him several times, but she holds herself back in the end. Ling Xiao is right, this is outside the principal's office. Even if Ruri Boyi has 100 guts, she won't dare to attack. Just you wait, the Imperial Secret Realm will be your doomsday. Ruri Boyi fiercely clenches her teeth, her originally beautiful face becomes incomparably sinister. You're really a troublemaker. You have a conflict with the Boyi family again? Don't you know that Prince Jihyun of Silla is trying to rope in the Boyi clan? The conversation between Ling Xiao and Wayno Ruri was heard clearly by Avidinia and the others. Avidinia was very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao. Scram. I'm not Jihyun of Silla's dog. I don't care who he's trying to rope in. That Wayno Ruri wanted to deal with me. I'm already giving her face by not slapping her. Ling Xiao didn't give Avidinia any face at all. In any case, he was very clear that after entering the extreme Imperial Mystic Realm, these people would absolutely make a move against him. Since they were already like fire and water, it shouldn't be a problem to say something even harsher. Good. Hello. You are very good. Apart from stirring up trouble, do you have anything else to do? Could he have been eliminated? Avidinia was so angry that his face turned ashen as he roared. Nonsense. Do you really think I'm a piece of trash like your brother? No agreements? Ling Xiao coldly said. If others don't treat him nicely, he wouldn't treat them nicely either. You dare call my brother a piece of trash? You should know that he got an advanced level 9 score in the previous exam. What about you? I'm afraid you didn't even get an advanced level, right? At this time, Wu Yan roared. Hee hee. Ling Xiao coldly laughed, he found it very funny. What are you laughing at? Avidinia hated Ling Xiao's cold laugh the most, it made him feel like an idiot. Idiot, my Ling Xiao Gij got an advanced level score, better than any of you. Moon Death said agitatedly. Advanced level? I've never heard of such a score, did you make it up yourself? No agreements said in disdain. No, he did get a superior grade. It's a grade above special grade because he injured Lord Lightning Senior. At this time, Long Yi passed by and indifferently said. This newcomer of yours is very amazing, he even dared to injure Lord Lightning. Interesting. What? Hearing this, Avidinia and the others were shocked and also felt that this is very inconceivable. Ling Xiao actually managed to injure the Lightning Senior? Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Avidinia was about to say something when a person walked over from not far away. This person is wearing silver armor, he looks about 30 years old, he is the hunting chief of the 7th district. You guys are the disciples who want to enter the 7th district, right? I am Gale, the hunting chief of the 7th district, follow me. Gale brought them to the place closest to the entrance of the Imperial Secret Domain and then said. Now, you guys have about an hour of free time. I estimate that the hunters of the 7th district will come out soon, at that time we will have a handover. So, within this hour, no matter what you do, you have to come back promptly. Hearing this, Avidinia and the others left, but Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxin and Moon Death didn't leave. In fact, one can't do much in an hour. Ling Xiao wanted to find out something from this hunting chief Gale. Hunting chief, I once met a centurion called Lai Huang, what is the relationship between the two of you? If he wanted to get closer, it might be easier to ask. Since Gale and Lai Huang had the same surname, he tried to ask. It didn't matter if they had a relationship, it would be of great help. You guys actually know Lai Huang, he is my younger brother, now a centurion under Warhawk General. Gale said with a smile. Sure enough, because of Lai Huang, the attitude of the crack towards Ling Xiao was a lot better. We met Centurion Lai Huang on the way to Thunder City. At that time, he seemed to be injured, and we happened to save him, so we became friends. Although Ling Xiao's words were false. He believed that even if Gale asked Lai Huang would definitely not expose this lie. I heard about this. You are Ling Xiao, the Lord of the Eight Immortal City? Gale asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. As the hunting chief of the 7th district, I have to remind you guys. Avidinia and the others might be unfavorable to you guys, so after entering the 7th district, it's best to split up. Because of the abundance of spirit energy in the Imperial Secret Realm, there are naturally many natural treasures. Normally, yellow rank and mystic rank herbs that are rarely seen outside can be easily found inside. Of course, the soldier grade area is basically filled with yellow rank herbs. Mystic rank herbs are relatively rare, and they are usually only low rank and mid rank. But even so, mystic rank herbs are still very precious in the entire state of Chen. Your mission is to collect herbs, and the other is to hunt demonic beasts and Yuanling. Because they eat the natural treasures in the Imperial Secret Realm for a long time, the demonic beasts inside can even be called treasure beasts. Eating treasure beasts can directly increase one's internal energy, but of course, it requires a certain amount of medicinal pills to purify it. After all, the energy is not very pure, but even so, it is simply a dream for warriors. The stronger the treasure beast, the better the effect. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao and the others had saved Lai Huang before, so Gale explained it to them in detail. He hoped that they could really improve their strength through the Imperial Secret Realm. Hunting head, I heard the elders say that we can't hide anything inside. Could it be that it's okay to eat the flesh and blood of demonic beasts? Ling Xiao asked. It seems that you have misunderstood this rule, or perhaps the elders deliberately made you misunderstand. In fact, every Arcana Academy disciple who enters the Imperial Secret Realm will receive a fixed mission. This mission will be distributed according to your strength. Some will be gathering missions, and some will be hunting missions. Basically, if you want to complete the mission, you won't be able to do anything else in this half a month. If you want to get benefits for yourself, then you must complete the mission in advance. I'll teach you a method. The best way to complete the mission in advance is to rob the mission materials of other Arcana Academy disciples. However, this method is what the elders like to do. As newcomers, it's better for you to hide if you're not strong enough. In any case, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After your cultivation improves, there will be ways to get benefits. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement. Since this kind of robbery was in accordance with the rules, it was easy to handle. He believed that Weino Liuli and Long Yi wouldn't let him go. Also, Avidinia and the others wouldn't let him go either. However, these people definitely wouldn't directly kill him after entering. They would definitely wait until he was almost done with the mission, then kill him and rob him of everything. Since it was like this, he could only wait to be killed. After entering, he would first look for the Imperial Supreme Grass and improve his cultivation. This was his real goal. Soon, an hour had passed, and Avidinia and the others also returned. Seeing Ling Xiao and Gale's friendly appearance, Avidinia secretly sneered, building a good relationship with the hunting head is right, but do you really think that you can save your little life by doing this? Wishful thinking. The hunting chief would not enter the area to hunt. He would only stay near the entrance of the area, unless he encountered a powerful demon beast or a Yuanling warrior that the disciples could not handle. Therefore, Avidinia and the others had plenty of opportunities to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could naturally understand the killing intent in Avidinia's eyes, but he didn't care. Although Avidinia was very strong, Ling Xiao didn't care. However, Ling Xiao, definitely had the ability to protect himself. If he really couldn't do it, he still had a trump card. At that time, it was hard to say who would die. The entrance is open, Gale suddenly said. Ling Xiao focused his attention on the entrance to the Extreme Emperor Mystic Realm. At this moment, a whirlpool-like object appeared there. Two people walked out from inside. Their expressions were very ugly. Why are there only 2 of you left? Weren't there 8 of you when you went in? Gale looked at the 2 and asked. Obviously, these 2 people were the Arcana Academy's disciples who had entered the 7th district. Dead, they're all dead. One of them said sadly, we encountered a demon beast. Only the 2 of us survived. Seeing the miserable appearance of these 2 people, the expressions of the new disciples of the Arcana Academy, who were originally excited, changed drastically. Although they had heard of how terrifying the Extreme Emperor Mystic Realm was, it was only hearsay. Without experiencing it personally, they didn't know how terrifying it was. Moreover, these people were all very proud. Naturally, they felt that it was nothing and that they were stronger than others. However, seeing these 2 senior disciples of the Arcana Academy injured to such an extent, and 6 of them had died, their hearts began to feel uneasy. This is the Extreme Emperor Mystic Realm, a place where opportunity and danger coexist. Gale sighed. Alright, don't look anymore. Go in, your soul lock cards will send you directly to the 7th district. No Agreements looked back at Xianxia and snickered. Kid, are you scared now? If you're scared then go back to your mother's womb and start cultivating again. This isn't a place for people like you to play. After saying that, he was the first to enter the Extreme Emperor Mystic Realm. Following him, Avidinia, Wu Yan, and the others went in one after another. Only Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were left in the 7th district. Scared? Ling Xiao asked. No, the worst-case scenario is death. Since we insisted on walking the path of martial arts, we don't plan on avoiding danger. Lin Ruoxian said. Me too. Very good. That's more like Ling Zhao's good friends, good comrades. This is the best chance for you to improve your cultivation and catch up to those people. Let's go. Ling Xiao was actually worried about Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. However, he knew that there's no point in protecting them all the time. He had to let these 2 grow and become independent. Only then can they truly help him. It's not that easy to die. We'll meet inside. Suddenly, Long Yi's voice came from the side. When Ling Xiao went to look for him, he was already gone. Then let's give it a try. Let's see who's going to die. I hope you guys can get more materials so I don't have to waste time completing missions. Ling Xiao sneered and finally stepped into the giant whirlpool. After a while, Ling Xiao appeared in the Extreme Emperor Mystic Realm. He didn't know how this Extreme Emperor Mystic Realm was formed, but the spiritual energy inside was really abundant. The herbs inside were much larger than those outside. Even the same yellow rank herbs were more effective than those outside. Using them to refine pills would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. It's really a good place. Lin Ruoxian took a deep breath. He could feel that his inner strength had increased by a lot. This was simply mysterious. It's a good place, but brother Ling Xiao, sister Ruoxian, I'm afraid we've already been targeted. Avidinia and the rest will definitely deal with us. That Long Yi and Bo Yi Liuli will definitely make a move too. Moon Death seemed to be a little worried. Hee, I didn't expect you to have offended so many people. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy and give these 2 delicate beauties to us? We'll definitely let you leave alive. Avidinia and the rest didn't go far. Naturally, they heard Moon Death's words. At this time, No Agreement sneered. A loser dares to be so arrogant. This is the Extreme Emperor Mystic Realm. Without Jihyun of Silla, do you think I won't dare to kill you? Ling Xiao said coldly. Come, I lost to you last time because I was careless. Do you really think you're stronger than me? No Agreements had always been unhappy about losing to Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had always planned to fight with Ling Xiao again. Alright, since you're all here, you're teammates. No Agreements, you'll lead Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death will be in the same group as us. Avidinia suddenly interrupted. Impossible. Ling Xiao said coldly, how could I not know what intentions you have? Since we're already here, it's best that we act separately. Impudent, I'm the team leader. Since when is it your turn to tell me what to do? Do what I tell you to do. Captain? You really think too highly of yourself. Who appointed you as the captain? Ling Xiao would never allow Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death to follow Avidinia. Otherwise, it would be sending his two friends into a fiery pit. Moreover, since you've made yourself the captain, have you ever told me even a little bit of information about the Extreme Emperor's secret realm? No, not even a little bit. You probably can't wait for me to die, right? Kid, do you really think that we don't dare to kill you? If it weren't for His Highness protecting you in the Duke's mansion, we would have done it long ago. Avidinia shouted coldly. Now that Jin Kanglin isn't here, you can try. I'd like to see how you'll kill me. The Extreme Emperor's secret realm covered a huge area. Ling Zhao's movement technique was much better than Avidinia's. Even if he had Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death with him, he could still easily escape. Therefore, he had nothing to fear at all. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with this kid. Kill him. This is His Highness's order anyway. No Agreements was so agitated that he actually let it slip. As expected. Ling Xiao was only guessing at first, but guessing wasn't the truth. Only when he heard No Agreements' words did he finally confirm it. Jihyun of Silla did indeed want Avidinia and the others to kill him in the Extreme Emperor's secret realm. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to pretend. Didn't you, Jihyun of Silla, want me dead? Then I'll make you lose a few trusted generals first. Oh no, big brother, I let it slip. No Agreements also realized that he had said something wrong and was afraid that Avidinia would punish him. It doesn't matter. Once he enters the Extreme Emperor's secret realm, he won't be able to leave for less than half a month. Besides, he's already a dead man, so why should we care about what he said? Avidinia shook his head and said, Ling Xiao, I'll tell you straight. You pitiful worm, not only will you die here, but the two women behind you will also become my brother's playthings, and the woman you left in the prince's mansion, it seems that His Highness has taken a fancy to her. You don't have to worry, His Highness will definitely take good care of her. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with cold killing intent, but he did not act rashly. He knew that he was not strong enough to kill Avidinia. Avidinia was a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. With 6 people working together, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to be a match. It would be best for him to raise his cultivation first. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, he would then make his move on these 6 fellows. Remember what you said, it will make you pay a heavy price, let's go. Ling Xiao ignored Avidinia and the others and left with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Big brother, aren't we going to make a move? No Agreements asked. There's no need for that for now. It won't be too late to make a move when they're almost done collecting herbs. Avidinia said coldly, anyway, these 3 fellows will die in our hands sooner or later. There's no hurry, let them live for a few more days. No Agreements, follow them and monitor their movements at all times, then report to me. The rest of you, follow me to carry out the mission first. Got it, big brother. No Agreements looked excitedly in the direction Ling Xiao and the others disappeared in, then chased after them. Soon, he caught up with Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao and the others did not choose to run away, but were collecting herbs in a place with densely packed herbs. Hee, do your job well. When you're done, the fruits of your labor will belong to us. No Agreements watched from the shadows and sneered. Imagining Ling Zhao's herbs being all taken away by them, he felt very relieved in his heart. Ling Xiao wasn't gathering medicinal herbs to complete some bullshit mission. He just wanted to refine some pills to use in the extreme royal mystic realm. The quality of the herbs here was extremely high, so the success rate and efficiency of refining pills were greatly increased. Of course, they were basically collecting mysterious grade herbs. They only picked some yellow grade herbs that could be used to concoct medicine. About half an hour later, Ling Xiao was about to let Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death sit down to rest. He was going to start refining pills. Suddenly, a strange black teleportation door appeared not far away. This teleportation door was extremely similar to the teleportation door in the Imperial Secret Realm, but it was much smaller. Seeing this teleportation door, Ling Xiao frowned. He heard from Gale that once this teleportation door appeared, it meant that a monster was about to appear. A terrifying giant wolf came out of the teleportation door. This wolf beast was huge, about 3 meters tall. Its fur was white, and every step it took produced a heavy sound, as if a mountain was collapsing. It's actually the strongest monster in the 7th district, the Whirlwind White Wolf King. No Agreements, who was hiding in the shadows, was shocked when he saw this situation. At the same time, he was overjoyed. The Whirlwind White Wolf King's appearance here was really unexpected. It was very difficult to encounter a Whirlwind White Wolf King that was at the peak of the 9th floor of hell. But he didn't know if Xianxia was lucky or unlucky that he encountered it. You deserve to die. But that Whirlwind White Wolf King doesn't seem to have noticed Xianxia. No Agreements secretly observed and found that Xianxia and the other two were hiding in the shadows. The Whirlwind White Wolf King seemed to have just come out for a stroll. It was stretching and preparing to bask in the sun. No, I have to do something. No Agreement sneered and suddenly stabbed the ground with his right hand. Then, at the place where Xianxia and the others were hiding, a burst of energy suddenly appeared. Although this burst of energy wasn't strong, it attracted the Whirlwind White Wolf King's attention. The terrifying monster's eyes instantly turned scarlet and a cruel look appeared in its eyes. A terrifying aura instantly erupted. No Agreements turned and ran. He didn't want to stay for even a second. Anyway, Xianxia had already been tricked by him. If he encountered the Whirlwind White Wolf King, he would definitely die. He just needed to hide in the distance and not be discovered. Big brother Xianxia, it's No Agreements' doing. Moon Death said angrily. It doesn't matter. The reason why we hid was because we didn't know what would come out of the teleportation door. But now, it's just a Whirlwind White Wolf King. The three of us together are more than enough to deal with it. I believe that after eating this monster's meat, your cultivation will also enter the 9th floor of hell. I guess I'll also improve a little. Xianxia obviously knew that it was No Agreements' doing, but he didn't care. What he needed to do now was to kill the beast in front of him and let the three of them break through. Anyway, the Whirlwind White Wolf King was big enough. He couldn't eat that much meat alone. Got it. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death heard Xiao's order and stood behind him, ready to support him. The two of them knew that they weren't strong enough, but it wouldn't be a problem for them to support. At this moment, Xiao had already transformed into the Purple Lightning Thunder Bull Beast Soul. Under the Purple Lightning Thunder Ox Beast Soul transformation, the defense and destructive power of the Peak Lightning Battle Physique would be raised to the maximum. Under the transformation state, terrifying purple lightning constantly burst out from Xiao's body. The surrounding ground was blasted into a ravine. Although the battle had yet to begin, a powerful aura had already erupted. Awoo! The Whirlwind White Wolf King let out a low howl, as if warning Xiao. This was its territory, and it absolutely did not allow humans to enter. However, Xiao did not escape, which made the Whirlwind White Wolf King very unhappy. It decided to no longer threaten and took the initiative to attack. The so-called Whirlwind White Wolf King was naturally because its speed was fast enough. With wind under its feet, it instantly arrived in front of Xiao. Its huge claws waved and fiercely clawed at Xiao. Petrification Ray. Soul Control. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death cooperated very well. The moment the Whirlwind White Wolf King attacked, they released the special skills of two magic treasures. Xiao took the opportunity to take out the 8 Immortal Sword and stabbed out. Shadow Martial Art, Ghost Slaying Dragon. Because his opponent was stronger, Xiao used his second strongest sword skill right from the start. Because the Whirlwind White Wolf King was affected by the Petrification Ray and Soul Control, although it was only for a moment, it was still pierced by Xiao's sword. Dark red blood flowed out, and it actually let out an extremely mournful scream. However, at the same time, the Whirlwind White Wolf King became even more ferocious. It actually did not retreat. It directly opened its sharp teeth and bit towards Xiao's neck. The distance was too close. Xiao wanted to dodge it, but it was not easy. He was planning to fight head-on. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the Whirlwind White Wolf King. Well done! Xiao knew that this was Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death working together to activate the spatial blue book, causing his position to shift. While speaking, Xiao did not forget to attack. The 8 Immortal Sword in his hand pierced towards the Whirlwind White Wolf King. Shadow Martial Art, Ghost War Emperor. This was the strongest sword skill that Xiao had mastered so far. The sword pierced through the defenseless body of the Whirlwind White Wolf King. Terrifying lightning exploded within the Whirlwind White Wolf King's body. The terrifying giant beast screamed again and again. However, this fellow was indeed a one-star Yin-Yang Realm 9th floor demonic beast. After being stabbed twice like this, not only did he not die, his speed did not even decrease. It actually abandoned Ling Xiao and charged towards Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. This guy was also very smart. He knew that it was because of those two women that he was unable to attack that man and was instead seriously injured. Dream on, the earthquakes and the mountains sway. The ground suddenly shook. The Whirlwind White Wolf King's body, which had been moving like the wind, stopped halfway. It was obvious that it had fallen into a dizzy state. Shadow black gourd, shadow mist. Lin Ruoxian took the opportunity to take out another magic treasure and released a pitch-black mist, which completely enveloped the Whirlwind White Wolf King. This shadow mist not only made the enemy lose their sense of direction, but it also contained a suffocating haze. If one stayed in it for a long time, it would definitely be difficult to breathe, and even poison would enter the body. Skynet Divine Birdcage. Trap. Moon Death also took out a magic treasure and trapped the Whirlwind White Wolf King inside. The huge birdcage blocked the Whirlwind White Wolf King. The fellow was already seriously injured, and with the weakening effect of the shadow mist, it could only continuously hit the birdcage. Unfortunately, it was useless. Instead, it added more injuries to its body. The birdcage was made of sharp metal. Touching it was equivalent to hitting the edge of a blade. It was impossible for it not to be injured. It should be dead now, right? Moon Death asked carefully. Don't be careless. Don't let your guard down until the last moment. Ling Xiao reminded while walking towards the birdcage. Suddenly, the birdcage exploded, and a black shadow pounced towards Ling Xiao. Sprite Lightning Shield. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was already prepared. A shield of light flickered with lightning and appeared in front of him. The Whirlwind White Wolf King, who was struggling on the verge of death, crashed into the shield and died. It fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Eye of Light, Purification. Ling Xiao used the sixth profound meaning of light that he was once proud of and completely purified the corpse of the dead Whirlwind White Wolf King. This was the only way to prevent it from being infected by the poison. It's too wasteful to eat meat directly. Just you wait, I'll use medicinal herbs to make a pot of delicious nourishing soup for you. Ling Xiao had once learned how to make medicinal cuisine when he was in the White Tiger continent. The effect of this nourishing soup was not inferior to pills at all. Moreover, it would taste very good and would not change the taste of delicious meat. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death did not see the nourishing soup. Just by listening to Ling Xiao's description, they were already drooling. Ling Xiao used less than half an hour to cook the nourishing soup. Then, the three of them ate one meal each. Naturally, Ling Xiao ate the most. After this nourishment, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's cultivation had successfully broken through. Both of them had advanced to the early stage of the Yin-Yang Stage 9 Hell. Ling Xiao ate the most. The potential in his body was stimulated by this nourishing soup and surged to the middle stage of the Yin-Yang Stage 9 Hell. 8 levels of energy. He was only 2 levels away from breaking through to the late stage of the Yin-Yang stage. It seems that I need much more energy to advance to the next stage than Sister Ruoxian and Moon Death. No wonder my combat strength is much stronger than theirs even at the same stage. This is probably the so-called lose on the swings, gain on the roundabouts. Sensing his current cultivation, Ling Xiao really wanted to find someone to spar with so that he could stabilize his newly broken cultivation. Anyway, he always felt that the effect of stabilizing his cultivation would be better in battle. Big brother Ling Xiao, someone's coming. Moon Death looked at the few figures not far away and said with a smile. No agreements thought that after more than an hour, we must have been killed by the Whirlwind White Wolf King. That Whirlwind White Wolf King also left and probably came to collect our corpses. My head is probably worth some money. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He understood no agreements' thoughts too well. That bastard actually dared to scheme against him. This debt would be repaid sooner or later. However, seeing that his cultivation had increased, he would not pursue it for the time being. He still had to hide his cultivation for the time being. This was to prevent those who wanted to find trouble with him from hiding. After all, he wanted those people's mission materials. If they hid, how could he pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? You. Why aren't you dead? Where's the whirlwind white wolf king? Seeing that Ling Xiao and the other two were unharmed, No Agreements could not believe his eyes. Third brother, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? The whirlwind white wolf king appeared? Avidinia asked. It must have appeared. I didn't see wrongly. No Agreements shouted. Don't doubt him. A whirlwind white wolf king did appear. This kid was so scared that he turned and ran. But we killed it and made it into a stew. I wanted to ask him to stay and eat the wolf meat, but I couldn't. Your brother is too cowardly. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Nonsense. The whirlwind white wolf king is one of the strongest demon beasts in the 7th district. You think you can kill it? Avidinia said with disdain. Oh, it's normal that you don't believe me. After all, you're blind. You can't see that there's wolf meat stew in the pot. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. You. Avidinia was furious with Ling Xiao, but he didn't even look at the stew in the pot. Because he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill the whirlwind white wolf king. Actually, if he checked carefully, he would definitely find out. Although the bones might not be as nutritious as the meat stew, because the bone marrow was sucked clean by Ling Xiao. However, eating these bones would definitely have a very good effect. Humph, we received No Agreements report and thought you were in danger. That's why we came to save you. I didn't expect you to be like this. Let's go. Avidinia was very good at finding a way out for himself. This excuse was perfect. It was a pity that Ling Xiao completely treated these words as nonsense. Get lost. I, Ling Xiao, can't accept your kindness. Since you said the truth, why are you still pretending to be a good person? It's disgusting. Ling Xiao said with a sarcastic smile. Big brother, I can't stand it anymore. This guy is so disrespectful to you. I want to kill him. No Agreements was fooled by Ling Xiao, so he was very unhappy. Plus, he wanted to get back at Ling Xiao for losing to him. He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Shut up, let's go. Avidinia shouted coldly. He knew how to endure silently. He had to wait for the right opportunity to make Ling Xiao fall into complete despair and die in despair. Now was clearly not the time. Yes. No Agreements glared fiercely at Ling Xiao before leaving with Avidinia and the others. This idiot thought that Avidinia's forbearance would allow Ling Xiao to live a little longer. What he didn't know was that Avidinia had actually saved him. If he made a move now, Ling Xiao would definitely kill him. He would definitely not show any mercy. Now that the trash is gone, we can continue to look for the Emperor's supreme herb. I'll have to trouble the two of you to help expand the search area. However, if you encounter any demonic beasts, inform each other immediately. Everyone will deal with the demonic beasts together. Of course, it's the same if we encounter people from Yuanling. Ling Xiao reminded them and then described the appearance of the Emperor's supreme herb to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Then, the three of them began to look for the Emperor's supreme herb. 3 people would be more efficient than 1 person. The 7th region was large, but there was a limit. 2 days later, Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death had basically finished searching the 7th region. Because the whirlwind white wolf king of the 7th region had been killed by them, the process was easy. The 3 of them had made some progress in their cultivation. Their martial arts skills had improved as well. However, the Emperor's supreme herb was nowhere to be found. Ling Xiao suspected that a treasure like the Emperor's supreme herb would be in the king-level area, or even in the untouchable place. It was said that the king-level area was full of king-level beasts. The weakest one was at the peak of the 9th floor of hell. For example, the whirlwind white wolf king. The strongest beast there was comparable to the lightning seigneur. As for the untouchable place, because no one had been there, no one knew what it was like. Ling Xiao needed more information about the royal mystery realm. Therefore, he stopped searching and went to the exit of the 7th region to find Gale. He asked about the Emperor's supreme herb. Why are you asking about the Emperor's supreme herb? Gale's expression changed slightly. To be honest, I have a friend who has an unmentionable disease. He needs the Emperor's supreme herb to treat it. Ling Xiao answered. Since he had decided to trust Gale, Ling Xiao was not afraid to tell him his purpose. Anyway, even if he told him, as long as he didn't take the Emperor's supreme herb, it wouldn't be against the rules. I see. Actually, the Emperor's supreme herb is not rare in the royal mystery realm. In fact, there are a lot of them. Although this herb has a special effect, it can only cure special unmentionable diseases. The range is too narrow. Also, it needs an excellent pharmacist to refine it. Otherwise, it would be useless. You should know that the Emperor's supreme herb is only a yellow-grade herb, right? Gale asked. I know that. But why is there not a single Emperor's supreme herb in the 7th region? Ling Xiao was very curious. This has something to do with the Yuan Ling. Gale sighed and said, the Yuan Ling can make a special talisman. This talisman needs the Emperor's supreme herb to provide energy. Therefore, a large amount of the Emperor's supreme herb was taken away by the Yuan Ling as soon as it matured. Some were even taken away as soon as they germinated. If you really want it, you can only go to the Qing region. The Yuan Ling's nest is there. The Qing region. Ling Xiao revealed a stern expression. I advise you not to take the risk. With your current strength, you can't survive in the Qing region. Also, without the permission of the 8 great clans, you can't go near the Qing region. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Gale reminded, my brother is indebted to you. That's why I'm telling you this. I hope you won't be stupid. I know. Ling Xiao nodded, but in his heart, he didn't plan to stop here. It wasn't easy for him to enter the royal mystery realm. Yu Fenghua only needed a single Emperor's supreme herb. He didn't need to fight with the monsters or the Yuan Ling in the Qing region. Actually, he only needed to steal one. He was very good at this kind of movement technique. Suddenly, the strange sound of a horn came from afar, and smoke signals rose slowly. Not good. Gale stood up and looked into the distance. Between his eyebrows, there was anxiety and helplessness. What's going on, hunting chief? Ling Xiao thought to himself. If even the hunting chief, Gale, was nervous, then it couldn't be anything good. A war is coming. Gale sighed and said, the Yuan Ling doesn't want outside martial artists to enter the royal mystery realm. Therefore, every once in a while, they will launch a small-scale war. Although it's called a small-scale war, it can actually cover the entire royal mystery realm. When the time comes, not only the Yuan Ling, but also the monsters they raise will participate in the war. Once it's chaotic, the soldier region will no longer be safe. Maybe even monsters from the 10 levels of hell will appear here. Listen, Ling Xiao, immediately go to the 9th region with your friends. The 9th region? Aren't there only 8 regions? Ling Xiao was stunned. The 9th region has the strongest security. You'll be safe there. Ling Xiao, take your friend to District 9. This is the map. If you go there, you won't be swallowed up by this battle. Gale's expression was very serious. Perhaps only he knew what the Yuan Ling's battle in the extreme royal mystic realm meant. Is the Yuan Ling really that powerful? Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's right. Otherwise, do you think the extreme royal mystic realm set up so many barriers just to prevent outsiders from entering? No, the biggest reason is to prevent the Yuan Ling people from going out. They don't have many people, but each one of them is very powerful, comparable to a king-level monster. And the monster beasts in the extreme royal mystic realm basically listen to their commands. I've only seen such a battle once. After that battle, basically all the soldier level and general level martial artists who couldn't hide in the safe zone died in battle. Even many king stage martial artists had died. If it weren't for the Thunder Seigneur, the 14th prince, and the 7th prince working together, I'm afraid even the safe zone would be in trouble. Gale sighed. Alright, don't ask any more. Hurry up and go to the safe zone. After you go in, don't come out again. You're very talented. It's not worth it to die in this battle. In the distance, terrifying roars came one after another. Smoke and dust drifted in the sky. The huge demonic beasts actually joined together, covering the sky and covering the sun, like a terrifying army of giant beasts. Ling Xiao looked into the distance with the Taiji eye and found that there was a martial artist standing on the head of one of the king-level monster beasts. This martial artist's body shape was similar to a human's, but he looked more like a spirit of heaven and earth condensed from spirit energy. His entire body was emitting a powerful energy aura. That should be the commander of the invasion of District 7. I'm not his match. Ling Xiao sighed. Although he wanted to help Gale, now was definitely not the time. His cultivation was not enough. He might be able to fight against ordinary monster beasts, but against a king-level monster beast, his battle strength was too limited. Moreover, even if it was an ordinary monster beast, it was an army of tens of thousands. It was definitely not something a few people could deal with alone. Let's go. Ling Xiao called out to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. If they stayed by Gale's side, they would only become a burden. It was better to enter the safe zone as soon as possible. By the time Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death had rushed to the safe zone, the entire soldier-level zone had already been occupied by Yao beasts and Yuanling martial artists. Along the way, they had relied on Ling Xiao's Tai Chi to avoid many dangers. That was how they got closer to District 9. Up ahead, a group of people were surrounded by demonic beasts and were fighting. Ling Xiao glanced over and saw that it was Avidinia and the others. If these people were nice to him, he might have chosen to help them. But now, he could only pretend that he didn't see them. Not launching a sneak attack was already extremely benevolent. However, although he had shown mercy, some people did not know what was good for them. Ling Xiao, where are you going? Get your ass over here. No Agreements discovered Ling Xiao and shouted, "You coward! Coward!" Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to him. His life was more important now. As for No Agreements' angry shouts, he just treated them as dogs barking. Bastard, how dare you ignore me? Big brother, I can't take it anymore. I must kill this kid today. I underestimated him at the Wang mansion. He's definitely not my match. No Agreements jumped out of the battle formation and rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was only because there weren't too many demonic beasts in the vicinity that Wu had such an opportunity. When he was about 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, No Agreements had already launched his attack. The terrifying Cobra martial soul released a terrifying killing intent. No Agreements threw the dagger in his hand and bit towards Ling Xiao's back like a venomous snake. I didn't attack you guys, but I didn't expect you guys to be so ungrateful. You actually want to attack me, Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, you guys continue forward. I'll be there soon. Ling Xiao sneered. He had originally planned to start a massacre in the Imperial Secret Realm. Since No Agreements had delivered himself to his doorstep, he would not be polite. It should be said that this battle had come at the right time. In this way, even if he killed the 6 people under Ji-Hyun of Silla, it could be explained away as Yuanling's doing. No Agreements was not even worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. He did not even bother to use his beast soul transformation. The white jade flying dragon sword appeared in his hand and he blocked No Agreements' attack. A terrifying aura began to brew in his body. Kid, I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. The aura released from his body suddenly became stronger. What? No Agreements was rushing towards Ling Xiao, but he suddenly realized that the aura released by Ling Xiao was actually at the middle stage of the 9th level of hell. All of a sudden, he became incomparably terrified. He stopped abruptly and turned to run. Because he realized that he had made a grave mistake. Ling Xiao had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but he did not realize it. His brother, Avidinia, also did not realize it. He originally thought that he was the hunter and Ling Xiao was the prey. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao had become the scariest hunter. Isn't it a little too late to think of running now? Ling Xiao looked coldly at No Agreements. This guy was already less than 3 meters away from him. At this distance, with Ling Xiao's speed, No Agreements was dead for sure. Wolf travels 1,000 miles, lone wolf travels. In an instant, Ling Xiao was already behind No Agreements. No Agreements could even hear his breathing clearly. No. I was wrong. Don't kill me. No Agreements shouted in fear, hoping that Ling Xiao would be merciful. At this moment, Avidinia and the others who were fighting with the demon beasts not far away also noticed the situation. Ling Xiao, stop. If you dare to touch my brother, I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. Avidinia roared. Idiot. When you threatened to attack me, Feng Hua, Sister Ruoxian, and Moon Death, you were already on my blacklist. You think you can threaten me? Ling Xiao sneered and pierced No Agreement's back. Wu Yu only felt the world turn dark, and his whole person gradually lost consciousness. Before he died, the only thing he thought of was why he had to provoke this Ling Xiao alone. He regretted it so much. You killed No Agreements, you killed my brother. I want you dead. Avidinia's roar was insignificant in the extreme imperial mystic realm. Although he was already very angry, his voice still couldn't cover the terrifying roars of the demon beasts. Hee, you'd better take care of yourself. Don't die before you kill me. Goodbye. Ling Xiao didn't intend to continue fighting. He directly kicked No Agreement's corpse into the crowd of demon beasts. In an instant, the corpse was torn to pieces by the crazy demon beasts. And he sped up to escape. As for Avidinia and the others, although they wanted to kill Ling Xiao to avenge No Agreements, it was a pity that they were blocked by the demon beasts and couldn't chase. No agreements, you don't have to feel sad, because soon, your brothers will die with you. Oh right, your master, Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin, will also die. He actually dares to have ideas about my woman, he must be tired of living. On the way, Ling Xiao secretly made up his mind. As long as there was a chance, he would not spare any of these enemies who dared to scheme against him. Oh right. Since I have the Tai Chi Iron Shadow Steps, coupled with the 1,000-mile wolf, can I take advantage of this chaos to make a trip to the king-level area? This is an excellent opportunity. On the way to the safe zone, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the Emperor's supreme grass. Now that the Emperor's secret realm was in chaos, the Arcana Academy could not monitor everyone. This way, he could take the opportunity to go to the king-level area, or even the untouchable places. This was a rare opportunity. Thinking of this, he sped up and caught up with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death in front. However, at this time, he did not say anything. After sending the two women to the safe zone, he prepared to leave. After all, his women were important, and he could not underestimate his friends. Just as he was about to reach the safe zone, suddenly, a terrifying attack was released from the beast horde. This attack was directly aimed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao originally thought it was a Yuanling warrior, but after dodging, he found that it was Weino Ruri who attacked him. Weino Ruri led a group of people to stop the three of them. This place was only a few hundred meters away from the safe zone. The reason this guy took the risk to stop them here was definitely because killing was not allowed in the safe zone. Once they entered the safe zone, it would not be easy for Weino Ruri to kill him. After thinking this through, Ling Xiao had an idea. Four-leaf demonic eyes, Soul Catcher. Soul Catcher was a move that the soul race used to control other creatures. The lower the soul power and the lower the strength of the target, the easier it was to control. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not use it to deal with Weino Ruri. It was those beasts. He didn't want to continue fighting. Firstly, it was because he might not be Weino Ruri's opponent for the time being. Secondly, since they were about to reach the safety zone, there was no need to expend too much energy at this time. As the soul catcher was released, suddenly, more than 10 demonic beasts pounced over. In the eyes of the bystanders, these demonic beasts had come to attack because they had discovered the enemies on their side. However, only Ling Xiao himself knew that these guys were obeying his orders. Although these demonic beasts weren't strong and couldn't pose a threat to Boyu Ruri and the others, they were still able to fight back. However, the sudden attack still gave them a headache. They had to get rid of these demonic beasts before they could deal with Ling Xiao. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao grabbed Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and sped into the safe zone. Bastard! Weino Ruri roared in anger after killing the demon beast. Miss Liuli, with the current situation, I'm afraid there's no way to deal with them. Let's go to the safe zone first. A warrior next to him shouted. At this moment, because more than 10 demonic beasts were killed, the smell of blood attracted even more demonic beasts. They were densely packed like ants. This scene gave Weino Ruri a fright. If it was one-on-one, she naturally wouldn't be afraid of any demonic beasts. However, there were so many of them that they could take her life in an instant. Ling Xiao, you better remember this. One day, Wayno Ruri, will kill you. Let's retreat. Wayno Ruri led her subordinates and headed to the safe zone. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who had already arrived at the safe zone ahead of time, warned Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death before leaving. He didn't want to explain too much, but Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death understood. At this moment, they couldn't help Ling Xiao. After all, they didn't have the special ability that Ling Xiao had. Sister Ruoxian, I'm so worried. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, Moon Death couldn't help but grab Lin Ruoxian's hand and said worriedly. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Let's go and find a secluded place. We should continue cultivating. The potential in our bodies hasn't been fully unleashed yet. Our strength can definitely increase even more. In order to help him more, we have to work harder. Lin Ruoxian always felt that she and Moon Death were gradually unable to keep up with Ling Xiao's pace. However, she still wanted to work hard to catch up. Fortunately, the potential of the 9 Snake Generals' inheritance and Cold Moon Generals' inheritance hadn't been fully unleashed yet. Therefore, their current cultivation speed was still very terrifying. At this moment, Ling Xiao had entered the state of a ghost wolf. In this state, he couldn't attack, but he also wouldn't be hurt by attacks other than soul attacks. This was the safest state. Moreover, the ghost wolf state was one of the moves of the 1,000-mile wolf, so his speed wasn't slow. He continued to advance from the soldier level area to the general level area. Along the way, he saw many corpses of Arcana Academy's disciples. Of course, there were also corpses of beasts. However, whenever he encountered a Yuanling, he would take the initiative to avoid it. The Yuanling was formed by the spirit chi of heaven and earth. It could definitely hurt his ghost wolf state. This was a very dangerous thing. Soon, he entered the general level area from the soldier level area. The general level area was usually reserved for martial artists from the late stage of the 9th level of hell to the early stage of the 10th level of hell. The battles here were obviously more intense. This was because the martial artists of Arcana Academy who stayed here were more powerful and had organized more effective counterattacks. It wasn't as chaotic as the soldier level area. Of course, this made it easier for Ling Xiao to sneak around. Anyway, he followed a principle. Before he obtained the Emperor's Supreme Grass, he would try his best not to fight. Soon, he stepped into the King class area. In the King level area, there were battles from time to time. However, there were much fewer beasts. Almost every battle was a top-notch battle. Although there were few battles, the range was very wide. Ling Xiao even saw the figures of the Thunder Master and the 7 Great Elders. Worried that he would be discovered by these people, he would rather take a detour than meet them. After all, these experts' soul powers were very strong. It was difficult to be sure that they would not discover him. Therefore, he had to be careful. Let's go to the Yuanling's lair. At this time, the Yuanling should be out in full force. If he took this opportunity to go to the Yuanling's lair, he would definitely be able to get the Emperor's Supreme Grass. Anyway, the Emperor's Supreme Grass was not a precious herb. Even if the Yuanling had guards, they would not send 2 strong guards for such a cheap thing. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He opened his Tai Chi eye and found the Yuanling's lair. Then, he rushed over. Just as he had expected, the lair of the Metaspirit clan was extremely quiet. Other than the fortress that looked like a giant tree, there was not a single person in sight. Good luck! Ling Xiao secretly rejoiced and began to look for the Emperor's Supreme Grass. This was his only goal after coming here. If he wanted to collect the Emperor's Supreme Grass, he had to remove his ghost wolf form. This was a very dangerous thing to do. However, Ling Xiao saw a large amount of Emperor's Supreme Grass. How could he give up just because he was afraid of danger? In an instant, he returned to his original form. However, at this moment, the originally huge tree fortress actually stood up. That's right, it stood up. It stood up like a human. It stood up with its roots like a huge human. However, it looked like a huge tree. Oh my god, is this the legendary Tyrant? Ling Xiao had heard about Tyrants before. Animals with spirituality could become demonic beasts and then demons. Plants with spirituality could also transform into monsters. However, an ordinary Tyrant was at most 7 to 8 meters tall. For example, this thing was dozens of meters tall, and its huge body could cause the earth to tremble with just a slight sway. The terrifyingly huge Tyrant glared at Ling Xiao with its hill-sized eyes. The huge tree trunk became its arms. The huge tree roots became its legs. It was roaring and roaring. The terrifying voice made Ling Xiao shudder like he had never felt before. I can't faint. Ling Xiao couldn't care less at this moment. He released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The terrifying Sky Tyrant will help him stay awake and stand under the huge tree. If it wasn't for the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he would have died at the hands of this terrifying Tyrant. However, the situation was not optimistic. This terrifying Tyrant had reached the peak of the one-star Yin-Yang Realm's level 11 hell. What a terrifying cultivation! It was as strong as the Lightning Emperor and even stronger than the Lightning Senior. For such a terrifying existence, as long as he used his killing intent, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao silently. Of course, the premise was that Ling Xiao didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, he had it and it was very powerful. That was why he was able to avoid being killed on the spot. The Tyrant seemed to be confused. How could this puny human resist the attack of its crazy killing intent? However, it didn't matter. His huge legs took a step forward and stomped down on Ling Xiao's position. However, because its body was too big, its movements seemed very slow. However, that terrifying pressure caused Ling Xiao's entire body to be unable to move. Even though he had the powerful heavens dominating will to resist, his entire body still seemed to be imprisoned. He could only watch as the huge foot that was like a mountain stomped down on him. If Ling Xiao was really stepped on by this foot, there was absolutely no possibility of him surviving. Calm down. Don't panic. Even if danger was approaching, even if their lives were at stake. However, Ling Xiao still did not want to panic. The moment he lost his composure, he would be dead for sure. He had experienced danger time and time again, and had encountered similar troubles, but he had always survived. Therefore, this time, he believed that he could still survive. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were still waiting for him in the safe zone. Yu Fenghua, his Moon Lady sister, was still waiting for him in Thunder City. No matter what, he could not die, absolutely not. He was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire, the ruler of the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the Divine Phoenix Continent, and the White Tiger Continent. He was the king, the overlord. At this moment, his will became incomparably strong. In the Mountain River world, the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the Divine Phoenix Continent, and the White Tiger Continent suddenly emitted a strange luster. A heavenly dragon, a divine phoenix, and a white tiger soared into the sky. They appeared in the desolate land of the universe of Tyrant. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became incomparably strong. This aura made the tree fortress giant feel very uncomfortable. His foot actually stopped in the air for a short moment. It seemed to be confused about what was under his foot. It seemed to be confused about why he was afraid. However, after a moment, he did not find any danger. After pausing for only a few seconds, his foot began to stomp down again. However, this short pause gave Ling Xiao an excellent opportunity to transform. Perhaps it was the huge pressure that caused the Sun God Beast soul in Ling Xiao's body to react. It actually integrated into the universe of Tyrant and became a huge constellation. After that, the Sun God Beast soul continuously released a strange power, causing Ling Xiao's body to begin to undergo some kind of change. This constellation was made up of hundreds of planets. However, except for one of them, the rest were very dim. This shining planet released a powerful energy that was directly injected into the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. 5 words suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's mind: Earth Golden Light Technique. This should be some kind of secret technique that came from the Sun God Beast soul. It was similar to the special abilities of Ling Xiao's other beast souls, but it was stronger. Moreover, Ling Xiao could feel it. The Sun God Beast soul could awaken more than one special ability. However, it was very difficult to awaken. This time, if not for the encounter with the Tree Fortress Giant, in such a dangerous situation, the Earth Golden Light Technique would not have awakened. In fact, this should not be called a secret technique. To be more accurate, it should be called a remarkable ability. This was because it did not require any seals or incantations. It could be achieved immediately. This scene sounded like it took a long time, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. With the release of the Earth Golden Light technique, Ling Xiao's body instantly turned into a golden light and directly drilled into the ground, and then fled into the distance. In the process of flying underground, the golden light looked like a strange mouse. Using the fastest speed, it drilled into the ground and formed a hole. This moment was too fast. It was so fast that the tree fortress giant did not even see what was happening. His huge feet stomped on the ground, causing the surrounding mountains to shake. A large area of cracks appeared, and there was spring water and even magma spewing out of the ground. Ling Xiao could feel how terrifyingly fast he was at this moment. Not only was the 1,000-mile wolf incomparable, even the godly light speed of the past could not compare. This speed was beyond imagination. If his body had not instantly entered the sun god beast soul transformation state, his body would have been destroyed because of this. This terrifying speed was too much of a burden on the body. What's more, this thing was not consuming inner strength or spiritual power, but physical strength. Ling Xiao could feel that it did not take long for his speed to slow down. The burden on his body was too great, and he could already hear the creak of his bones in protest. The tree fortress giant's body was huge. Although its speed was very slow, every step it took could cover a very long distance. If it had not been for the Earth Golden Light technique, Ling Xiao believed that he would have become the mud under the feet of this giant beast. Boom! At a certain time, the ground shattered, and a figure jumped out of it and fell to the ground, panting heavily. Ling Xiao felt as if he was going to be crippled. He had never been so tired. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly as he felt the exhaustion in his body. It seemed that although the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique was useful, it consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had left the tree fortress far behind. Otherwise, he would have been dead. In the process of running for his life, Ling Xiao did not forget to prepare the Emperor's supreme grass for Yu Fenghua. Under such circumstances, he successfully threw the Emperor's supreme grass into the mountain river realm. Awesome! Although Ling Xiao felt very tired, the blood spirit pill was not given to him for free. With just one blood spirit pill in his stomach, his physical strength had basically recovered. His body felt much more comfortable, and his heart was very carefree. Of course, he was afraid. However, for a madman like Ling Xiao, this was very satisfying. He liked this kind of thrilling feeling. If he had not been attacked by the tree fortress, Ling Xiao believed that it would have taken him a long time to awaken the Sun Divine Beast Soul's divine ability. However, such a dangerous thing could not happen too often. It would be fine if he encountered it once a day. If he encountered it twice, he would be dead for sure. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel that because of the huge external pressure, his body's potential had been released on a large scale. He had finally broken through to the late stage of the Yin-Yang Stage 9 Hell. Not only that, but he had also accumulated 7 levels of energy. He was only 3 levels away from the peak. Perhaps this was what they meant by profiting from a disaster. However, compared to the breakthrough in his cultivation, Ling Xiao was more concerned about the combination of the Sun Divine Beast Soul and the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. After the combination, the Sun Divine Beast Soul had completely integrated into the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and become a constellation. Therefore, he had awakened his first divine ability. He believed that a divine ability like the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique would continue to improve as his cultivation increased. This was much more useful than the secret techniques that he had learned directly. Of course, he would be able to awaken other divine abilities in the future, but it would depend on the timing. This was not something that could be forced. Fortunately, with the experience of the first awakening, he knew that the Sun Divine Beast Soul had to be integrated into the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul to awaken it. He could try this out in the future. In truth, although 1,000-mile wolf and shadow steps could allow Ling Xiao to stay alive, the enemies he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. The effects of these two abilities were getting worse and worse. Even though Dark Shadow Step allowed him to conceal himself, there was no way his speed could compare to the Earth and Golden Light technique. With this Golden Light technique, even if he was hunted down by an expert of this level, he would have a way to save his life. He wouldn't be completely at a loss. The Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit is indeed mysterious. It can even fuse with the most mysterious beast god martial spirit in the Black Tortoise continent. Looks like I really did obtain a supreme treasure back then. No wonder no matter which continent the martial artists were from, they would crazily pursue the basic form of the tyrannical martial spirit, the mountain river martial spirit. This thing is indeed powerful. The more martial artists he came into contact with, the more Ling Xiao felt the power of his tyrannical martial spirit. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Now that I have the Emperor's supreme grass, I don't need to take any more risks. He stood up and was about to leave when he realized that he had been in a panic and didn't know where he had ended up. He turned his head and saw that there were two huge stone tablets about 100 meters away from him. One of the stone tablets had the words "Untouchable Place" inscribed on it. The other stone tablet had the words "Trespassers shall die." Damn. I actually ended up here in a daze? How did I end up at the entrance of the untouchable place? Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the pitch-black entrance and the skeletons floating in the air. He could feel the terror. However, it was very strange. Something in his body was guiding him into the untouchable place. Ling Xiao, don't go. There are indeed good things inside, but you definitely can't do it with your current strength. At that moment, Yuan Venerate's voice woke Ling Xiao up from his stupor. Ling Xiao was startled. He was clearly proficient in soul mystic techniques, yet he had actually been hit by such a strange mystic technique. He had really been too careless. Master, what exactly is going on inside? It feels like something terrifying is residing here. Ling Xiao asked. It should be. I suggest that you increase your cultivation base first and come back to take a look when you reach the Yin-Yang First Revolution, the Yuan Venerate suggested. Furthermore, there is a strange array formation in this place that even I can't decipher in a short time. However, I have already memorized the structure of this array formation and will slowly decipher it for you. Just bear with it for a while. The things inside will be yours sooner or later. Thank you, Master. Although Ling Xiao was full of adventurous spirit, he wasn't a fool. He obviously wouldn't be so foolish as to go in and die. Untouchable place. Very well, one day, Ling Xiao, will go in and take a look. I will see what exactly is going on inside. Ling Xiao took a deep look at the entrance before turning around and walking away. Although he was reluctant, he couldn't do anything about it. This time, he directly entered his ghost wolf form and didn't want to revert back to his original form for the time being. Although the ghost wolf form would constantly consume internal energy, this wasn't a problem for him. He had more yin-yang pills than anyone else and could constantly replenish his internal energy. Furthermore, his internal energy was much more abundant than the average martialists. Even though he was in his ghost wolf form, he was still very careful, especially when he passed by the Yuanling's lair. However, he suddenly discovered that the terrifying tree fortress was actually fighting with a group of people. There was a total of 8 people in this group. One of them was the Lightning Seigneur. The other 7 were the 7 elders of the Arcana Academy. These 8 experts were actually at a disadvantage when dealing with the tree fortress giants. The 7 elders were already injured and almost couldn't fight. The Lightning Seigneur was also injured. However, he was still strong enough to hold on for the time being. This tree fortress giant is really terrifying. Even the Lightning Seigneur and the 7 elders can't defeat it. It's no wonder that the Yuanling left it behind without any guards. Ling Xiao hid in the dark and watched the battle. The more he watched, the more frightened he became. Dean, let's retreat. We're no match for this guy. Bo Yi shouted as he covered his bleeding arm. As a martialist at the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm, level 11, hell, he was actually very strong. Even so, he could only suggest that they retreat. He's about to come. I can feel it. The Lightning Seigneur was also injured, and his injuries were getting worse. However, his face was full of smiles as if he saw hope. Him, who was he, who could make the Lightning Seigneur so confident? Would that person be able to get rid of this terrifying tree fortress just by coming? Could it be the Lightning Emperor? Who was the Lightning Seigneur waiting for? Could it be the Thunder Emperor? It seemed that the strongest person in the entire Qin nation was the Thunder Emperor. Now that the Thunder Emperor was here, this battle should be over. Just as Ling Xiao was feeling perplexed, the sky suddenly seemed to be torn apart. A figure wrapped in terrifying thunder and lightning fell from the sky. This person held a pair of hammers in his hands. Lightning continuously shot out from the hammers, creating fire. The twin hammers smashed onto the tree giant's body at lightning speed. At the same time, lightning flashed. The tree fortress giant actually let out a miserable shriek. Clearly, it was already injured. The Thunder Emperor? No, the Thunder Emperor is not that young. Ling Xiao saw that person reveal his true appearance. He looked very young, not even 20 years old. What kind of terrifying fellow is this? The 14th prince is here. Bo Ye's deep voice suddenly rang out, filled with anticipation and hope. The lightning seigneur laughed loudly and said, "My good nephew, you are finally here. How long has it been since we last met? To think that your cultivation has already reached such a terrifying level. You are almost at your father's level. You are even stronger than me, your royal uncle." Hearing this voice, Ling Xiao finally figured out this person's identity. The 14th prince, it was actually the war prince, the flying eagle killing god, Xianxia, good fellow. I have heard of this fellow's name before. I have heard of him since I was in the 8 Immortal City. He was Jihyun of Scylla's greatest opponent and was known for his strong martial prowess. However, even though Ling Xiao had heard of him, he did not expect this fellow to be so terrifying. With such a cultivation, he was definitely a peak expert in the Qin nation. The Heavenly Thunder Divine hammers in his hands were said to have been used by the Heavenly Thunder Divine Emperor in the past. Not only were they terrifyingly powerful, but they were also made of special materials that made them virtually indestructible. As the youngest prince of the Qin nation, Xianxia was the strongest. Of the 14 princes, only 2 or 3 were mediocre. The rest performed well. However, there were only 2 things that people were afraid of and remembered. One was Jihyun of Scylla, Qin Kanglan. The other was the war prince, Xianxia. These 2 9-star princes had won over almost all the princes except for the 7th prince. Ling Xiao had already met Jihyun of Scylla. His cultivation was unfathomable, and his intelligence was outstanding. Until now, Ling Xiao still didn't know what cultivation level that guy had, but it was said that he was definitely not as powerful as the 14th prince. He relied on his extraordinary intelligence. What a terrifying genius. Not bad, not bad. I'm starting to get interested. Looking at Xianxia, Ling Xiao actually had an impulse to quickly increase his strength. Only when his strength rose to a certain level would he be qualified to fight Xianxia. He was said to be the #1 genius in the state of Qin. Even in the entire western regions, he could definitely be considered a first-rate genius. It must be fun to fight. This guy's strength was something that even the lightning seigneur could not compare to. It was enough to show how terrifying he was. Even the experts of the older generation could not compare to him. Among the younger generation, there was no one who could compare to him. Everyone guessed that the 7th prince, Qin Kangming, could. However, Qin Kangming had never displayed his powerful combat strength. The reason why his army was invincible was because of their overall combat strength. Hence, this was only a guess. On the surface, the strongest person in the state of Qin was the lightning seigneur. After the lightning seigneur, it was the 14th prince, Xianxia. Not only was Xianxia a genius, but he also had rich combat experience. After all, he was known as the eagle-killing god and controlled one of the 2 strongest armies in the state of Qin, the Eagle Army. In terms of combat achievements, he was only inferior to the 7th prince, Qin Kangming. Needless to say, his combat experience did not need to be mentioned. Despite his young age, however, being young did not mean anything. In the world of cultivators, there were plenty of people who ventured out at the age of 11 or 12. The giant in the fortress of trees could suppress the lightning seigneur and the 7 elders. However, against Xianxia's attacks, it was clearly losing ground and being completely suppressed. The terrifying Heavenly Thunder Divine Hammer continuously released powerful lightning in the air, striking the giant in the fortress of trees. The giant in the fortress of trees kept falling. Green blood poured down like a waterfall. Although it was huge and had powerful attacks, Qin Kangming was not weaker than it. Moreover, in terms of combat experience, Chen Kangming was more experienced. Hence, Chen Xianxia really had the upper hand in this battle. Coupled with the powerful Heavenly Thunder Divine Hammer, the defeat of the giant in the Fortress of Trees was perhaps only a matter of time. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes as he watched this scene. Although he was a strong-willed person, he had to admit that in front of Chen Xianxia, he was simply an ant that could be trampled to death at any time. After all, he could not even move in front of the giant in the Fortress of Trees. However, Chen Xianxia was suppressing this terrifying giant in the Fortress of Trees. The giant in the Fortress of Trees let out a terrifying roar. It was the last fortress of the Yuanling, their home base. His roar terrified the Yuanling, who were in the midst of a massacre in the extreme imperial mystic realm. They all returned to their home base. 14. Hurry up and finish the battle. The Yuanling guys are back. The Lightning Seigneur had already received a secret message from his soul and knew that the battle of the Yuanling was about to end. So what if they had killed many Arcana Academy disciples? If their home base was destroyed, then the battle of the Yuanling would be considered a complete failure. Hearing the Lightning Seigneur's words, the 14th prince, Chen Kangming, became even crazier. His body suddenly became huge, as if his entire body was condensed from lightning. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Hammer in his hand also became bigger. Previously, he had been dodging the attacks of the giant in the Fortress of Trees, but now, he was actually fighting the giant to the death. Under that terrifying attack, the giant in the Fortress of Trees was smashed into pieces. Suddenly, something was blasted out of the giant's body and fell into the distance. Ling Xiao did not even think about it and immediately chased after it. Something that had been blasted out of the giant's body was definitely not something ordinary. As long as he obtained it, his cultivation would definitely increase. As for this battle, although it was enjoyable to watch, business was more important. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Kangming finally smashed down with his hammer and broke the giant in half. He wanted to finish off the giant completely, but the experts of the Yuanling had already rushed back. Chen Kangming had no choice but to retreat with the Lightning Seigneur and the others. In the Yuanling, there were 3 martial artists at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although Chen Kangming was not afraid of fighting one-on-one, if he was surrounded, even he would be in trouble. That was why he chose to retreat. However, the direction of his retreat was the direction that the strange light had fallen. Ling Xiao had already picked it up. The Taiji told him that it was the life essence of the giant in the Fortress of Trees. The giant in the Fortress of Trees had a total of 10 life essences. Each life essence represented 100 years of his life and 10% of his strength. The one in Ling Xiao's hand was one of them. Before Ling Xiao could use the life essence, he suddenly sensed that someone was coming. He hurriedly put the life essence and the more precious items in his storage ring into the mountain river world. He knew who was coming from behind. So he had to be careful. Who is it? The Lightning Seigneur and the others discovered Ling Xiao and surrounded him in an instant. Ling Xiao was ready to use the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. Facing these experts, his only choice was to run. Reporting to Lord Dean, it's this disciple. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. You're that Ling Xiao? The genius that Song Lan found? The Lightning Seigneur clearly remembered Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was the only person who had injured him since the establishment of the Arcana Academy. It was impossible for him to not remember. It's this disciple. What are you doing here? The Lightning Seigneur frowned and asked. Uncle Wang, don't ask such nonsense. 14th Prince Chen Xianxia looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao with a condescending attitude and said, hand over your storage ring. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He felt threatened and humiliated. But the opponent was very strong, so strong that he couldn't deal with it. Moreover, he didn't want to expose the secret of the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. Because the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique consumed too much energy. If he used it before leaving the Imperial Mystery Realm, Chen Xianxia would definitely catch up to him. Moreover, he had already put the more precious items in the storage ring into the Mountain River world. He wasn't afraid of being checked. He took off the storage ring and respectfully handed it to 14th Prince Chen Xianxia. Then, he swore in his heart that he would definitely find Xianxia and make him pay for the humiliation he suffered today. Moreover, it would be soon. Bastard. 14th Prince Xianxia's investigation was naturally fruitless. There were only a few spirit stones and some ordinary pills in the storage ring. This was also in line with Ling Zhao's identity. A cultivator from a small place naturally wouldn't have too many good things in his storage ring. However, this infuriated Xianxia. He actually crushed the storage ring, along with the 100,000 low-grade spirit stones inside. Then, without even looking at Ling Zhao, he turned around and left. It was as if he didn't care about this ant at all. Don't blame him. You can only blame yourself for being here. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. The lightning seigneur glanced at Ling Zhao indifferently, then shot into the sky as well. The 7 elders followed him and left. Ling Zhao stared at the shattered storage ring on the ground and clenched his fists tightly. Too weak? You're right. If one was too weak, they would be bullied, just you wait. Soon, I will make him kneel in front of me and apologize. He heaved a long sigh. Ling Zhao also turned around and left. This was not a place to stay for long. This was a King class area, and the Yuan Ling had already returned. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be destroyed by the Yuan Ling. After leaving the King class area, Ling Zhao arrived at the general class area. There was already a river of blood here, and there was no fighting for the time being. Ling Zhao chose a safe place and set up a formation. Then, he took out the life essence and swallowed it. Because of this, he had been humiliated by the 14th prince, Xianxia. Therefore, he had to make good use of this thing. He sat cross-legged, and the life essence in his body was constantly released. This power was different from other types of energy. It did not harm the body at all. Therefore, he did not suffer any pain. His cultivation broke through the shackles in an instant, and he directly advanced to the peak of the 9th layer of hell. After reaching the peak of the 9th layer of hell, this power did not stop. It was still accumulating. 10%, 20%, 90%, 100%, finally, the energy needed to break through to the 10th layer of hell was completely filled. However, Ling Zhao now faced a more troublesome problem. This was the Imperial Mystic Realm. How could he open a gate of hell in the Imperial Mystic Realm? The previous breakthroughs were all small breakthroughs in the same layer of hell, so there was no need to open a new gate of hell. However, it was different this time. He had to open the gate of the 10th layer of hell. This difficulty was greater than he had imagined. If Ling Zhao asked others, the conclusion he would get would be that it was impossible. However, he did not know, so he was even more fearless. He sat there and focused on controlling the life essence in his body, constantly attacking the barrier of the breakthrough. Above his head, the terrifying gate of hell had already appeared, but it was unwilling to open. Open for me. Although the Imperial Mystic Realm had been affecting his cultivation and did not allow him to open the gate of hell. It was a mysterious energy that was constantly blocking him. However, Ling Zhao had a way to defeat it. This mysterious energy, to put it bluntly, was a kind of energy circulation similar to an array. He could not understand the mysteries within, so he could not rely on brute force. However, Ling Zhao could do both at the same time. The Taiji analyzed the flaws of the energy, and his source spirit came out of his shell, constantly attacking the weakest part of the energy. After 7 days, he finally broke through. At that moment, the gate of hell opened. A terrifying energy soared into the sky. Ling Zhao's cultivation had officially entered the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th layer of hell. It was easy to break through the small realms of the same layer of hell. However, it was very difficult to break through between 2 layers of hell. To be able to break through, for Ling Zhao, it was definitely a great fortune. Too powerful. This life essence, just one, allowed me to make such a big breakthrough. I guess no one would have thought of it. 14th Prince, I still have to thank you. Just treat it as spending a storage ring and those spirit stones in exchange for this huge breakthrough in strength. The breakthrough in cultivation also allowed Ling Zhao to start cultivating new moves. The current him was no longer satisfied with top jade grade martial skills. With his cultivation reaching the Yin-Yang realm's 10th layer of hell, he had the ability to come into contact with immortal-grade first-layer martial skills. The Shadow Martial Arts had a follow-up move that was immortal-grade first-layer martial skills. What Ling Xiao wanted to cultivate now was this move, Shadow Sword Demon. Ling Xiao spent a day comprehending the martial skills. This was already the 9th day since he entered the Imperial Mystery Realm. After he succeeded in comprehending the martial skills, he used the powerful demonic beasts in the general level area to hone his martial skills. This move, Shadow Sword Demon, was cultivated to the small success stage by him. However, he felt that he was almost there. While most martial artists were still stuck at top Jade grade or even high-level Jade grade martial skills, he had already secretly learned immortal grade first-layer martial skills. This was a huge improvement in his strength. The reason why he stopped cultivating was that it was already the 10th day. He had to go back and check on the situation and see if the Arcana Academy had any other arrangements. On the other hand, he was worried about the safety of Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. The two of them were in the safe zone when the battle broke out. However, after the battle subsided, no one could be sure of their safety. Therefore, he had to go back. Ling Xiao hid his true cultivation and only revealed that he was at the 9th layer of hell of the Yinyang realm. On the way to the safe zone, there were corpses everywhere. The corpses of Arcana Academy disciples. The corpses of monsters. And the corpses of Yuan Ling. Indeed, war was always the most miserable thing. No matter which side it was the same. Perhaps it was because the battle had just ended, the monsters were all hiding in their nests to recuperate. Ling Xiao didn't encounter any monsters along the way. Instead, he met a lot of Arcana Academy disciples. However, people who didn't know each other wouldn't greet each other. Ling Xiao arrived at the safe zone as fast as he could. However, there was basically no one in the safe zone at this time. After the battle ended, all the Arcana Academy disciples who hid in the safe zone were sent out to collect the corpses of the dead warriors. Ling Xiao was anxious and directly went to the 7th zone. They were in charge of the 7th zone, so Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death naturally went there too. After his cultivation had increased, Ling Xiao's current speed was much faster than before. Originally, it would have taken at least half an hour to travel, but now, he arrived in less than 10 minutes. The moment Ling Xiao arrived at the 7th zone, he encountered Avidinia and the others. These 5 people directly surrounded Ling Xiao. "I don't have time to waste with you guys. Where are Sister Ruoxian and Moon Death?" Ling Xiao knew why Avidinia and the others surrounded him. They saw him kill no agreements, so they definitely wouldn't let him go. In fact, he wasn't afraid, but he was worried about Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, so he didn't want to waste time. "You don't have time, but we do." Avidinia said coldly, "When you killed my brother, you probably didn't expect this day to come. To be honest, I didn't see you for so many days, so I thought you were dead. I was really sad because if you were dead, I wouldn't be able to avenge my brother. I wouldn't be able to kill you. Now, it's great that you're not dead. This is really surprising. But after the surprise, I'm happy." "Idiot. If you attack now, I can guarantee that none of the 5 of you will survive." The current Ling Xiao didn't even put these 5 people in his eyes. The reason why he didn't want to make a move was purely because he was worried about Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the hunting chief of Division 7. He believed that Gale should know about the Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. "Leave? Can you walk?" Of course, Avidinia didn't know what Ling Xiao had experienced in the past 10 days, or how terrifyingly strong he had become. He only knew that his younger brother was killed by Ling Xiao, so he had to kill Ling Xiao for revenge. What's more, they were shouldering a mission. Jihyun of Silla had ordered them to eliminate Ling Xiao here. Now that half a month had passed, it was time to complete the mission. So, no matter what, Ling Xiao had to die. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao was already very anxious, but these people still wanted to cause trouble for him, which made him furious. "I think you're the one courting death. But before you die, let me tell you something good." Avidinia suddenly sneered and said, "Aren't you looking for your 2 women? I can tell you now where they went." "Where did they go?" Ling Xiao was about to leave, but when he heard this, he suddenly stopped and his anger was contained. "Do you still remember Bo Yururi?" After Elder Bo Yi returned, I don't know why, but he asked Bo Yi Ruri to bring Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death back for questioning. I guess they should have left the extreme royal secret realm by now. Avidinia sneered and said, I'm afraid you're not familiar with Bo Yi Ruri's personality. That woman hates all beautiful women. I have to say, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's beauty is quite good. Once they fall into her hands, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as death. In the end, they will be turned into something that doesn't even look like a human or a ghost. Do you know how Bo Yi Ruri raised a group of ghost-masked female generals? They were transformed from the beautiful women she captured. Beautiful women turned into ugly, ghost-masked female generals. TSK, I believe you'll be very interested. Didn't you say you wouldn't let them marry my two brothers? Now it's good. Their ending will be even more miserable than you can imagine. Hearing this, Ling Xiao confirmed that Avidinia wasn't lying. He guessed that although the 14th prince didn't find the tree fortress's life essence on him, Bo Yi Ruri wasn't willing to give up. He probably suspected that he had hidden a life essence. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were captured because of this. After thinking this through, Ling Xiao felt a wave of irritation in his heart. Bo Yi Ruri, just you wait. If anything happens to my sister Ruoxian and Moon Death, I'll definitely make the two of you pay with your lives. Since he already got his answer, he didn't want to waste any more time with Avidinia and the others. He once again took a step forward and was about to leave. Go. Avidinia didn't know how angry he was at this time, and even more didn't understand how strong his killing intent was. He actually gave the order to attack at this time. Apart from him, the other 4 people pounced at Ling Xiao at the same time. At that moment, a sharp and cold light flashed in the corner of Ling Xiao's eyes. If they want to die, then let them die. Suddenly, a sword light appeared. The 4 people who pounced at Ling Xiao all fell to the ground on the spot. On each of their throats, there was a very small but absolutely fatal wound. I told you, don't court death. Ling Xiao turned around and glanced at Avidinia. You know that I'm angry, yet you still want to court death, stupid. You dare to kill people in the Extreme Emperor's secret realm. Avidinia was incomparably shocked. According to the rules, killing was not allowed in the Extreme Emperor's secret realm. Of course, if it wasn't discovered, then it was a different story. Therefore, Ling Xiao used the Yuanling campaign to kill no agreements. In fact, Avidinia and the others were also prepared to use the demon beasts in the Extreme Emperor's secret realm to kill Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was more straightforward and direct than them. So what if I killed people? You asked for it. Ling Xiao said coldly. Then, he turned his head again and headed out of the Extreme Emperor's secret realm. But how could Avidinia be willing to let him leave just like that? Of the 6 Arcana Academy disciples who were like brothers and sisters, he was the only one left. He would never let Ling Xiao go. In that instant, his entire body turned into a terrifying poisonous snake and attacked Ling Xiao from behind. This move was similar to No Agreement's attack, but it was stronger and more ruthless. Go to hell, lowly country bumpkin. Even if you kill 5 of them, I alone am enough. Avidinia's voice was roaring. At this moment, he no longer cared about the rules. In any case, Ling Xiao had already killed people, so his attack could be explained as legitimate self-defense. Moreover, with Ji-Hyun of Silla as his guarantor, he would definitely be fine. When he thought about how Ling Xiao might die and how he might make a great contribution, Avidinia felt the pain of losing his friends disappear. Even if his brothers No Agreements and Wu Yan were killed, it doesn't matter. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao and make a great contribution, then his clan would be able to achieve meteoric success. Although they can't compare to the 8 great families, they can definitely rise from a small family to a medium family. What a beautiful hope. I told you not to throw your life away. You didn't listen. Ling Xiao sighed. He really didn't want to waste time with Avidinia. Then he'll use the strongest move that he just mastered. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao took out the white jade flying dragon sword. He didn't use beast soul transformation because there was no need. With his current cultivation, killing Avidinia in this state is more than enough. Shadow battle technique, shadow sword demon. In that instant, a shadow flew out from the sword. It carried a strong sword intent and charged towards Avidinia. looking down on me? Avidinia saw that Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head. He was a bit angry. This guy dared to look down on him. Does he really think he's that easy to deal with? Although you hid your strength, you're at most at Yin Yang stage 9 Hell's middle stage. With this kind of cultivation, you dare to look down on me, Avidinia, who's the one looking for death. The black shadow didn't have the momentum he expected, it was very low-key. So Avidinia didn't pay much attention to it. Indeed, Ling Xiao's martial arts weren't weak. The strongest attack martial arts could reach the peak of Jade grade martial arts. But he also has martial arts of the same level. What's there to be afraid of? In terms of cultivation, the difference between him and his opponent is too big. There's no reason for him to be afraid. What's more, the move he was using now was his strongest move, and he had used close to 90% of his strength. Although he looked down on Ling Xiao, he wouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao in battle. Unfortunately, Avidinia, who was planning to attack with all his might, didn't know. Ling Xiao wasn't in the middle stage of the 9th level of Hell, but in the early stage of the 10th level of Hell. There was a huge difference between them. Moreover, Dark Sword Demon was not a Jade grade martial skill, but an Immortal grade 1st level martial skill, cold and powerful, yet low-key and gloomy. This was the specialty of the Shadow Sword Demon. It didn't seem like much, but once the power of the attack was unleashed, the result would be very shocking. Rumble, the two attacks finally collided. At that moment, Avidinia finally revealed a terrified expression. How is this possible? He was shocked, he was terrified. His opponent's attack had completely suppressed his own, which was unacceptable to him. When you're in the underworld, don't forget that you shouldn't have given me these 10 days to cultivate. My cultivation isn't at the middle stage of the Yin Yang realm's 9th level of Hell. It's the early stage of the 10th level of Hell. Ling Xiao's contemptuous voice rang in Avidinia's ears. The moment before his consciousness completely disappeared. Only now did he realize that he'd still underestimated Ling Xiao in the end. This was simply like a dream, a nightmare. From the beginning, he had offended the wrong person. Perhaps Her Highness Jihyun of Silla will also accompany us in Hell. He suddenly thought of Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin. Her Highness was still coveting Yu Fenghua's beauty and strength. She didn't know that she had offended such a terrifying person. This was a monster, a demon. As long as he didn't die, he would be able to strike fear in everyone. I hope this guy dies in Bo Yichen's hands, otherwise, no one will be able to stop him. Finally, Avidinia completely lost consciousness. Ling Xiao's figure had also completely disappeared. As Ling Xiao, he obviously didn't know about Avidinia's complicated emotions before his death. Fear and anticipation. Fear of death, anticipation that Bo Yichen could kill Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the exit of the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm. Because half a month hadn't passed yet, the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm was still closed. When the martial artists guarding the entrance of the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm saw Ling Xiao coming over, they all gripped the weapons in their hands and looked at Ling Xiao with great vigilance. Get out of the way, I want to go out. Ling Xiao said coldly. Impudent, the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm's time hasn't ended, you can't go out. The guard shouted loudly. Is that so? But I heard that Bo Yi Liuli has already gone out. You have already violated the rules. Could it be that these rules were only prepared for me? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. He didn't have time to waste with these guards. But after all, he didn't have any deep hatred with these guards, so he suppressed his urge to kill. What a joke, can you compare to Miss Liuli? Miss Liuli is the eldest daughter of the Bo Yi clan, one of the state of Chen's 8 great clans, and you're just a lowly commoner. What qualifications do you have to compare to her? The guard sneered and said, Scram. If you don't scram, don't blame us for being impolite. Impolite? A martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the Yin Yang realm in the First Revolution, I want to see how you can be impolite to me. Since the other party was shameless, then Ling Xiao didn't need to be polite. He took out the white jade flying dragon sword again. Even if he had to kill his way out. Courting death, actually daring to be disrespectful to the guards, kill him. One of the guards shouted loudly, and the other guard immediately responded. The two of them attacked almost at the same time, wanting to make Ling Xiao's blood splatter on the spot. In any case, this wasn't a big deal. If Ling Xiao wanted to force his way out, they had the authority to kill him. However, in the next moment, blood indeed splattered out. However, the one who died was not Ling Xiao, but the two guards. Blood gushed out from their necks, but they didn't die immediately. They could only look at Ling Xiao in horror. They felt that this was unbelievable and ridiculous. A new disciple of the Arcana Academy who could only mix in the soldier-level area could actually kill the two of them in one move. What kind of joke was this? Not only will I kill you, but that bitch Wayno Lili must die too. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with anger that had never been seen before. Wayno Lili should still be in the Arcana Academy. There's an interrogation room in the Arcana Academy. This is the map I drew for you, be careful. Ling Xiao was about to open the exit of the Extreme Royal Mystery Realm to leave when suddenly, a figure flashed out. It was Gale. Gale had serious scratches on his body. It was obvious that he was attacked by a monster. It was almost to the point where he couldn't fight. However, he dragged his sick body to give Ling Xiao a map. Why? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. If it was to help him with some small matter, he could understand that Gale was helping him because of Lai Huang. However, this time, he was going to become enemies with the Wayno clan, one of the 8 great clans. I almost died, but the two ladies saved me. It's too bad that I was seriously injured and could only watch as they were taken away, unable to save them. Promise me, you must save them. Tears welled up in Lai Feng's eyes as he spoke. Don't worry, I will definitely save them. Ling Xiao nodded. Lai Feng stepped forward and fiddled with the teleportation gate of the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm for a moment before opening it. Saving them is important, but you have to be careful. Bo Yixin shouldn't be in the interrogation room, so your chances are still very high. Gale reminded. Got it. Ling Xiao nodded and glanced at the map. He had already memorized the location of the interrogation room. Bo Yiruri, Ling Xiao originally didn't treat this guy as an enemy. Because he had seen many so-called geniuses who liked to show off, he had long been used to it. But he didn't expect that this guy actually dared to target Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. This had touched his reverse scale. After exiting the teleportation door, Ling Xiao ignored the shocked gazes of others and went straight to the interrogation room. He knew that he didn't have much time. Once Bo Yixin found out about this, he definitely wouldn't be able to save them. At that time, he might even lose his life. Hurry up, his speed became faster and faster. Because Gale's map was more accurate, he didn't take a detour and went straight to the interrogation room. He knew very well that if he killed Bo Yiruri, he definitely wouldn't be able to stay in the Arcana Academy. But he didn't care. If there was anything else about the Arcana Academy that attracted him, it would be the untouchable place in the Imperial Secret Realm. But that place, he still didn't have the ability to enter. When he had the ability in the future, who would be able to stop him? Leaving now really wasn't a pity at all. He didn't believe that the Chen country's royal family could cover the sky with one hand. What are you doing? When he reached the door of the interrogation room, there were already warriors who began to stop him. These people were clearly Bo Yiruri's subordinates. Ling Xiao didn't stop at all and directly sent these people flying. He didn't care whether they lived or died and kicked open the door of the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were hung on a wooden beam. Fresh blood was dripping from his body, dripping onto the ground. The dripping sound was heart-wrenching. Ling Xiao even saw Ruri Wayno cutting Moon Death's body with her knife. As she slashed, she sneered, Lin Ruoxian, I know you're not afraid of death, but you're very sentimental. If you don't tell me, I'll cut this woman into pieces. How could there be such a vicious woman? Ling Xiao's anger soared to the sky. At that moment, he did not intend to show any mercy. Kill them all, kill everyone who dared to stop him. These were his true thoughts, his truest thoughts. As this thought formed, the second star of the sun god constellation lit up. In his mind, the second divine ability of the sun god constellation appeared. Bloodthirsty Plague. It was also a secret technique that had been awakened under special circumstances. However, it was different from the horizontal golden light technique. The Bloodthirsty Plague was extremely evil and powerful. As Ling Xiao uttered these 4 words, Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. His body instantly transformed into the bloodthirsty demon rat. the plague spread. Countless germs were released, quickly spreading in the interrogation room. Aside from his own people, the other martial artists, including Ruri Ueno, could clearly feel their blood suddenly turning black, and was being devoured by the germs. Those with weaker cultivations had their blood sucked dry on the spot. The plague germs became a lot bigger, and then merged into the demon rat transformation. This allowed Ling Xiao's cultivation to increase. Although the increase was not too obvious, this kind of terrifying attack was enough to make people tremble in fear. Aside from Ruri Ueno who could still move, the others were completely infected by the germs, their skin turning black as they screamed. Ling Xiao did not expect that this Abhijina secret technique would actually be so terrifying. Although Ruri Ueno could still move, she was feeling very uncomfortable, as if breathing had become difficult. You bastard, stop. Stop. Ruri Ueno cried out in pain, do you know who my father is? My father is Ken Ueno, the patriarch of the Ueno clan, one of the 8 great clans of the state of Qin. Even the Thunder Senior would have to give him some face. You dare to hurt me, you will die a horrible death. Even though Ling Xiao had the upper hand, Ruri Ueno was still very arrogant. Her words were not begging for mercy, but threatening. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to her. He walked over, took out clean clothes from his storage ring, and wrapped them up with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Then, he let them enter the beast ring to rest. I will definitely take revenge for you, no matter who the other party is. Ling Xiao now regretted bringing Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death out. If these 2 girls had not followed him, they probably would not have been tortured like this. He understood that after leaving Thunder City, he would send Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death to the 8 Immortal City. In the 8 Immortal City, they would be of great use, and they would not encounter too much danger. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. What he needed to do now was to kill Ruri Ueno. However, the bloodthirsty plague seemed to be the same as the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique, it consumed a lot of stamina. Helpless, he could only remove it midway. Then, he ate a blood spirit pill to completely recover his stamina. After the bloodthirsty plague was removed, Ruri Ueno survived. However, her subordinates were all dead. The scratches on their bodies, were they all done by you? Ling Xiao looked at Ruri Ueno and coldly asked. That's right, I did it. So what? A lowly commoner asked them questions, and they actually dared to not answer. This is the light punishment. Don't worry, after I capture you, I will make you suffer 10 times more painful than them. Ruri Ueno ate a pill and her body gradually recovered. At this time, she also wore the leather armor that she was very proud of. It was a leather armor made from the skin of a powerful demon beast. It is a divine-grade spirit tool. At the same time, she also took out a weapon. It is also a divine-grade spirit tool. Obviously, Ruri Ueno knew that Ling Xiao was not easy to deal with. Therefore, she wanted to use all her strength to torture Ling Xiao. I will use these 2 daggers to cut off your flesh piece by piece. I will make you suffer so much that you will wish that you were dead. While speaking, she also released her martial spirit. Her martial spirit is actually an ugly swamp monster. This is the first time Ling Xiao saw this kind of martial spirit. It is very special. Brat, I'm going to cut off your flesh inch by inch and eat it with wine. Licking the dagger in her hand, Ruri Ueno's expression became even more malevolent. It seems that she is very proud of herself. When she thought about the process of torturing Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, she felt incomparable satisfaction. And all of this is because she loathes Ling Xiao, this lowly commoner, who dares to ride on her head and obtain better results than her. In the dean's room, the 7 elders and the lightning senior were healing together. During this time, someone came in to report Ling Xiao's audacious behavior. Bo Yi sneered, so what if that trash barged into the interrogation room? Dean, can you let Ruri kill that guy? Of course, barging into the interrogation room is a serious crime. Although that kid's talent is not bad, the Qin state hates rebels the most. The Ling family used to be rebels. Who would have thought that this Ling Xiao would follow in their footsteps? Could it be that he's a surviving member of the Ling family? The lightning senior said. I'm not sure about that. After all, he's a martial artist who's reincarnated. It's not impossible for him to change his name. Bo Yi said. It doesn't matter. Since he's a rebel, there's no need to be merciful. Pass down the order. Bo Yiruri can punish Ling Xiao however she wants. After the lightning senior finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. Due to the heavy injuries from the battle with the tree fortress giant, it's not easy for him to recover. At this moment, none of the experts present thought that Bo Yiruri would lose to Ling Xiao. Not even the slightest bit of thought. The person who passed down the order quickly arrived at the interrogation room. He even brought a team of secret realm guards, each of them very powerful. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, did you hear that, Ling Xiao? Lord Lightning Senior told me to punish you however I want, so what if you're right? Who told you to appear at the place where the life essence fell? Even if you didn't take the life essence, you still have to die. Bo Yiruri laughed excitedly. Originally, she was still a bit worried. After all, the Lightning Senior seemed to think highly of Ling Xiao. If she killed Ling Xiao, would the Lightning Senior blame her? Would he blame her family? But now, there's nothing to worry about. Lowly commoner, you country bumpkin from 8 Immortal City, are you ready to die? Bo Yiruri waved the dagger in her hand, looking very excited. She seemed to have forgotten the horror of the bloodthirsty plague. Lowly commoner? Hee, today I'll let you see the wrath of a lowly commoner. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and stepped out of the interrogation room. This place was too small, making it inconvenient to escape. Although he wasn't afraid of Wayno Ruri, if an expert were to come to his rescue, he would be caught like a turtle in a jar in the interrogation room. The wrath of the untouchables? Ha ha ha, with just you, do you dare to go against our Bo Yi clan? Ruri Wayno also followed him out of the interrogation room. They arrived at the square of the Arcana Academy. At this moment, there were already many people surrounding the square. These people came to watch the show after hearing about what happened in the interrogation room. Most of them were here to support Ruri Wayno. After all, most people were still in awe of the 8 great families. In the state of Chen, the 8 great families were like gods. Brat, don't be stupid. How can you fight Lady Wayno? Even if you work hard for your whole life, you won't be able to get that set of equipment on her. Not to mention that your cultivation is inferior to hers, even if your cultivation is the same as hers, you will still be crushed by her. That's right, lowly commoner, why aren't you kneeling down and begging for mercy to Miss Ruri Wayno? Shut up, you're just a bunch of domesticated dogs. Ling Xiao angrily roared. This brat is crazy. That's right, he actually dares to call us dogs. Let Miss Ruri Wayno teach him a lesson and stomp him to death like a bug. Angry voices came from the crowd. Miss Ruri, kill him. Miss Ruri, we support you. Ruri Wayno looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. She enjoyed the feeling of being the moon surrounded by stars. Almost everyone was supporting her, hoping that she would be able to kill Ling Xiao. What a wonderful thing it would be. Hee, did you hear that? This is the voice of the crowd, so what if you're right? Because your strength is inferior to mine, inferior to my Bo Yi clan, so your words are nothing but fart, but we can call a deer a horse, inverting black and white. Ruri Wayno was clearly saying that she was calling a deer a horse. But the surrounding people didn't seem to hear her words. How do you think I should teach this brat a lesson? She loudly asked. Cut off one of his legs. No, this brat's mouth is too rotten. Just cut off his tongue. That's too easy for him. I think we should just cripple his cultivation and throw him to the Imperial Beast Garden to feed those demon beasts. In the crowd, there were all kinds of opinions. One was more cruel than the other, one was crazier than the other. It was as if in their eyes, Ling Xiao wasn't a human, but an insignificant animal. Pitiful Ling Xiao, you're obviously doing the right thing, but you're being spurned and insulted by people. Don't you feel wronged? Ruri Wayno coldly laughed. She hoped to see Ling Xiao's dispirited and desperate appearance. Why should I care about the barking of a group of dogs? Moreover, as long as I kill you, these dogs will immediately shut up. Because you're their master, they have to listen to you. Ling Xiao disdainfully said. Hee, your mouth is quite tough. Let's see how long you can be tough. Ruri Wayno coldly laughed, and then said, Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece. You've already said that once, so there's no need to repeat it. Only weaklings keep shouting pretentiously. Just do it. Ling Xiao took out the white jade flying dragon sword. He didn't need the 8 immortal swords to deal with Ruri Ueno. Looks like you're really tired of living. Good, very good. Ruri Ueno's first revolution Yin stage 9th level of hell aura suddenly burst out, piercing through the clouds. Everyone was shocked. All the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim. Only 16 years old first revolution. Yin stage 9th level of hell cultivation. Miss Ruri Ueno is really a genius. Ling Xiao also released his aura at the same time. However, he was only at the middle stage 9th level of hell cultivation. In his opinion, this cultivation was enough. It was just killing Ruri Ueno, so there was no need to completely expose his cultivation. Moreover, since Chen Ueno and the others didn't come, he didn't need to be anxious. He wanted to properly torture Ruri Ueno and then kill her. Otherwise, it would be hard to appease the hatred in his heart. When he saw the countless blade wounds on Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he almost wanted to eat Ruri Ueno alive. If he couldn't make this vicious woman suffer, he definitely wouldn't be able to appease his anger. He guessed that there were 2 reasons why Chen Ueno didn't come. One was that he was injured, and the other was that he looked down on him, thinking that Ruri Ueno could easily kill him. To be honest, he was quite afraid of the Ueno family. But so what if he was afraid, even if the other party was the emperor of Qin country? As long as they dared to harm his friends, he had no reason to retreat. Even if he died, he would make them pay a heavy price. Ha ha ha, that kid is so funny. He's only in the middle stage of the 9th level of hell, but he dares to challenge Miss Ueno, who's in the peak stage. Moreover, she's wearing a full set of divine-grade spiritual equipment. He's dead for sure. That country bumpkin probably doesn't know what a full set of divine-grade spiritual equipment means. Let's just wait and see. At this moment, Ueno Lili suddenly attacked. She held her dagger in a reverse grip and quickly approached Ling Xiao. Beautiful. This attack simply doesn't have any flaws. Perfect attack. That kid is probably going to die soon. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully at the crowd's comments. Flawless, perfect attack, but in his Tai Chi eye, Ueno Lili was full of flaws. This proud woman didn't even think about defending when she attacked, so the flaws on her body were as numerous as the holes in a sieve. How dare you be so arrogant with such strength? What a joke. Ling Xiao wasn't going to use his beast soul transformation. With the white jade flying dragon sword in hand, he stared at Ueno Lili and took a deep breath. Then, his body shot out like an arrow from a bow. It was too fast. Ueno Lili didn't even see how her opponent attacked, and one of her arms was already cut off and fell to the ground. Ah! Ueno Lili screamed miserably. She didn't expect this to happen. She didn't even touch her opponent, and she lost an arm. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Many people in the crowd rubbed their eyes. They thought they were dreaming and that this wasn't reality. Because everything in front of them was too strange. It was completely beyond their imagination. Unfortunately, when they opened their eyes, Ueno Lili's arm was still gone. It's actually real. Ueno Lili endured the pain. The swamp monster behind her let out a strange cry. It turned the soil under its feet into mud and fused it with Ueno Lili's arm. Her broken arm was regenerated. Although you can't hurt me, it really hurts. It really hurts. Ruri Ueno glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. She was incomparably furious. Swamp monster, fuse. Amidst the ear-piercing roar, Ruri Ueno disappeared and was replaced by a gigantic creature. It was more than 10 meters tall, and its huge body was completely made of mud, but it was very sturdy, just like a giant. Ha ha ha, you can't even find me now, how can you hurt me? The voice seemed to be coming from all directions, making it impossible to determine where Ruri Ueno's real body was. Now, pitiful peasant, go to hell. My patience has been worn away by you. Troll blade, exterminate. As the huge swamp monster roared, a huge dagger appeared in its hand, and it slashed towards Ling Xiao. When this huge dagger was waved in the air, a strong wind blew, rocks flew everywhere, and the surroundings were in a mess. Ueno Ruri, you actually abandoned your pride. Hehe, I will let you know that even if you abandon your dignity to launch an attack, it will still be useless. Shadow martial arts, ghost slaying dragon, ghost war emperor. 2 moves in a row. The first move, Ghost Slaying Dragon, was a pitch-black ghost dragon that went berserk and crashed into the huge swamp monster. It blocked the terrifying blade of the swamp monster. Then the second move, Ghost War Emperor, was accurately aimed at a certain part of the swamp monster's body. At that moment, Ruri Ueno, who was hiding in that position, was shocked. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to find her exact location. When she wanted to escape, it was already too late. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the swamp monster, and at the same time, her body. Ah! Once again, Ruri Ueno let out a shocking scream, and fell from the swamp monster's body. Ruri Ueno, who had fallen to the ground, was in a very miserable state. There wasn't a single part of her body that was intact, and almost all of it had been pierced through. A large amount of mud was gathering, trying to repair her body. This swamp monster's martial soul was really special. In a sense, it was almost invincible. But even so, the pain was unavoidable. Ruri Ueno felt like she was being cut into pieces by Ling Xiao. The pain she felt was 10 times, 100 times more intense than the pain she felt from Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. She gave up her pride. She gave up her dignity. She hid in the swamp monster and tried to use it to defeat Ling Xiao. But in the end, she was still defeated. She was still found and defeated by Ling Xiao. She felt that she had lost all her dignity. She wanted to regain her dignity and her pride. But her body still couldn't heal completely. You've had enough fun. Now, it's time to send you to hell. Ling Xiao and Ruri Ueno had been fighting for almost half an hour now. Ruri Ueno had also been tortured for almost half an hour. Although Ling Xiao wanted to continue, he knew that he would be in danger if he continued. So, he decided to end this battle. Bloodthirsty Plague. This was Ling Xiao's second time using the Bloodthirsty Plague. Ruri Ueno's swamp monster martial soul was very strange, but it was meaningless in the face of the Bloodthirsty Plague. No. No. Seeing a large amount of black plague germs crawling onto her body, Ruri Ueno let out a terrified scream. The germs would contaminate her blood as soon as they came into contact with her wounds. Not only were her wounds unable to heal, but large amounts of her blood and internal energy were also sucked away by the germs. The intense pain caused her to let out ear-piercing screams. However, Ling Xiao just stood there and watched all of this coldly. In the crowd, the people who had been speaking ill of Ruri Ueno all shut their mouths. But just because they had shut their mouths didn't mean that Ling Xiao would forget. The plague germs didn't stop spreading. These people all had them on their bodies. Although they didn't deserve to die, Ling Xiao still wanted to teach them a lesson and make them understand. Not just anyone could laugh at them. Spare me, spare me. Screams and pleas for mercy came from the crowd. Spare you? What did you say just now? I'm just a lowly commoner, what right do I have to make you beg for mercy? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, aren't you all capable people? Can you talk? Now, use your abilities to save yourselves, a bunch of idiots. After experiencing so many things, Ling Xiao had already seen through them. The more benevolent you are to these people, the more arrogant and despotic they will be. When you become an evil spirit, they will become docile and obedient. At this time, Ruri's screams were still hysterical, but they were getting weaker and weaker. The terrifying plague had turned Ruri Ueno into a skinny monster. In her life, she loved and cherished her beauty the most. In order to prevent other women from surpassing her, she didn't hesitate to destroy other women's beauty. This could be considered retribution. When she died in the form of a monster. There were nearly 100 people who had suffered unimaginable pain because of the bloodthirsty plague. Because of their cheap mouths. But fortunately, it was only their mouths, and Ling Xiao didn't kill them. However, Ruri Ueno was in a much more miserable state. Under the torment of the bloodthirsty plague, she screamed for a full 15 minutes before dying completely. When Xin Bo heard the report and rushed to the scene, Ling Xiao had already left for half an hour. This was because when Ling Xiao left, he didn't recall the plague that he released, allowing it to trap the movements of the Arcana Academy students who were watching the show. Half an hour was the time he fought for. At this time, he had already arrived at Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence. When Ji-hyun of Silla saw Ling Xiao return unscathed, the shock on his face couldn't be faked. There was no way to hide it. Ling Xiao looked at Ji-hyun of Silla coldly and said, "I've disappointed you. The one who died wasn't me, but Avadinia and the others. They deserved to die." "You killed them?" Ji-hyun of Silla frowned and asked. "That's right, I killed them. Is your highness dissatisfied?" Ling Xiao asked back. "Those were my 6 most capable subordinates." "You dared to kill them?" Although Ji-hyun of Silla had always tolerated Ling Xiao because of Yu Fenghua. But at this moment, he couldn't hold it in anymore. "Why wouldn't I dare? I think your highness shouldn't be concerned about their deaths, but about the Bo family's revenge." Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. "What do you mean?" Chen Kanglin frowned. He knew that he might have been tricked by Ling Xiao. "What can I mean? Ruri Bo was killed by me. Do you think Chen Kanglin will come looking for trouble with you?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, "As far as I know, the Bo family is under the 14th prince. They will definitely take this opportunity to cause trouble for you. Why should this prince be the scapegoat for the trouble you caused?" King Zhixian was famous for his intelligence, but he never thought that he would be tricked by Ling Xiao. "Hee, I should be asking you. Now, the entire Thunder City knows that I, Ling Xiao, am your man. Even if you don't admit it, others won't believe you." Ling of Silla. "You bastard. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now and bring you back to the Bo family?" Chen Kanglin's face was gloomy. He hated being tricked the most. "You won't." Ling Xiao was very calm. "Why?" "Because you're a smart person. You know that it won't be easy to kill me. But if you take this opportunity to destroy the Bo family's prestige, it will be more beneficial for you, right?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although he didn't want to admit it, Chen Kanglin knew that Ling Xiao was right. When Ling Xiao left, he had been trying to get close to Yu Fenghua and persuade Yu Fenghua to leave Ling Xiao and become his woman. But not only did he fail, he was also taught a lesson by Yu Fenghua. At that time, he realized that Yu Fenghua's strength was very terrifying. He couldn't deal with her at all. Unless Ling Xiao died in the royal mystery realm, he wouldn't be able to get Yu Fenghua to help him. But now, Ling Xiao was back. Safe and sound. It was impossible for him to kill Ling Xiao, but he could use this incident to get Yu Fenghua to help him get rid of Bo Yi. Even if he knew that Ling Xiao was using him, he still had to protect Ling Xiao and weaken his 14th brother's wings. Thinking of this, he said, "You're ruthless. But after this matter is over, you should leave. You killed my people, I can't accept you anymore. Otherwise, my subordinates won't be convinced." In fact, the reason Chen Kanglin did this was because he felt that Ling Xiao was difficult to control. Since he couldn't control or kill him, he might as well not keep him by his side. Of course, he didn't want to be Ling Xiao's enemy. This was the strategy he and Hong Minor came up with after discussing for a long time. If he couldn't kill or subdue him, then he would try his best not to be his enemy. Anyway, with Ling Xiao's personality, he wouldn't be willing to be under someone else. So, he didn't have to worry about Ling Xiao becoming his 14th brother's subordinate. Ling Xiao and Chen Kanglin had already discussed the plan to temporarily cooperate. Chen Kanglin still had the ability to protect Waino Ruri if he died. Of course, Ling Xiao would also help Chen Kanglin weaken the Bo Yi family's combat power. Less than 10 minutes after they had finished their discussion, Zhang Zian suddenly spoke up. A group of people rushed in from outside Ji-hyun of Silla's residence. Everyone was emitting a terrifying killing intent. They were heading straight for Ji-hyun of Silla's residence. The leader wasn't Bo Yi Ruri, but he looked very similar to Bo Yi Ruri. He was dressed in black and had a gloomy expression. It was probably because Bo Yi Ruri's injuries hadn't healed, so he couldn't come. However, this person was also very powerful. He was at the peak of Yinyang Realm's 10th level of hell. Although he was weaker than Bo Yi Ruri, he was definitely much stronger than Ling Xiao. Behind him were the people who were poisoned by Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague. Ling Xiao only taught them a lesson and didn't kill them. However, they didn't know what was good for them and dared to come looking for trouble. If Ling Xiao attacked again, he might not be able to keep them alive. Among the crowd, there was one person that Ling Xiao was more familiar with. This person was Gu Tianba's godson, Gu Fang. Gu Fang also looked very angry. Because he was Bo Yiruri's fiancé. Ever since Gu Tianba chose Gu Fang as his successor, Bo Yiruri's fiancé, Gu Mingyu, became Gu Fang. His fiancé was killed, and died so miserably. How could Gu Fang not hate Ling Xiao? Moreover, Ling Xiao had also offended his adoptive father, Gu Tianba. No matter what the reason was, he had come here today to kill Ling Xiao. Anyway, with the experts of the Bo Yi clan holding the fort, he believed that even if something happened, he wouldn't have to take responsibility. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Outside the Jihyun of Silla residence, 2 guards blocked the path of the newcomers, preventing them from barging into the residence. Stop, this is the Jihyun of Silla residence. Who dares to barge in? The black-clothed middle-aged man from the Bo Yi clan coldly walked out of the crowd and stood in front of the 2 guards. He suddenly opened his mouth and roared, "Scram!" As his thunderous voice rang out, the 2 mansion soldiers were sent flying and crashed into the door. So powerful. The soldiers of Jihyun of Silla were repelled, and they looked at the intruders in horror. However, the middle-aged man in black had no intention of killing them. He directly destroyed the snake guards at the gate of Jihyun of Silla's residence, and then broke into the prince's residence. In his eyes, the dignified Jihyun of Silla's residence was like entering a place where no one could stop him. Perhaps this guy thought that he could do whatever he wanted with the support of the 14th prince. However, as soon as the middle-aged man in black and the others entered the prince's residence, they were stopped by a group of warriors. How dare you? This is Jihyun of Silla's residence. How dare you do whatever you want here? This group of people was much stronger than the previous 2 soldiers. Moreover, there were many of them. To a certain extent, they were the elites of Jihyun of Silla's residence. However, the middle-aged man in black was still indifferent and arrogant. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you all. Kill you all? Even if Bo Yichin came here personally, he wouldn't dare to behave so atrociously in Jihyun of Silla's residence. A man in black armor walked out from the group of soldiers. This man should be the commander of the soldiers of Jihyun of Silla's residence. Of course, he had the right to speak. When the middle-aged man in black heard this, he looked at the commander in front of him and sneered. He raised his hand, and there was a shining golden token in his hand. Look carefully, this is the command medallion bestowed by Lord Lightning Senior. So what? Even the Thunder Senior can't let you break into the prince's residence, right? Her Highness is not a pushover. The commander glanced at the token and said coldly. Don't worry. We don't want to break into the prince's residence. We just want to take one person away. The middle-aged man in black obviously had some scruples about Jihyun of Silla, so he took a step back. His main mission this time was to capture Ling Xiao. The reason why the Thunder Senior gave him the token was also for this matter. Who are you taking away? The commander said with a frown. Ling Xiao. The middle-aged man in black said the name very clearly. Although the commander was very angry with the intruder, he had the token given by the Thunder Senior. It was impossible for him, a mere commander of the prince's residence, to stop him. As for Ling Xiao, he didn't know much about him. He only heard that Ling Xiao had defeated no agreements, and was under Jihyun of Her Highness. Thinking of this, he glanced at the middle-aged man in black and said, I need to ask His Highness about this matter. You should leave the mansion and wait. Leave? Humph. That's not possible. Of Silla's residence. Of the Academy of Silla's residence. And hundreds of Silla's. Of Silla. Of Silla SSU of Jai of Silla of Silla of Silla of Silla of Silla of Sess of Silla of Soft Silla. If Her Highness Jihyun of Silla wants to protect this thief, then she will be the enemy of the Thunder Senior. Because of the Thunder Senior, the middle-aged man in black didn't even care about Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin. His attitude was very arrogant. Listen carefully. If Jihyun of Silla refuses to hand over Ling Xiao today, then even if this is the residence of Jihyun of Silla, we will still turn it upside down. Hearing the arrogant words of the other party, the commander became angrier. But anger aside, he didn't want to cause trouble for Jihyun of Silla. It was hard to say whether Her Highness would protect Ling Xiao or not. But there was one thing that the commander was sure of. It was unlikely that Her Highness Ji-hyun of Silla would come forward. After all, this matter was very difficult to handle. Only a small commander like him could think of a way to deal with it. Men, go and call Ling Xiao over. He wanted to call Ling Xiao over first and then see how to deal with this matter. Hearing the commander's words, the middle-aged man in black nodded with satisfaction and a smug expression appeared on his face. Being able to behave atrociously in the residence of Ji-hyun of Silla was something that the Boyi family had wanted to do for many years. Now, it had finally come true. Chen Kanglan of Ji-hyun of Silla didn't even dare to show his face. He must be afraid of the Thunder Senior. Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was currently treating the injuries of Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death in the room. Although the two girls had hundreds of cuts on their bodies and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. But Ling Xiao had the best blood spirit pill and life martial spirit, so they could still be healed. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the door. Ling Xiao, come out quickly. This voice made Ling Xiao quite unhappy. He was concentrating on treating his injuries and definitely couldn't be disturbed. Not only was the person outside very loud, but his voice was also infused with internal energy, so he was shouting at him unscrupulously. What's more, he wasn't Chen Kanglan's servant, but a guest. If it were any other guest, this guy's rude behavior would probably kill him directly. But Ling Xiao didn't have time for that now. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the guy outside. The treatment was already in the final stage, so he didn't have time to pay attention to the person outside. The person outside waited for a while and finally became angry. He came near the room and directly pushed the door open. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, the other party obviously didn't realize that Ling Xiao was angry. He even said arrogantly, "You don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that with His Highness protecting you, you can do whatever you want? You actually dared to cause trouble at the Arcana Academy. Don't you know that doing this will make things difficult for His Highness? Even if you're a dog, you should understand your master's thoughts. If you can't even be a good dog, you might as well die." The person who came in to report didn't see the scene of Ling Xiao defeating no agreements with his own eyes. Although he heard about it, he thought it was all nonsense. So in his opinion, Ling Xiao was just relying on His Highness Ji-hyun of Silla's favor to do whatever he wanted outside. This made him jealous and unhappy. He looked down on Ling Xiao and thought that Ling Xiao wasn't a good dog. Now go out obediently. No matter what the Boyi family asks you to do, you'll bear it yourself. Don't say anything that's not good for His Highness. After he finished speaking, the person turned around and left. There was a smell of pills in the room, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to act recklessly. After all, this was the residence of Ji-hyun of Silla. Stop. A cold voice came out from the mouth of the little devil girl. This little devil girl was naturally Ling Xiao. In a sense, the external avatar was the owner's second body without a soul. It relied on the owner's soul force to control it. The little devil girl's words were naturally what Ling Xiao wanted to say. What? The person obviously didn't expect that a 6 or 7-year-old girl would dare to speak to him like this. Her tone even had a hint of command. Kneel down and apologize. The little devil girl said coldly. Apologize? You want me to kneel? The person's eyes flashed with disdain. Is this little girl an idiot? I'm the commander's right-hand man. Why would I apologize to a lowly commoner like you? You're asking for a beating. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped the little devil girl's face. The arrogant official soldier tried to slap the little demoness. However, his hand did not manage to hit the little demoness' face. His hand was cut open from his wrist. His hand fell to the ground. He was stunned for a moment before he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. You! How dare you hurt me? He looked at the little girl in front of him in horror. He finally understood that this little girl who looked easy to bully was too scary. So what if I hurt you? Chen Kanglan won't dare to say anything even if I kill you. You're his dog and we're not. The little demoness said coldly. You! What do you want? What do I want? Of course, I want you to kneel down and apologize. At this moment, Ling Xiao had finished treating his wounds and stood up slowly. Little Demoness, on the other hand, stood aside. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and eerie. He was releasing a terrifying killing intent from his body. Only then did the person realize what a stupid thing he had done. Everyone in this room was stronger than him. He was really stupid. You can't do this to me. I was sent by the commander. He pinched his wrist and looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He was no longer as arrogant as before. The reason why he brought up the official soldier commander was because he was not competent enough and was afraid that Ling Xiao would kill him. Commander? You don't seem to understand what I said. Even if Qin Kanglin sent you here, don't even think about leaving this room alive if you don't apologize, let alone the official soldier commander. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There was no room for negotiation. As he spoke, Ling Xiao raised his hand gently. He could take the incomer's life at any time. I apologize. The official soldier commander finally knelt down. Alright, you can get lost now. Wait outside. If you dare to leave without permission, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Ling Xiao waved his hand and an irresistible force blasted the official soldier commander out. Of course, there was also an elixir. A pill to stop the bleeding. The other party had been disrespectful to Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao had only given him a small punishment, but not to the extent of taking his life. The man hesitated for a moment before swallowing the pill. The blood on his wrist quickly coagulated. Looking at his bare wrist, he was filled with regret. He thought that he would be able to do whatever he wanted as long as he received the order from the commander of the prefecture soldiers. He didn't expect to receive such an outcome. The hand that he lost was a lesson to him. In the future, he would not dare to offend people with unknown identities. Inside the room, Ling Xiao said to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, you two can rest here. I'll have the little Demoness stay behind to protect you. I'm sorry, we're really useless. Not only were we unable to help, we even implicated you and made the Boyo family hate you. Lin Ruoxian said bitterly. Don't say such useless words. If you're my friend, you must remember that to me, you're not tools for battle. You're living people, friends. As for the Boyo family, even without you, Boyo Liuli would still find trouble with me. In the end, I'm the one who caused this, so how can I blame you? Ling Xiao waved his hand, turned around, and walked out. Everything was within his expectations, and everything was going according to his plan. If everything went smoothly, it wouldn't be Ling Xiao who was taken away today, but the people from the Boyo family who would be killed in the Jihyun of Silla residence. Why were those people able to enter the residence so easily? It was because Jihyun of Silla Chen Kanglin accepted his suggestion and deliberately let those people in. Only then would he have an excuse to kill them. Otherwise, how could the dignified Jihyun of Silla residence be so easy to break in? Wait a moment, I'll accompany you. Yu Fenghua, who had been silent all this while, slowly stood up and said. I'll be fine. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fenghua and said. Although he knew that Yu Fenghua would definitely keep him safe, he really didn't want his woman to take any risks. That won't do. If you die, where am I going to find such a good person to order around? Yu Fenghua said indifferently. Her tone was still cold, but her words were filled with deep concern. Others won't go to the king-level area of the Extreme Emperor Mystic Realm for me and get the precious Extreme Emperor herb. From today onwards, I, Yu Fenghua, will definitely keep an eye on you. Ling Xiao felt a warm current in his heart, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. This woman, she was clearly concerned, but she had to say it in such a cold and heartless manner. Did she have to be so arrogant? Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were originally worried about Ling Xiao, but since Yu Fenghua was willing to help, they were relieved. One Yu Fenghua was worth 10 of them. Sigh, I really don't know what to do with you. Then let's go together. Ling Xiao sighed. He suddenly thought of the time when he fought side by side with the Moon Lady on the Sky Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent. Today, he had to face danger together with his woman once again. Perhaps this was the so-called fate. After leaving the door, the guard captain was still standing there obediently. As expected, he didn't leave. Lead the way. Ling Xiao said coldly. However, the guard captain was a little hesitant. "What's wrong?" Ling Xiao asked. Reporting to young hero Ling, the Boyi family said that besides you, they will bring 2 more accomplices. One is Lin Ruoxian, and the other is Moon Death. The guard captain said in a trembling voice. He was really afraid that he would be killed by Ling Xiao because of this. Boyi family? Humph, just lead the way. Don't talk nonsense. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. After killing Boyi Ruri, Ling Xiao's heart had gradually calmed down. He didn't expect that the Boyi family would still dare to cause trouble for him. They even said that they wanted to find Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. It seemed that he would have to continue his massacre today. The guard captain didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly led the way. At this time, many martial artists had gathered in the courtyard of Ji-hyun of Silla's residence. Among them were the guards and guests of Ji-hyun of Silla's residence. Everyone was discussing, but the middle-aged man in black had a proud look on his face. It was as if he didn't care about these people at all. "Look, Ling Xiao is here." Suddenly, the crowd parted and someone shouted. This shout attracted everyone's attention. On the separated path, the head of the household soldiers walked in front, while Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua, who was wearing a bamboo hat, walked side by side behind them. Although Yu Fenghua had covered her peerless face, her graceful figure and cold temperament still attracted many people's attention. It even gave people the urge to see what kind of face she had under that bamboo hat. However, the middle-aged man in black frowned. This was because there was no sign of Lin Ruoxian or Moon Death. This made the guard captain's face turn ugly. He had made it clear that he wanted Ling Xiao and the 2 women to come. Now, an unrelated person had come. "What did you do?" the commander asked coldly. The prefectural soldier's body trembled as he stretched out his right arm that had been cut off. Seeing this, the prefecture soldier commander suddenly understood. He looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. "You did this?" Ling Xiao nodded. "That's right. He broke into the guest's room and disturbed my cultivation. I'm already being nice by not killing him." "Humph, you're ruthless. Let's not talk about this for now. Did you make a scene at the Arcana Academy, take away 2 criminals, and kill Wayno Rurik?" The commander snorted. "Criminals? Commander, you seem to be mistaken. I only saved 2 of my friends. I'm not a criminal. As for Wayno Rurik, yes, I did kill her." "So what?" Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of this commander, nor did he want to have a good impression of him. "Your friends are criminals." "That's right, this is the residence of Ji-hyun of Silla. How can you let criminals in?" Seeing that Ling Xiao ignored him, the commander was even angrier. His voice turned cold. "I don't want to hear the word criminal again. I hope you remember it. Otherwise, even Chen Kanglin can't save you." Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. If he was a criminal, it would make sense. After all, he killed Avidinia and the others. However, if one were to say that Lin Ruoxian and Yu Sheng were criminals, that would be a blatant insult to them. He could not accept it. "How dare you?" the commander roared. "How dare you call Her Highness by her name? You're asking for death." The people around, whether they were the guest of the residence or the disciples of the Arcana Academy who came with the middle-aged man in black, saw that their leader dared to talk back to the commander and even called Ji-hyun of Silla by her name. They found it unbelievable. "This kid is interesting. Too bad he's going to die after he's used." A guest of the residence sneered. Ji-hyun of Silla's order was simple. Let Ling Xiao and the Wayno family both suffer. Then, clean up the mess and kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha, how impressive. I say, Ji-hyun of Silla is getting worse and worse. Even a dog dares to be so arrogant. You don't even respect the commander? The black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at the commander of the prefecture soldiers. It was not just a taunt but also a provocation. Although he knew this, the prefecture soldier commander's expression was still very ugly. It was also true that Ling Xiao did not give him any face and called out King Zhishen's name in front of so many people. How was he going to get off the stage? Even if you are an honored guest favored by His Highness, you cannot be allowed to bring trouble to His Highness. Lord Lightning Supreme has orders to bring you and those two criminals for questioning. Do it now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The commander's face was filled with anger. His killing intent was spreading. He looked like he was going to attack at any moment. However, before he could do anything, he was sent flying by Ling Xiao's palm. He fell into the crowd and was in a sorry state. I said, I don't want to hear you call my friends criminals. Do you think you're fit to be the commander of Jihyun of Scylla's residence? It was simply laughable. Although the Wano family is one of the 8 great families, it's a far cry from Jihyun of Scylla. Now, they dare to step into Jihyun of Scylla's residence to show off their power. Not only did you not chase them away, you even went along with them to find trouble with me. Do you think you're so impressive? You don't know that everything you do will be mocked by the Wano family. You're a coward to the extreme. Ling Xiao's words silenced all the soldiers and guest elders in the courtyard. Although his words were a little overboard, they weren't without reason. Indeed, regardless of what Ling Xiao had done, the fact that the other party had barged into the residence was a huge crime. As the commander of the soldiers, the most important thing to do was to chase the enemy out of the residence before discussing whether to hand over Ling Xiao and the other two. Although they all understood this, the only one who dared to say it out loud was Ling Xiao. The commander wasn't weak. Although he was sent flying by Ling Xiao, he wasn't severely injured. He stood up, and his terrifying aura continued to expand. He was actually a martial artist at the advanced stage of Yin-Yang Realm Level 1 transformation. Although he wasn't as strong as the middle-aged man in black, he wasn't far off. Admitting defeat was a lowly thing to do. You're courting death. The commander's anger was almost completely directed at Ling Xiao. Courting death? I don't mind having a big battle with you, but if you really have the guts, if you're really as strong as you seem, then chase this group of invaders out first. Otherwise, don't fart and keep your mouth shut, be a coward and don't let me see you making a fuss in front of me again. How dare you? The prefecture soldier's commander was filled with rage. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was right, he couldn't afford to offend the Lightning Seigneur, so he definitely wouldn't dare to attack the Wano family. He could only vent his anger on Ling Xiao. In that instant, he pulled out the long saber at his waist, and a terrifying saber aura shot into the sky. The entire space was filled with an intense killing intent. Ling Xiao had to die. How dare he humiliate him like this? Don't worry, after I kill you, these people will be dealt with. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. Kill me? Do you dare? Ling Xiao sneered and casually flipped his hand. He has the Lightning Seigneur's token, and I also have your master's token. Do you want to take a closer look? Seeing the token in Ling Xiao's hand, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Even the commander of the prefecture soldiers was confused. What did his master, Jihyun of Scylla, mean? Back in the 8 Immortal City, I received Jihyun of Scylla's invitation to come to Thunder City and live in Jihyun of Scylla's residence. In order to make things easier for me, Jihyun of Scylla bestowed this token to me. He said that as long as I stayed in the residence, nothing would happen. But now it seems that this is pure nonsense. Staying here, not only am I being chased by outsiders, I'm also being attacked by the commander of the residence. How laughable. Ling Xiao's words made the faces of the people in Jihyun of Scylla's residence burn. No matter what Ling Xiao did, it was true that they didn't protect Ling Xiao well. A guest who held the Jihyun of Scylla's token was actually being humiliated by others. If this spread out, it would really make Jihyun of Scylla lose face. The commander was stunned for a moment, and his face was incomparably stiff. That token was clearly real, and there was Jihyun of Scylla's aura on it. There was absolutely no way it was fake. With this token, as long as he stayed in the residence, no matter what he did, they would do their best to protect him. Instead, he had to deal with Ling Xiao. This was too embarrassing. But to ask him to protect Ling Xiao, he couldn't do it. Because Ling Xiao attacked him and humiliated him. If he admitted defeat now, how could he convince others in the future? How could he establish a foothold in Jihyun of Scylla's residence? How dare you? I've been loyal to Her Highness Jihyun of Scylla since I was 13 years old, but I've never been given such a token by Jihyun of Scylla. How dare you? It's obviously fake. How dare you forge a token? You deserve to die. Forge a token? Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not expect the commander to deny Ji-hyun of Silla's token in order to kill him. Not only that, but the people around nodded as if they agreed with the commander's words. I didn't expect you to be so crazy. How dare you deny Ji-hyun of Silla's token in order to kill me? Ling Xiao sneered. But are you sure you're a match for me? The commander's idea was simple. He did not care if the token in Ling Xiao's hand was real or fake. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, it was up to him whether it was real or fake. Of course, the key was that he could kill Ling Xiao. He was stronger than Ling Xiao. And he firmly believed that. No matter how glib your tongue is, it's useless. The commander, who was ready to attack, suddenly leaped high and slashed at Ling Xiao with his long saber. He did not want to think about anything else. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao first. Seeing this, everyone knew that Ling Xiao was done for. The middle-aged man in black sneered secretly. Ling Xiao was killed by the commander of Ji-hyun of Silla. There was no need for him to do anything. Clang, the 8 immortal sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. And he had instantly transformed into the purple thunderbolt beast soul. Purple lightning flashed on the 8 immortal sword. It was quite shocking. Kill me. You don't have the ability. Not only did he not retreat, but he also stabbed out with his sword. Shadow Sword Demon, minor success. The terrifying demonic shadow pierced through the air and collided with the commander's saber. This attack was a combination of the purple lightning thunderbolt beast soul transformation and the power of the lightning battle physique. Together with the 8 immortal sword, which was a divine spiritual weapon. Its power was incomparably strong. The prefectural soldier commander was repelled once again. Although this time around, he was only forced to land on the ground, and did not retreat very far, this scene caused everyone present to be endlessly astonished. Then what about Ling Xiao? Previously, it took a lot of effort to defeat no agreements. Why does it seem like he's on par with the prefectural commander now? Yeah, it's too shocking. How did this kid cultivate? Everyone was shocked, finding it hard to understand this situation. Good lad, so you've been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along. You really do harbor evil intentions. The prefecture soldier commander was shocked as well. However, what he thought of was Ling Xiao's intention of hiding his strength. In his fury, he attacked again. However, this time around, before Ling Xiao could make a move, Yu Fenghua moved gracefully and stood in front of him. What's wrong? Are you addicted to bullying my man? Seeing Yu Fenghua stepping forward, the prefecture soldier commander frowned. He was obviously a little fearful. This was because Ji-hyun of Silla had issued an order that no one was allowed to provoke Yu Fenghua. Although the prefecture soldier commander did not know what the order meant, he was still very cautious. Get lost if you don't dare to attack. Yu Fenghua said coldly. Her words infuriated the prefecture soldier commander again. His aura became stronger, and the light on his body became even more dazzling. He actually intended to attack Yu Fenghua. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then, a ball of flame floated over from afar. After landing, Hong Min-er's beautiful figure was revealed. The prefecture soldier commander hurriedly retracted his aura and cupped his hands at Hong Min-er. Miss Hong. In his eyes, Hong Min-er was the second most powerful person in the Ji-hyun of Silla residence after Ji-hyun of Silla. He could not afford to offend her. Therefore, he had always respected Hong Min-er. Or rather, he was in awe of her. The prefecture soldiers and guests were also puzzled. Why would Hong Min-er come personally? Could it be that His Highness Ji-hyun of Silla had issued a new order? Was he not going to kill Ling Xiao again? All prefecture soldiers, listen up. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the Ji-hyun of Silla residence shall be killed without mercy. Hong Min-er said coldly. Everyone understood the meaning of this sentence. The prefecture soldier commander heard it very clearly, so he was very puzzled. But Miss Hong, that fellow Ling Xiao. Please watch your words. The token in Ling Xiao's hand was bestowed by His Highness. Are you not going to listen to His Highness? Hong Min-er suddenly looked at the prefecture soldier commander with an extremely cold gaze. I don't dare. He glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. He was very displeased and embarrassed. His expression was extremely ugly. If you don't dare, then do what you're supposed to do. What Ling Xiao does is none of your business. Don't forget your duty, protect the prince's residence. Hong Min'er added. Yes. The prefecture soldier commander shuddered. He suddenly realized what he had done wrong. It was not because he was targeting Ling Xiao, but because he did not fulfill his duty. Ji Hyun of Silla hated people like him the most. Hong Min'er, I heard that there's a rule in the Ji Hyun of Silla residence. Those who trespass into the prince's residence shall die. I wonder if this rule is still in effect. Ling Xiao did not intend to continue arguing with the prefecture soldier commander. Since Hong Min'er was here, he might as well get straight to the point. Of course. Hong Min'er nodded. That's good. I, Ling Xiao, have always been responsible for my actions. Today's incident happened because of me. Let me end it. Although he said so, he mentioned that those who trespassed into the prince's residence would die. It was obvious that he had tied Ji Hyun of Silla to his pirate ship. Either Ji Hyun of Silla let out a fart and let the world laugh at him, or she would have to help him deal with the Bo Yi family. Ling Xiao did not care what Hong Min'er was thinking. He had already walked to the front and looked at the people from the Bo Yi family. All of you are here to kill me, Ling Xiao. I'm right here. Come and take my life if you can. How arrogant. How domineering. Where did he get his confidence from? Does he really think that Her Highness Ji Hyun of Silla would go against the Thunder Supreme for him? Most of the people did not understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. This person was really unpredictable. When the middle-aged man in black saw this, he sneered. To be honest, if Ling Xiao was hiding in the prince's residence, he would not have dared to commit murder in the prince's residence. This time, he had only barged in to show his power to Ji Hyun of Silla. If he had really hurt her, even the Thunder Supreme would not protect him. But now, Ling Xiao did not hide. Instead, he walked out and said that he would take responsibility for his actions in front of everyone. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Tie him up. The middle-aged man in black waved his hand and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 people jumped out from behind him and wanted to pin Ling Xiao down. 2 people were not enough, so 4 people went up to him. It seemed like the fact that Ling Xiao was able to block the attack of the official soldier commander had caused the Bo Yi clan members to be afraid. Up to you. Yu Fenghua stopped in her tracks when she heard Ling Xiao's words. Men were prideful, and she would give Ling Xiao face. The 4 martial artists from the Bo Yi family pounced on Ling Xiao at the same time. However, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. The purple thunderbolt beast soul transformed into the lava Cerberus beast soul. At that moment, a blazing heat suddenly spread out. Scorching heaven and earth, the 4 of them who were less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao felt the fear of death. The scorching heat penetrated their bones as though someone had pierced a hot iron into their bodies. Then, Ling Xiao pointed forward with one hand. The roaring lava was unstoppable. In an instant, it enveloped the 4 of them and clung on to their bodies. At that moment, the 4 of them seemed to have put on 4 sets of scorching lava armor. It was an eerie scene. Die. With Ling Xiao's shout, the 4 lava men shattered on the spot and fell to the ground. It was impossible to tell if they were human or stone. How terrifying. Everyone was trembling in fear. The 4 of them weren't fools. They were martial artists in the later stage of level 9 of Hell in Transformation 1 Yin-Yang state. In this place, they were the absolute powerhouses. However, in front of Ling Xiao, they lost their lives in an instant. No wonder Ling Xiao was so calm. With such terrifying strength, who wouldn't be calm? What's his cultivation? Hong Min'er and the black-clothed middle-aged man frowned. Their pupils contracted instantly. They thought they knew Ling Xiao very well, but at that moment, they suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was completely different from what they had imagined. His terrifying strength wasn't at the middle stage of level 9 of Hell in Transformation 1 Yin-Yang state. He was obviously much stronger than that. Could it be that his cultivation was at the peak of level 9 of Hell? Do you still want to play? Ling Xiao said calmly. Humph, do you think you're invincible just because you're at the peak of level 9 of Hell in Transformation 1 Yin-Yang state? What a joke. The middle-aged man in black snorted coldly. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his expectations. However, he had an even stronger bargaining chip. Among the experts from the Boyi clan who came with him, there were 2 martial artists at the middle stage of the 10th level of hell. He believed that with this level of cultivation, Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to resist again. He waved his hand and said, "It's up to you. It's best to capture him alive." The patriarch said that he wants this guy to experience the most terrible torture. Understood. The 2 of them instantly teleported and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Whether it was his speed or his aura, he was far superior to the previous 4. This time, let's see if Ling Xiao can still survive. The commander sneered. Inwardly, even he had to be wary of the 2 of them joining forces. How could Ling Xiao possibly be a match for them? Instead, at this moment, Yu Fenghua, who was standing behind Ling Xiao, made her move. In an instant, Fenghua's moonlight shone brightly. The glaring moonlight flickered for a moment, and waves of bone-piercing coldness entered everyone's bones. Then, they saw 2 cold corpses. How did Yu Fenghua do it? What kind of move did Yu Fenghua use? No one saw clearly. That graceful figure stood in front of Ling Xiao, wearing a bamboo hat that covered her face. She looked mysterious and powerful. Too powerful. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao was already surprising enough. How could this woman, who had been following Ling Xiao silently, be even more monstrous than Ling Xiao? With a casual strike, she killed 2 martial artists at the middle stage of the 10th level of hell. This was a huge blow to the Boyi clan. To be able to do this woman's cultivation should be at least at the late stage of the 10th level of hell. She was not inferior to the official soldier commander at all. However, only Hong Min-er and the official soldier commander knew that Yu Fenghua's strength was definitely not at the late stage of the 10th level of hell. She might be at the peak of the 10th level of hell, or even stronger. This was also the reason why Jihyun of Silla did not want to provoke Yu Fenghua. The official soldier commander suddenly understood what Jihyun of Silla said to Chen Kanglin. At this moment, he felt a lingering fear. If it was not Ling Xiao, but this woman, his head would have been separated from his body. With such a powerful woman by his side, in addition to his own strength, he was also very strong. No wonder Ling Xiao was able to obtain Jihyun of Silla's token. Was Ling Xiao really a country bumpkin in the 8 Immortals County? What kind of terrifying background did he have? Killing Boyi Liuli did not relieve my anger. The resentment in my heart is still very strong. But I resisted the urge to go on a killing spree, because I didn't want to become a complete murderer. However, you did not know how to appreciate my kindness. Your arrival today has reignited my anger. Do you want to kill me? Then don't go back today. Ling Zhao's words had basically sealed the fate of the Boyi clan's warriors. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao unleashed his true cultivation level. A terrifying aura spread throughout the prince's mansion. The early stage of the 10th level of hell in the Yin Yang realm. Feeling Ling Zhao's terrifying aura, everyone was shocked. Many people still remembered that when Ling Xiao had just arrived at the prince's mansion, his cultivation was not as strong as No Agreements and the others. However, it had only been 10 days, and he had already become so terrifying. In the air, there was a crazy heat that was constantly condensing. Every single member of the Boyi family could feel the terrifying heat coming from their bodies. Ling Zhao's body was covered in lava, and flames soared to the sky. The 3 heads of the 3-headed lava hound let out a shocking roar. Scorching hell. Following Ling Zhao's cold voice, the prince's mansion's courtyard instantly turned into a scorching hell. Lava flowed on the ground. Flames spread in the air. And all of this rushed towards the Boyi clan's warriors. In the terrifying scorching hell, all the warriors of the Boyi clan felt a fear that they had never felt before. Before the attack arrived, their clothes were already burning. Miserable screams spread throughout the scorching hell. Although the Boyi clan's warriors that came to the prince's mansion were all Yin Yang realm warriors, and their cultivation had all reached the 8th level of hell. Logically speaking, they should be able to resist the scorching heat. However, in reality, they were not. Because Ling Zhao's scorching hell was clearly emitting the aura of the ancient hell dragon. It was a legendary godly flame. How could they resist it, seeing that the people he brought were in danger of being wiped out? The black-clothed middle-aged man finally could not hold back. He suddenly roared, and a huge swamp sludge monster appeared behind him, and a terrifying aura erupted. It actually shattered the scorching hell. Immediately after, he soared into the air and charged towards Ling Xiao. It seemed like he had to do it himself if he wanted to deal with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would really embarrass himself here today. He was originally very calm, thinking that his subordinates could easily take away Ling Xiao. Your opponent is me. Yu Fenghua is very clear that Ling Xiao is not this black-clothed middle-aged man's opponent, so she stands out. With a casual flick of her hand, a crescent-shaped energy flies into the air, flickering with a cold light. The swamp monster released by the black-clothed middle-aged man is completely frozen. Break for me! The black-clothed middle-aged man roars, and a huge whirlpool appears on the swamp monster's body. This whirlpool forcibly sucks in the moonlight. But at this time, Yu Fenghua attacks again. The black-clothed middle-aged man can't free himself to deal with Ling Xiao. Instead, Ling Xiao shows a cold smile, looking at the remaining warriors of the Boyi clan. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He doesn't have any sympathy for these people. When he was at the Arcana Academy, he thought that by teaching these people a lesson, they would remember and understand fear. But he was wrong. Not only did these people not understand his kindness, but they also colluded with the black-clothed middle-aged man to find trouble with him, wanting to take his life. Does he still need to continue being merciful? He transformed into a huge three-headed lava hound, releasing his peak lava battle body, and rushed into the crowd with terrifying lava flowing all over his body. The terrifying lava continues to spread. Those warriors who were touched by it all let out mournful screams. Those huge claws are swinging, and every time it slaps down, someone will die. The three heads are constantly spitting lava, tearing those warriors apart. It's like an enhanced version of the three-headed lava hound. Just as Ling Xiao said, he doesn't intend to be merciful. He wants all these people who dare to come against him to stay here, and don't even think about going back alive. When the people of the prince's mansion saw this one-sided slaughter, their faces were filled with astonishment and fear. The black-clothed middle-aged man brought hundreds of people from the Boyi clan to denounce them. The group was majestic and awe-inspiring. He ordered the prince's mansion to hand over Ling Xiao and the two criminals. But no one expected the result to be so shocking. Ling Xiao walked out. Filled with disdain and tyranny, they mercilessly slaughtered the Boyi family's warriors. They slaughtered the disciples of the Arcana Academy. He flew into a rage just because his friend was bullied, only because the enemy was even more ruthless. On the other side, the black-robed middle-aged man was desperately trying to rescue the warriors of the Boyi clan. But reality was cruel. At this moment, he was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to even protect himself. Yu Fenghua's attacks seemed simple and direct, but he had to expend a lot of internal energy to block each attack. As a result, he was now completely suppressed by Yu Fenghua. If anyone could see Yu Fenghua's face, they would definitely see the contempt and ridicule on her face. She could have easily killed this black-clothed middle-aged man, but she didn't do so. She was just playing. Isn't this woman a little too strong? Could it be that she's an expert from the 11th level of hell? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, the black-clothed middle-aged man's cultivation was at the peak of the 10th level of hell. If even he was suppressed by Yu Fenghua, then Yu Fenghua's cultivation was most likely at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell. Such a strong woman is actually willing to follow Ling Xiao? What does Ling Xiao do to deserve her? Many people couldn't understand. They were all jealous. Deep in the mansion, there was a pair of eyes staring at the battle here. Those eyes were filled with intense jealousy and madness. Naturally, it was Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin. He also couldn't understand why Yu Fenghua favored Ling Xiao. Chen Kanglin could still be jealous. But the black-clothed middle-aged man was only left with anger. The little bit of pride in his heart had been completely destroyed by this woman, by Yu Fenghua. When he came, he was full of mettle, arrogant, and despotic. But now, he was only angry and sullen. Facing a woman, he was actually suppressed in every way, and was at a disadvantage in every move. He even saw the mansion soldiers of Jihyun of Silla mocking him coldly. Fight, Boyi family's secret technique, swamp poison rain. The black-clothed middle-aged man didn't plan to do this because this was a big group technique. Once it was released, it would cover the entire Jihyun of Silla mansion. He could prevent his own people from getting hurt, but he couldn't care about anything else. The terrifying swamp sludge monster turned into a violent storm of poison. Swept by the fierce wind, it blasted towards Ling Xiao first. Because in the black-clothed middle-aged man's opinion, the woman in the bamboo had attacked because of Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao was killed, everything would stop. This guy is crazy. Everyone, defend. The warriors of Jihyun of Silla Mansion saw how terrifying this secret technique was. The horrifying poisonous rain didn't recognize enemies. As long as they weren't allies, they would be attacked crazily and eventually killed. Seeing this, the mansion soldiers' commander and Hong Min'er joined forces to form a giant inner energy shield above the mansion soldiers. The mansion soldiers also released their inner energy to defend. However, those who reacted slower were instantly corroded by the horrifying poisonous rain and turned into a pile of rotting corpses. That scene was too horrifying. Vicious indeed. Yu Fenghua snorted when she saw this. She formed a seal with her hands and blasted it towards the sky. Moonlight Martial Arts, Guanghan Seal. A patch of moonlight appeared behind her. She spoke in a low voice. Then, a palm print flew out from the moonlight. It grew in the wind and instantly became huge. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above her head was covered in ice. Kacha, the sound of something breaking was heard. The poisonous rain that was completely frozen broke into pieces. Under the influence of the Guanghan seal, it turned around and attacked the black-clothed middle-aged man in the sky. This scene was strange and shocking. The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. He quickly channeled all his inner energy into his martial soul. Swamp Monster, Fusion. This was a move that Weino Liuli had used before. However, Weino Liuli had used it to kill Ling Xiao. The black-clothed middle-aged man was using it to protect himself. This swamp monster was slightly different from Weino Liuli's. Weino Liuli's swamp monster held a dagger and was in an attacking position. However, this one was kneeling on one knee and holding a giant shield to block Yu Fenghua's attack. The black-clothed middle-aged man clearly knew that if he didn't block it, the horrifying Guanghan seal would make him die a horrible death. Boom, a horrifying sound was heard as the palm print blasted onto the giant shield. The poisonous rain covered a large area. In an instant, the swamp monster was defeated. The black-clothed middle-aged man was sent flying. However, his cultivation wasn't weak. He managed to adjust his posture in mid-air. In the end, he only managed to break the wall of the mansion before he got up. He was terrified and wanted to defend himself. However, he realized that Yu Fenghua didn't chase after him. Instead, she was looking at the other side of the battlefield coldly. Ling Zhao's battle with the Boyi family's martial artists was nearing its end. From the start to the end, he did not use any martial techniques, and only used his lava Cerberus body to slaughter those people. The terrifying lava Cerberus not only had astonishing defensive power, but also had a terrifying top-grade lava battle body. Together with the powerful Hell Dragon fire, its power was simply off the charts. The pitiful Boyi family's martial artists, although they were not weak, but under such an attack, they could not retaliate at all. The black-clothed middle-aged man could only watch as Ling Xiao massacred his own people, unable to do anything. Even though his face was extremely gloomy, his anger had reached its peak. But because he was afraid of the terrifying Yu Fenghua, he could only focus on defending, if not, even he himself would die. Yu Fenghua was too powerful. He really did not know, when did Jihyun of Silla's residents have such a terrifying woman, making their plan this time, become extremely stupid. It was also a failure. Not long later, the enemies that were burned by the lava and slapped to death by the giant claws, were all lying on the ground. Other than the black-clothed middle-aged man, there was only Gu Feng left among the people who came to denounce Ling Xiao. The heroic Gu Feng, at this moment, was trembling all over, like a sieve, constantly shivering. He actually did not have any feelings for Boyi Ruri. The reason why he came to take revenge for Boyi Ruri was because he felt that Ling Xiao was easy to bully, and he could use this matter to gain the approval of the Boyi family. Who knows, if the Boyi family was happy, they might betroth another girl to him. Anyway, there were many girls in the Boyi family. Not only Boyi Ken's daughter. but now, he regretted it, thoroughly regretted it. For some illusory benefits, he used up all the treasures that Gu Tianba gave him, and barely kept his life. But his body was already extremely tired, and his internal energy was almost exhausted. If Ling Xiao continued to attack, he believed that he would definitely die. There would not be a second answer. The man with the golden mask, trembling body, was Bai Zhe. His anger was gone, his heroic spirit was also gone. All that was left was fear and despair. Although none of the people around him had a higher cultivation level than him, there were still some who had the same cultivation level as him. However, those people had all turned into corpses. And the most powerful one, Bo Yixin's younger brother, the biggest backer in their hearts, was currently being forced to flee and hide by a woman. He didn't even dare to fight. Ling Xiao returned to his original form and looked coldly at Gu Feng, who had lost all ability to resist. He said coldly, "This matter originally had nothing to do with you, but why did you come to provoke me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? You can also take credit for it. Now, what do you have to say?" Among these people, the only one that Ling Xiao knew by name was Gu Feng. Gu Tianba's godson. Plop. The heavy sound even shattered the ground. Gu Feng was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, his legs trembling. He was terrified to the extreme. Yes, he just wanted to take some credit for it. He didn't really hate Ling Xiao. But he wanted Ling Xiao to die for such an insignificant reason. Ling Xiao found it even harder to forgive such a person. Gu Feng wanted to make a name for himself, but he was even more afraid of death. When death was about to befall him, he was completely listless. When we were at the Arcana Academy, you hid in the crowd and attacked me. You were simply despicable and shameless. I was really too merciful for not killing you at that time. For people like you, only death can make you afraid. Ling Xiao's flaming claws grabbed Gu Feng's neck, and the flames roasted his neck. Gu Feng kept swaying his body and roared in fear. "Spare me, spare me. If you let me go, my godfather can give you everything you want." He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free from Ling Xiao's hands. Gu Feng could only beg for mercy. But he didn't know that Ling Xiao didn't have any good impression of Gu Tianba. He actually dared to use Gu Tianba as a bargaining chip. This could be considered as accelerating the speed of his death. Your godfather is Gu Tianba, right? What a pity. I have a deep enmity with him. He almost wiped out my friend's entire family. I'll avenge my friend. Ling Xiao mocked. I heard that before you became his godson, you were always abusing your power in Thunder City and harming poor girls. After you became that old bastard's godson, you became even worse. I've investigated and found that there are hundreds of corpses of young girls in the deep well of your house. They died very miserably. I don't care what you did to them. In short, you're a beast that everyone has the right to kill. That's enough for me. Stop, Ling Xiao. You've already provoked the Bo Yi clan. Don't tell me you want to provoke the Gu clan as well. You actually want to provoke 2 of the 8 great clans at the same time. Do you really want to die? Hong Min'er suddenly shouted loudly. You're meddling in other people's business again. Do you still remember that vicious woman in the restaurant? You also told me that I can't afford to provoke her clan. Ling Xiao sneered and exerted more strength in his hand. His magma-covered right hand ruthlessly pierced Gu Feng's neck. At this point, Gu Feng was dead. Only the black-cloaked middle-aged man from the Bo Yi clan was still alive. Ling Xiao looked at him with contempt and said, Bo Yixin's younger brother? Hee hee, you don't look like much to me. Come and kill me if you have the guts. If you don't, what are you doing here? Making a fool of yourself? Brat, you'll definitely regret this. You don't even know what you've done. You'll suffer the most terrifying revenge in the world for what happened here today. Just you wait. The black-cloaked middle-aged man dodged Yu Fenghua's terrifying attack and instantly fled to the Jihyun of Silla's residence. Only then did he dare to turn around and shout. What a senseless nonsense. Ling Xiao said with disdain, you've said this more than once. You've always said that I'll die and that I'll regret it. But let me tell you now, I won't regret it. The one who will regret it will be you. Because you won't be able to leave here alive today. Without that woman, how can you be so arrogant? The black-clothed middle-aged man was obviously very unhappy. If it wasn't for Yu Fenghua, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state today. He would definitely be able to complete his mission and kill Ling Xiao. What a joke. Without the Boyi clan, what are you? Everyone has something they rely on. I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of, you're just saying that the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. What a joke. Ling Xiao said with disdain. I like the way you put it. Yu Fenghua suddenly said. Her body suddenly moved and she was already in front of the black-clothed middle-aged man. I played with you for so long. It's too boring. Yu Fenghua's jade-like hand gently stretched out, and a shining moonlight palm imprinted on the black-clothed middle-aged man's body. That person didn't even have time to dodge, and his body was directly smashed to the ground. His entire body instantly froze, and then shattered into pieces. Yu Fenghua suddenly felt that she liked Ling Xiao's character more and more. It was as if they were born to hit it off. However, she didn't know that her sudden attack had shocked everyone in Jihyun of Silla's residence. This graceful and holy figure, with just a light palm, had taken the life of a first revolution Yinyang realm martial artist at the peak of the 10th level of hell. This woman definitely possessed strength second only to the Thunder Emperor and the Thunder Seigneur. Ling Xiao didn't notice that Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin had quietly left when he was fighting with the Boyi clan. As for where they went, he didn't know. After killing all the people from the Boyi clan who came to seek revenge, Ling Xiao thought that he might as well bring Yu Fenghua and kill their way into the royal palace. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. Although it was said that the Thunder Emperor was only slightly stronger than the Thunder Seigneur, it was just a rumor. However, rumors were just rumors. Who knew how powerful the royal family was? What Ling Xiao could do was to try his best to prevent Yu Fenghua from taking any risks. Unless there was a day when his strength was on par with the Thunder Emperor and the Thunder Seigneur, he didn't want to take any risks. He could leave for now. Ling Xiao had already obtained the Emperor's supreme grace, so the Emperor's mystery realm wasn't of much use to him for now. He prepared to leave Thunder City and continue his travels. Of course, before leaving, he planned to send Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death back to the 8 Immortal City. After experiencing the previous incident, he really didn't want Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death to take any risks with him. After all, not everyone had great potential like him, and their cultivation increased so quickly. As for Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, all they had to do was take one step at a time. He returned to the 8 Immortal City to send Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death back. He also wanted to see if the Ling family was ready. Before he left, he went to look for Ling Yan. However, when he arrived at Ling Yan's residence, he didn't see anyone. Instead, he saw a message, "Boss, I went to the 8 Immortal City. I just got the news that the 14th Prince Chen Songxiong has sent the 8th Prince there in an attempt to take back the ruling power of the 8 Immortal City from Jihyun of Silla." Why would he do that? Why was the 8 Immortal City so important? I don't know, but I have to go and take a look. Boss, you should come back quickly. Before you come back, I will help you guard the 8 Immortal City. After reading the contents of the letter, Ling Zhao's expression changed drastically. The 8th prince was rumored to be a licentious prince. As the 14th prince's vassal, he liked women the most. The 8 Immortal City was now Ling Zhao's territory. If this guy went there and messed around, he wouldn't let it go. Let's go back to the 8 Immortal City immediately. Ling Xiao didn't have time to explain further. He notified Lin Ruoxian, Yu Fenghua, and Moon Death, and then rushed to the 8 Immortal City. 8th Prince? Although I'm not familiar with you, if you dare to touch my territory, I will definitely kill you. Outside the 8 Immortal City, there was a group of people stationed. They looked mighty and extraordinary. The 8th Prince rode a tall demon beast and looked at the 8 Immortal City in the distance indifferently. In just 10 days, he had conquered almost all the towns in the 8 Immortal City. Now, only the County City and Ascension Town were left unconquered. What gave him a headache was that the city and Yuhua Town were protected by strange arrays. After his soldiers entered, they either got lost or were sneak attacked. In the end, they could only retreat in panic. Today, he gathered almost all the martial artists in the other towns and formed a huge suicide squad. There were over 1 million people in this suicide squad. Obviously, these martial artists were trash in the eyes of the 8th Prince, trash not worth mentioning. These people were existences that could be sacrificed at any time and were absolutely not worthy of sympathy or pity. With more than 1,000,000 people, even if each of them spit, they could drown the 8 immortal city. Ha 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 ha, although I don't know why the 14th prince is so interested in the 8 immortal city, since I have accepted this mission, I have to complete the order. Pass down the order, the suicide squad will attack. No one is allowed to retreat. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. The 8th prince laughed loudly. He was sitting on a huge puppet war chariot. There were beautiful women serving him on both sides. He was eating delicious fruits and was very comfortable. The millions of death warriors stood there, trembling. Although they were not bound, their hearts were bound by fear. The 8th prince only had more than 1,000 people. They had more than 1,000,000 people, but they did not dare to resist. Because the 1,000 people were all martial artists above the 8th level of the yin-yang realm of hell. Most of them were not even in the half-step yin-yang realm. The huge gap in strength made them unable to resist. Because they knew that resisting meant death. To these townspeople and martial artists, the terrifying 8th prince and his subordinates were simply invincible. It was as if a god had sent down heavenly punishment. Almost everyone was trembling. Everyone was in despair. They knew that if they did not obey, they would die. And if they moved forward, they would also die. The terrifying array of the 8 immortal city was not easy to break. Haha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, don't you know that the 13th prince is also the 14th prince's subordinate? Don't you know that Weino Liuli also had a relationship with me? If you dare to harm them, I will kill your people. Even if these 1,000,000 people cannot take down the 8 immortal city, with so many people dead, your territory will become a dead zone. The 8th prince had never seen Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's name often rang in his ears. Whether it was the 13th prince who was tricked, or Weino Liuli who was killed, he knew all of this. The only thing he did not know was what happened in Thunder City. Ling Xiao killed all the Weino family martial artists who went to find trouble with him. Everyone, listen up. Your misfortune came from one person, your lord, Ling Xiao. He should not have offended the 14th prince, and he should not have killed my woman, Weino Liuli. Now, you can either charge forward and destroy the 8 immortal city and destroy everything Ling Xiao has, or accept our verdict and die here. The 8th prince regarded human life as nothing more than grass. In his eyes, the lives of millions of people could be killed at will. What do they mean by Ling Xiao's people? Does the 8 immortal city not belong to the Qin state? This guy was really unscrupulous in order to deal with Ling Xiao, regardless of the consequences. He was so crazy that it made people's hair stand on end. Hearing the 8th prince's order, some people lifted their feet, but there were even more people who were unwilling to accept it. Why should they die like this? The enemy only had 1,000 people, but they had millions. The 8th prince's order was equivalent to sentencing the millions of warriors to death in front of everyone. No matter what, they would die. How should they choose? Are you all stupid? Are you all going to die under that person's command? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. This sentence struck everyone's heart hard. Many people did not recognize the young man who shouted, but they knew that he was very strong. They seemed to have found their backbone. With someone leading them, they dared to do things that they would not normally dare to do. That 8th prince treated you like livestock. He drove you to your deaths, but are you all really willing? If you resist, you may die, but at least you will die with dignity. If you don't resist, you will still die, and you will die without any dignity. We have millions of people. Even if we can't kill all of them, we can still drag a few down with us, right? We must let the Qin Kingdom's royal family know that we, the bottom-tier warriors, are not to be bullied. The young man's roar reverberated through the entire wasteland. Everyone in the wasteland could hear him clearly. What a joke. You don't even dare to say your name. Do you think anyone will believe your words? The 8th prince looked coldly at the young man who shouted. He felt that he looked familiar, but he could not recall who he was. The millions of death warriors looked at the young man. They also wanted to know who this young man was. If it was an unknown person who instigated them, they would not be fooled. Everyone, listen up. My name is Ling Yan. I am the son of Marquis Ling. Marquis Ling fought bloody battles for more than 10 years to protect the peace of the Qin Kingdom's borders. He did not even see his wife and son for a long time. However, he was killed by the Qin kingdom's royal family for betrayal. Killing 10 families was not enough to vent their anger. They even killed the good friends of the Ling family. That day, Qin Guolei almost turned into hell. I survived because I was unwilling to accept this. Marquis Ling is like this. Do you people still not understand? Your outcome will only be worse than Marquis Ling's. They treat their own people as if they are cruel and ruthless enemies. Ling Yan's voice rang out again. You can choose not to listen to me and do as they say, but I can guarantee you that your family and friends, even if they don't die, will be taken away by them to be slaves. Your wives and daughters might even be sold to the brothels as prostitutes for officials. Weakness would only make them more arrogant. On the other hand, resistance can make them fearful. Well said. Finally, someone began to respond to Ling Yan's call. I am a refugee from Leidu and came to the 8 Immortal City. My daughter was defiled by the 8th prince. Originally, I didn't want to mention this kind of ugly thing. I just want to secretly accompany my crazy daughter for the rest of my life. But even after I hid in a small, uninhabited village, he still managed to find me. Not only did he kill my daughter, but he also made me a member of the Dare to Die army and made me work for him. Inhumane. The detestable royal family doesn't treat us as human beings. Let's fight. We have millions of people. Do you think we are afraid of thousands of them? With so many people, once they were incited, they would form a terrible torrent of anger. In order to not let their wives and daughters be defiled. They also wanted to die like men. These people were going to rebel, anyway, they would die anyway, so it was better to die with dignity and die with vigor. Ling Yan became the leader of these people. Because he was strong enough and fearless. All the Dare to Die army turned around and looked at the 8th prince's thousands of people. Ling Yan stood at the front and looked at the other side. This time, he came here to kill the 8th prince and avenge his people. On the other hand, he wanted to protect the 8 Immortal City for Ling Xiao. If these millions of people really rushed to the 8 Immortal City, then no matter how powerful the formation was, it would be filled with corpses. The 8th prince's people could naturally rush in. No matter what the reason was, they did not allow him to retreat. Kill! Ling Yan shouted loudly. Kill! 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 Orderly voices rang out behind him, like the sound of thunder that shook the heavens. A group of ants dare to resist. Since they want to die, kill them. Kill the leader first. I want to see if they have the courage to continue to resist. The 8th prince did not want to be completely incompatible with the millions of Dare to Die army. After all, even if they were ants, millions of them would be very terrifying. What's more, they were all warriors. Moreover, he also wanted to use the Dare to Die army to attack the 8 Immortal City. Whether these people died or his people died, it would be a pity. Therefore, he wanted to capture the leader first. He believed that as long as he killed Ling Yan, these people would collapse without a fight. They were just a motley crew. What could they do? The war finally broke out. Millions of Dare to Die army rushed to the thousands of experts led by the 8th prince like a swarm of ants. The two sides fought in the wilderness. At this time, on the tower of the 8 Immortal City, Jihyun of Silla and Shin Kanglin sat there and looked at the battlefield indifferently. Jihyun of Silla, let's go. That Ling Yan is the Lord's brother. We can't just sit here and watch. The one who spoke was the current deputy mayor of the 8 Immortal City, Sire Shui. Ling Zhao's people only moved in the dark. On the surface, the 8 Immortal City was ruled by Sire Shui. The rest of the warriors who were subdued by Ling Xiao assisted him. But to be honest, those people were controlled by Ling Zhao's poison pill and did not dare to act rashly. However, Jihyun of Silla was different. He didn't know where he got the antidote for the poison pill and saved those people. Some of the people from the 8 Immortals Mountain, almost all the warriors from the Tianfeng group, and most of the warriors from the High Duke's public house. It was these people who allowed Jihyun of Silla to easily enter the 8 Immortal City and make Sire Shui and the others a mere figurehead. At this time, Jihyun of Silla's people had already started a big purge in the 8 Immortal City. They wanted to get rid of all those who were loyal to Ling Xiao. Chen Kanglin thought about it. It was impossible to melt Yufenghua's ice mountain with just ordinary contact. Unless Ling Xiao gave up on Yufanghua and became his dog. And what he was thinking was naturally a threat. He wanted to threaten Ling Xiao's friends and family in the 8 Immortal City as hostages. Although it was a little despicable, Jihyun of Silla did not care. He wanted Ling Xiao to become his loyal dog and Yufanghua to become his woman. That day, in Jihyun of Silla's public house, he saw how powerful Yufanghua was and understood what it meant to have Yufanghua. He also saw how powerful Ling Xiao was and understood what it meant to subdue Ling Xiao. Therefore, he did not care about being despicable. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao hesitate. Let him be quiet. Chen Kanglin waved his hand and signaled his subordinates. Among the subordinates who followed him to the 8 Immortal City, the weakest one was at the 9th level of hell. How could Elder Shui be their match? Although he wanted to resist, he was soon knocked unconscious. Your Highness, how should we deal with this person? Lock them up together and watch over them. I want to let Ling Xiao know that I'm the only one who can decide the future of the 8 Immortal City. He's just an ant and can't do anything. Chen Kanglin sneered. Originally, he was a scheming person and would never do something so impulsive. All of this was because of Yufanghua. Yufanghua made Chen Kanglin crazy and impulsive. He wanted to use this extreme method to make Ling Xiao submit. In the distant battlefield, the battle was still ongoing. Although the 1 million kamikaze soldiers were weak, they were not at a disadvantage against the 8th Prince's thousands of men because of their large numbers. As the saying goes, many ants can bite an elephant to death. Hundreds of the thousands of men had been killed. Of course, the kamikaze soldiers had suffered more casualties. 100,000 of them were killed on the battlefield. 100,000 against 100,000. The 8th Prince was furious because every one of his subordinates was a treasure. In his eyes, the kamikaze soldiers were just lowly commoners. It did not matter how many of them died. They had always wanted to capture the ringleader and capture Ling Yan. However, Ling Yan's strength was beyond his expectations. Although he was injured, he became more courageous as the battle progressed. He was like a demonic dragon, which was terrifying. Don't care about those lowly commoners. Kill Ling Yan with all your might. The 8th Prince could no longer sit still. He leaped into the air and pounced on Ling Yan. He knew that he had to take action. If this continued, he would lose more than half of his subordinates even if he killed all of the 1 million men. It was not something he could bear. After all, these people were sent to him by the 14th Prince. The 14th Prince was powerful and vicious. Even if he was the 14th Prince's elder brother, he would be severely punished when he returned. If things went wrong, he could only apologize with his death. He did not want to die. Absolutely not. Kill. An even more terrifying attack enveloped Ling Yan. Ling Yan alone had attracted all the attacks from the enemy. The kamikaze soldiers on the outside had an easier time. However, Ling Yan was in danger. More and more injuries appeared on his body, and the strange thing was that his skin also began to undergo some strange changes at an accelerated rate. Strange feathers grew out of his skin. The golden feathers shone with a dazzling light. When the transformation happened, Ling Yan looked like he was in great pain and had almost lost his ability to fight. I can't die. I can't die yet. Once I die, those people will immediately collapse. Ling Yan was very clear about the current situation. The only reason the million death warriors dared to resist was because he was the leader. But once he died, these people would definitely give up fighting out of fear. When the 8th Prince saw this situation, he was extremely excited. Hence, he intensified his attacks. Chen Kanglin. Jihyun of Silla slowly stood up on the city tower. It's almost time to make a move. Ling Yan is not only a remnant of the Thunder City's Ling family, but he is also Ling Xiao's good brother. I don't believe that Ling Xiao won't give in with him as a hostage. He suddenly rushed out, crossed 1,000 meters, and came directly to the battlefield. The experts who followed him also arrived one after another. All of you, stop. Chen Kanglin let out a roar. This voice was like a clap of thunder that fell into the battle formation. Whether it was the 8th Prince's side or the kamikaze army's side, everyone felt a splitting headache and had to stop the dispute. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he interfere with our battle? The 8th prince was about to give Ling Yan a fatal blow, but he was disturbed by others. This made him very unhappy. He cursed before he saw who it was. The kamikaze soldiers were frightened. The intruder was so powerful. If it was an enemy, they would be finished. 8th brother, you really have time. You know that the 8 Immortals County is under my protection. How dare you come here to make trouble? Jihyun of Silla looked at the 8th prince coldly. His voice was cold and murderous. So what if they were brothers? He didn't care about the fight for the throne. Not only did he not care, but his competitor, the 14th Prince Chen Kangming, also didn't care. Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's second brother. Since you are here, why didn't you say anything? I had no choice. How could I not carry out 14th brother's order? After all, 14th brother's cultivation and status are much higher than mine. The 8th prince frowned when he saw that it was Jihyun of Silla. But when he saw that Hong Manor was not beside Jihyun of Silla, he was relieved. In Thunder City, no one knew Chen Kanglin's real cultivation. Everyone knew that he was intelligent, but when it came to strength, no one knew. On the contrary, the woman beside Chen Kanglin, Hong Manor, was very powerful. The 8th prince knew that he was no match for her. Cut the crap. Go back and tell Chen Songxiong that the 8 Immortals County is mine. If he wants it, he can come and beg me. But I will not agree to this method. Chen Kanglin looked at the 8th prince coldly. Second brother, you don't have to be angry. You should know that 14th brother has the absolute advantage in the fight for the throne. The mysterious world respects martial arts. No matter how smart you are, it doesn't mean anything. It's better to pledge allegiance to 14th brother. I can help you find a good job. The 8th prince was not afraid of Chen Kanglin. As long as Hong Manor was not there, he believed that he could defeat his second brother. As long as he defeated Jihyun of Silla, even if he couldn't take the 8 Immortals County, he could atone for his mistakes. It could even be regarded as a great contribution. From what you're saying, you want to fight with me? Jihyun of Silla Chen Kanglin snorted and looked at the 8th prince with disdain. You think you can crush me with your strength at the early stage of the 10th level of hell, right? You think I'm only obsessed with wisdom and don't have strong strength, right? So what if I fight? Besides, second brother, you're wrong. I'm no longer at the early stage of the 10th level of hell. I'm now at the late stage of the 10th level of hell. With the help of 14th brother, I've made a huge breakthrough. The 8th prince laughed. I gave you face and called you second brother. If I didn't give you face, you wouldn't even be a fart. Do you really think you can show off in front of me? Nonsense. A strange black thunderbolt suddenly appeared behind Jihyun of Silla Chen Kanglin. As he spoke, he suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the 8th prince. Boom, the black palm print landed on the 8th prince. The 8th prince had no chance to react. It was too fast, it was too terrifying. The 8th prince felt as if his body was being corroded by something. His entire body was on the verge of collapsing. He looked at Jihyun of Silla in horror and let out a shrill scream. Don't worry, we're brothers after all. I won't kill you, but from now on, you'll become a complete cripple. Just be a good prince and get lost with him. Chen Kanglin waved his hand coldly. The people who originally followed the 8th prince were all looking forward to the battle. However, they were not in the mood to do so now. Everything was too unexpected. Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla was too powerful. He had severely injured the 8th prince, who was at the late stage of level 10 of hell. Also, what was with the black lightning? It was full of evil and terror. What kind of martial arts did Chen Kanglin practice? Although they had countless questions, they did not dare to ask. The moment Chen Kanglin appeared, it meant that they had lost. They took the severely injured 8th prince and fled into the distance. At this time, the kamikaze army let out thunderous cheers. Chen Kanglin had defeated the 8th prince, so he should be one of them. Long live Jihyun of Silla! Long live Jihyun of Silla! Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla was not happy at all when he heard the cheers. What was the use of these ants respecting him? He wanted you Fanghua. Your Highness, is that really Jihyun of Silla? How could he be so terrifying? He even attacked you for the sake of the 8 Immortals County. Why? Someone asked the eighth prince while they were fleeing. I don't know the details, but according to the records of the royal family, the eight immortals county seems to have the complete inheritance left by the beast god prince of the Black Tortoise continent. The inheritance includes the beast god position of the 12 beast gods and the beast soul of the sun god. Once he obtained those items, he would be able to dominate the entire Black Tortoise continent. This is probably the fundamental reason why 14th brother and 2nd brother compete for the eight immortals county. The eighth prince thought about it, and this was the only reason he could think of. But in the end, that's only a legend. The Qin nation has been established for so many years, and countless people have been searching for that sun god's inheritance. Unfortunately, no one has ever found it. Another person said. Who knows? Let's hurry back and report what happened here to 14th brother. Right now, the 8th prince only wanted to rush back to Thunder City as soon as possible and then heal himself. In fact, his guess was right. The 14th prince, Xianxia, and the 2nd prince, Xianxia, were fighting over that thing. Although it was just a legend, no one wanted the 8 immortals county to fall into the hands of the other party. Even if the city of the 8 immortals was in the hands of a neutral party, it wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, the two princes did not know that what they wanted had already been obtained by Ling Xiao. In this world, it was impossible for a second person to obtain the same thing. There's someone ahead. When the 8th prince and his group were running for their lives, they suddenly discovered that someone was rushing over from the front. There were 5 people, 1 man, 3 women, and a little girl. Hee, those 3 women are pretty good looking, especially the one wearing a bamboo hat. Although I can't see her face clearly, the way she moves is so graceful. The aura she releases is also intoxicating. Kill that man and capture the other 4 alive. The 8th prince suddenly sneered. Yes. His subordinates all understood the 8th prince's character. Although his cultivation was crippled and his body was seriously injured. When he saw a woman, he still could not help himself. After all, he was a prince, so they could not say anything. Besides, they were just passers-by. If they killed them, then so be it. They had long been accustomed to this kind of thing and did not care at all. Go. 2 of them broke through the air and headed straight for the young man. However, before they arrived, they had already seen the terrifying killing intent in the young man's eyes. They had only seen this kind of killing intent in the eyes of their master, the 14th prince. At that moment, their bodies trembled. Panic spread in their hearts. They wanted to escape, but they found that a sword light was quickly approaching them. When they wanted to shout out their identities to threaten the other party, they had already become 2 corpses. How dare you? Seeing this, the 8th prince shouted at the top of his lungs. However, what responded to him was still a fierce sword light. His head fell from his body and fell heavily to the ground. However, none of these passers-by stopped. They seemed to have something urgent and disappeared with a gust of wind. The remaining people looked at the 8th prince's corpse in horror. They were all glad that they were not the ones who attacked just now. Brother Ling Xiao, that person just now seemed to be the 8th prince. On the way, Moon Death suddenly said. I know, but so what? I just cleaned up a piece of trash. It was not the first time Ling Xiao killed a prince. The first time, the 13th prince was saved by Jihyun of Silla. This time, the 8th prince came from the 8 immortals county just by looking at his direction. Not only did he attack the 8 immortals county, but he also attacked him. If he did not kill such a person, was he going to keep him alive? You're right, trash needs to be cleaned up. Yu Fenghua nodded and said, Ling Xiao, I find that you are becoming more and more to my liking. Did we really know each other in our previous life? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and increased his speed again. Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, the 2 of you be careful. Fenghua and I will go first. If there is any danger ahead, I will help you deal with it. Seeing the 8th prince, Ling Xiao was very worried about the situation in the 8 immortals county. Although he did not know what had happened, he was afraid that things had gone beyond his expectations. He did not know how Ling Yan was doing. His good brother definitely couldn't die. Outside the 8 immortals county, Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin had already ordered people to capture Ling Yan. Although Ling Yan's current situation did not seem right, this person's explosive power was still very terrifying. Chen Kanglin did not want any accidents to happen. Everyone, this king saved you, right? After capturing Ling Yan, Chen Kanglin suddenly smiled and looked at the remaining nearly 900,000 death warriors. Seeing his smile, the death warriors' hearts could not help but tremble. This smile was too fake. It was like a smiling tiger. Yes, thank you Jihyun of Silla for saving our lives. A few leaders stood out from the death warriors. They were the most courageous people in the battle just now. Very good, then this king will ask you to do something, you won't object, right? Chen Kanglin continued. It's coming, everyone was very worried. They had just come out of the wolf's den, were they going to enter the tiger's mouth again? Your Highness, please tell us what you need. The Suicide Squad looked at Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin with trepidation. Even though they knew that they had just escaped from the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth, there was nothing they could do. In the face of the powerful Jihyun of Silla, they were powerless. Previously, Ling Yan could inspire their fighting spirit, but now, Ling Yan was also captured. What could they do? They could only bow their heads and obey. Very good. Chen Kanglin nodded with satisfaction and said, you will guard outside the 8 Immortal City. When Ling Xiao comes back later, if he wants to force his way in, stop him. Otherwise, you've all seen what this king can do. What? Although they had thought of many possibilities, the Suicide Squad did not expect that His Highness Jihyun of Silla would want to deal with Ling Xiao, the new lord of the 8 Immortal City. Why was this happening? Was Ling Xiao so powerful that even Jihyun of Silla was afraid of him? Your Highness, there is something I don't understand. Could it be that the Lord has done something wrong? There was an old man in the Suicide Squad who had seen Ling Xiao deal with the henchmen of the Shadow Devil sect. His granddaughter was captured by the Shadow Devil sect and was rescued at that time. Therefore, he could not bear to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has offended me. Isn't that enough? Chen Kanglin's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Suddenly, he pointed his right index finger. A pitch-black bolt of lightning broke through the air and directly penetrated the old man's forehead. Listen up, whoever dares to talk nonsense will end up like this old man. I am not begging you, this is an order. Chen Kanglin's overbearing ruthlessness was not inferior to Chen Songxiong's at all. However, he was more cunning and often did not take action himself. This time, if it weren't for Yu Fenghua making him lose his mind, he wouldn't have acted rashly. First, he crippled the 8th prince and then killed people here. When the Suicide Squad saw that the old man was killed, they were furious but did not dare to say anything. Jihyun of Silla was too powerful and they could not afford to provoke him. Well, don't be too afraid. If you are obedient, I will reward you after this matter is over. If you dare to go against my will, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Kanglin glanced coldly at these ants, turned around, crossed the void, and returned to the top of the city wall. The nearly 900,000 dare-to-die soldiers were also hostages, and they were the first hostages. If Ling Xiao wanted to break into the 8 Immortal City, he would first have to kill all of them. He wanted to see if Ling would do that. What should we do? Are we really the Lord? He is a hero of Silla, Lord of Silla? What else can we do? You've all seen what King Zhishan is capable of. He didn't even blink when he killed. That's true. We're in a dilemma now. Alas, this is the fate of the people at the bottom. If we deal with the Lord, we will die. If we don't, we will still die. Hateful. I think Ling Yan is right. Anyway, we will die anyway. It is better to fight Jihyun of Silla. Fight? Can Ling Xiao be compared with Jihyun of Silla? It is better to be obedient. This is our fate. In the Suicide Squad, there was a lot of discussion. Obviously, their opinions were not unified. Some worshipped Ling Xiao and did not want to deal with Ling Xiao. Some were afraid of Jihyun of Silla and felt that they could only fight. Some were sad and desperate, knowing that no matter what choice they made, they would not be able to escape death. For pitiful people like them, the profound world was simply too cruel. Once again, it clearly showed what it meant to be the survival of the fittest and what it meant to respect martial prowess. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the distance. 5 figures appeared on the road leading to the 8 Immortal City. They are here, the suicide squad knew that Ling Xiao was back. Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan also knew that Ling Xiao was back. Your Highness, Min'er is back. Just a moment before Ling Xiao arrived at the Eight Immortals city, Hong Min'er also arrived. At this moment, Hong Min'er was wearing a red dress. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was a Dharma treasure. Moreover, it was a divine-grade spiritual artifact. Behind her, there was a red tail that was 4 to 5 meters long, exposed to the air. Min'er, you! Chen Kanglan looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. Compared to before, Hong Min'er's strength had increased significantly. Your Highness, there is a Tushan clan in Green Hill. My original name was Tushan Min'er, and I came from outside the Black Tortoise mainland. My original form is a 9-tailed red fox. I was fated to meet your Highness in your previous life. In this life, I am here to continue our relationship. It is a pity that your Highness has never thought of me as a woman. Hong Min'er explained her identity faintly. There was a tinge of sadness in her voice. There is a beast in Tushan of Green Hill. It looks like a fox with 9 tails and sounds like a baby. It can eat humans, but it is not a goo. You are the fox demon that eats humans, right? Disgust appeared on Chen Kanglan's face. He looked coldly at Tushan Min'er and said, do you think that as a prince of the Chen kingdom, I would associate myself with a fox demon like you? Don't joke about our previous life. A previous life is a previous life. I don't remember it anymore. Obviously, the previous life that Tushan Min'er mentioned was not the previous life that she had reincarnated into, but the reincarnation. Therefore, her memory did not exist. Tushan Min'er felt her heart ache. She had returned to her original form and told the truth only because she wanted to help Chen Kanglan fight Yu Fenghua to the death. She knew that Yu Fenghua was Chen Kanglan's greatest enemy. Only by stopping Yu Fenghua could Chen Kanglan complete his plan. Of course, she also had another idea, which was to prove that she was stronger than Yu Fenghua. In that case, perhaps Chen Kanglan would never forget her. Unfortunately, Chen Kanglan was indifferent to her. Min'er, although I hate fox demons, you have been with me for a long time. If we don't talk about our previous lives, we can still fight together. A cunning look flashed across Chen Kanglan's eyes. Perhaps because he felt Tushan Min'er's strength, he had some other plans in mind. It would be good to keep such a powerful fox demon by his side. If he really couldn't get Yu Fenghua, Tushan Min'er would be a better substitute. Really, Your Highness? Tushan Min'er looked at her lover in her previous life with infatuation. Although Chen Kanglan had lost his memories of his previous life, she still had them. She still remembered their old relationship and was absolutely unwilling to believe that Chen Kanglan would be heartless to her. Of course. Look over there. Ling Xiao and the others have arrived. You will follow my arrangements later. Chen Kanglan was very satisfied with Tushan Min'er's performance. He sneered secretly. Although it was impossible for him to fall in love with a fox demon, it was still very good to use her as a sharp weapon. Chen Kanglan, what the hell are you doing? Ling Zhao's voice came from afar. His voice was so loud that the entire Eight Immortal city could hear it clearly. At the same time, somewhere in the dark underground, when Haim Myung-ko heard the voice, she revealed a gratified smile and began to give orders. Everyone is imprisoned here. We must rescue them before His Majesty the Sky Emperor finishes his battle with Chen Kanglan. Yes. Move. Hundreds of figures quietly began their secret operation. Before leaving the Eight Immortal city, Ling Xiao had considered that if he fell out with Jihyun of Silla, there might be forces in the Eight Immortal city that would rebel. Therefore, he did not disclose the identity of Haim Myung-ko and the others, and he did not even tell his own people. This was an absolutely mysterious force. And they would become Jihyun of Silla's, Chen Kanglan's, miscalculation. Ling Xiao, this king will not talk to you. Now, I only want to ask Fenghua one question. Are you willing to become this king's woman? Chen Kanglan did not care about anything else. He had made such a big fuss because he wanted Ling Xiao to submit and make Yu Fenghua his woman. He could see that Yu Fenghua cared a lot about Ling Xiao. As long as he could threaten Ling Xiao, he could threaten Yu Fenghua. T. She is my woman, Ling Xiao's woman, in this life, in the next life, she will be my woman for 10 lifetimes. Who do you think you are? Before Yu Fenghua could say anything, Ling Xiao had already started to scold her. To him, the Moon Maiden was the woman he had set his mind on. No one could take her away from him. However, to his surprise, Yu Fenghua did not refute his words. Instead, she remained silent. Could it be that she has recovered a part of her memory? Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then immediately rejected the idea. The possibility of her memory being restored through reincarnation was too small. Who cares? As long as Yu Fenghua did not refute it, it was fine. Your woman? How can you compare to this king, your cultivation? Your family background? Or is it your bloodline? What a joke. You can't compare to this prince in any aspect, yet you shamelessly boast about possessing such a perfect woman. Don't you feel ashamed? Chen Kanglin sneered. He's not as good as you, but I like him. So what? Yu Fenghua suddenly spoke. This cold voice resounded throughout the entire space. The kamikaze army outside the 8 Immortal City heard it, and all the warriors in the city heard it. This is so embarrassing. Chen Kanglin from Jihyun of Silla actually lost to Ling Xiao in the competition for a woman? Yeah, it's too surprising. Ling Xiao is just a country bumpkin from Yuhua town. That woman actually chose him. Hee, I'm afraid this is the so-called true love. People were discussing in private. Although their opinions might not be the same, most of them regarded Jihyun of Silla as a joke. This was really too embarrassing. Chen Kanglin was still fantasizing that he could move Yu Fenghua, but when he heard Yu Fenghua's words, he suddenly felt that he was really too naive. Trying to make her fall in love with him was simply an extremely stupid thing to do. He might as well force himself on her. Anyway, he was not a good person. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, then looked coldly at Yu Fenghua and said, "You like Ling Xiao? Then it's even easier. Now, there are only 2 paths in front of you. 1. Take the initiative to follow me, become my woman, and become the princess consort of the Qin kingdom. The other, follow me passively. However, in order to take revenge on you for not taking the initiative, I will let Ling Xiao die in front of you, so that you will feel guilty and regretful forever." Chen Kanglin completely tore off his mask of hypocrisy, becoming ferocious as he bared his fangs and brandished his claws. Since he could not conquer her with true feelings, he directly used violent means. In fact, Chen Kanglin had always been such a person, but he was more hypocritical than the 14th prince, Chen Songxiong. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Chen Kanglin. His body had completely entered the purple lightning bull beast soul transformation. Terrifying lightning fell from the sky and roared around his body, as if venting his dissatisfaction and murderous intent. Hee, this prince knows that you are talented, and I have seen how you dealt with the Boyi family. So, do you think that this prince does not have a foolproof plan? Chen Kanglin sneered and said, "In front of you, there are nearly 900,000 warriors, which is basically 50% of the warriors in the 8 Immortal City. Do you have the guts to kill them? If you can't kill them, don't think of fighting with this prince. Oh, right, there are also those relatives and friends that you are worried about. I have locked them up very well. You don't believe me? Hee, I can't show you the others for the time being, but I can show you this guy." Ling Yan was lifted up by 2 giant sweats. At this time, he was very weak, and half of his body had grown golden feathers, which was very strange. However, because he was tied up by a special rope, he could no longer use his internal force, so the transformation stopped. But the weakness did not stop. Ling Yan. My good brother. Seeing Ling Yan, Ling Xiao knew why Chen Kanglin rushed to the 8 Immortal City before him. This bastard actually wanted to use the 8 Immortal City to threaten him. Chen Kanglin, you dare to hurt my brother, I will definitely kill you. And you will die without a burial place. It was as if a terrifying demon had emerged from Ling Xiao's body. The terrifying lightning had turned completely blood red. A powerful aura roared in the void. Ayaya, it's so scary, but so what? There are 900,000 warriors between you and him, can you save him? Chen Kanglin looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, "You are brothers, why don't you choose to compromise? As long as you are willing to commit suicide, then I will release him and all the people in the 8 Immortal City, how about it?" Ling Xiao, don't listen to him, this guy is hypocritical and cunning, even if you die, he will not do that. Lin Ruoxian hurriedly said. Don't worry, I am not stupid. Ling Xiao nodded, but there was still a big problem in front of him. That was Ling Yan. If he did not agree to Chen Kanglin's request, Ling Yan would definitely die. Chen Kanglin would definitely not make irresponsible remarks and speak nonsense. If he wanted to kill someone, he would definitely kill, and would not show mercy. As for those who were imprisoned in the Eight Immortal City, he was not worried. Those people would definitely be rescued, and his previous arrangements were not in vain. Boss, don't worry about me, I will not let this guy threaten you. Just as Ling Xiao was hesitating on what to do, Ling Yan suddenly let out a loud shout. His entire body released a terrifying black light that caused people to panic. Oh no, he is going to self-destruct. Tushan Minor shouted. Self-destruct? Impossible, this guy's meridians have been sealed by me, and he can't even use his internal strength, how can he self-destruct? Chen Kanglin thought that he had a perfect plan, but he was indeed very cautious, and even considered the possibility of Ling Yan self-destructing. However, there was still an accident. Chen Kanglin, Dog Prince, die with me, ha ha ha. Ling Yan self-destructed. A terrifying light enveloped the entire city tower. Don't. Ling Xiao shouted as he leaped into the air and rushed toward the city tower. The 900,000 suicide troops didn't stop him. How could they react in time? Ling Xiao was too fast. He crossed thousands of meters in an instant and arrived near the city tower. Boom, a terrifying explosion was heard. Ling Xiao stood in midair in a daze. Scenes of him getting to know Ling Yan, becoming friends, and eventually becoming brothers flashed in his mind. Was he really going to die just like that? When the smoke finally dissipated, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and smashed into the city tower like a cannonball. Even if Ling Yan was really dead, he still had to collect Ling Yan's corpse. Even if the corpse was already in pieces, he couldn't let his good brother be buried in peace. He saw a golden egg. Using his Taiji eye, he saw that it contained Ling Yan's spirit aura. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be overjoyed. He knew that even if he lost his physical body, there was a possibility of resurrection as long as his spirit was still alive. His master, the Yuan Venerate, was like that. However, a Yuan Venerate was a little too strong, so it was naturally very difficult to recover. The recovery of a divine scripture was much easier than that of a Yuan Venerate. It was probably the same for Ling Yan. He wasn't the only one who had discovered the golden egg. Chen Kanglin, who was covered in dirt from Ling Yan's self-destruction, had also discovered it. Although he wasn't injured, his arrogant and refined image had been completely destroyed. He was very angry. Destroy that egg for me, he ordered angrily. 7 or 8 martialists rushed forward in an attempt to destroy the golden egg. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao descended from the sky in the form of a huge purple lightning thunder bull. He stood there like a terrifying lightning demon. Terrifying red lightning was released from his body. The 7 or 8 martialists were instantly sent flying by the red lightning and fell heavily below the city tower. Ling Xiao was now facing Chen Kanglin. He bent down to look at this person. Before this, he did not have the heart to kill Chen Kanglin. However, Chen Kanglin was already on his death list. Moreover, he was someone who was bound to die. No one could bully his brother like this. No, since he had done it, he had to pay the price, no matter if he was a prince or a king. Ling Xiao placed the golden egg into the mountain river world to protect it. Then, the huge demonic hand pointed at Chen Kanglin and said, I didn't intend to kill you, but what you did forced yourself into a dead end. Today, I will tell you what the price of forcing my brother to die and harming my territory is. That strong killing intent made even Ji Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin tremble in fear for a moment. In fact, if Tushan Min-er had not risked her life to protect him, he would have been seriously injured by Ling Yan's self-explosion. This time, in the face of Ling Zhao's murderous intent, it was still Tushan Min-er who protected him. If it were another man, with such a good woman protecting him, he would at least be a little tempted. However, Chen Kanglin was not. In his eyes, Tushan Min-er was just a fox demon, which did not match his identity. He only regarded Tushan Min-er as a tool. The 900,000 dare-to-die soldiers were looking forward to the battle. They did not know who would be the final winner of this battle. Of course, they hoped that Ling Xiao would win. Jihyun of Silla was not a good person. If he won, they did not know what would happen to them. Therefore, today, they could only harden their hearts and become counselors on Ling Xiao's pirate ship. In the 8 Immortals County, there were a large number of traitors who had surrendered to Jihyun of Silla on the city tower. Ling Xiao glanced at these people and said coldly, "I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Instead, you colluded with Chen Kanglin to kill me. If I don't die today, I will definitely take your lives." Panic began to spread among the crowd. These people had experienced Ling Xiao's means. They did not want to be targeted by Ling Xiao. "What are you afraid of? Ling Xiao has nothing to be afraid of." Chen Chongqing, the former leader of the Tianfeng group, shouted, "Don't forget, we have the powerful Jihyun of Silla behind us. Ling Xiao must die." Yes, no matter how talented Ling Xiao is, he can't be a match for Jihyun of Silla. Moreover, Jihyun of Silla has Tushan Min'er, who is even more powerful and terrifying. As Chen Chongqing's voice sounded, the panic stopped. "Ling Xiao, aren't you afraid that I will kill your family and friends in the 8 Immortals County?" Chen Kanglin looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. "Are you afraid?" Ling Xiao knew that he had to buy time for Hai Miankeo and the others to save people. Therefore, he wanted to delay as long as he could. "Afraid? Ha 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 ha, I, Chen Kanglin, have never been afraid of anyone since I was born. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. I will also let Miss Feng Hua see how a piece of trash like you can be defeated and trampled on by me." Chen Kanglin was, after all, a person with dignity. Moreover, because of Yu Feng Hua, his intelligence was obviously not online. He was easily provoked by Ling Xiao and instantly fell for it. "Min'er, go and hold off Yu Feng Hua. Don't hurt her. I will quickly get rid of this Ling Xiao." Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla had seen Ling Xiao's battle, so he was absolutely confident that he could kill Ling Xiao. His cultivation was not very strong, but he was at the peak of level 10 of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. How could Ling Xiao, who was at the early stage of level 10 of Hell in Yin Yang Realm, compare with him? If he could kill the 8th prince in one move, he could also kill Ling Xiao in one move. Therefore, although he was not sure how long Tushan Min'er could hold off Yu Feng Hua, he was sure that he could definitely kill Ling Xiao in a short time. That was enough. "Feng Hua, that woman, please." Tushan Min'er was too strong. Ling Xiao knew that he could not defeat her. However, facing Chen Kanglin, Ling Xiao was fearless. Although there was a large gap between their cultivation, they were both at level 10 of Hell. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was unpredictable. Ling Xiao did not dare to say that he would definitely win, and Chen Kanglin did not dare to say the same. "No problem. Do you want to kill her?" Yu Fenghua asked. "No need. She is a pitiful woman. Just hold her off. But if she wants to hurt you, don't show mercy. I don't want you to get hurt, understand?" Ling Xiao said. "I understand." Yu Fenghua nodded. He did not want her to get hurt. Since her parents died, she had not heard such caring words for a long time. In fact, Ling Xiao was not worried about Yu Fenghua at all. Ling Xiao had seen Yu Fenghua's strength with his own eyes. She could easily kill Bo Yuchen's younger brother. Her strength was absolutely formidable. What Ling Xiao needed to do now was to kill Chen Kanglin. The two women had already started fighting. However, the battle was not as intense as expected. Both men's request was to stall the other. In addition, they were both concerned about the men they liked. Hence, this battle was a waste of time. At least, that was what it looked like now. On the other hand, Ling Xiao and Chen Kanglin's auras were rising rapidly. Chen Kanglin's aura was at the peak of the 10th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. His terrifying aura clearly had the upper hand. Although Ling Xiao's aura was strong, it was at most at the late stage of the 10th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. His cultivation was only at the early stage, but his aura was at the late stage. This meant that his inner strength was much stronger than others. Although he was stronger than Ling Xiao, Chen Kanglin was still unhappy. Once upon a time, he had met Ling Xiao for the first time in the 8 Immortal City. At that time, Ling Xiao was a genius, but in terms of strength, he was just an ant that Chen Kanglin disdained to deal with. He believed that he could stomp this guy to death with a casual step. However, in just a month, Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased to such a level. He had reached a level where he could confront Chen Kanglin. This made Chen Kanglin very unhappy, but also somewhat fearful. He began to regret his decision back then. He should have killed Ling Xiao a long time ago instead of thinking about using him. It was impossible for such a person to be used by others. Suddenly, he felt somewhat fortunate that this battle between them had come early. At the very least, he still had the confidence to kill Ling Xiao. If he gave this guy more time, he would not be able to fight with him anymore. What a terrifying monster. I have to admit that you are really too strong. Your talent even surpasses my 14th brother, Chen Sanxiong. If you were willing to be loyal to me, we could rule the Chen kingdom together. But now, it's a pity that I won't let you live. Chen Kanglin said coldly. I don't care about this small Chen kingdom. You were fighting for your throne, and I was living my life. Although we could not be friends, we might not be enemies. Unfortunately, not only did you covet my woman, you even killed my good brother. Today, it's not you who wants me dead, but me who wants you dead. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time. The male and female 8 immortal swords appeared in his hands at the same time. He took a deep breath, and his figure flashed as he charged towards Chen Kanglin. After all, they were still in the Chen nation's territory. If they could not end this battle quickly and Thunder's reinforcements arrived, things would not be good. I didn't expect you to have 2 divine-grade spiritual weapons. But do you think having more weapons is enough? This sword of mine is enough to deal with you. Chen Kanglin also used a sword. His sword was actually a very strange-looking sword of lightning. The entire body of the sword was like a bolt of lightning, and it had a strange black color. From the body of the sword, there was a terrifying aura that made people tremble in fear. When it comes to swords, you are not as good as me. When it comes to lightning, you are also not as good as me. What makes you think you can win against me? Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla stood proudly with the black lightning devil sword in his hand. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, like an arrogant demon god. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was merely the weakest challenger he had encountered. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death stood there. They couldn't do anything but pray for Ling Xiao secretly. Sister Ruoxian, we can't help at all. I can't accept this. Moon Death bit her lips. Lin Ruoxian could clearly feel her unwillingness. Me too. Prepare your Dharma treasures. If Ling Xiao is really in danger, we have to protect him even if we have to risk our lives. Lin Ruoxian said. Their worries were not unfounded. Ling Xiao's cultivation was not as good as Chen Kanglin's, his weapon was only on par with Chen Kanglin's, so what should he rely on to win? Martial skills. The problem was that Chen Kanglin was the prince of Chen country. How could his martial skills be weak? You must be very unwilling. Maybe you don't want to fight me so soon, but you have to fight me. Chen Kanglin continued to increase his aura while looking coldly at Ling Xiao and mocking him. He didn't intend to underestimate his opponent, but he also didn't want to overestimate Ling Xiao. Looking at the current situation, the possibility of him losing to Ling Xiao was very small. Trash, come and fight me. I'll let you see the combat power of the royal family. You'll regret it. Chen Kanglin was finally ready to attack. He raised the black lightning devil sword in his hand and aimed it at Ling Xiao. Whether you're trash or not, we'll know after the fight. Take this. Shadow martial arts, ghost dragon slaying, ghost emperor battle. Dual swords, dual techniques. Ling Xiao used dual swords from the beginning because he knew that Chen Kanglin was stronger than him. He had to take this seriously. When the moves were displayed, the ghost dragon roared and the ghost emperor roared. The entire space seemed to have become gloomy. The terrifying sword chi reached Chen Kanglin almost at the same time, tearing his body apart. It could be said that besides the immortal grade martial arts, these were the 2 most powerful moves that Ling Xiao could display at the moment. Moreover, these 2 moves used dual swords to increase their power, making them even more powerful. For a moment, the towers around Chen Kanglin began to shake. However, Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla just smiled coldly, and a black lightning flashed behind him. He stabbed out with his sword. Black lightning strike, wind and cloud destruction. The black lightning shadow roared out like a black dragon and directly shattered the ghost dragon sword chi. Then it continued to move forward crazily and destroyed the Ghost Emperor Sword Chi. At this point, the black lightning was still attacking Ling Xiao crazily, as if it wasn't going to give Ling Xiao a chance to live. Bang! At the critical moment, Ling Xiao's two swords slashed across the air, and a shield flashing with lightning appeared in front of him. Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield, Fire Mastery. The defensive power of the first heaven of immortal grade martial arts Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield was not just for show. Even if Chen Kanglin was very powerful, he was still easily blocked by this move. However, Ling Xiao's expression didn't look too good. This Chen Kanglin of Ji Hyun of Scylla's combat power was stronger than his, and his intelligence was not inferior to his. In the battle, he had almost no advantage to speak of. This was truly a difficult battle. Of course, being able to block Chen Kanglin's attack was his, Ling Xiao's, strong point. And until now, he hadn't really released his full combat power. When he fully released it, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to do that. An opponent like Chen Kanglin would help him break through in his cultivation. Now, this kind of battle was very satisfying. He could feel that after the black lightning struck the Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield, the potential in his body began to become active. This is the power of the royal family? I think it's just SOSO. If this is all you have, don't think about going back alive today. In the beginning, Ling Xiao could not fully assess Chen Kanglin's combat strength. However, after the battle began, he gradually understood this person's true strength as he observed with the Tai Chi eye. Chen Kanglin was indeed stronger than him, but it did not mean that he could not fight him. Humph, shameless boasting. You were just lucky to obtain the lightning shield. However, this is an immortal grade first heaven martial art. I want to see how long you can maintain it with that bit of inner strength. Chen Kanglin of Ji Hyun of Scylla snorted coldly and said disdainfully. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. In terms of inner strength, I'm 10 times stronger than you. Ling Xiao sneered and said, you think you can covet other people's women just because you're the Chen Kingdom's prince? You think you can look down on others? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you're just a fart. You're just a prince from a tiny place. Do you really think you're that important? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed if word gets out? How dare you insult the Chen Kingdom's royal family? You're nothing compared to me. In terms of status and strength, you're inferior to me in every aspect. Why can you? Have you Fanghua but I can't? I'm not convinced. I must get what I want, even if I have to resort to unscrupulous means. As they fought, they mocked each other. The two of them fought from the city tower to the sky, and from the sky back to the city tower. Every time they fought, Chen Kanglin of Ji Hyun of Scylla's expression became more and more unsightly. This was because he realized that Ling Xiao didn't show any signs of weakening during their exchange. Instead, it seemed like he was getting stronger with every exchange. At first, he thought that he was hallucinating. However, after a long time, he realized that this was definitely not a hallucination. This was the real situation. Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th level of hell. However, he was able to display combat strength that was not much weaker than his. He was much stronger than his younger brother, the 8th prince. Why was this so? He wanted to understand, but Ling Xiao did not give him a chance. Sword after sword clashed. Although Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage every time and looked like he was about to lose, Ling Xiao was still in a daze. But every time, at the most critical moment, he was able to turn the tide and salvage the situation. This guy, not only is his combat strength not much weaker than mine, even his intelligence is not inferior to mine. Even his combat skills are far superior to mine. This Ling Xiao, what did he do in his previous life? The more he fought, the more frightened Chen Kanglin became. His attacks became more ferocious because he knew that Ling Xiao could not be allowed to live. Absolutely not. Ling Xiao, Ji Hyun of Scylla, and Chen Kanglin were fighting on the gate tower of the city of the 8 immortals. The group of martial artists carrying the 8th prince's corpse had also already arrived at the warlord mansion. Seeing the 8th prince's body, the 14th prince's eyes shot out a vicious look. Who did it? Chen Sanxiong asked. Originally, it was Ji Hyun of Scylla who did it. He crippled the 8th prince. But on the way back, we met a group of 5 people. The eighth prince was caught off guard and was killed by them. By the way, among the 5 people, there was a woman wearing a bamboo hat. The martial artist knelt on the ground and answered in horror. A woman wearing a bamboo hat? Chen Songxiong frowned. Bo Yi, who was standing at the side, suddenly sneered, "No need to ask, it's Ling Xiao. We finally found traces of this guy. He actually returned to the city of the 8 immortals. Your Highness, please allow this old man to go to the city of the 8 immortals to kill this guy." He hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Ling Xiao killed his daughter and brother. He must skin this person alive, otherwise, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. "Allow it," Chen Songxiong said coldly. "If there is a chance, kill my second brother." Hearing this, Bo Yi could not help but shudder, but finally nodded and said, "This subordinate obeys. Go, I believe that with your strength, no one in the small city of the 8 immortals can stop you. But to ensure the completion of the mission, I will assign you a team of elite Eagle Army. All of them are martial artists of the 9th level of hell. A total of 100 people, if possible, take down the city of the 8 immortals." Chen Songxiong did not plan to go to the city of the 8 immortals because he did not want to be enemies with Chen Kanglin. After all, they were brothers. If the king mentioned it, it would be troublesome. Secondly, it was disdain. Bo Yi alone could easily take down the city of the 8 immortals. Why should he get involved in this matter? The battle in the city of the 8 immortals continued. Chen Kanglin knew that he must use his killer move, otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat Ling Xiao. Your strongest martial skill is the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard that you obtained from the Ox God Maze. Unfortunately, that is a second Heaven Immortal grade martial skill. With your current cultivation, it is impossible to cultivate it successfully. By the way, let me tell you something interesting. In the past, the Heavenly Thunder family of Thunder City had a martial skill that was slightly weaker than the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, called Heavenly Thunder Clone. Although the Heavenly Thunder Clone is weak, because it is only a first Heaven Immortal grade martial skill, it is easier to cultivate. And I have already cultivated it to the great completion stage. While speaking, Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Scylla's body emitted pitch-black lightning. Then, 100 clones that were completely made up of black lightning appeared around him. They looked exactly the same as Jihyun of Scylla, but the aura on their bodies was obviously much weaker, about 30% of Jihyun of Scylla's strength. However, the problem was that there were many of them, and they were formed by black lightning. Once they swarmed up, it was not easy to deal with them. There were more than 1 or 2 examples of ants biting an elephant to death. 100 Heavenly Thunder clones almost filled the city tower, completely surrounding Ling Xiao. "Ha ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, now you know fear, you have no chance to fight with me. The reason why I did not forcibly take the Lightning Shield and Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard from you was that I have a more suitable martial skill than you. Go to hell, trash." Chen Kanglin laughed crazily. The Dare to Die army in the distance revealed looks of worry and fear. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death had already taken out their magic weapons, wanting to help. However, the 100 Heavenly Thunder clones had completely surrounded Ling Xiao. It was impossible for them to help even if they wanted to. Chen Chongqing and the other traitors sneered. They were looking forward to Ling Xiao's death. Only when Ling Xiao was dead could they make fun of the humiliation they had suffered. The Heavenly Thunder clone turned into a black devil and pounced on Ling Xiao. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, because he had never heard of a first transformation Yin-Yang realm martial artist who was at level 10 of Hell being able to cultivate a second Heaven Immortal grade martial skill. If it was impossible for him, how could Ling Xiao do it? However, a mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. "Do you think that I can't cultivate something that a piece of trash like you can't cultivate? I'll show you how laughable your clones are in front of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard." Release, Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, great success. As Ling Xiao's voice sounded. Although the number of Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards could not be compared to Chen Kanglin's doppelgangers, the 4 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards possessed 70% of Ling Xiao's strength. It was like a confrontation between a giant elephant and a rabbit. When he was in the Royal Mystery Realm, Ling Xiao tried to cultivate it. Later, after integrating the life essence, it was upgraded to the Profound Realm. It was one of his secret weapons. Because it was a second Heaven Immortal grade martial skill, he could suppress Chen Kanglin in terms of martial skill. In this way, even if he did not break through in the battle, he would not be defeated. This was one of the reasons why he dared to challenge Chen Kanglan one-on-one. No matter how many there are, trash is trash. You think I can't cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, but I will show you. Are you surprised? Looking at Chen Kanglan's shocked expression, Ling Xiao sneered and waved his hand. The 4 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards rushed out and killed the hundreds of Heavenly Thunder doppelgangers. Previously, the 8th Prince only brought 1,000 experts, but they could crush the millions of Daredevil army. Now, Ling Xiao's 4 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards could also crush the 100 Heavenly Thunder doppelgangers. Seeing the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards rushing towards them, Chen Kanglan of Jihyun of Silla's face turned pale. This was something that he had never expected. Ling Xiao was actually able to cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard that no one else could. One should know that even a martial artist at the first transformation level 11 Hell could not cultivate a second Heaven Immortal grade martial skill. Even if it was a first Heaven Immortal grade martial skill, it required a very talented genius to cultivate. What kind of monster was Ling Xiao? He boasted in front of everyone in the 8 Immortal City that he would humiliate Ling Xiao. However, now, not only was he unable to defeat Ling Xiao, but he was also being pressured by Ling Xiao. This made him lose face as a member of the royal family. Damn you, Ling Xiao. Since the day I was born, I have been a prodigy. No one has ever dared to treat me like this, even my extremely talented 14th brother wouldn't dare to face me head-on. How dare you do this? I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglan's hair was disheveled and he looked like a lunatic. Facing Ling Xiao's 4 Heavenly Thunder Guards, he could only control 100 Heavenly Thunder clones to fight. However, as soon as they came into contact, the Heavenly Thunder doppelganger was easily destroyed. Ling Xiao's Heavenly Thunder Guards were too special. Not only were their martial skills of a higher level, but they had also integrated the power of Ling Xiao's top Thunderbolt battle body. As a result, his battle prowess was even more powerful. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards were even more valiant when they heard the war song in the sky all of a sudden. On the other hand, the Heavenly Thunder doppelganger had become much weaker. In terms of omnipotence, there was probably no one in the world who could compare with Ling Xiao. In an instant, the situation of the battle was reversed. Ling Xiao began to gain the upper hand. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, who were originally worried, were extremely shocked. They thought that after Jihyun of Silla used the Heavenly Thunder doppelganger, Ling Xiao's life would be in danger, so they wanted to help. But now it seemed that there was no need at all. The nearly 900,000 dare-to-die soldiers were even more shocked. Chen Kanglan of Jihyun of Silla had previously crippled the 8th prince with one palm. They had almost regarded Chen Kanglan as a godlike existence. They did not dare to resist at all. But now, this godlike existence was actually suppressed by Ling Xiao. What kind of situation was this? Yu Fenghua was fighting with Tu Shanmin while looking over. A smile appeared on his face, which was covered by the bamboo hat. She was also a little surprised. Ling Xiao could always surprise people. If this was her lover in her previous life, then she hoped that they could really be together in this life. However, she suddenly became sad again. After all, she was from the Palace of Eternal Life. Could Ling Xiao be recognized by the Palace of Eternal Life? The Palace of Eternal Life was not Chen Kanglan, nor was it the royal family of the Chen Kingdom. It was truly a top existence in the Black Tortoise continent. She had just fallen in love with someone. Couldn't they be together? Just as Yu Fenghua was feeling confused, the Heavenly Thunder doppelganger was exploding one by one. Terrifying lightning kept flashing around. Many people could not see the situation on the battlefield clearly. No. I won't lose. I definitely won't lose. In the roar, Jihyun of Silla actually burst out with an even more powerful force. His Heavenly Thunder doppelganger was suddenly promoted at this moment. It had reached the great perfection. The original 100 Heavenly Thunder doppelganger instantly increased to 1000. If there were only 100 of them, they would not be a threat to the Heavenly Thunder Guards. But if there were 1,000 of them, the situation would be different. Enough ants could kill an elephant. When there were enough of them, even the weak ones would be very terrifying. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're dead. I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my Heavenly Thunder doppelganger would not have broken through. The counterattack began. The Heavenly Thunder doppelganger under the control of Ji-hyun of Silla pounced on the 4 Heavenly Thunder guards like ants. Even though the Heavenly Thunder guards were very strong, they were still outnumbered. After one was destroyed, the second one was destroyed. The fewer the number, the higher the chance of being destroyed. Although they had killed many Heavenly Thunder doppelganger before they were destroyed. But it was still an irreversible defeat. Finally, the 4 Heavenly Thunder guards were all destroyed. And Ji-hyun of Silla Chen Kanglin's Heavenly Thunder doppelganger also lost nearly 500. But there were still 500 left, which could still pose a huge threat to Ling Xiao. All 500 Heavenly Thunder doppelganger rushed toward Ling Xiao. Everyone thought that this time, Ling Xiao was really finished. Without the Heavenly Thunder guards, what could Ling Xiao use to fight with Ji-hyun of Silla Chen Kanglin? However, Ling Xiao's face did not show the slightest fear. He just looked at his opponent indifferently. Do you think you can kill me with these Heavenly Thunder doppelganger? He took a deep breath, and the huge purple lightning thunder bull avatar stomped on the ground. At that moment, the whole tower began to shake. Purple lightning thunder bull, earthquake. This kind of large-scale skill made those Heavenly Thunder doppelganger unable to maintain their posture at all. Suddenly, they were all in a mess. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a terrifying phantom of a giant beast appeared behind Ling Xiao. In the face of Chen Kanglin, some things must be exposed, or must be exposed. The star-swallowing titanic beast Taoya's figure appeared, and then it opened its huge mouth and sucked in the 500 Heavenly Thunder doppelganger. You are really crazy. You dare to swallow my black thunder. You are simply courting death. Chen Kanglin of Ji-hyun of Silla Chen Kanglin did not panic at all. He was the only one who knew how terrifying his black lightning was. Whoever dared to swallow it was definitely courting death. Is that so? That may not be so. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit could integrate everything. So what if it was a black thunder? The situation that Chen Kanglin imagined did not happen. Instead, the aura in Ling Xiao's body was rapidly rising. He was already about to break through. Now that he had absorbed the power of these 500 Heavenly Thunder doppelganger, the obstacle to breaking through completely disappeared. With a loud bang, Ling Xiao's aura increased tenfold. His cultivation also broke through from the early stage of level 10 of Hell to the middle stage of level 10 of Hell. Although it was only a small breakthrough, it was a great improvement for Ling Xiao. In terms of combat strength, he was not inferior to Chen Kanglin. This battle could finally come to an end. You just thanked me for leveling up your Sky Thunder avatar. I also want to thank you. If not for your Sky Thunder avatars leveling up and releasing so many avatars, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to break through my cultivation. Ling Xiao's words were full of sarcasm. At this moment, Chen Kanglin had no advantage in front of him. He was fearless. Come on, I won't play any tricks. I'm going to crush you with my strength, otherwise, you won't be convinced after you lose. Ling Xiao sneered. The male and female 8 immortal swords in his hands began to gather a terrifying light. He was going to use his most powerful sword technique. You? You just broke through to the middle stage of level 10 of Hell and you want to kill me? You're daydreaming. You haven't seen anything more terrifying yet. Black Thunder, listen to me, Thunder Demon Avatar. The Black Thunder merged into Chen Kanglin's body of Ji-hyun of Silla. At that moment, Chen Kanglin's body completely elementalized. He turned into a demon made of thunder and lightning. His body grew bigger and his aura became more powerful. A few of his subordinates couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the scattered black thunder and died on the spot. You think you can defeat me just because you've broken through your cultivation? That's just your illusion. I've acknowledged your strength. Now, I'll use my strongest attack to send you to the afterlife. Although King Ji Xian, Chen Kanglin, transformed into a thunder devil, his combat power was still incomparable to a Yin-Yang realm expert at the 11th level of Hell. He was definitely much stronger than an ordinary expert at the peak of the 10th level of Hell. Is that so? Then let's try. Facing Lightning Devil Chen Kanglin, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. Instead, he was filled with excitement. Having just made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he really wanted to have such a strong opponent to be his touchstone. Behind him, the pitch-black universe descended. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit had arrived. This was his martial soul and the strongest martial soul in the profound world. Facing the powerful Jihyun of Scylla, he did not intend to hold back. You're not the only one with a martial spirit. I have one too. As Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the power of the 8 immortal swords in his hands became even more vigorous. At that moment, Lightning Devil Chen Kanglin actually felt fear in his heart. This was intolerable to him. He could only roar and charge over. Thunder Devil's Wrath, Black Lightning 9 Swords. The terrifying Black Thunder demonic sword released 9 consecutive beams of sword light, which fell like a black thunder tribulation and blasted towards Ling Xiao. There were no tricks or tricks. It was truly a clash of the extremes of strength. You're really sad that you can't see the difference in strength. However, I admit that you're strong. It's a pity that you've become my enemy. You killed my brother, so you must die. Shadow Martial Arts, Immortal Grade First Heaven Martial Skill, Shadow Sword Demon, proficient in fire control. After using this move many times to kill his enemies, Ling Xiao's mastery of this move had increased. At the same time, the power naturally became more powerful. Coupled with the Sky Tyrant martial soul, this Shadow Sword Demon was simply unbelievably powerful. In the boundless pitch-black universe, a black longsword stretched out. Then, a demon stepped out from the void and merged with Ling Xiao's sword light, charging towards Lightning Devil Chen Kanglin. Ling Xiao had been hiding this move because it was currently his strongest move. This was Ling Xiao's most powerful move. It was also the so-called killer move. Since it was a killer move, it must be used at the most critical moment so that the enemy would not be able to guard against it. It was obvious that Chen Kanglin was very surprised. At that moment, he seemed to see Ling Xiao's sword shadows everywhere. Terrifying demonic creatures roared in the boundless void. What the onlookers saw was a huge illusory black shadow, emitting a terrifying aura that made them unable to breathe as it charged towards Chen Kanglin. Chen Kanglin knew that he could not resist this move. He wanted to escape. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, he did not even have the chance to escape. Between heaven and earth, it was as though Ling Xiao's sword aura was everywhere. He was completely surrounded. The only thing he could do was to fight to the end. Stop, Ling Xiao. Don't you think about your friends and family? If you dare to hurt me, they're dead. At the critical moment, Chen Kanglin roared. This was his last trump card. Since he could not be compared to Ling Xiao in terms of strength, he would use the hostage to threaten Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would not attack. He believed that Ling Xiao's move would consume a terrifying amount of inner strength. If he failed, the advantage would shift to his side. Idiot, are you talking about them? As Ling Xiao attacked, he looked at the empty space below the city tower. Jihyun of Scylla, Chen Kanglin looked back in shock, only to find that all the people he had imprisoned were standing there. Those who belonged to him had all been killed. Their bodies were thrown on the ground, their eyes filled with fear and regret. No. This is impossible. You. How did you do it? Chen Kanglin thought that he was more intelligent than others, but in the confrontation with Ling Xiao, he had been defeated repeatedly. Today was the worst day he had ever experienced. This defeat would cost him his life. Are you confused? Remember one thing when you go to the underworld. Don't underestimate anyone. Your enemy is not a fool. Do you know why Chen Sanxiong did not kill you? It's not because you can really compete with him. It's because he needs an opponent like you to divert others' attention. You want to ask me how I know? Of course, he told me. Of course, Ling Xiao was just talking nonsense. He wanted Chen Kanglin to die in endless regret. Only then could he dispel the hatred in his heart. However, this casual speculation startled an ordinary-looking cultivator in the crowd. This was because he was a spy sent to the 8 Immortal City by the 14th Prince. He was also one of the 14th Prince's most trusted subordinates. The 14th Prince had once said such a thing casually. Of course, he knew. In the eyes of the 14th Prince, Chen Sanxiong, this second Prince Chen Kanglin was not worth mentioning at all. No matter how smart he was, in the face of absolute strength, it was rubbish. Moreover, Chen Sanxiong was not stupid. Die in pain. Ling Xiao's sword finally touched Qin Kanglin's thunder demon incarnation. At that moment, Tushan Min'er, who was fighting with Yu Fenghua, became anxious. She rushed over frantically, trying to stop Ling Xiao from killing Qin Kanglin. However, with Yu Fenghua around, how could she succeed? Ling Xiao had told her not to hurt Tushan Min'er, and Yu Fenghua did as she was told. After all, she was just a pitiful woman. In this moment of delay, Ling Xiao's sword qi destroyed Qin Kanglin's thunder demon incarnation. At that moment, Qin Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla's body was covered in terrifying wounds caused by the sword qi. Blood sprayed all over the ground, and his internal organs were minced. If not for the fact that he was a rank 1 Yin-Yang realm level 10 hell cultivator, he would have died by now. After putting away the 8 immortal swords, Ling Xiao looked at Qin Kanglin coldly. He had to admit that this person was indeed a formidable person, but because of Yu Fenghua, he did something stupid. And this stupid thing became the fuse that led to his death. At this moment, Qin Kanglin's eyes were filled with regret, disbelief, annoyance, despair, and other complex emotions. At the last moment of his life, he realized how stupid he had been. I, Ling Xiao, would never casually provoke anyone, but it's best if others don't provoke me either. I'm a cruel person. If anyone wants to kill me, not only will I not let them succeed, but I'll also kill them. Do you think I don't know that you were the one who arranged for Impa to attack me? Do you think I don't know that you were the one who ordered those 6 good-for-nothings to kill me? I didn't say it because I'm not as good as you, so I had to endure it. It's not that I don't want to take revenge, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Now, the time has come. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Qin Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla suddenly understood. Outsiders thought that Ling Xiao was an arrogant, domineering, and insufferably arrogant idiot. But in reality, this person's mind was so calm that it was terrifying. He knew something, but he never mentioned it, not even to his closest friends. Until he had the power to take revenge, he killed his enemies with lightning speed. What a terrifying person. This kind of person was arrogant when he should be, and patient when he should be patient. He was actually the most difficult person to deal with. I'm not satisfied. Qin Kanglin was unwilling to give up. He could have treated Ling Xiao with respect, but he chose to deal with Ling Xiao. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. In the end, he was defeated in this small 8 Immortals county. He was really unwilling to accept this. Your Highness. Just then, Tushan Min'er suddenly revealed her fox form. She broke free from the ice that trapped her and pounced on Qin Kanglin. She hugged Qin Kanglin in her arms, then glared at Ling Xiao with hatred, turned around and ran away. Should we give chase? Yu Fenghua asked. There's no need. The enemies I've defeated before, no matter what methods they use, can't defeat me again. Moreover, it was impossible for Qin Kanglin to be revived. As for that Tushan Min'er, Fenghua, you can't kill her, can you? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. That's true. The fox spirits of Xianxia Tushan all have their own escape techniques. Yu Fenghua nodded honestly. I can defeat her, but it won't be easy to kill her. The two of them were having a relaxed discussion. However, the others who'd witnessed the battle weren't as calm as they were. Ling Xiao had killed Qin Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla. And the woman next to him could easily suppress that powerful fox spirit. What had this person encountered outside? What had he obtained? How had he become so strong? Ling Xiao didn't care about their shock. Although Qin Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla's body had been taken away, Ling Xiao had taken his storage ring. The prince's storage ring was truly a pleasant surprise. Not only was it much larger than Ling Xiao's storage ring, but it was also much more durable. Of course, more importantly, there were a lot of good things inside. Apart from the Black Lightning Devil Sword, which was a divine-grade spiritual weapon, there was a cultivation manual for lightning clone. There were also 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. And 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. After reaching the first revolution 10 levels of hell, each small breakthrough would consume at least 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. And that was for ordinary martial artists. If it was Ling Xiao, it would consume 50,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. In order to break through, he'd used up all his mid-grade spiritual stones until he was left with only 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. It was only enough for 2 breakthroughs. Now that he'd obtained 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, he could maintain it for a while longer. Ling Xiao didn't feel happy about obtaining these things. He was actually most worried about Ling Yan. In order not to cause trouble for him, his good friend had chosen to self-destruct, leaving only a golden egg behind. He left the outside matters to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. He went to the underground palace that he'd built in secret and began to study the golden egg. Yu Fenghua stayed by his side. Ling Xiao was very grateful that the woman he loved could still be by his side when he was sad. This feeling was really good. Ling Yan's physical body has been destroyed, but I don't know what kind of special martial arts he cultivated that allowed him to seal his soul into this golden egg. Master, do you think I can help him reconstruct his physical body? Ling Xiao summoned his Yuan Venerate in front of Yu Fenghua. He didn't have any intention of avoiding Yu Fenghua, as she was the woman he loved. There was nothing to hide. His casual approach, however, made Yu Fenghua extremely touched in her heart. Ling Xiao trusted her so much, which meant that he was sincere to her. How could she not be moved? Of course, she was also very shocked. The secrets on Ling Xiao's body really came one after another, too much for the eyes to take in. Although this Yuan Venerate was only in spirit form, one thing was certain. He had definitely been an exceptional powerhouse in the past. Of course, but he has to have a matching physical body. It can't be ordinary. Otherwise, it will affect his future cultivation. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. I know. Actually, I've already thought about it before I came here. What do you think of my external clone, Master? Ling Xiao asked. Are you for real? Although your external clone is definitely fine, it wasn't easy for you to condense it. Do you really intend to give it up so easily? The Yuan Venerate asked. Why can't I give it up? An external clone can be condensed again, but a good brother is very difficult to obtain. To me, Ling Yan is more important than my external clone. After all, an external clone was just a puppet without thoughts. Compared to a good brother, Ling Xiao would naturally choose the latter. In that case, Master won't say much. Do as you wish. If you need any help, feel free to let me know. Master will definitely help you. The Yuan Venerate was very pleased. He felt that he hadn't misjudged Luo Yunyang. If Ling Xiao was willing to give up his external clone for his good brother, then he would definitely be able to help him reconstruct his physical body. He was waiting for that day to come. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reconstruct Ling Yan's physical body, a terrifying hostility came from outside. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and saw that Bo Yechen was rushing over with a group of eagle troops. Don't be distracted. I'll help you deal with them. Yu Fenghua stood up and walked outside. Be careful. Okay. The conversation between the two was very simple, but it was filled with a deep warmth. After Yu Fenghua left, Ling Xiao began to reconstruct Ling Yan's body. With his avatar, the process would be very simple. The only thing Ling Xiao had to do was focus. About half an hour later, the golden egg had merged perfectly with Ling Xiao's avatar. As for his external incarnation, it had also undergone a transformation. It turned into a golden crow with golden feathers all over its body. In the dim underground palace, it was particularly eye-catching. Not only that, but Ling Yan's cultivation had reached the peak of the 10th level of the Yinyang realm. It was even higher than Ling Zhao's. What's going on? Did you fail somewhere? Why can't you turn back into a human? Ling Xiao was a little anxious. In the process of reconstructing the body, he did want Ling Yan to return to his original appearance. Who would have thought that he would turn into a golden crow? It's not your fault, boss. I cultivated that strange martial art. I'm afraid I can only return to my human form after this reincarnation. Ling Yan smiled bitterly. I'm already very satisfied to be alive. But Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head and sigh. His good brother had actually turned into a golden crow. This was something that he had never expected. However, this golden crow had a body that was even more terrifying than a human's. It was at the peak of the 10th level of the Yinyang realm. Its combat strength was even comparable to the early stage of the 11th level of the Yinyang realm. It was too powerful. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that Ling Yan had all the abilities that his avatar had. It could devour heat and increase its strength. It was much faster than pure cultivation. The terrifying light released by the 9 Serenity's Yellow Springs Golden Crow was still there. Forget it, that's fine too. This way, no one will know you're a descendant of the Thunder City's Ling clan. After this reincarnation cycle ends, the state of Chen will cease to exist. You don't have to worry about anyone knowing your identity. With no other choice, Ling Xiao could only accept Ling Yan's current appearance. But aren't you a little too big? When it spread out its wings, it was at least 7 to 8 meters long. When its huge body flew in the air, it would definitely cover the sky and cover the sun. That's not a problem, boss. Ling Yan smiled, and with a thought, his body automatically shrank, turning into a palm-sized bird. Although it was still golden, it was no longer as eye-catching. This is good, this is good. Ling Xiao was afraid that Ling Yan was too eye-catching and would arouse suspicion. In that case, he could hide anywhere. Ling Yan, why don't I give you a nickname in the future? Let's call you Xiao Jin. Since you've decided to hide your identity, you don't have to use your original name for the time being. Ling Xiao thought about it and said. Boss, you're not really treating me as a pet, are you? Ling Yan smiled bitterly. No matter what you become, you'll still be my good brother. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Your boss's woman is still fighting outside. I have to go out and check the situation. Ling Xiao smiled and took Xiao Jin out of the underground palace, heading straight for the city tower. Outside, the battle had already begun. Bo Yixin and Yu Fenghua were fighting in the sky. The Eagle Army continued to attack the city tower. Fortunately, the 8 Immortals County City had a very good defensive array formation. The secret spell cannons released blasted the Eagle Army until they could not get close. Otherwise, the city would not have been able to hold on. Looking at the battle in the sky, Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. If not for Yu Fenghua, he could only run for his life today. Bo Yixin was not Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglan. He was an expert of the Yinyang realm, level 11 of hell. He was not an existence that Ling Xiao could fight against. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it would be useless. At most, he could only run for his life. But now, Bo Yixin should not be able to do anything to Yu Fenghua. From the situation of the battle between the two of them, Yu Fenghua still seemed to be handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. As for that Bo Yixin, he was clearly going all out and risking his life. Since that was the case, he did not need to worry about Bo Yixin. He only needed to focus on the Eagle Army. You want to attack my territory, right? Then I'll make sure you don't return. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill the 8th prince? Don't you know that this is a capital offense? Seeing Ling Xiao appear on the city tower, the centurion of the Eagle Army reprimanded loudly. 8th prince? Oh, you mean the trash that was crippled by Chen Kanglan? That's right, I killed him. Not only did I kill him, but I also killed Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglan. So what can you do to me? This kind of thing could not be hidden. He believed that there must be other spies in the 8 Immortal City. The news of him killing Chen Kanglan would soon spread to the Thunder City. Rather than letting others criticize him, it was better to admit it himself. Anyway, he was at odds with the royal family. The situation would not be too bad. Impossible. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Eagle Army did not believe it at all. Although they were competitors with Jihyun of Silla, they were well aware of Jihyun of Silla's strength. How could he be killed by Ling Xiao, who was as weak as an ant? Hee, believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. Now that you've stepped into my territory, get out within 10 breaths. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Although he had saved Ling Yan, he was not in human form. Ling Xiao was actually a little unhappy in his heart. Since these people had come looking for trouble, he might as well vent his anger on them. All the land under the heavens belongs to the royal family. The entire Qin country belongs to the royal family. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that the 8 Immortal City is yours? The centurion of the Eagle Army rebuked angrily. This centurion was obviously much stronger than the one he had met in the valley. His cultivation should be at the late stage of the Yinyang realm's 10th level of hell. His cultivation was similar to the 8th prince's, second only to Jihyun of Silla and Qin Kanglan. Of course, he would be much older in terms of age. I only know that no one can touch the place that I, Ling Xiao, occupy. Ling Xiao chuckled. At this moment, Bo Yechen was getting more and more frightened. Others might not believe that Ling Xiao had killed Jihyun of Silla, but he believed it. Because Ling Xiao had no reason to lie at this moment. At this moment, he was really shocked. Back when Ling Xiao went to the Arcana Academy, he did not even bother to look at this guy who was only at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang Realm's 8th level of hell. Because of this, when he sent people to capture Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to take revenge. He did not expect that after coming out of the extreme royal secret realm, this kid had done several things that shocked the entire Qin country. Ling Xiao had done what the dragon cult had failed to do. The dragon cult had always wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Qin country. However, some people hid in the Thunder City and did not go out. They could not do anything. Ling Xiao did what the dragon cult wanted to do but could not. First, he killed Bo Yi Ruri, then Gu Feng and Bo Yi Shin's younger brother. On the way back to the 8 Immortal City, he killed the 8th prince. After all, the 8th prince was not a very important prince. However, after arriving at the 8 Immortal City, Ling Xiao killed Jihyun of Silla and Qin Kanglan, which undoubtedly caused a sensation in the entire court. This was too shocking. Although this matter had not been confirmed yet, looking at the reaction of the people in the 8 Immortal City, it was unlikely to be fake. Soon, this news would spread to Thunder City. At that time, Thunder Emperor would probably force his way out of seclusion. Bo Yishin wanted to capture Ling Xiao now and ask Thunder Emperor for a reward. Their Bo Yi clan was now ranked last among the 8 great clans. In order to make the clan more prosperous, he really wanted to make more contributions so that he could receive more rewards from the royal family. The status of the Bo Yi clan would also be higher. However, the troublesome thing was that his opponent, the woman with a bamboo hat and a noble temperament, was terrifyingly strong. He did not dare to relax in the slightest because once he did, he might be killed. No matter how great the contribution was, once he died, he would not be able to obtain anything. Bo Yishin was not stupid. Fortunately, the Eagle army that came this time were all elites, and their cultivation was all at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The strongest one was at the late stage of the 10th level of the Hell. With these hundreds of people joining hands, he did not believe that Ling Xiao had the ability to escape. Old dog Bo Yishin, you must be thinking that I, Ling Xiao, will not be able to escape death under the encirclement of hundreds of Eagle army elites, right? Ling Xiao said, how can I not guess your little thoughts, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Today, the Eagle army is destined to be one step ahead of you. Fierce killing intent erupted from Ling Xiao's body. He had already decided that the 8 Immortal City was his heavenly empire's first battle in the Black Tortoise continent. He absolutely could not give it up. The army of the Celestial Empire had already begun to move towards the Black Tortoise continent. In any case, a small 8 Immortal City was already comparable to an empire on the White Tiger continent. It could definitely accommodate a large number of soldiers and civilians of the Celestial Empire. The cultivation resources and conditions of the Black Tortoise continent were better than the previous 3 continents. Migrating here was also a necessary condition for them to improve their strength. Boss, let me fight with you. Ling Yan, who had turned into Xiao Jin, said. Not for the time being. You've just reconstructed your body and your strength isn't stable yet. Rest first. These bastards can't hurt me. Ling Xiao smiled and said, your boss, won't do something that I'm not confident in. Previously, Ling Xiao had just broken through his cultivation. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, he was worried that there would be no one for him to use to hone his martial skills. Now that over 100 people had come, it was just right. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the Tyrannosaurus blood demonic dragon beast soul transformation state. The Tyrant blood demon dragon could fly, and it was one of the only 2 beast souls he had. The other one was the black-striped flying tiger. Unfortunately, its level was too low, and it was of no help to his battle prowess. Therefore, the Tyrannosaurus blood demon dragon was naturally the most suitable one. As he rose into the air, Ling Xiao immediately released the Tyrannosaurus Blood Demon Dragon's special skill. Tyrannosaurus Blood Demon Dragon Blood Curse. Buzz, at that moment, a strange red light enveloped all of the Eagle Army. At that moment, the soldiers of the Eagle Army were still thinking about how to capture Ling Xiao alive. They didn't realize how terrifying the Demon Dragon Blood Curse was at all. And this kind of horror would only be more obvious when they used their internal strength and started fighting. Capture Ling Xiao alive, reward for meritorious service. Following the roar of the Eagle Army Centurion, over 100 elites of the Eagle Army madly pounced on Ling Xiao. However, just as Ling Xiao had expected, as long as they moved, the effect of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse would immediately appear. Whether it was the Eagle Army or the Eagle Army, all of them felt their chi and blood churning, and it was extremely uncomfortable. The blood in their bodies seemed to want to break through the restraints of their bodies and escape. Some of the weaker ones had already started bleeding from their 7 orifices. The most miserable ones were the Eagle Army. Their strength was not as strong as the soldiers, and they were only used as flying mounts. Affected by the Demon Dragon Blood Curse, they fell directly to the ground one by one. However, all of this wasn't over yet. Ling Xiao didn't think that he could defeat over 100 elites of the Eagle Army with this move alone. He still had another move, and it was a move that could perfectly complement the Demon Dragon Blood Curse. Sun God's remarkable ability, Bloodthirsty Plague. The Bloodthirsty Plague erupted, and the entire sky was dyed red. Countless germs that were so small that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye landed on the bodies of the Eagle Army soldiers. Once they came into contact with blood, they quickly began to grow and spread. As Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through, the power of the Bloodthirsty Plague became even more terrifying. Warriors who were 3 or 4 small realms stronger than him were also affected. As for warriors who were weaker than him, they had no ability to resist at all. They could only let the Bloodthirsty Plague devour their internal strength and blood. Among this group of people, the warriors who were at the 10th hells of the Yin-Yang realm in the first transformation shriveled up the moment they came into contact with the Bloodthirsty Plague. Countless blood-red germs flew back into Ling Xiao's body, providing Ling Xiao with an endless supply of energy. However, Ling Xiao also knew that he couldn't rashly absorb this energy for the time being. Instead, he converted it into his body's potential and continued to store it in his cells. In this way, he could continue to stimulate his potential in future battles, and his cultivation speed would still be very fast. As for the Eagle Army soldiers who were weaker than these warriors, they were mostly dead under the effects of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse. The stronger warriors who were at the middle stage of the 10th hells of the underworld were also clearly affected. The internal strength in their bodies could only be used to resist the terrifying germs. There was no possibility of organizing an attack. Devil. Devil. He's not human. He's a demon god from the demon realm. Retreat. Logically speaking, the Eagle Army soldiers who had been on the battlefield for a long time would definitely not be so cowardly. Normally, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would definitely not choose to flee in such a pathetic manner. Today, however, they were truly afraid. This was because their opponent was not human. He was a devil, a demon god, an existence that they could not understand. Unfortunately, they were within the dual range of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse and the Bloodthirsty Plague. Could they escape? Kamikaze Army, heed my orders. If you want to be protected by me, Ling Xiao, then from today onwards, you must swear loyalty to me, Ling Xiao. Kill these warriors of the Eagle Army. Ling Xiao's voice echoed in the air. The 900,000 Kamikaze Army soldiers heard it loud and clear. They all understood that this was a pledge of allegiance. Ling Xiao would not give them protection for no reason unless they were willing to be Ling Xiao's subjects. If you're unwilling, I won't do anything to you. However, if you encounter any threats in the future, don't ask for the protection of the 8 immortal city. The 900,000 kamikaze soldiers understood what Ling Xiao meant. They gritted their teeth and decided to bet on it. After what happened today, they had no way out. Because they watched Jihyun of Silla get killed and fight with the 8th prince. No matter which one it was a capital offense. Kill. The 900,000 kamikaze soldiers roared and rushed towards the Eagle Army that had all landed on the ground, beginning the battle to prove their allegiance. These people absolutely hated the eagle army to the core. The eagle-killing god and the 14th prince Xianxia had always used violent methods to resolve disputes. This included the 8th prince's trip to the 8 Immortals County this time, which caused the deaths of the family members of these kamikaze soldiers. The death of a family member was an irreconcilable enmity. They did not need to show any mercy. Moreover, they did not have the leisure to be merciful. Their opponents were very strong, extremely strong. Although they were tortured by the demonic dragon blood curse and the bloodthirsty plague, they still had very strong combat strength. Especially the last fight before death, it was still very frightening. Therefore, they had to fight with 120% of their spirit. Once they got serious, the combat strength of the 900,000 kamikaze soldiers was not ordinary. They seemed to have turned into giants, waving their huge arms and killing the eagle army warriors one by one. With the first, they would not care about the second. Seeing these kamikaze soldiers move, Xianxia did not stay idle. After all, the centurion was still somewhat powerful and would cause a lot of casualties to the kamikaze soldiers. Therefore, he had to do it himself. What he wanted was for the kamikaze soldiers to show their loyalty and prove their allegiance. That was enough. Xianxia, you will regret it. How dare you do this to our eagle army? There will be no light in your future. The centurion roared and rushed towards Xianxia. However, due to the two negative effects, his fist was as soft and powerless as a ball of cotton. Xianxia gently grabbed him by the neck and said coldly, I'm not afraid to tell you that this is not the first time I've killed the eagle army, and you won't be the last. As long as Xianxia dares to continue to cause trouble for me, I will let him have the same ending as Xianxia. Ah! You lunatic! Demon! As the centurion screamed, he was swallowed by the terrifying lava and turned into a skeleton. Xianxia, stop. If you stop now, you can still leave an intact corpse. Otherwise, the 8 Immortal City will be razed to the ground. At this time, Bo Yixin was absolutely furious. He had come to denounce Xianxia and seek revenge. However, the result was that the people he had brought with him were killed one by one, and he was also in trouble. Stupid words. After killing Jihyun of Silla and Xianxia, I knew that it was impossible for me to live in peace with the Qin nation. From today onwards, the 8 Immortals County will be an independent country, named the 8 Immortals Country, and I will be the king. The reason why Xianxia didn't mention the Celestial Empire was because he couldn't be so brazen for the time being. After all, the Celestial Empire's invasion of the Black Tortoise continent was completely different from the rebellion of the Qin state's subordinate counties. The former was very likely to attract the intervention of stronger forces. He absolutely could not do that before he was fully developed. Lunatic. Bo Yixin was no longer in the mood to continue fighting, he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, this place that made him feel fear. Yes, I am a lunatic, but at least I am still alive, and you will no longer have the chance to see me killed. Xianxia killed the centurion and coldly watched the death squad exterminate the eagle army. Then he said, they are all dead, it's your turn. You should thank me for being merciful and keeping your life until the end. Xianxia's sarcastic voice sounded, making Bo Yixin want to slap him to death. However, as long as he was distracted, he would be flustered by Yu Fenghua's killing, and he would be unable to take care of himself. His heart is incomparably shocked and terrified. Yu Fenghua is really too strong. What is this woman's identity? How can she be so terrifying? Moreover, she is so young. Finally, the thought of saving his life defeated his face, and he planned to escape. Where there is life, there is hope. He suddenly turned to attack Xianxia, causing Yu Fenghua to come to his rescue, but she took the opportunity to turn back and escape into the distance. Xianxia, you will definitely die, and you will die a horrible death, not only you, but the entire 8 Immortal City will be destroyed. I, Bo Yixin, swear that I will smile as I see your doomsday. Our green mountains will remain, and the green water will flow forever. Goodbye. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and a terrifying chill instantly covered his whole body. His whole body was completely frozen. Naturally, it was Yu Fenghua who made a move. Her strength once again refreshed everyone's view. Can you escape? I let Tushan Min'er go because that girl is too pitiful. But you, an old man who has done so many evil deeds, should die here. Ling Xiao said coldly, Feng Hua, leave him to me. He didn't want you Feng Hua to be stained with his dirty blood. Anyway, Bo Yixin was completely frozen at this time and had no strength to fight back. Just like the frozen hairtail, he could only be dealt with by Ling Xiao. While speaking, he had already arrived beside Bo Yixin. The 8 immortals' sword in his hands began to stab crazily. In just a moment, hundreds of sword stabs were made. The terrifying sword lights interweaved into a grid in the void. Poor Bo Yixin, who was obviously much stronger than Ling Xiao, couldn't escape death in the end. His body was almost completely cut into pieces. This is your Bo Yi clan's favorite way to kill people. Today, I'll return it to you and let you have a taste of this terrible feeling that is worse than death. Ling Xiao's voice was incomparably cold and emotionless. Thinking of how Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were cruelly treated in the past, his heart was like stone and no longer had any feelings. Ling Xiao. You will regret it. You will regret it. Do you think that by killing us, you can have a good ending? Don't be stupid. The entire Qin state is the world of the royal family. Where can you escape to? You killed the 8th prince and Jihyun of Silla. Now, you even want to kill this old man. You will definitely become the most wanted criminal in the history of the Qin state. You are dead. No one can safely leave the country under the pursuit of the royal family. You can't, even that you Feng Hua can't. She is very strong, but you seem to be underestimating the power of the royal family. Before dying, Bo Yixin let out the most hysterical roar in the world. However, Ling Xiao only smiled indifferently. I know all of this. I have never underestimated the royal family. But if you think that they can do whatever they want because they are strong, then you are wrong. I, Ling Xiao, will not go anywhere. I will stay in the 8 Immortals city. Let them come. I want to see what the strongest power of the royal family is like. Since Ling Xiao dared to say such words, his greatest reliance was naturally formations. Before the enemy arrived, Ling Xiao had enough time to set up new formations and arrays. As long as he stayed within the 8 Immortal City, he could make the enemy unable to return. That's right, Bo Yixin, didn't you think that I would definitely die? Fine, I'll let you leave behind a strand of remnant soul to live in this world. Take a good look at how your family will be destroyed by me, how the royal family and their lackeys will be killed by me. Ling Xiao took out a talisman and stuck it on Bo Yixin's body. This way, Bo Yixin would not die, but as long as the talisman was torn, Bo Yixin would immediately die. He wanted Bo Yixin to die in despair. Men, make a high-grade cage for this guy. Let him have a taste of what it's like to be imprisoned. Perhaps the souls of those who were tortured to death by him will come to find him at night. Ling Xiao coldly laughed and someone immediately brought Bo Yixin away. Lord, no, King, how should we deal with those traitors? At this time, Lin Ruoxian walked over and asked respectfully. Other than Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, and Yu Fenghua, she was the strongest existence in the 8 Immortal City. Although Hai Mian Ko was at the Rebirth Realm, a First Revolution Yin Yang Realm martial artist at the 11th level of Hell could easily defeat an ordinary Rebirth Realm martial artist. Therefore, although Hai Mian Ko was strong, her battle prowess was at most on par with Lin Ruoxian. In terms of experience and battle prowess, she could not catch up. After all, one was a First Revolution martial artist while the other was only an ordinary martial artist. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Qin Changxing and the others. He had already given these people a chance. But they still betrayed him. Since the poison pill was no longer effective, there was no need to be polite. Kill. Ling Xiao coldly gave the order. Even if he really turned into a demon, he would not forgive those traitors. Understood. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death went to deal with the traitors. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, began to nervously set up the array formation. The 900,000 Dare to Die soldiers became 900,000 laborers. Following Ling Xiao's instructions, they began to set up the formations in an orderly and nervous manner. Of course, they didn't understand formations, but under Ling Xiao's guidance, they could naturally place the things that should be placed in the correct position. 900,000 people. Needless to say, the efficiency was absolutely astonishing. The reason why Ling Xiao was so nervous was that he had no choice. He believed that it wouldn't take long for the news to spread to Thunder City. There was no way the royal family would let him go. What would happen next would probably be a series of attacks. The only thing he could do was to use the formation to stop the army while increasing his cultivation. Currently, he still had enough martial skills and martial arts, so there was no need for him to leave this place for the time being. He could continue to increase his strength. Coupled with the fact that the enemy was constantly attacking him, he would definitely be able to continuously increase his cultivation. Perhaps this was another crazy method of cultivation. Half a day later, terrifying great arrays were set up one after another outside the 8 Immortals city. The 900,000 dare-to-die soldiers were also arranged by Xianxia to live in the 8 Immortals city. Anyway, the city was very big. In the past, because of the strict restrictions of the 8 Immortals mountain, a large number of martial artists were not qualified to enter this place at all. Now, even if 900,000 people were thrown in, it wouldn't cause much of a stir. As for the outer towns, except for Yuhua town, all of them had been abandoned by Xianxia. He didn't have that much energy to guard them. As long as he could guard the 8 Immortals city, it would be enough. This way, he could concentrate his strength on one point. But the Qin state couldn't. Their border was not peaceful. There was also the dragon cult in the country. The army that came to attack the 8 Immortals city would definitely not be too large. After all the arrangements were completed, Xianxia began to quietly wait for the arrival of the enemy. He wasn't afraid, just a little nervous. This kind of crazy idea had actually appeared in his mind a long time ago. It was just that Xianxia had never really realized it. However, this time, he planned to play hard. Among all the large arrays he had set up, besides the Plague Bone Dissolving Array and the 10,000 Beast Blood Refining Array, there was also the 10 Terminal Array that he had recently researched with his Yuan Venerate Master. He had obtained the 10 Terminal Array from his memories from the other realm. However, he only knew the general outline of the array but not the details. Thus, he had been researching it all this time. He had already known about it back in the Sky Dragon continent. It was only now that he had finally researched it thoroughly. He had also set up the 10 Terminal Array. This was the first time he would use it in battle. He wanted to see how the royal army of the Qin state would break through his 10 Terminal Array. Xianxia hadn't expected that the first batch of test takers after the 10 Terminal Array was set up would actually be a group of bounty hunters. There were a few hundred of them. Their cultivation bases were all at the first revolution Yin Yang stage, the 8th level of Hell. The strongest few had even reached the first revolution Yin Yang stage, the 10th level of Hell. This kind of combat strength would be considered absolutely powerful anywhere. Thus, Xianxia planned to entertain them well. The first array was the Heavenly Terminal Array. It was set up in the east of the 8 Immortals County City. And this group of bounty hunters happened to be attacking from the east. The reason why Xianxia brought Lin Ruoxian and Yu Shan to break the formation was naturally because he wanted to impart the method to control the 10 Terminal formation to them. This way, even if he left the 8 Immortals County City, the 10 Terminal Array would protect them. There wouldn't be any major problems. The two of you, listen up. This Heavenly Terminal Array is profound and mysterious. Heaven and earth are inverted. It is profound and mysterious. Immortals step on the path of no return. Mortals turn into ashes after entering the array. This array was created by the experts of the other realm. They obtained the Khanate clear chi and hid the chaos chi inside. There is a 3-headed banner inside. It combines the 3 elements of heaven, earth, and man into one. If someone enters this array, they will turn into ashes where there is thunder. If the immortal Tao comes here, their limbs will be shattered. I have fused heavenly lightning into this array. Its power is definitely not weaker than the rumors. You will see later. Xianxia sat on the array platform, waiting for the bounty hunters to step into the Heavenly Terminal Array. Among the bounty hunters, there was a leader. When he saw the 3 of them sitting there without any soldiers around, he felt very strange. But looking at the notice, who else could it be but Xianxia? Xianxia, your head is so valuable. 100 million low-grade spirit stones. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. And a set of immortal-grade first heaven martial skills, and a high position and generous salary. You have really offended the royal family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put up such a big bounty for you. The leader of the bounty hunters held the bounty list and shouted at Ling Xiao. I didn't expect my head to be so valuable. I even want to give myself away. Ling Xiao revealed a mocking expression as he casually waved his hand and said, all of you, scram. Some money is not that easy to earn. The royal family has put up such a big bounty. You should know the danger. How arrogant. Dozens of voices came from the crowd, as if they were dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's arrogance. Do you really think that you are invincible just because you killed the 8th prince and the 2nd prince? We are people who live on the edge of our blades. Those princes who grew up in a greenhouse can't compare to us. The bounty hunter leader added. Does this mean that you won't scram? If you don't scram, you will die. Ling Xiao had no intention of speaking nonsense. He raised his hand and suddenly, the originally empty space was filled with flickering lightning. Terrifying thunder and lightning roared and descended. In an instant, only 4 or 5 of the hundreds of bounty hunters were left. These few were considered the strongest. They hadn't been blasted to death by the thunder and lightning and had survived. Submit to me and I will give you a chance to live. What the 8 Immortal City lacked now was martialists. The 8 Immortal City really needed martialists at the first revolution Yinyang grade and the 10th level of hell. Although the previous poison pill had been neutralized, Ling Xiao had developed a new elixir pill. Besides him, no one else could neutralize this type of elixir pill. If the poison was forcibly neutralized, the person would die even if the poison was neutralized. To be honest, Ling Xiao still had to thank Chen Kanglin to a certain extent. If it hadn't been for Chen Kanglin, Ling Xiao might not have thought of enhancing these elixir pills. Even if I die, I won't. Before one of them could finish speaking, another thunderbolt descended and he was blasted to smithereens on the spot. There were 4 people left. Are you going to submit or not? I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Ling Xiao casually tossed out 4 elixir pills. He named these new elixir pills the loyalty elixir. These elixir pills had a special characteristic. As long as these people were truly loyal to Ling Xiao, the effects of the elixir would gradually dissipate and eventually disappear. Such a miraculous elixir pill had been refined by Ling Xiao by incorporating the medical knowledge from his memories. Even Yuan venerates were amazed. We are willing to submit to the 8 Immortal Kings. The 8 Immortal Kings were Ling Xiao's current title. They were the kings of the 8 Immortal Nation. The 4 of them swallowed the loyalty elixir pills. Very well, tell me your names. Ling Xiao looked at the 4 of them with satisfaction. Mo Tian, Mo Hai, Mo Qing, Mo Hong. Good name. Mo Tian, this heaven annihilation array will be managed by you in the future. Whoever dares to invade, blast them to your heart's content. Ling Xiao handed the heaven isolation array to Mo Tian, and he naturally wasn't afraid of Mo Tian betraying him. The loyalty pill was even more terrifying than the previous pills. Not only was it a physical threat, but it was also a mental pressure. Those whose soul power was not as strong as Ling Xiao's, and whose domineering aura was not as strong as the tyrannical martial spirit, had to obey. Yes, my lord. Since you've given me such a precious spell formation, I'll do my best. It didn't matter what Mo Tian was thinking right now, he had already started to subtly express his loyalty to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to train them. This loyalty pill was the best thing. The rest of you, come back with me first. Although the bounty hunters had been dealt with, Ling Xiao knew that there would be endless trouble ahead. The royal clan would never allow another kingdom to appear in their kingdom. The Volcano Kingdom was already enough to give them a headache. If another 8 Immortals Kingdom appeared, they would be in a terrible fix. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao didn't kill the 8th prince and Jihyun of Silla, they would still eliminate this kingdom as soon as possible. Ling Xiao couldn't stop cultivating. Even though he knew that sharpening his blade at the last minute wouldn't be of much use, he didn't want to sit and wait for death. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao asked Yu Fenghua, who was seated beside him. Are you afraid? Yu Fenghua replied with a question. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of losing you. I'm afraid of losing my friends and family. Perhaps Ling Xiao would only show his weak side in front of Yu Fenghua. After all, he was still a human and had fear. However, he was a person who was adept at hiding and was also adept at turning fear into fighting spirit. With me around, I won't let you die, Yu Fenghua said after a moment of silence. You're still you. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fenghua. They had the same appearance, the same beauty, the same power, and the same care for him. However, how could he let Yu Fenghua continue to take risks? No, from now on, I'll protect you. I know I'm weaker than you, but I'll become stronger as soon as possible. In your previous life, you were willing to enter the 10 reincarnations for me. In this life, I won't let any harm come to you. Ling Xiao was very clear that if Yu Fenghua died again because of an accident in this life, then the 10 reincarnations would be forcibly interrupted, and Yu Fenghua's memory would be completely lost, and she would never remember him again. He couldn't afford to pay that price. Yu Fenghua was silent because she didn't know what to say to Ling Xiao. His concern and expression caught her off guard. Just as she was about to speak, a terrifying roar came from outside. It's the Sky Thunder Beast. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. The state of Chen had 3 major armies. 7th Prince Chen Kangming's War Eagle Army, 14th Prince Chen Songxiong's War Eagle Army, and the Sky Thunder Army directly under the king. All the warriors in the Sky Thunder Army had the terrifying Sky Thunder Beast martial soul. They could use lightning abilities and terrifying lightning-type martial techniques. The true elites are here. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he glanced at Yu Fenghua and said, Fenghua, you stay in the city. I'll be back soon. He was very excited and nervous. He was excited because there might be a great battle coming up. He was nervous because the opponent was very powerful. The Sky Thunder Army had 7 generals. They were called by the colors of the rainbow and thunder. For example, General Scarlet Thunder, General Orange Thunder, and so on. These 7 generals, each one of them was incomparably powerful. It was said that the higher the color, the more powerful they were. General Purple Thunder's cultivation was stronger than the patriarchs of the 7 major families, excluding the royal family. He was also an expert second only to the Thunder Emperor, the Thunder Seigneur, and the 14th Prince. General Blue Thunder and General Blue Thunder's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The remaining 4 generals had reached the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They were all experts on the level of Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin. This time, 4 of the 7 generals came. Ling Xiao didn't know who came, but he hoped that he wouldn't encounter the top 3 generals. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them. However, the royal family really thought highly of him. It was the first time they attacked him with such a formation. Even when they surrounded the dragon cult, 4 of the 7 generals didn't appear at the same time. It was obvious that the royal family hated Ling Xiao to the core. Mo Tian, Mo Hai, Mo Qing, Mo Hong, Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, Elder Water, Elder Moon, report the situation. Ling Xiao stood on the city wall and used his soul to send a message to the 8 formations of the 10 terminal formations. These 8 formations defended the 8 directions of the 8 immortal city and the 8 city gates. The remaining 2 formations were near the city gates and were used as a last resort. There are many enemies and they are very strong. General Qi Lei is attacking the Earth Blaze formation, General Ji Lei is attacking the Wind Howling formation, General Huang Lei is attacking the Ice formation, General Lu Lei is attacking the Golden Light formation, the experts of the Boyi clan are attacking the Blood Transformation formation. Although this person is not as strong as Boyi Chen, he is definitely the second most powerful person in the Boyi clan. His strength is close to the 11th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Alright, you all guard the formations. I will personally meet them. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. These people really did not know the power of the 10 extremes formation. Since they were not afraid of death, he would play with them. Therefore, he came to the front of the Earth Blaze formation. The ones attacking the Earth Blaze formation were General Qi Lei and his thousands of soldiers. Although there were not many of them, they were all elites. You are Ling Xiao? General Qi Lei saw a young man suddenly appear in front of him. He had a heroic spirit. His whole body was emitting a dense killing intent. How could he dare to come to the front of the formation alone if he did not have true ability? That's right, it's me. Ling Xiao nodded and said, You are General Qi Lei of the Sky Thunder Corps. With your insignificant skills, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, you will die in vain. The royal family is only using you as cannon fodder. They do not dare to break my 10 extremes formation, but let trash like you do it. What a disgrace. How dare you look down on me, General Qi Lei? You are courting death. General Qi Lei angrily attacked Ling Xiao with his spear. The long spear was like purple lightning flying in the sky, flashing with thunder. It was very domineering. Ling Xiao sneered. This person was indeed strong. He felt that his battle strength was not weaker than Ji Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin. And he had rich battle experience. It would not be easy to take him down. Ling Xiao fought with him for 30 rounds and understood his foundation. He felt that his cultivation had stopped increasing. He felt that there was no point in continuing the battle. He sneered, General Qi Lei, my Earth Blaze formation has many changes and is full of doubts. The Earth Blaze formation is hidden in its mysteries. Thunder above and fire below are merciless. Even with the 5 elements immortal technique, it was difficult to escape the gloomy clouds of bone. Transformation. This formation was based on the numbers of the Taoist Tao. Hidden in the middle was a thick body. Hidden inside was a red banner. Wherever it was moved, thunder would roll above and fire would rise below. Once mortals and immortals entered this formation, there was no way they could come back to life. Even if they had the 5 elements technique, how could they escape from here? Do you dare to follow me in? With that, he turned around and stepped into the ardent earth array. General, this person probably can't beat you, so he's trying to mislead the crowd and put on an act. General Qi Lei's subordinate reminded him. That's right. I've been on the battlefield for decades, but I've never heard of such a formation. He is but a mere country bumpkin, how could he set up such a terrifying formation? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and led the soldiers into the ardent earth formation. Within the ardent earth formation, there was a devil sea guarding it. However, Mo Hai had never actually controlled the ardent earth formation before, so Ling Xiao had to cover it up for him. Seeing the enemy enter the formation, Ling Xiao stepped onto the platform and shook the 5 directions. Strange clouds rolled up from all directions, and thunder roared. There was a fire shield above, and thunder and fire attacked from below and above. The poor General Qi Lei was bombarded by the thunder and fire and instantly turned into powder. Even his corpse was not left behind. The soldiers who followed him in were so scared that their faces changed drastically. They were terrified. The dignified General Qi Lei couldn't even withstand this attack. Wasn't this formation too terrifying? Kneel down and surrender, and I'll spare your lives. The reason why Ling Xiao killed General Qi Lei was that he knew that the 7 generals of the Heavenly Thunder Legion would never surrender. They were loyal dogs of the royal family. Even if they used the loyalty pills, it would be a waste. What's more, killing General Qi Lei was a deterrent to the others. It was much more effective than killing a few ordinary soldiers. Nearly half of the thousands of warriors chose to surrender and took the loyalty pills on the spot. As for the other half, they were killed by Ling Xiao on the spot. This was a battlefield. The enemy had no other choice but to surrender or die. Mo Hai, continue to guard. I'll go somewhere else. Ling Xiao handed the surrendered people to Mo Hai and then went to the front of the Howling Wind Formation. In front of the Howling Wind Formation was naturally General Orange Thunder. When General Orange Thunder saw Ling Xiao appear, he didn't answer. He waved the big knife in his hand and attacked Ling Xiao. He was straightforward. Ling Xiao didn't beat around the bush. He also fought with General Orange Thunder for 30 rounds. He felt that it was meaningless to continue fighting. He blocked the opponent's attack and said, "The Howling Wind Formation behind me is profound and mysterious. The weapon nest in the Howling Wind Formation hides a mysterious net. If it hurts people, even if they have an immortal body, their muscles, bones, and flesh will be destroyed. This formation is based on the numbers of earth, water, fire, and wind. There is wind and fire inside. This wind and fire are innate qi. The true samadhi fire and millions of weapons come out from it. If a human or a mortal enters this formation, the wind and fire will intertwine. The thousands of blades will gather and their limbs will be turned into powder. I'm afraid that he has the ability to turn the sea and move the mountain, and his body will turn into pus. I advise you to surrender to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. That General Red Thunder is your example. If I'm afraid of you, I'm not General Orange Thunder. This General Orange Thunder was a brute. He didn't even hesitate like General Red Thunder. Ling Xiao turned and entered the Howling Wind formation. He immediately chased after him. How would he know the endless mysteries of the formation? He only saw Ling Xiao go up the platform and shake black. The black wind rolled up and thousands of weapons came down. With a sound, General Orange Thunder's limbs were cut into pieces. He fell to the ground and died on the spot. Ling Xiao used the same trick again. There were many who surrendered, and those who didn't, he wouldn't be merciful. The result was as tragic as General Orange Thunder. After dealing with General Orange Thunder, Ling Xiao rushed to the Cold Ice Formation again. The Cold Ice Formation was called Cold Ice. A mountain of knives condensed. If a human immortal encountered this formation, even his skin and bones would be gone. This formation couldn't be cultivated in a day. It was called Cold Ice, but it was actually a mountain of knives. There were mysteries hidden inside. There was wind and thunder in the middle. There were icebergs like wolf fangs above, and ice cubes like swords below. If a human or a mortal entered this formation, their limbs would be turned into fine powder by the wind and thunder. Even if they had special techniques, they couldn't avoid this difficulty. The 10 ultimate formations each had their own uses. However, without exception, they were all very cruel. In front of the Cold Ice Formation, General Yellow Thunder's character was different from the previous two. He was extremely cunning. After 30 rounds with Ling Xiao retreated into the formation. He felt that his cultivation was about to improve again. However, General Yellow Thunder refused to enter the formation. He only sent his deputy to pursue him. Ling Xiao saw this and sneered, "What a despicable person. You sent your deputy to die. Deputy, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless when you die." The deputy was furious, "Arrogant brat, killing you is like slaughtering a dog or a chicken. There's no need for the general to do it himself." After saying this, he waved his sword and stabbed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. Since he wanted to die, he would just send him on his way. Arriving at the formation, he went up to the platform and shook the soap with his hand. There were icebergs above, like a mountain of knives, knocking down. There were ice cubes below, like wolf fangs, making their way up. No matter who you were, you would be turned into fine powder. Ling Xiao came out of the formation and threw the pile of flesh to General Huang Lei. "Your deputy is dead. Now, it's your turn." General Huang Lei's expression changed. He said coldly, "If I don't enter your formation, what can you do to me? You're just relying on your formation. If you have the ability, don't come out for the rest of your life." "Humph, I really don't need a formation to kill you. I'm just showing you how powerful I am." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. His body suddenly enlarged, and he transformed into the purple lightning bull beast soul. Then, his body flashed, and he turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly attacking General Huang Lei. General Huang Lei had fought 30 rounds with Ling Xiao before and thought that he was on par with Ling Xiao. However, this time, before he could raise his weapon, he fell to the ground and died. His eyes were wide open on his head, as if he was still shocked by why he died. Ling Xiao kicked the corpse. Ling Xiao disliked this guy very much. "Do you surrender?" Ling Xiao looked at the 1,000 soldiers and said coldly, "Those who surrender will live. Those who don't surrender will die." Perhaps General Huang Lei had never been liked by these soldiers. Therefore, when he died, the soldiers showed excited expressions. This time, they all chose to surrender. Ling Xiao handed these surrendered soldiers to Mo Hong and then went to the Golden Light Formation. The one guarding the Golden Light Formation was Lin Ruoxian. The Golden Light Formation, golden light flashed out of the mirror and shone on the body. Disaster was imminent. Even with the immortal mountain shifting technique, it would be difficult to escape this formation and lose one's life. This formation stole the essence of the sun and moon, and it hid the chi of heaven and earth. There were 21 mirrors in it, and each mirror was suspended on top of the pole. There was a set on each mirror. If a human or a mortal entered the formation and pulled up the set, thunder would shake the mirror. In just 1 or 2 turns, golden light would shoot out and shine on the body, turning it into pus and blood. Even if one could fly, it would be difficult to cross this formation. When Ling Xiao arrived at the golden light array, he saw that General Green Thunder had already entered, so he followed him in. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian was already on the platform. There were 21 poles on the platform, and each pole had a mirror hanging from it. There was a set of mirrors on each side of the mirror. Lin Ruoxian pulled up the rope and a mirror appeared. He put his hand down and a sound of thunder rang out. The mirror vibrated and spun several times, releasing a golden light that shot towards the Green Thunder General. General Green Thunder was instantly reduced to ashes. His clothes and body were completely destroyed. Not even his corpse was left behind. Seeing this, Ling Xiao relaxed and immediately headed towards the blood transformation array. The guardian of the blood conversion array was Moon Death. However, his opponent was also the strongest of the 5 formation breakers. Therefore, it was really hard to predict who would win. Ling Xiao was still a little worried. As for the blood conversion array, a violent wind swept up the black sand, and the heavens and the earth were devoid of light. No matter how hard you try to fill the sea, it will be difficult for you to return. This array used connate spiritual qi. There was wind and thunder in it, and it contained several pieces of black sand. However, when humans and immortals entered the array, the wind would sweep up the black sand, and some places would turn into blood. Even immortals would not be able to escape. Moreover, the Boyi family's expert was just a mortal. He was probably already dead. When he arrived at the blood conversion array, he saw Moon Death sitting there helplessly. After asking, he found out that the Boyi family's expert had used his last breath to escape. It doesn't matter. Let him escape. At least after this battle, our 8 immortals' kingdom's reputation will soar. I have already tested the strength of this 10-terminal formation. It is definitely very strong. I believe that even a martial artist at the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell in the first transformation would most likely die. Originally, he had used the 10-terminal formation to test its strength. Once he confirmed it, Ling Xiao had other things to do. No matter how strong the array was, it could only be used for defense. As long as others did not enter the array, they would not be afraid. Moreover, the stronger the array, the more energy it consumed. The 10-terminal formation had always been here, and it consumed a lot of resources. Ling Xiao had to consider going out for a while. However, before leaving the 8 Immortals' kingdom, he wanted to play big. The ghost prison of the 8 Immortals Mountain was rumored to be a supreme treasure of ancient times. It had always been used to imprison prisoners. It was unknown how many martial artists had died in this place. The terrifying energy that was brewing inside would benefit everyone greatly. Ling Xiao wanted to raise the cultivation of all the martial artists in the 8 Immortals County. It would increase the 8 Immortals Kingdom's combat strength. However, not everyone could withstand the terrifying pressure of the ghost prison. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to use the ghost prison to set up a cultivation array. Anyway, with the 10-terminal formation outside, he was not afraid of the Qin Kingdom sending people to attack. He knew the Qin Kingdom's strength. Although he was definitely not a match for the Lightning Monarch, the Lightning Seigneur, and the 14th Prince, these people would definitely not dare to leave Thunder City. The reason was simple. The dragon cult had always been watching them. If they came out in full force, Thunder City would be taken down by the dragon cult in an instant. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to fall out with the Qin Kingdom at this time was precisely because of this. A day later, a sweet rain suddenly fell in the 8 Immortals County. Anyone who came into contact with this sweet rain could feel their cultivation growing crazily. At first, the martial artists were a little alarmed, thinking that they had encountered some strange phenomenon that would have negative effects on their bodies. However, the 8 Immortals Palace issued a notice, saying that this was a great array set up by the 8 Immortals King Ling Xiao, which could help everyone increase their cultivation speed. Therefore, during this period, everyone, including those who were in charge of the 10-terminal formation, began to cultivate. They cultivated while walking. They cultivated while working. When he was cultivating, he had to work even harder. Time passed day by day, and the cultivation of all the martial artists in the 8 Immortals County accelerated. This was especially true for those whose cultivation was relatively weak, such as the martial vein realm or the celestial realm. Their cultivation speed was even faster, as if they were flying. Most martial artists' cultivation speed gradually slowed down after reaching the grotto heaven realm. However, it was still much faster than before. If this was in the past, ordinary commoner martial artists, or even lowly martial artists, would be left far behind by the aristocratic families because they had all the resources. Even if they were geniuses, their cultivation speed would be slow. But now, the situation was completely different. Although they still lacked resources, the sweet rain was actually liquefied spirit chi, which was incomparably precious. It was even crazier than precious spirit pills and miraculous medicines. This caused the cultivation speed of these people to increase by leaps and bounds. Almost every day, there would be many people breaking through. And these young martial artists who had broken through only had one thought in their minds, and that was to serve the 8 immortals King Xianxia and be loyal to him. They were different from the older generation. The older generation of martial artists were probably still fearful of the Qin Kingdom's royal family and were even blindly loyal. But the young people were different. They were originally very unfamiliar with the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Now that they had received such great benefits from Xianxia, they were naturally willing to go to the next level. Due to the protection of the Great Array, outsiders could not enter the 8 Immortals County at all. One had to know that the 4 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion had died in the 10 Terminal Formation. If the royal family wanted to send people to attack the 8 Immortals County, they would have to think twice. Xianxia did not care about this. What he was thinking about now was the increase in strength of the 8 Immortals County as a whole. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, the Thunder Capital had sent many people to check on the situation in the 8 Immortals County. This time, they only sent spies and did not dare to attack rashly. When these spies arrived outside the 8 Immortals County, they found that the city was still covered in rain, as if it would never stop raining. The trees around the 8 Immortals County had grown to dozens of meters tall. The entire city seemed to be about to disappear from the world. However, the aura of the entire city was getting stronger and stronger, causing people to be a little frightened. It was as if a terrifying giant beast was entrenched there without any flaws. The most shocking thing was that even the ordinary birds flying above the 8 Immortal City had turned into demons after being touched by the rain. They were incomparably powerful. The spies reported these things to the Thunder Capital. Not good. I think that Xianxia is up to something again. We can't let him do whatever he wants. Otherwise, the 8 Immortals County will only become stronger and stronger. The first to receive the spy's report was naturally the second-in-command of the Qin nation, the Lightning Seigneur. The Thunder Monarch was still in seclusion and turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside. The Thunder Monarch and his special forces were a secret of the entire Qin nation. Apart from the Thunder Monarch and the Lightning Seigneur, even the princes did not know. Of course, the Lightning Seigneur did not believe the spy's words. Thus, he tore through the air and turned into a bolt of lightning, arriving outside the 8 Immortals County. Looking down from the sky, the 8 Immortals County was like a mysterious cultivation holy land that made people's eyes red with envy. The Lightning Seigneur tried to approach the 8 Immortals County, but suddenly, a huge monster emerged from the void. The monster's face could not be seen at a glance. Only its huge body could be seen entrenched in the clouds. The huge monster soared. The 10 Terminal Formation was instantly activated. Before the Lightning Seigneur could enter the formation, he was attacked by 10 attacks in the sky. He was quite strong and managed to dodge the 10 attacks. However, he was sent flying a few kilometers away by the giant beast's slap. He even destroyed a mountain. The Thunder Seigneur was scared witless. He knew that things were already out of control. In order to kill Xianxia, it was impossible to attack the 8 Immortal City. The only way was to lure Xianxia out and kill him. Contact Spectre Sect. The first thing the Thunder Venerable did when he returned to the Qin Kingdom was to find General Purple Thunder. General Purple Thunder was also a member of the royal family. Among the warriors of the Qin Kingdom, his strength was ranked 4th. Only the Thunder Monarch and the Thunder Seigneur knew that General Purple Thunder was also the general agent of the Demon Shadow Sect in the state of Qin. He was responsible for all the affairs of the Devil Shadow Sect in the state of Qin. In the past, the 8 immortal cities' Devil Shadow sect branch had been annihilated by Ling Xiao alone. When the news spread to Thunder City, General Zilei was extremely furious. However, because the Shadow Devil sect operated in secret, he could not openly deal with Ling Xiao. Furthermore, at that time, he was leading an army to encircle the dragon cult, so he did not have the mood to do so. After all, to him, the dragon cult was far more of a threat than the insignificant Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao was just suffering from a scabby disease. He was not important at all. However, General Zilei did not expect that his initial underestimation would allow that insignificant person to grow to such a terrifying level. Not only had Xiaoqin killed the 8th prince and 2nd prince, but he had also killed Bo Yichen. Just how strong was this kid? Even the General Zilei was somewhat afraid of him. In particular, Ling Xiao's ability to set up formations was something that no one in the entire state of Qin could contend with. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, he controlled the Spectre sect. The disciples of the Spectre sect were the most savage and terrifying group of people in the state of Qin. These people were lawless and took pride in building their happiness on the pain of others. Of course, the most important thing was that these people were not only evil but also talented. For example, there were a few people who were very adept at breaking spell formations. After hearing Senior Lightning's words, General Zilei sent 10 devil emissaries from the Spectre sect to the 8 Immortals County to find a way to break the spell formation. They were confident that if they could break the 10 Ultimates formation, the 8 Immortals County would fall. After arriving at the 8 Immortals County, the 10 devil emissaries gathered on a mountain peak not too far from the county. Their robes whipped about in the wind, and they radiated murderous auras as they unleashed their blood-red energy, killing everything within dozens of kilometers of them. These people were definitely strong. They were not like the opponents Ling Xiao had faced in the past, which meant that Ling Xiao would have to be very careful in dealing with them. What's going on? Are the signs in the 8 Immortals County really the work of some puny Ling Xiao? Don't tell me he's not a life-sizer? That's impossible. There's not a single life-sizer in the state of Qin. How could the 8 Immortals County have won? What do you think, Emissary Blood Devil? This man, who was known as the Emissary Blood Devil, had long, blood-red hair that was particularly eye-catching. His eyes were the color of blood, and behind him floated a blood-red infant. Apparently, that was his martial soul, but it was very strange. His cultivation base was in the Yin-Yang First Revolution, in the early 11th level of Hell. He was definitely not someone the generals of the Heavenly Thunder Legion could afford to provoke. Are you afraid? The Emissary Blood Devil said with a cold laugh. Even if there really is a life-sizer here, the 10 of us should be able to wipe out the 8 Immortals County. That brat killed many of our Devil Shadow Sect's people. He even killed this Devil Envoy's own son. If we don't kill him, how could I possibly face him in my dreams? How could I possibly protect the Spectre sect? That's right. Kill them all. Kill them all. Heh heh. Considering how strong we are, those trashy martial artists can't compare to us. If we want to, we could turn the 8 Immortals County into a living hell. But right now, the most important thing is to break the spell formation. If we can't, then there's no way we can get into the 8 Immortals County. I'm sorry, Exalted Ones, but we can't break the 10 Ultimates formation. The spell formation manuals don't contain any descriptions of it. How did he set it up? We have no idea. One of the disciples from the Spectre sect who was skilled in spell formations said, trembling in fear. You bunch of trash. What do I need you for? The Emissary Blood Devil waved his hand, causing a terrifying blood energy to envelop the disciples. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of those pitiful fellows were completely corroded. In the end, only their skin was left, and even their bones were shattered. Come on, let's head back to the Spectre sect. I heard that the Volcano Kingdom has people who are even better at breaking spell formations. If we want to kill Ling Xiao, we have to break the 10 Ultimates formation first. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. The Blood Demon Envoy said, let's retreat. In any case, the 8 Immortal City is under the surveillance of the Qin nation's royal family. I don't believe that those people can hide in the city forever. As long as they come out, our chance will come, using a hidden arrow to break an open spear. They are dead for sure. With that, the blood demon envoy stepped into the air and left. Although he was unwilling, the terrifying hatred he released was definitely not fake. He would definitely come to kill Ling Xiao. Not only because he was one of the 10 demon envoys of the Qin Nation's demon shadow sect, but also because the demon envoy that Ling Xiao killed was his favorite son. His son was killed. This grudge could not be easily forgotten. In the blink of an eye, the 10 demon envoys disappeared as if they had never appeared outside the 8 immortal city. Just like that, a month passed. The changes in the 8 immortal city were even more obvious. Even the entire city had undergone some changes. The entire city seemed to have its own soul. It could repair itself and become stronger. Its defense was much stronger than before. The ordinary weapons that were originally held by the soldiers had become spirit artifacts. The strongest one had become an immortal-grade spirit artifact. This was simply a miracle of nature. The rain gradually stopped. However, the spirit energy in the entire 8 immortal city was at least 100 times denser than before. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Over the past month, even if they were sleeping, they were still cultivating. Even those who were usually incomparably lazy actually benefited from it. A large number of Yin-Yang realm cultivators were born. There were also many First Revolution cultivators. For example, Xianxia. In this month, not only did she start to reincarnate, but she also raised her cultivation to the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. This sounded very weak. But to cultivate to this level in a month, if not for this rain, if not for the spirit pills that Ling Xiao gave her, she definitely would not have been able to do it. This was the principle of the future generation enjoying the shade. Ling Xiao would work hard to make himself stronger and then lead the entire Heavenly Dynasty Empire's cultivators to become stronger. Although some people's talent was limited, at least a portion of them could gradually keep up with his pace and not be completely left behind. Because of the concentration of the sweet rain, the density of the spiritual energy would become weaker from the inside out. Gan Lin, who was located in the 8 Immortal King's palace, was the strongest. Therefore, the cultivation speed here was also the fastest. Ling Xiao asked his most trusted family and friends to stay here and cultivate with him. As a result, their strength also increased as if they were sitting on a flying sword. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Dath were originally very strong. Now, they had both broken through to the early stage of the 10th level of hell. This kind of cultivation speed was simply impossible in the past. As for Lin Yang, Qing Feiying, and the others, they had all raised their cultivation to the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They were second only to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Dath. Sire Shui, the elders of the Yu clan, and the patriarch of the Yu clan had also improved greatly. His cultivation had also reached the 8th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, such a situation could only be described as crazy and impossible. But if one thought about it carefully, it would be understandable. In the 8 Immortal King's palace, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was condensed to the extreme. It was even stronger than in the extreme royal mystic realm. It would be a joke if a few martial artists of the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm could not be born. It would be a waste of Ling Xiao's efforts. Of course, that wasn't all. The Imperial Army and the City Defense Army of the 8 Immortals Kingdom also obtained great benefits from the rain. Although the rain had stopped now, the abundance of spiritual qi was still not reduced. In the future, the 8 Immortals County would not lose to the soldier grade and general grade areas of the extreme royal mystic realm. It was a little different from the monarch grade areas. As for the untouchable areas, Ling Xiao had not been there, so it was difficult for him to have any direct impressions. Elder Shui, you are still the city lord of the 8 Immortals County. In the future, I will have to rely on you to manage everything. Elder Yu, you have to help. The next main task is to count the martial artists of the 8 Immortals County who have broken through this time. Ling Xiao also slowly opened his eyes. If others could benefit from it, he would naturally benefit as well. His cultivation had advanced from the middle stage of the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th level to the late stage of the 10th level. It seemed like only a 2-stage increase, but to Ling Xiao, his combat strength had increased by 100 times. The opponents that he used to be very afraid of were no longer so scary in his eyes. Although it would still be very difficult to face a first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level, he could at least protect himself. But at the very least, he was not without any power to protect himself and could only rely on Yufenghua's help. Speaking of Yufenghua, she seemed very happy. He wondered if she had also broken through. Ling Xiao did not ask, and Yufenghua did not say anything. The two of them maintained a tacit understanding. After his cultivation increased, Ling Xiao strengthened the 10-terminal formation again. The current 10-terminal formation was definitely 10 times stronger than before. If the Qin nation's royal family knew that they had missed such a good opportunity to attack the 8 Immortals County, they would probably die of anger. One had to know that the current 8 Immortals County was filled with killing intent. Not to mention sneaking in, even a malicious mosquito would be killed immediately if it flew in. The current 8 Immortals County was absolutely impregnable, so Ling Xiao was no longer worried about this place. He planned to leave. Since the Qin nation's royal family was unwilling to take the initiative to attack, he would attack first. In any case, he would become enemies with these people sooner or later. Ling Xiao, I need to leave you for a while. Just as Ling Xiao was about to take the initiative to attack, Yufenghua proposed to leave. However, Ling Xiao did not plan to rely on Yufenghua's strength to wipe out the royal family. Otherwise, he would have done so back in Thunder City. He was just a little curious as to why Yufenghua would choose to leave at this time. You also know that almost every sect, the disciples who go out to gain experience have to return to the sect to participate in the assessment every once in a while. As a disciple of the Immortal Palace, I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. However, you can rest assured that I will definitely return in a month or 3 months at most. Yufenghua did not know why she was so worried about Ling Xiao's opinion and why she had to explain. In short, she could feel that when she was with Ling Xiao, she was especially relaxed and comfortable. If that's the case, then I won't stop you. You have your Jianghu, and I have mine. I only hope that one day, I can truly stand on the same level as you. You must be safe. Ling Xiao did not want Yufenghua to leave because he was worried that Yufenghua would be in danger. However, if he carefully protected her like a flower vase, would she really be able to thrive? To be honest, Yufenghua was much stronger than Ling Xiao. Even if he had to worry, he should be worried about himself. It's the same for you. The Qin Kingdom's royal family hates you to the bone. Once you go out, you will definitely be surrounded by them. You must be careful. Yufenghua was also reluctant to leave. However, she also knew that if she didn't go back, she wouldn't be able to continue becoming stronger. If she couldn't continue becoming stronger, she wouldn't be able to protect Ling Xiao. After watching Yufenghua leave the 8 Immortal City, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin also set off. The huge golden crow soared into the sky and accelerated through the void like a phantom. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was just a ball of fire flying through the sky. However, only the truly powerful martial artists could see that it was a terrifying golden crow that possessed the terrifying flames of the sun that could destroy everything. Boss, where are we going? Xiao Jin asked. Of course we're going to Thunder City. Do the 8 great families really think that I, Ling Xiao, am a coward? They came to attack my 8 Immortal City and couldn't take it down, so they gave up. Did they really think that was the end? What a joke. Ling Xiao sneered. He came back this time to cause trouble. Although he wasn't a match for the Thunder Monarch, the Lightning Seigneur, and the 14th Prince, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the others. Since you can provoke me, I can deal with you. In any case, although Thunder City was protected by a formation, it was definitely not as strong as his 8 Immortal City's 10-terminal formation. Moreover, no one would have thought that Ling Xiao would openly go to Thunder City for revenge. His plan was very clear. The first step was to go to Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence and obtain the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul. This way, Xiao Jin's strength could continue to increase. Next, it was to exterminate the Boyi family. In any case, the Boyi family was already like fire and water with him. Moreover, they had repeatedly attacked the 8 Immortal City. If he didn't exterminate this family, it would always be a hidden danger. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that General Purple Thunder had used the power of the Spectre sect to deal with him. Right now, the 10 demon envoys of the Qin State's Demon Shadow sect were all within the Thunder capital, waiting for an opportunity to deal with him. Perhaps he really had to make some adjustments to his plan. On the way to Thunder City, Ling Xiao was thinking about the battles he might encounter next. His current cultivation was at the late stage of the 10th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Facing a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 10th level of Hell, he could basically crush them. He could even defeat a first revolution Yin-Yang realm martial artist who was at the early stage of the 11th level of Hell. The troublesome part was the mid-stage of the 11th level and beyond. He probably wasn't a match for him. Little Gold was similar to him. However, he wasn't worried at all. Ever since Ling Yan had fused with his avatar and turned into the Golden Crow, not only had his strength increased greatly, but his speed had also increased tremendously. Even he was not as fast as Xiao Jin. If they wanted to escape, no one in the state of Chen would be able to stop them. Furthermore, in the past month, Ling Xiao had already cultivated the Dark Shadow Sword Demon to the Great Perfection realm. Its power had increased greatly, so even if he really encountered a mid-stage Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the first revolution of the 11th level of Hell, he wouldn't be completely helpless. In addition, the spiritual lightning shield had also been cultivated to the Great Perfection realm. If it was a martial technique below the first level of the immortal grade, it would be a little difficult to injure him. There was also the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. Perhaps no one would have thought that he would be able to cultivate the second level of the immortal grade martial technique to the Great Perfection realm with his current cultivation. He could have 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, each of which had 80% of his fighting strength. This was absolutely terrifying. 80% of his fighting strength was equivalent to a martialist at the peak of the 10th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. This was under the circumstances that he didn't have any magic treasures. In addition, the interval between the release of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards had also increased from 1 day to 1 hour. This greatly increased the practicality of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Otherwise, he still had the tyrannical Sky Martial Soul, the Butterfly Lady, and a Yuan Venerate. These were all his trump cards. Therefore, he wasn't a reckless person. If he didn't have any life-saving skills, he wouldn't foolishly run out to die. When he was still 1,000 meters away from the Thunder City, Ling Xiao ordered Xiao Jin to land. Xiao Jin turned into a palm-sized golden bird and stood on his shoulder. He used the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation ability to transform his entire body. Under such circumstances, even an acquaintance wouldn't be able to recognize him. When entering the Thunder City, they had to undergo a strict inspection. However, what could those soldiers who were guarding the city find out? Ling Xiao successfully passed the inspection and entered the Thunder City. "Boss, before going to the Jihyun of Silla residence, why don't we go and find out some information first? If the Jihyun of Silla residence is a trap, we'll be in trouble," Xiao Jin reminded. "That's true, but who knows the situation of the Jihyun of Silla residence?" Ling Xiao asked. "Boss, you haven't been in the Thunder City for long, so you don't know. In fact, the Thunder City is not only the capital of the Qin country, but also an international market. Merchants and warriors from other countries will stay here and even do business. In the Thunder City, there is a volcano house opened by the people of the volcano country. This volcano house can not only buy and sell rare and precious items, but also any information. This includes the situation of the Black Tortoise Continent's western region. The volcano house even made a volcano warrior list for the warriors of the Qin country. They are very familiar with the people on the list. In addition, there is a volcano evil list. This list is not ranked by strength, but by the degree of evil. Why don't we go take a look and find out some information?" Xiao Jin had lived in the Thunder City for a long time, so he knew more about this than Ling Xiao. This volcano house was clearly opened by the people of the volcano country, but it was safe and sound in the Qin country. It seemed that its background was not small. Perhaps the volcano house was related to the Qin country's royal family. Since that was the case, it was even more important to take a look. If it was really related to the royal family, Ling Xiao did not mind tearing it down. He was here to cause trouble, so he naturally had to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of coming here and taking risks? With a destination in mind, Ling Xiao went straight to the volcano house under Xiao Jin's guidance. The Thunder City was very big, and there were many landmark buildings. However, the volcano house was definitely the most special one. From afar, one could see a huge building with sinister edges rising into the sky. Moreover, the volcano house burned with a strange flame all year round. Those who entered the volcano house would not be safe and sound if they did not have the fire avoidance talisman given by the volcano house. And one fire avoidance talisman cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. These guys really knew how to make money. Arriving in front of the volcano house, Ling Xiao discovered that the guards at the door were all at the peak of the 9th layer of hell. Ling Xiao didn't know that there was such a powerful place in Thunder City. Even the gatekeeper was at the first revolution of the 9th level of hell, so the owner of this place should be even stronger. But what was there to be afraid of now? Stop, don't you know the rules? Ling Xiao walked directly into the volcano tower with Xiao Jin, but was stopped by the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper took out 2 fire avoidance talismans and said, 1 human and 1 beast, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Thank you, but I don't need it. Ling Xiao waved his hand and continued to walk inside. The gatekeeper of the volcano tower didn't say anything, but his eyes flashed with disdain and schadenfreude. If you don't buy the fire avoidance talisman, just wait for death, he thought to himself. The passers-by also began to discuss. I'm afraid you're an idiot from outside the city. Don't you know how terrifying the volcano tower is? You're just taking the fire-repelling talisman. Humph, this kind of idiot, the sooner he dies, the sooner he can be reincarnated. However, in the midst of the discussion, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin smoothly and safely walked into the volcano tower. For a moment, the discussion came to an abrupt end. Instead, they were all dumbfounded. In the midst of their dumbfounded gazes, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the volcano tower. He went straight to the person in charge of selling information. This servant is Xiao Huan. May I ask what kind of information young master wants to buy? The person in charge of receiving Ling Xiao was a pretty girl from a humble family, and her voice was very sweet. It seemed that the service attitude was really good. Xiao Huan brought Ling Xiao to a small room with very good sound insulation. The room was only about 5 square meters, but it was obviously enough for a transaction. I want to inquire about information about the royal family. Do you have it? Ling Xiao asked straightforwardly. Xiao Huan was a little stunned, but immediately smiled and said, of course there's no problem, but the price will be more expensive. How much? Ling Xiao asked. That depends on who the royal family is. Xiao Huan said again. What if it's about Jihyun of Silla's residence? A sliver of surprise flashed through Xiao Huan's eyes when she heard that, but she quickly covered it up. She smiled. Jihyun of Silla is as famous as the War Prince. Although we don't know if he's dead or alive right now, news about him is worth at least 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. Very well, as long as the information is reliable, these are yours. Ling Xiao casually placed a storage ring on the table. Inside the storage ring, there were 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. Young master, please wait for a moment. This servant will go and find our second pavilion master. I can't make the decision for a transaction of this level. Xiao Huan said hurriedly. Sure. Ling Xiao nodded. After waiting for a while, the door was pushed open. Other than Xiao Huan, there was another person who was dressed very luxuriously and looked very rich. His strength was even more powerful. He was probably the second floor master that Xiao Huan had mentioned. This is our second floor master. If there's any transaction, just let him know. I'll take my leave first. When the second floor master entered, he immediately saw the golden bird standing on Ling Xiao's shoulder. He was a person who loved to collect rare treasures. He had never seen such a golden bird before, so he was instantly interested in it. On the other hand, he did not even look at the 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. Young master, you want to find out about Jihyun of Silla's residence? The second floor master's eyes were fixed on Xiao Jin, and he did not even look at Ling Xiao. That's right. I want to know what's the situation in Jihyun of Silla's residence. Ling Xiao asked. Our volcano house naturally knows about this. But why do you want to find out about this? The second floor master finally looked at Ling Xiao, but his eyes were filled with vigilance and coldness. Is this how the volcano house does business? Can't I buy things if I don't tell you the reason? Ling Xiao asked. Hee, that's not it. It's just that this information is of great importance, so I have to be careful. By the way, is it possible for young master to use the golden bird on your shoulder as a reward for buying this information? The second floor master suddenly asked. That's impossible. Xiao shook his head. I can buy it at a high price. Not only will I tell you what you want to know, but I can also give you another 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. The second floor master said again. Would you sell your brother? Xiao frowned. Xiaojin is not a bird, it's my brother. I see. The second floor master smiled, but there was a hint of viciousness at the corner of his mouth. There was someone who dared to not give him face. He was very unhappy. However, in the volcano house, it would be too much to rob him, and it would ruin the reputation of the volcano house. Furthermore, he did not know his opponent's strength, so it was better to be careful. How about this? Wait a moment, I'll go and ask my elder brother. If he agrees to sell the information to you, this deal will be done. After all, the information you want is of great importance, and I can't make the decision on my own. The second floor master stood up and said. This time, I hope you can find someone who can make the decision. Don't let me continue to sit here. Xiao's face was a little unhappy. The second floor master's way of doing things really made him unhappy. Even if he could not get things done in one go, he should not go through so much trouble like this. Young master, please don't be angry. Please wait a moment. The second floor master turned and left the room. Boss, the way that guy looks at me really pisses me off. Xiaojin barked a few times in annoyance, and then sent a message with his soul. Yes, it does. How do you want me to teach him a lesson? Xiao asked with a smile. There's no need to teach him a lesson. I'm just worried that these guys will have bad intentions. Xiaojin reminded. That's good. Xiao said indifferently. I can't wait for them to have bad intentions. That way, I'll have a reason to cause trouble. Otherwise, I won't be able to do it. At the same time, the second floor master had already taken the ladder to the highest floor of the volcano tower. The highest floor was completely made of crystal. It was protected by layers of formations. From inside, one could see the entire Thunder capital. However, the people outside could not see what was going on inside. At this moment, there were 3 people in the attic on the top floor. One of them was the first floor master of the volcano tower. The other 2 were General Qing Lei of the Sky Thunder Corps, and Blood Demon Envoy, one of the 10 demon envoys of the Phantom Sect. After the second floor master reported, he entered the room. Elder brother, someone wants to buy the information, but I can't make the decision. What information? You can't make the decision? When the 2 of them were talking, they did not treat General Qing Lei and Blood Demon Envoy as outsiders. Obviously, there was some kind of connection between them. What information? You can't make the decision? The first floor master frowned. It's information about the Jihyun of Silla residents. The second floor master looked at General Qing Lei and Blood Demon Envoy and said solemnly. As expected, the moment he said that, the few people in the room became serious. What's going on? Who wants to buy the information about the Jihyun of Silla residents? Why are you so agitated? General Qing Lei was puzzled. He's here. It must be him. Ha 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 ha, what guts. What an arrogant brat, he actually dares to come to the enemy camp alone. This Xiao is indeed worthy of being the brat that even the royal family of the Qin nation has a hard time dealing with. The Blood Demon Envoy did not reply. Instead, he laughed loudly. Blood Demon Envoy, you must be joking. Even if that Xiao is 100 times more courageous, facing the wrath of the Thunder Seigneur, he can only hide in the 8 Immortal City and rely on the 10 terminal array to survive. How dare he come to the Thunder City? General Qing Lei did not believe it. The first housemaster did not believe it either. The second housemaster found it even more unbelievable. It's fine if you don't believe it. Bring me to kill him and we'll know the truth. The Blood Demon Envoy stood up and sneered. What if we kill the wrong person? The first housemaster asked. So be it. We'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one person go. This is how the Devil Shadow sect does things. The Blood Demon envoy sneered. Haha, as expected of the Devil Shadow sect. However, it's not good to make a move in the volcano tower. It will ruin the reputation of the volcano tower. The first housemaster laughed. You want to stop me? The Blood Demon envoy's eyes flashed coldly, showing signs of wanting to attack. Blood Demon envoy, we're all on the same side. Why would I stop you? I just want you to go somewhere else. The first tower master said indifferently, after leaving this volcano tower, it is no longer our business who killed him or who killed him. By the way, second house master, take the spirit stone. That guy is already dead. It would be a waste to not take the spirit stone. Haha, big brother, don't worry. I know what to do. The second housemaster sneered. The first housemaster's actions were exactly what he wanted. Then, he looked at the Blood Demon envoy and said, Blood Demon envoy, that brat has a golden bird. Don't kill it. I want it very much. Don't worry. Kill him and the bird is yours. The Blood Demon envoy was not interested in the golden bird. However, the volcano tower is despicable. You took his money, but not only did you not do it, you even want to sell his life to me? Despicable? Everyone was the same. Who asked that brat to be an idiot? If he was Ling Xiao, it would be perfect to kill him. If he wasn't, then this kid could only blame himself for being too stupid. He actually dared to directly purchase information about Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence. Humph. Just pass the news to him, but we can't control what happens when he goes to Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence. The Great Tower Master did not feel that the word despicable was derogatory at all. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be rather pleased with himself. They are all cunning old foxes. General Qing Lei looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Others only know that the volcano tower was opened by the volcano country people. But he didn't know that the volcano tower was actually an intelligence agency used by the 14th Prince to gather information. Great Tower Master, with your meritorious service this time, I'm afraid that the 14th Prince will put you in an important position in the future. Alright, let's not boast about each other anymore. Let's do our own thing. The Blood Demon envoy sneered and said, I'll go to Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence and lay an ambush. Then, he turned and left. I'll also report to the Thunder Sage. If that boy is really Ling Xiao, we'll do our best to capture him. General Qing Lei also turned and left. A moment later, the second tower master returned to Ling Xiao's small room and said with a smile, We're going to sell the information you wanted to buy. Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence has now become a deserted residence. Those people in the residence were sent to the border because they failed to protect Ji Hyun of Scylla. The residence has been sealed off, and no one is allowed to enter. Those who enter without permission will be sentenced to death. Thank you. Ling Xiao was satisfied with this news. But he was puzzled. Where did Tushan Min'er go with Ji Hyun of Scylla's body? But even so, he still got up and left. Take care, young master. The second tower master personally sent Ling Xiao out of the volcano tower, but his eyes were fixed on Xiao Jin. Hey, baby, wait for a while. Soon, you'll be mine. As for that boy, it doesn't matter whether he's Ling Xiao or not, because he'll be dead soon. Watching Ling Xiao leave, the second tower master sneered in his heart. Ling Xiao went out of the volcano tower and came to a restaurant near Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence. It was on a higher ground, so it was convenient for him to observe the residence. What's wrong, boss? Do you think something's wrong? Xiao Jin asked. Humph, I've always thought there was something wrong with the volcano tower. This time, it's confirmed my opinion. The second tower master sneered and said, There's an ambush in Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence, and these breaths obviously didn't exist for long. They arrived before us. This means that the volcano tower betrayed us and even dared to take our money. What should we do, boss? Don't we go? Xiao Jin asked. Don't go? Since we're here, how can we not go? Although they have an ambush, it's definitely not perfect because it was hastily prepared. We have to cut the Gordian knot. As for the volcano tower, let's wait and see. After dealing with this matter, I'll let them die. Ling Xiao sneered, went down the restaurant, and went straight to Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence. He didn't know who was ambushing him, but it was definitely an enemy. Anyway, he had already decided to make a big scene in Thunder City. Let's start with these people first. Using himself as bait to catch fish, he definitely wouldn't be disappointed. After entering Jihyun of Scylla's residence, Ling Xiao didn't attack the ambushers, but went to the entrance of the secret underground chamber. His main purpose in coming to Jihyun of Scylla's residence was the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. With that item, his trip to Thunder City would definitely be much safer. After all, Xiao Jin could become stronger. The entrance of the secret chamber was easy to find, but the array on the door of the secret chamber wasn't easy to break. Ling Xiao handed this matter over to his master, Yuan Venerate. After all, he had sensed an enemy attack. Dozens of black shadows appeared from every corner and completely sealed off his escape route. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Ling Xiao couldn't be more familiar with this smell. Demon Shadow Sect? Are you people from Thunder City's Demon Shadow Sect? Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of an organization like the Demon Shadow Sect. Even if he didn't have any enmity with them, he would still eradicate them. Furthermore, the other party actually wanted to kill him. Kid, you have good eyesight. I'm the Blood Demon Envoy, ranked 3rd among the 10 demon envoys of Thunder City's Demon Shadow Sect. You're dead for sure now that you've met me, kid. The Blood Demon Envoy said coldly, do you still remember the demon envoy you killed in the 8 Immortal City? He was my son. Today, I must avenge him. Initial stage of the 11th level of Hell at the Yinyang First Revolution? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This fellow's strength really surprised him a little. Oh, you're talking about that arrogant trash? That's right, I killed him. It seems like father, like son. You and your son are both trash. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Blood Demon Envoy, this kid is courting death. Show him who's boss and he'll understand. Someone next to him said. Who the hell are you? Ling Xiao asked. I'm Poison Demon Envoy. I'm ranked 10th among all the envoys. That person said. Hee, the trash at the bottom. Don't interrupt. Ling Xiao didn't care about Poison Demon Envoy at all, because he was only at the pinnacle of level 10 of Hell in Yinyang Realm. If it was in the past, he would be worried. But now, this guy could only be crushed to death in front of him. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the poison emissary. This person was actually releasing poisonous energy. However, when this highly toxic qi approached the surface of his body, it would be completely dispelled by a layer of strange flames. Not even a trace of it was left. As for Xiao Jin, he didn't have to worry about it. With the devouring demon fetus as his body and the help of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul, he was invincible. His body was basically impervious to all poisons. Kid, you can actually defend against my poisonous energy. You're quite capable. But do you think you won't have to die? I haven't used the source of poison yet. Because you're still alive, I still have a few questions to answer. Are you Ling Xiao or not? Poison Demon Envoy asked coldly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately understood that these people weren't just here to avenge the Blood Demon Envoy's son. Didn't I tell you before whether I'm Ling Xiao or not? You can't tell, so don't ask. Ling Xiao had just admitted that he killed the Blood Demon Envoy's son, which was equivalent to indirectly admitting his identity as Ling Xiao. It was ridiculous that the other party didn't realize it. Without waiting for Poison Demon Envoy to say anything, Ling Xiao continued, it was the Volcano Tower who leaked the news of my arrival to you, right? Also, who exactly do you belong to? Who is the Grand Deacon of Thunder City? Hee, you little brat, you're the real idiot. The Poison Devil seemed to have found an opportunity to make fun of Ling Xiao. He sneered and said, the Volcano House belongs to the 14th Prince. You actually went there to buy information about Jihyun of Scylla's mansion. Do you know what this is called? This was called walking right into a trap. Now, it's best to surrender and come with us to the 14th Prince. You might have a chance to survive. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. You can try. Ling Xiao said indifferently. How dare you? The poison demon was constantly being looked down upon by Ling Xiao. As one of the 10 demon envoys, this caused him to be in an extremely bad mood. After all, he was originally ranked last, so he felt a little inferior. Now, Ling Xiao was pointing at his sore spot and scolding him. She even said that he was brainless. How could he endure this? He shouted, "Blood Demon Envoy, I'll capture this bastard alive." After saying that, he took out a strange magic wand. On top of the wand, there were 9 heads of poisonous snakes. It looked strange and eerie. "Kid, this 9-snake wand loves to drink human blood. You will be its next prey." After saying that, he was about to make his move when he suddenly screamed. Ah! The screams were especially ear-piercing in the middle of the night. At this moment, the poison demon did not expect that he would fall into Ling Xiao's hands before he could make his move. Ling Xiao easily caught him with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. With his neck being gripped, his screams were a little shrill. At that moment, he was extremely terrified. This was because he could feel that if Ling Xiao tightened his grip, his life would immediately bid farewell to him. Ling Xiao's injury suddenly released scorching hot lava that was constantly burning the poison demon's body. No. Ah. The poison demon let out an earth-shattering scream. He could even feel that his internal organs were being melted by the lava. He could feel the terrifying pain all too clearly. My internal organs. Don't. He desperately released all his internal energy in an attempt to break free and escape from Ling Xiao's hands. After all, he was a martial artist at level 10 of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Even if most of his internal organs were destroyed, he would not die completely. As long as he could escape, there was still a chance of survival. And the possibility was very high. Don't make any unnecessary struggles. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the poison demon in his hands and said, "From the moment you targeted me, it meant that you were dead for sure." After saying that, even more terrifying lava filled the poison demon's body. The poison demon's body completely melted from the outside to the inside, turning into a pile of dried blood. What bullshit T10 demon envoys? I said that you are trash, and you are indeed trash. Since you are here today, then this king will destroy you first, and then destroy that volcano tower. I will let them know the consequences of not following business ethics. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the blood demon envoy. The blood demon envoy was definitely much stronger than the poison demon envoy. However, Ling Xiao was still fearless. What's going on? He was killed in an instant? The blood demon envoy was originally full of confidence, but at this moment, his heart was in his mouth. What a joke. From the moment Ling Xiao captured the poison demon envoy to the moment the poison demon envoy was killed, it was impossible for him to save the poison demon envoy. Moreover, he could feel that the golden bird standing on Ling Xiao's shoulder had an aura that made him extremely wary. Could it be that she had miscalculated this time? After all, even he would need 2 or 3 moves to defeat the poison demon envoy. If he wanted to kill the poison demon envoy, it would be impossible without 10 moves. Didn't this mean that Ling Xiao was stronger than him? Moreover, the poison demon envoy was completely melted into a pool of blood. He had heard of such a terrifying ability, but he had never seen it before. This guy is too tough. Immediately set up the 8 gates blood formation. I will deal with him personally. The blood demon envoy was not confident enough, so he knew that he had to use the 8 gates blood formation to weaken Ling Xiao's strength. This way, it would be easier to deal with him. They must have practiced the 8 gates blood formation countless times, so they were able to set it up very quickly. It was completed in an instant. Kill! The blood demon emissary roared. His aura exploded, and a huge shadow condensed behind him. This shadow looked like the vampiric demon of the demonic realm, and it was extremely special. The vampiric demon gave off an extremely powerful evil aura. It had a white face, fangs, and a pair of black wings. It looked like a huge bat. As his martial soul took shape, the blood demon envoy took a step forward and slapped down on Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, heaven and earth shook, and the sky cried out. It was as if the earth was about to split open. Blood demon palm. The blood demon emissary attacked Ling Xiao with his blood fiend heavenly demon palm. At that moment, the surrounding air turned completely red. The blood demon emissary seemed to want to turn the entire world into his blood fiend world. At the same time, the other experts of the demon shadow sect started to operate the 8 gates blood fiend array. Many of the formation flags were displayed. There were many strange symbols on the flag, as well as some terrifying images. Bloodsucking demon, blood zombie, leech demon, mosquito demon. When the array flags were raised, they released an even more powerful blood aura. Just by breathing in, one would be able to smell the blood. It was very nauseating. The blood aura gathered together and formed a huge blood fiend array. It almost covered the entire Jihyun of Silla residence. At that moment, all the plants in Jihyun of Silla residence withered as if all their juices were absorbed by the array. Even the pitiful Zerg beasts hiding underground started to shrivel up. The scene was very strange. This was the powerful array of the Demon Shadow Sect, the 8 Gates Blood Fiend Array. Its effect was similar to the Blood Dissipation Array of the 10 Ultimate Arrays, but there were some differences. The Blood Dissipation Array could turn people into pus. The 8 Gates Blood Fiend Array could suck people dry. What a boring trick. Little Gold, attack that position and break the array. Ling Xiao had already seen the weakness of the 8 Gates Blood Fiend Array, but he did not plan to attack. He wanted to fight the Blood Demon Emissary, which would be more beneficial for his cultivation breakthrough. As for breaking the array, it was more than enough to leave it to Little Gold. Little Gold nodded and instantly flew into the air. His body grew in the wind and turned into a giant golden crow, covering the sky and the sun. It seemed to cover the entire King Zhishan's mansion. At the same time, Ling Xiao and the Blood Demon Emissary's palms collided. The terrifying force was like a hurricane that wreaked havoc in the Jihyun of Silla residence. Many buildings collapsed because of it, and the scene was very messy. After Little Gold transformed into the Golden Crow, it rushed to the position that Ling Xiao had pointed out. It then waved its huge claws and tore at that place. It was like an ancient beast had descended to the mortal world. Xiao Jin's claws slashed down. In that instant, countless array flags were destroyed under the terrifying golden light of the 9 Underworld's Yellow Springs. Almost all of the Shadow Devil Sect's experts who had set up the 8 Gates Blood Fiend Grand Array were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths. What kind of monster is this? What a terrifying power! All the experts of the Shadow Devil Sect felt their bodies tremble. They had never seen such a terrifying monster. It was as terrifying as an ancient beast. And those were only things that he had read in books. However, the fear was definitely more than that. Little Gold flapped its huge wings and floated in the air like a golden sun, coldly looking down at the disciples of the Shadow Devil Sect. Die. This is what you get for plotting against us. Xiao Jin's personality had always been rather solitary and fierce. This was related to his life experiences. His family had been wiped out, and most of his people had been killed in front of him. Those heads had stimulated his temperament. From then on, Xiao Jin decided not to be a naive person anymore. Whoever tried to kill him, he would kill them without mercy. He didn't want to see his family and friends die in front of him a second time. Especially his respected boss. He couldn't let him die. As his voice rang out, his body released the dazzling golden light of the 9 Underworld's Yellow Springs. This golden light was cold and eerie, as if it had shot out from the 9 Underworld's Yellow Springs. It also seemed like the judgment of the underworld. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the bodies of dozens of Shadow Devil Sect experts. For a moment, screams rang out. The warriors who had been pierced by the golden light of the 9 Underworld's Yellow Springs all burned and let out the most terrifying screams of their lives. They trembled and rolled on the ground. After a while, they died in excruciating pain. In the end, not a single complete corpse was left. Monster! Monster! The remaining disciples of the Shadow Devil Sect didn't dare to fight Xiao Jin. They wanted to flee in panic, even leaving the Blood Demon envoy behind. But how could Xiao Jin let them leave? Since you've already done it, you have to pay the price for your actions. Moreover, I won't be wrong even if I kill 10 of you. Every one of you has a blood debt. Xiao Jin knew a little about the Shadow Devil Sect. It was an evil organization that ran rampant in the Black Tortoise mainland. Even if they died 10 times, it wouldn't be enough to pay for what they had done. Therefore, Xiao Jin didn't show any mercy. With a flash of his body, the remaining disciples of the Shadow Devil Sect were instantly flattened by his huge claws and set on fire. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Demon Envoy was the only one left of the Shadow Devil sect's disciples. The rest of the disciples were all dead. Moreover, he had died so quickly. Xiao Jin, take a rest first. Watch me deal with the Blood Demon Envoy. Ling Xiao and the Blood Demon Envoy had already fought more than 10 rounds. In these dozen or so rounds, it could be said that both of them had their own victories and defeats. Both of them suffered losses and gained advantages. But only Ling Xiao knew that he had used the Blood Demon Envoy's attacks to push his cultivation toward the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang First Transformation stage. Now, he only needed one more layer of energy. Blood Demon Envoy. Where is the headquarters of the Shadow Devil sect in Thunder City? Also, who is your Grand Deacon? You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die like the rest of them. Ling Xiao took a step back and looked coldly at the Blood Demon Envoy. He was ready to end this battle as soon as possible. Although the Blood Demon Envoy was powerful, there was a huge flaw in his cultivation method. The so-called early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang First Transformation stage couldn't even compare to an ordinary early stage of the 11th level of the Hell. Ling Xiao looked down on these guys. But the Shadow Devil sect seemed to like this method of quickly increasing their cultivation, even if the flaw was very serious. How did you become so strong? The Blood Demon Envoy couldn't believe what was happening. According to the information, Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang First Transformation stage. But how could his combat strength be so strong? He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. And the pet he raised was so terrifying that it killed all of his subordinates in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he could feel that even he wouldn't dare to take the strange golden light head-on. How can I be so strong? That's not the answer I want to know. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Humph, don't be too arrogant. I'm an expert at the 11th level of the first transformation stage of the Hell, while you're only at the 10th level of the Hell. We're a whole realm apart. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You'll die, your pet will die too, you'll all die in my hands. The Blood Demon Envoy let out a terrifying roar. His fists flew towards Ling Xiao like a tidal wave. Facing the Blood Demon Envoy's attack, Ling Xiao instantly transformed into his Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul. This Blood Devil Envoy liked to suck the blood of others to increase his own cultivation. In that case, Ling Xiao would suck his blood dry and kill him. The Demonic Dragon Blood Curse was obviously the most suitable move. After transforming, Ling Xiao took out the 8 immortal swords and went up to meet the Blood Demon Envoy. The two of them began their most violent exchange in the air. 1 round, 2 rounds, after 30 rounds, the Blood Demon Envoy was covered in wounds. Although these wounds were only superficial and did not seem to affect the Blood Demon Envoy's movements at all. However, only Ling Xiao knew that these were caused by the Blood Demon Envoy on purpose. They were just the prelude to his attack. However, the Blood Demon Envoy obviously did not know this. He did not care about these small wounds at all. Instead, the more he fought, the more excited he became. From his point of view, Ling Xiao's desperate attacks could only cause such insignificant injuries. What was there to be afraid of? Just as the Blood Demon Envoy's aura reached its peak and he had completely given up on defense and focused purely on attacking, Ling Xiao made his move. Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. The moment the Demonic Dragon Blood Curse was released, the Blood Demon Envoy felt that something was wrong. The blood in his body was gushing out crazily from the seemingly insignificant wounds. At that moment, he was afraid. His entire being was filled with fear. Run. This was the only thought in his mind at that moment. Do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao sneered. As he used the Demonic Dragon Blood Curse, one of his hands tore through the air. In an instant, it became huge and grabbed at the Blood Demon Envoy. What kind of terrifying hand was this? The power of the Heavenly Queen of Earth flowed on it, the power of thunder and lightning danced in it, and the power of lava flowed in the blood. There was probably no magic treasure below an emperor. Weapon in the world that could be compared to it. This was such a perfect hand that it did not seem to belong to a human. This hand was the essence of condensed energy. Mysterious inscriptions flowed on it, and it was filled with a terrifying ancient aura. No matter who it was, when they saw Ling Xiao's hand, they would inevitably feel reverence. Some might even kneel down to worship it. It was the hand of the profound world, it was the hand of the human king, it was the hand of the tyrant. The blood demon envoy didn't even have the courage to resist it, let alone resist it. The blood demon envoy stared at the hand in horror. In an instant, he was pinched, and his body could not move at all. All the power seemed to have been completely frozen in an instant. You drank the blood of others to cultivate. Today, I will let you die from the loss of all the blood in your body. This can be considered retribution. Being held in Ling Xiao's hand, the blood demon envoy was filled with despair. He screamed in horror, "Ling Xiao, you cannot kill me. I am the third-ranked blood demon envoy of the 10 demon envoys. I am a subordinate of General Purple Thunder of the Sky Thunder Legion. You cannot kill me." Ling Xiao didn't reply. The demonic dragon blood curse continued to be used, which represented his intention. The terrifying suction force continued to suck out blood from the blood demon envoy's body. The blood demon envoy's body gradually became thin. He knew that he would soon wither and become a mummy. "No. I don't want to die. You can't treat me like this. You can't." The blood demon envoy screamed in horror. He shouted out what he shouldn't have said, "My Devil Shadow Sect's headquarters in the Thunder Capital is under the Thunder Capital Imperial City." Oh? Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. The Devil Shadow Sect was really amazing. They actually hid their headquarters in an unexpected place. The Imperial City was known to be a place where no enemy could easily enter. Unless the people outside were all killed, the Imperial City was absolutely safe. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. This Devil Shadow Sect seemed to want to refine the Qin Kingdom's royal family. "Spare me, I've told you everything, please." The blood demon envoy screamed miserably. "Funny, I didn't ask you to tell me anything at all. You told me everything yourself." Ling Xiao sneered, and the power of the demonic dragon blood curse instantly increased. The blood demon envoy finally let out the most miserable scream in the world, and then his body turned into a withered corpse. After throwing down the blood demon envoy's corpse, Ling Xiao opened the array formation of Ji Hyun of Scylla's underground palace and walked in with Xiao Jin. After entering, the Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence instantly collapsed and turned into ruins. Of course, this was to deceive others. Ling Xiao believed that once the Devil Shadow Sect's people failed, the royal family's people would definitely make a move. Just as he expected, not long after they entered the underground palace, General Qing Lei led the army over. However, looking at the devastated Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence and the mummy hanging on the flagpole, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. "Damn it, we're too late." General Qing Lei frowned, and then ordered 100 soldiers to stay behind and continue to surround the place, while the rest followed him to search the city for Ling Xiao. While he was searching for Ling Xiao had already found the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul under Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence and had Xiao Jin swallow it. Then, the two of them cultivated there. After Xiao Jin swallowed this remnant soul, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. On the other hand, Ling Xiao absorbed the blood demon envoy's blood, which contained rich yin and yang yuan qi, so it was impossible for his cultivation not to increase. 3 days later, the troops outside Ji Hyun of Scylla's residence had completely retreated. People had almost forgotten about the person who appeared in the Thunder City 3 days ago. Because the royal family had blocked the news, people did not know what earth-shattering thing that person had done. Only in the volcano house, there were still some rumors circulating, whether true or false. The red sun hung upside down in the sky like a furnace, and the bright flames sprinkled all over the mysterious world like flowing gold. Outside the volcano house, a few people were discussing something. "Brothers, do you remember the guy who came to the volcano house 3 days ago and refused to buy the fire-repelling talisman?" The one who asked was the person in charge of selling the fire-repelling talisman. This person was very unhappy that Ling Xiao could enter the volcano house without the fire-repelling talisman and not be injured. So, his words were filled with schadenfreude because he knew some secrets. It was said that the people of the Devil Shadow Sect who wanted to deal with that guy would have died long ago. Because the royal family had blocked the news, even the volcano house did not know that the experts of the Devil Shadow Sect who went to attack Ling Xiao had all died. "Of course I remember, I haven't seen that person for several days." Someone next to him said. "Hee hee, I'll tell you the truth. That brat was too arrogant and offended some big shot. I think he's already dead. The person in charge of selling the fire-repelling talisman sneered. Do you know, that's what happened to that brat. Dead? No wonder, I heard that guy didn't even give face to the second-floor master. Isn't he courting death? That's right. Why didn't he find out who the second master is? How dare he offend him? He deserves to die. The person selling the fire-warding talisman sneered. Why did I hear that kid is Xianxia, the one who killed the 8th prince and Jihyun of Silla? He's ranked second on the volcano evil list. Although he's not that strong, his notoriety is second only to the dragon cult leader. Someone else said. Who cares if he's Xianxia or Bai Xiao? He's dead anyway. The person selling the fire-warding talisman said disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, someone patted his shoulder. He scolded impatiently, which bastard dares to pat my shoulder? Don't you know where you are? As soon as he said that, he saw the people around him hiding to the side as if they had seen a ghost. All of them were even looking behind him. Their expressions were as if they were possessed in broad daylight. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. The person in charge thought that these people were afraid of him getting angry and was quite pleased. No, look at the person behind him. Isn't he the young man who came to the volcano tower 3 days ago? The little golden bird on his shoulder is too eye-catching. Finally, someone told the person in charge the truth while trembling with fear. He shuddered and his body suddenly stiffened. He turned around shakily and saw Xianxia standing there coldly. You're very pleased? Do I deserve to die? Xianxia asked with a half-smile. In these 3 days, Xianxia and Little Gold's strength had increased by a large margin. His cultivation had finally broken through to the peak of the 10th level of the Yinyang realm. He was getting closer and closer to the top strength in this country. Xiao Jin's strength had also increased terrifyingly. It was already at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yinyang realm. Together with the 9 underworld yellow spring golden light, Xiao Jin could even give a martial artist at the late stage of the 11th level of the hell a headache. The person in charge's face was pale, but when he thought of the powerful volcano tower behind him, he immediately became arrogant again. You'd better not mess around. This is the volcano tower. Our first master and second master are experts from the 11th level of the hell. If you offend them, you'll definitely die. Is that so? Pa. Xianxia laughed coldly, then slapped the person in charge. This slap is to remind you not to spout nonsense. You don't deserve to die. I won't kill you, but don't seek death. With that, he walked straight to the volcano tower. Stop. The person in charge was beaten up by Xianxia, so he was naturally furious. Although he knew that Xianxia was powerful, he couldn't bear to be beaten up by someone and endure it. The people of the volcano house had always been used to flaunting their strength. Within the Thunder City, the only people who dared to offend them were those from the 8 great families. They didn't even put anyone else in their eyes. Are you sure you want me to stop? Xianxia looked back at the man, narrowed his eyes and asked, Do you want to die? Beg your sister. I'll kill you. The person in charge of the fire avoidance talisman flew into a rage, cursing loudly as he charged towards Xianxia. However, in the next moment, he found a huge bloody hole in his chest. The bloody hole was burned clean by the terrifying flames, and even his internal organs were burned away. Before his life was completely extinguished, he left behind his last words, You actually dare to kill me. Rumble. A terrifying explosion erupted from the person in charge's body, and like fireworks, his body fragments flew in all directions in front of the volcano house. In that instant, the entire street became deathly silent. After a while, exclamations finally sounded. Murder! Someone killed someone in front of the volcano house. This madman actually dared to kill someone in the Thunder City, and someone from the volcano house at that. It doesn't matter if he's Xianxia or not, he's dead meat. The Thunder City can't tolerate the existence of such a person. That's right. His cultivation doesn't seem to be at the first revolution of the Yinyang realm's 11th level of hell. Even if he's at that level, he shouldn't be causing trouble in the Thunder City. The Thunder City isn't a place where he can casually cause trouble. I'm afraid he wants to die. For revenge, he doesn't care about his life and wants to cause trouble for the volcano house. That should be the case. However, one person going against the entire volcano house is like an egg hitting a rock. This matter is too stupid. Stupid or not, he's already here. The people of the volcano house should already know. I'm afraid there's going to be a good show today. The Thunder City was an international city. At least in the western region of the Black Tortoise continent, the Thunder City was considered a big city. There were quite a number of martial artists from other countries. Among these people, there was no lack of experts at the 11th level of hell. Among them, there were even people from the dragon cult. Interesting. I didn't expect this kid to do something that even our dragon cult doesn't dare to do for us. We'll have to watch a good show. Among the crowd, there was an expert whose cultivation was at least at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell. At this moment, he was standing among the crowd, looking at Xianxia with interest. Enemy attack. A voice suddenly came from the volcano house. The voice was extremely loud and penetrating. It instantly spread throughout the entire volcano house. In the volcano tower, countless experts rushed out in an instant. Each and every one of them was filled with rage and anger. Someone actually dared to cause trouble for the volcano house. This was purely courting death. Bold thief, why aren't you surrendering? How dare you behave so atrociously in the volcano house? You're really not afraid of death. One of the Yin-Yang realm martial artists at the late stage of the 10th level of hell shouted loudly. Xiao glanced at that person indifferently and said coldly, I'm looking for the volcano house. 3 days ago, I came to the volcano house and paid the full price of 10 million low-grade spirit stones for a piece of information. However, your volcano house actually sold me out to the Devil Shadow Sect and let the Devil Shadow Sect's Blood Demon Envoy and Poison Demon Envoy come to cause trouble for me. I almost died in the Thunder City. Tell me, should I come to the volcano house to seek justice? His voice wasn't loud, but it was very penetrating. Almost everyone in the surroundings heard it clearly. There had to be a reason for killing people and causing trouble. Xiao had to make the reason clear to prevent unreasonable people from interfering. Heavens, the volcano house actually did such a thing. This is too unbelievable. You really don't believe me. I was also tricked by them before, but I didn't dare to speak up. Today, this young man has helped me vent my anger. In the crowd, there were also people who had been tricked by the volcano house. They were indignant and spoke of their experiences. In an instant, the reputation of the volcano house became as dirty and smelly as a latrine. Oh my, I thought the volcano house was the most fair and didn't participate in the fights between factions. It seems that we were too naive. In the future, who dares to come here to buy information? If not, they might lose their lives. In the crowd, those who didn't mind watching the show began to discuss spiritedly. As the saying went, the law couldn't punish the masses. Nonsense. How could we, the volcano house, do such a thing? Moreover, how could the Devil Shadow Sect have anything to do with us? Besides, do you have proof that you paid the money to our volcano tower? An expert from the volcano house roared. You want proof? Xiao laughed coldly and took out the receipt in front of everyone. It was the receipt that the second pavilion master received the money. This receipt is the proof. Hee, what a joke. As far as I know, our volcano house sold the information to you. You're the one who was plotted against by the Devil Shadow Sect, yet you're blaming us. Shameless. Seeing the receipt, the people from the volcano house still refused to admit it. Instead, they scolded, Brat, I think you're the one sent by the Devil Shadow Sect to cause trouble. Anyway, you'll tell us the truth once we capture you. Ha 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 ha. Xiao laughed wildly, since you don't want to admit it, fine, I'll beat you until you admit it. Today, the volcano house will be destroyed from the Thunder City. Finishing his words, he suddenly took out the white jade flying dragon sword and stabbed out. The sword light danced in the air like a white dragon or a white steed flashing through a crack. It was extremely fast. The terrifying sword chi instantly tore through the void, turning into dozens of streaks that pierced through space and tore through the void. They pierced towards the countless experts from the volcano house. Chi. After the terrifying streaks of sword light, 7 or 8 corpses were lying on the ground. There was an obvious sword wound on each of their throats. Those who wanted to get proof from Ling Xiao and said that Ling Xiao was shameless were even more miserable. Not only were their throats pierced, even their tongues were cut. Ling Xiao had no intention of showing mercy. Then, an even more terrifying attack was released. The terrifying ghost dragon descended from the sky and pounced into the crowd. Miserable screams rang out as more than 10 people were swallowed by the ghost dragon. Their bodies shriveled up, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Sure enough, after my strength increased, the ghost-slaying dragon, a top-tier jade-grade martial skill, became so powerful. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. A low-grade martial skill was not useless. It was very useful for cleaning up trash, and it also saved a lot of internal energy. You bastard! Stop! Suddenly, a ball of fire descended from the sky, stopping Ling Xiao's attack. The flames burned in front of Ling Xiao, blasting a large hole in the ground. 2 figures rushed over in a hurry. One of them was the second pavilion master, while the other was the first pavilion master. The 2 strongest people of the volcano house had already arrived. It seemed that they had realized that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. When the second-floor master saw Ling Xiao, his expression changed drastically. Seeing that Ling Xiao was still alive, he actually blurted out, "Why aren't you dead?" Only then did he realize that he had spilled the beans and hurriedly shut his mouth. The great house master was a wily old fox. He said coldly, "You dare to kill innocent people in Thunder City. You must be that devil called Ling Xiao, who is ranked second on the volcano evil list. But your bounty is ranked first. The royal family's bounty for you has moved everyone." He's Ling Xiao? That's impossible. He looks completely different from Ling Xiao. Yes, even if it's a disguise, it can't change his body, right? His martial skill is also different from Ling Xiao's. It's too powerful. House master of the volcano house, it seems that no one believes your words. Ling Xiao sneered. He was still very calm. At this moment, admitting that he was Ling Xiao would inevitably lead to huge trouble. It was impossible to destroy the volcano house. They will believe it soon. After killing you, even if you used some evil technique to change your appearance, you will immediately return to normal. The house master snorted and released his terrifying aura. He was actually a martial artist at the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. This guy's strength was truly extraordinary. Very good, I like straightforward people. Since I came here today, it's to destroy your volcano house. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Ling Xiao sneered. He had to kill the second house master and first house master. As for the others, as long as they didn't make a move, he would be too lazy to make a move. After killing these 2 and destroying the volcano house, he would immediately leave. After all, this was Thunder City. It was easy to attract the experts of the 8 great families. Evil creature, how dare you behave so atrociously in Thunder City? Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack the 2 house masters of the volcano house, a shout suddenly came from afar. Immediately after, a group of armored horses rushed over. This group of armored horses were all riding on Sky Thunder beasts. There was no need to ask, they were definitely from the Sky Thunder Corps. More than 100 armored horses rampaged on the street. The people standing on the road all made way for them, afraid of being hit. One of the Sky Thunder beasts leaped up and landed in front of Ling Xiao with a loud roar. The scene was very shocking. This person's aura was extremely powerful. He was a martial artist at the early stage of the 11th level of hell. His strength was comparable to the second house master's. However, his murderous aura was clearly stronger. General Qing Lei is here. Among the 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Corps, except for General Purple Thunder, who rarely came out, the others were easy to recognize. General Qing Lei came from the Boyi clan, one of the 8 great families. His name was Boyi Qing Lei. Of course, this was a name he changed later. He was ranked 3rd among the 7 generals. General Qing Lei's appearance made the entire street even more lively. After all, the battle between Ling Xiao and the volcano house was still a private grudge. If General Qing Lei stepped out to help either side, it would become a public affair. Who would dare to make an enemy of the Qin nation's imperial court? How dare you start a massacre in the Thunder City? Do you know your crime? General Qing Lei, who was riding on the heavenly thunder beast, looked majestic as he questioned Ling Xiao. Do I know my crime, General? The volcano house didn't follow the rules. They took the money but betrayed me, causing me to be hunted down by the Devil Shadow sect. I'm just here to seek justice. The mystic world is a world of martial arts. Shouldn't private grudges be avenged in this way? Ling Xiao looked coldly at General Qing Lei and said. He had sensed General Qing Lei's aura 3 days ago in the volcano house and Ji Hyun of Silla's residence. In other words, this fellow clearly knew the whole story and was even involved in it. Wanting this fellow to uphold justice was no different from a fool's dream. Nonsense. General Qing Lei, don't listen to this guy's lies. The volcano house has always been honest in our business. He was the one who was ambushed. How can he blame us and come to the volcano house to kill the innocent? You must seek justice for us. General Qing Lei, according to the law of Thunder City, killing on the streets is a capital offense, regardless of the reason. This is the case. This person actually dared to challenge Wang Tianyan, which is basically looking down on the royal family. This is an unforgivable crime. Moreover, don't forget that he is most likely Ling Xiao, who is ranked second on the volcano's evilest list. The head of Volcano House looked at General Qing Lei and said indifferently. Naturally, he wasn't nervous because he knew that General Qing Lei was on the same side as him. Today, regardless of whether the person in front of him was Ling Xiao or not, he was dead meat. Well said. General Qing Lei nodded, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, That's the reason. This general doesn't care what reason you have, but daring to kill in Thunder City is an unforgivable crime. Even if the volcano house really did betray you, it's a personal grudge. You can go to the government to sound the drum and complain, or you can go outside Thunder City to take revenge. However, killing in Thunder City is not allowed. This is a rule set by the royal family, and no one can violate it. Now, I give you 2 choices. One is to be killed by this general on the spot, the other is to obediently follow this general back. After the interrogation, you will be sentenced according to the law. You can choose. Killing in Thunder City is not allowed? Are you sure? Ling Xiao looked at General Qing Lei coldly and asked. Of course, no one can violate this law. General Qing Lei nodded. Good, no one can violate it. Then, may I ask why the Boyi family didn't receive any punishment when they broke into Ji Hyun of Silla's residence and killed Ji Hyun of Silla's soldiers? The 14th prince's subordinates killed someone in the restaurant. Although they didn't succeed, they showed their ferocity and attacked. Why is that person still alive now? Also, the 14th prince's cousin killed no less than 1,000 people in Thunder City. Although they were all civilians, such actions were carried out in broad daylight. Why didn't the general do anything about it? Ling Xiao spoke loudly and confidently. His voice was so strong that it could swallow the clouds. General Qing Lei was speechless for a long time. Because what Ling Xiao said was the truth. They naturally knew that these people killed people, but they couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, the so-called law was simply a joke. Humph, your glib tongue is useless. They have special identities and noble statuses. How can you compare to them? Unable to refute, General Qing Lei could only harden his heart and do it by force. In other words, the rules you mentioned just now are bullshit. If that's the case, why are you using it to bind me? Ling Xiao sneered. Because this general is stronger than you. Just because this is Thunder City, the world of the royal family. General Qing Lei looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. This person in front of him was too naive and ridiculous. Did he really think that if the emperor broke the law, he would be punished the same as the common people? Alright, let's cut the crap. It's still the same 2 choices. You can decide for yourself. After he finished speaking, General Qing Lei looked down at Ling Xiao. Holding his halberd, he looked at Ling Xiao coldly and disdainfully, waiting for Ling Xiao to make a decision. In his opinion, the person in front of him would definitely not be able to escape. Or kill him. Or capture him alive to see if he was really Ling Xiao. He did not take the person in front of him seriously at all, let alone Ling Xiao. If it were not for the existence of the 10-terminal formation, they would have already invaded the 8 Immortals County and killed Ling Xiao and the others. The current situation would not have happened. Do you think this will be enough to make me submit? Ling Xiao sneered. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. After that, I won't wait, 1 breath. General Qing Lei did not care about Ling Xiao's opinion at all, nor did he care about how angry Ling Xiao was. To him, Ling Xiao was just a pitiful little bug in front of him. He could crush him to death at any time. However, he had only counted for 1 breath when the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Whoosh, Ling Xiao did not waste any more time. The 8 Immortal sword instantly appeared in his hand and he stabbed it directly. Although the 8 Immortal sword was a divine-grade spiritual weapon, it did not have any distinctive features. Moreover, Ling Xiao had only taken out a male sword. Therefore, neither General Qing Lei nor the people of the volcano tower could see the uniqueness of the sword. They could not be sure that it was Ling Xiao's 8 Immortal sword. When Ling Xiao stabbed with the sword, it felt as if the sky and earth had changed color. The entire street was suddenly covered in a gloomy color, which was eerie and terrifying. A sorrowful aura was constantly produced in the streets and alleys. Many people could not help but shed silent tears. Suddenly, the sorrowful aura became ferocious, as if the sorrowful souls had turned into vengeful ghosts. It was ferocious and terrifying. The weeper could feel the fear that was constantly being released from his body. General Qing Lei, on the other hand, did not care about it at all. He was an expert. He was an expert who thought that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao. Unorthodox Dao, what a boring little trick. General Qing Lei snorted and stabbed the long halberd in his hand at the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. It was as if he wanted to prove that he was much stronger than the young man in front of him. However, the moment the long halberd touched the 8 Immortal sword, it let out a strange cry. It was as if it could not withstand the terrifying sword qi and broke into pieces. In just a moment, it turned into powder. Then, the sword qi broke through the air and easily pierced General Qing Lei's protective primary energy, piercing his throat. A patch of red scattered in the air. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword and shook off the blood on it. He looked at General Qing Lei coldly. General Qing Lei touched his bleeding throat and looked at Ling Xiao in horror and disbelief. He could not believe that it was real. He could not believe that his throat had been pierced by a sword. However, something even more terrifying had yet to happen. In his body, a terrifying sword will instantly burst out, like fireworks exploding in his body. His body actually exploded in front of the crowd and was torn into hundreds of pieces. Blood splattered on the volcano tower and was burned clean by the scorching flames. The entire street was dead silent. You think you can show off just because you're a dog of the royal family? You think you can bully people as you wish? I talked reason and law with you because I don't want others to think that I'm a troublemaker. I want you to know why you're dying. You think you're invincible just because you're at the early stage of the 11th level of hell. You think you can do whatever you want in Thunder City? Let me tell you, not to mention General Qing Lei, even if General Zilei comes, I'll kill him without hesitation. Ling Xiao put away the 8 Immortal sword. However, the terrifying killing intent around him made him seem like a ferocious beast that had returned from the battlefield. Countless people were terrified. The onlookers who were close to him all moved away, afraid that he would kill them in a fit of anger. General Qing Lei was the 3rd general in the Sky Thunder Corps. Yet, he was killed on the street because of a disagreement. Moreover, it was in Thunder City. Who was this young man? How could he have such terrifying strength? Everyone from the volcano tower, I've already killed General Qing Lei. Why don't you find the person behind you as well? After killing General Qing Lei, Ling Xiao looked coldly at the 1st and 2nd floor lords of the volcano tower. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. No one dared to believe what they had just seen. The Sky Thunder Army was the most elite army in the Chen Kingdom. General Qing Lei was ranked 3rd among the 7 great generals. He was killed just like that, and he was killed in one move in his own territory. In the end, not even a complete corpse was left. The entire process only took 1 or 2 breaths. This scene would definitely become an unforgettable nightmare for everyone present. The 1st and 2nd floor lords of the volcano tower looked terrible. General Qing Lei was stronger than the 2nd floor lord. Although he was not as strong as the 1st floor lord, he had rich combat strength. But he was killed in one move. The 1st floor lord felt a chill in his heart. You're not Ling Xiao. You can't be Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao doesn't have the strength to kill General Qinglei so easily. Who are you? Forget it. It doesn't matter who you are. I can tell you that the 14th prince and the ancestors of the royal family are behind us. You've never seen those people before. They've never shown themselves. But their strength far surpasses the Lightning Seigneur and the 14th prince. If you offend them, you'll definitely die. Are you guys afraid? Ling Xiao looked at the first and second floor lords with disdain. His figure suddenly flashed. Under the 1,000-mile wolf, his body pierced through the second floor lord. The second floor lord did not even have time to say anything before he was thrown into the air. He let out the most terrifying scream of his life. Then, his body turned into a pool of blood and sprayed on the volcano tower. Just like General Qinglei, he died without a complete corpse. The reason why Ling Xiao killed the second pavilion master was because he had absolute confidence. The second floor lord was not as strong as the first floor lord. He was not even as strong as General Qinglei. It was very easy to kill him. I don't care who's behind you. If you deceive me and betray me, you won't have a good ending. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with coldness and disdain. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? He saw the second floor master die on the spot. The house master of the volcano tower was furious. He felt that he was stronger than General Qinglei, so he might have a chance to defeat Ling Xiao. Therefore, he roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. However, before he could approach Ling Xiao, a huge golden crow suddenly appeared above Ling Xiao's head. The golden crow waved its huge claws and fiercely pressed the first tower lord to the ground. Under the golden crow's claws, the first tower master was like a pitiful rabbit. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll admit whatever you want me to. As the saying goes, one will not shed tears until one sees the coffin. This should be the case. Xiao Jin's sudden attack caused the first tower master to lose all confidence. Fear and uneasiness completely occupied his heart. Right now, he only wanted to live and beg for mercy. It was indeed us who betrayed you. It was us who told the demon shadow sect that you were going to Jihyun of Scylla's residence. Why did you give it to them? Ling Xiao stared at the volcano pavilion's first tower master, his right eye suddenly releasing a strange light. In that instant, the first tower master fell into a trance. He only wanted to tell Ling Xiao everything he knew. Because the demon shadow sect's Grand Deacon in Thunder City is General Purple Thunder, and General Purple Thunder supports the 14th prince's succession to the throne, we speculated that you might be that Ling Xiao, so we gave them information about you. The first tower master narrated everything that he knew in full detail. However, these words caused the expressions of the surrounding spectators to change. General Purple Thunder of the Chen Nation Sky Thunder Legion, a member of the royal family, actually colluded with the Demon Shadow Sect, and the Demon Shadow Sect's Grand Deacon in Thunder City? There aren't many evil path organizations in the mystic world, and the Demon Shadow Sect is one of them. They specialize in drinking human blood to increase their cultivation. They are simply evil to the extreme. If what the first tower master said is true, then not only is the volcano pavilion finished, but even the Chen Nation's royal family is finished. They are treating the common people as fools. Just thinking about it is frightening. The Demon Shadow Sect is harming the common people of the Chen Nation, but the royal family is colluding with the Demon Shadow Sect. They might even be the mastermind behind the Demon Shadow Sect. Just thinking about it makes my back shiver. It is indeed frightening. To think that the Chen Nation's royal family would do such a thing. If not for this young hero revealing this matter, we would still be in the dark. No, we can't let the Chen Nation's royal family continue to act willfully. No matter how strong the royal family is, they still need the support of the people. We will never agree. Let's go to the royal city and demand an explanation. Once the truth was exposed, the cultivators wouldn't care if you were a member of the royal family or not. No matter how strong the royal family was, they couldn't stand against public opinion. Even the people of the other 7 great clans felt like they had been kept in the dark. They felt a sense of distrust and a sense of crisis. This allowed them to reach a tacit agreement with all the cultivators in the Thunder City. Listening to these people's discussions, Ling Xiao inwardly sneered. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Originally, he only wanted to cause trouble in the Thunder City. He didn't expect to poke a hornet's nest. Unless the royal family really killed General Purple Thunder and put all the blame on him, it would be impossible for them to do so. Otherwise, not to mention the Thunder City, even the Qin nation's royal family could forget about surviving. With the 7 great clans working together and the Qin nation's many cultivators, the royal family would find it difficult to deal with them alone. Ling Xiao only needed to stay behind these people and quietly wait for them to make a fool of themselves. In contrast to Ling Xiao's joy, the volcano pavilion's first tower master was pale. He knew that even if Ling Xiao didn't kill him today, after revealing so many truths, he would be killed by his master. However, as long as he was alive, he would have a chance to turn the tables. At worst, he would have the royal family issue a notice saying that he had been coerced and had no choice but to speak. It would all be nonsense. In any case, compared to a wandering cultivator with an unknown identity, he believed that more people would be willing to trust the royal family. This was especially true for the 7 great clans. Even if there was the slightest possibility, they wouldn't be willing to fall out with the royal family. The problem now was to report this matter to General Purple Thunder and the 14th Prince as soon as possible and let them make a decision. What are you thinking? No matter what you want to do, you won't have the chance. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the first tower master, then looked at Xiao Jin and said, "Swallow this guy's demonic core. This guy isn't human at all. He's a volcanic rock spirit. Swallowing his demonic core will be helpful to your cultivation." Hearing this, Xiao Jin's claws tore open the volcano pavilion's first tower master's body. He took out the demonic core and swallowed it. "Let's go." Seeing the chaos in Thunder City, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin quietly disappeared into the crowd. Ling Xiao had Xiao Jin hide in the beast ring for the time being, while he changed his appearance again, preparing to go to the Devil Shadow sect and destroy their base in Thunder City. In any case, the Devil Shadow sect's great deacon was General Purple Thunder. General Purple Thunder's cultivation should be around the first cycle of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th layer of hell. If he and Xiao Jin worked together, they might be able to kill him. More importantly, once this chaos started, General Purple Thunder probably wouldn't be in the mood to care about the Devil Shadow sect. At this moment, the Devil Shadow sect was very empty. He could take advantage of this opportunity to rob them. Good lad, if he can join our dragon cult, overthrowing the Qin kingdom's royal family will be just around the corner. The dragon cult expert in the crowd was very excited when he saw Ling Xiao disappear into the crowd. Although Ling Xiao had changed his appearance, this dragon cult expert had his own set of techniques that could perfectly capture Ling Xiao's aura. "Lad, I'm sorry, but we'll have to let you suffer a blow first before our dragon cult rescues you. I don't believe that you won't join our dragon cult." This person sneered and immediately left, heading straight for the 14th Prince's residence. He was currently disguised as a guest elder and advisor of the 14th Prince. Although he wasn't very eye-catching, he believed that the 14th Prince would pay attention to Ling Xiao's appearance in Thunder City. Sure enough, when he told the 14th Prince about how Ling Xiao had disguised himself and killed General Blue Thunder and the Volcano House's house lords, the 14th Prince's expression changed. The 14th Prince's expression changed slightly. "Your Highness, why don't you let our Boyi clan handle this matter?" "No, let our Gu clan handle it. Our Fingli clan is also willing to help." The enmity between the Boyi clan and Ling Xiao didn't need to be said. The current patriarch of the Gu clan was Gu Tianba. As the newest member of the 8 great clans, they had not been humiliated for a long time. However, Ling Xiao not only killed Gu Feng, but also humiliated Gu Tianba in front of many people in the restaurant. More importantly, Gu Tianba also found out that his son, Gu Mingyu, was killed by Ling Xiao. Therefore, the Gu clan had to kill Ling Xiao. Because the pineapple family was born from the ancient pineapple tree, they got this surname. Although their surname was strange, this family was closely related to the royal family. This was because every generation of women from the Fingli family was the queen of the state of Qin. This generation was slightly inferior, but she was still the most favored imperial concubine of the Qin kingdom's king. Her status was even higher than that of the queen. Because this imperial concubine's son was the 14th prince, Qin Songxiong. The queen's son was Jihyun of Silla. Now that he had been killed, there was no way he could be compared to this imperial concubine. After all, in the harem, the mother's status had always depended on her son. The enmity between the Pineapple family and Ling Xiao stemmed from what happened in the restaurant. The 14th prince's cousin was arrogant and despotic, bullying the weak everywhere she went. When she met a steel plate like Ling Xiao, she was crippled by Ling Xiao. As such, how could the Pineapple family forgive Ling Xiao? Unexpectedly, 3 of the 8 great clans were willing to kill Ling Xiao. The 14th prince thought for a moment and said, "The 3 of you should take action together. You absolutely cannot let Ling Xiao escape Thunder City." Although Ling Xiao had been in the limelight recently, the 14th prince, Xianxia, still did not take Ling Xiao seriously. In his opinion, no one in the state of Chen was a match for him. He had long since set his sights on a higher level. For a petty thief like Ling Xiao, he could just leave it to his subordinates to deal with. Furthermore, the ones taking action were 3 of the 8 great clans. Could anything happen to him? As Ling Xiao was walking, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. A strong sense of vigilance arose in his heart. "Boss, something's wrong. We seem to be surrounded. Moreover, there are many experts." Xiao Jin also sensed this terrifying threat from the beast ring. "Looks like we've been exposed. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide anymore." Ling Xiao sneered and returned to his original appearance. He could not be bothered to disguise himself. In any case, he had already been exposed. It would be boring to do such things. However, the plan to eradicate the Devil Shadow sect would probably have to be put on hold for the time being. The next plan was to escape Thunder City. Thinking of this, he set his sights on the city gates of Thunder City. After galloping for nearly 1 li, the city gates were already within reach. However, at this moment, the people surrounding him finally tied up this pocket. Ling Zhao's surroundings were simply filled with experts. There were actually 2 cultivators at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yinyang realm. There were as many as 6 cultivators at the early stage of the 11th level of the Yinyang realm. As for the peak stage of the 10th level of the Yinyang realm, there were at least 1,000. There were close to 10,000 cultivators at the late stage of the 10th level of the Yinyang realm. As for the remaining cultivators, none of them were below the 10th level of the Yinyang realm. As for the people surrounding him, there were as many as 50 to 60,000. It looked like someone had really put in a lot of effort to kill him. This kind of treatment really surprised Ling Xiao. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Kill the 8th prince, kill Ji Hyun of Silla, kill the patriarch of the Boyi family, Boyi Chen, kill the 4 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion. This time, he caused a huge commotion in Thunder City, killed General Qing Lei, destroyed the volcano tower, and added an unprecedented problem to the royal family. If the Qin Kingdom's royal family still did not take action against him, then they would not be able to survive in the future. The Boyi family, Gu family, and Pineapple family all came out in full force. The cultivators below the 10th level of the Yinyang realm were all outside the perimeter. It was not their turn to make a move. This time, Ling Xiao had finally witnessed the power of the royal family and the power of the 8 great families. It was indeed terrifying. It was not something his 8 Immortals County could compare to. Fortunately, he had the 10 terminal formation. Otherwise, if all these experts came out, the 8 Immortals County would definitely be robbed clean, and not even a blade of grass would survive. "Little Gold, are you afraid?" A faint smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face as he let Little Gold out of the beast ring. "Afraid? As long as I can fight with you, boss, even if I die here, what is there to be afraid of?" Little Gold said as it flapped its wings. "Good brother, let's add some spice to this chaotic Thunder City today." If it were a few days ago, Ling Xiao would probably only be able to escape in the face of so many experts. Even escaping would be a problem. However, today, Ling Xiao was somewhat confident that he could leave after causing a huge commotion in Thunder City. Fortunately, although there were many people this time, there were no late-stage or peak-stage cultivators at the 11th level of the Yinyang realm. To them, this was definitely an incomparably fortunate event. Gu Tianba looked coldly at Ling Xiao and suddenly sneered, "Hee, you're doing pretty well. I'm afraid everyone in the state of Qin knows your name. Not only did you occupy the 8 Immortals County, but you also established the 8 Immortals Kingdom. Even the Sky Thunder Corps sent by the royal family couldn't do anything to you. Instead, they lost 4 generals. To be honest, I'm starting to be afraid of you, so, you can't leave here alive. Otherwise, you'll become the scourge of the state of Qin. Speaking of this, Gu Tianba looked around and asked, "Where's the woman beside you?" He wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, but he was terrified of Yu Fenghua. After all, he had experienced Yu Fenghua's strength before. Others thought that Gu Tianba was only at the peak of the 10th level of the Yin Yang realm. In fact, he hid his true cultivation in order to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger. This caused many enemies to come to seek death. His true cultivation was at the middle stage of the 11th level of the hell. He was one of the 2 top experts among the people who came. Even so, he was still afraid of Yu Fenghua. Only he knew that he had used all his strength in the restaurant. However, he still couldn't block Yu Fenghua's attack. This was enough to show how terrifying that woman was. "Hee, are you afraid?" Ling Xiao sneered. "Not afraid, but cautious. The only reason you dare to run amok is because you are relying on that woman's strength. Without her, you're just an insignificant bug." Gu Tianba said indifferently. "That's what the head of the volcano house thinks too. Don't tell me you're planning to follow in his footsteps?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "Humph, that idiot must have fallen into your trap. I won't. Moreover, you have an army of tens of thousands. Even if you can contend against the experts of the 11th level of the hell, what can you do? Ha ha ha, you'll suffer the wrath of the 3 great families today." Gu Tianba snorted coldly, and then burst into laughter. Gu Tianba's laughter was somewhat to cover up his awkwardness, but at the same time, it was also unbridled. With such a huge formation and an army of tens of thousands surrounding a martial artist at the middle stage of the 10th level of hell, it felt like using a flying sword to kill a mosquito. How could he not win? Not only Gu Tianba, but the others also had the same idea. There were too many mysteries surrounding Ling Xiao, and there were also many incomprehensible things about him. However, they still believed that no matter how many miracles there were, they would not be able to fill the huge gap in strength. If Ling Xiao could escape from their encirclement today, it would not be a miracle. It could even be called a miracle. Perhaps miracles could be created, but miracles could not be created by mortals. Therefore, Ling Xiao must die today. Xiao Jin was lying on Ling Xiao's shoulder, and the little golden bird was completely ignored. No one knew that the current Xiao Jin possessed even greater battle prowess than Ling Xiao. Ignoring him would cause this battle to become full of variables. In fact, among the opponents, only the 2 middle-stage martial artists at the 11th level of hell could pose a threat to Ling Xiao. As for the others, Ling Xiao was confident that he could defeat them one by one. As long as he did not give them a chance to surround him, he could win. In terms of fighting strength, the opponents were indeed stronger. However, the prerequisite was that they could form a rope. Ling Xiao would definitely not give them this opportunity. "Xiao Jin, I'll leave those 2 guys at the 11th level of hell to you. Is there a problem?" Ling Xiao sent a soul message. "It's a little difficult, but I can try." Xiao Jin could easily deal with one of them, but it was indeed a little troublesome to deal with 2 of them together. "Okay, try to delay those 2 guys. I'll open up a bloody path for us. Don't fight and try to escape. Where there's life, there's hope," Ling Xiao reminded. He was not a brute. Since his identity had been exposed, he naturally had to leave Thunder City. If the 14th Prince Qin Songxiong, the Thunder Emperor, the Lightning Seigneur, or even the old antiques of the Qin nation attacked, the 2 of them would really die here. Thus, they only had one goal, to break out of the encirclement and escape. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao looked back at Gu Tianba and the others and said, "If there were 1 million of you, you might be able to pose a threat to me. However, there are only 50 to 60,000 of you. To me, these people are just wooden stakes, scarecrows. Aside from dying, they have no meaning. In my, Ling Zhao's, eyes, the so-called 8 great clans are all trash, the royal army is all trash, thus, I advise you to get those trash out of the way. Otherwise, I'll clean up the 3 great clans and remove your names." "You dare to say that we're all trash?" The cultivators of the 3 great clans all gnashed their teeth at Ling Zhao's words, their expressions extremely unsightly. "Isn't that so? Then which one of you dares to fight one-on-one with me?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. "Ling Xiao, you don't have to play tricks. You want to fight one-on-one?" Do you think that's possible? Our advantage lies in our 50,000 troops. You want us to give up such an advantage? Do you think we're stupid? Gu Tianba said with a smile. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've heard someone make cowardice sound so dignified. You're really gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. I just don't want to kill indiscriminately. However, since you're not willing to fight one-on-one, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Amidst his laughter, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into a purple lightning bull. Then, his huge body stomped on the street. Earthquakes and mountains sway. Terrifying vibrations began to appear within a radius of dozens of miles. The people surrounding him and Xiao Jin were all seeing stars and feeling dizzy. It was as if their feet had lost their roots. Shadow martial arts, ghost-slaying dragon, ghost-fighting emperor. Then, he transformed back into a purple lightning bull and 2 immortal swords appeared in his hands. Terrifying sword light fell on the street like rain. The martial artists who were still dizzy were all injured by the sword chi. Some died on the spot, but of course, more were injured. Ling Xiao's attack did not stop because this was originally an attack strategy. Then, he transformed into the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon. Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. The terrifying demonic dragon blood curse was released. The blood and the bodies of the injured martial artists flew out. Some were sucked dry in an instant, while others were still struggling desperately. Sun God's divine ability, Bloodthirsty Plague. Then, Ling Xiao released the Bloodthirsty Plague. The terrifying plague spread among the crowd. At this time, the disadvantage of having too many people was revealed. The plague was the easiest to spread in a dense crowd. In an instant, tens of thousands of martial artists were tormented by the plague. They had completely lost their fighting strength and had no choice but to resist this terrifying virus. This scene left the experts who weren't affected by the bloodthirsty plague dumbstruck. End of chapter 2668. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.